The INDYCAR Series pulls into Iowa for 2 races in 2 days, where Alex Palou looks to continue his historic season.
Incredible!
Saturday and Sunday on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
The official INDYCAR app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of INDYCAR right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official INDYCAR app now.
And on a picture-perfect day here in Iowa, we are getting ready for the Ethanol INDYCAR 250 at Iowa, presented by Midwest Corn Growers. A 7/8 mile oval that drives like a super speedway, and let's get this show on the road.
Here's Chairman of the Iowa Corn Promotion Board, Mr. Julius Shaw.
Drivers, start your corn ethanol fueled engines.
So the engines have fired as we'll get ready for 4 pace laps here. We'll show you our ethanol starting grid across the top, and since qualifying was washed out yesterday by a rain shower, it will be based on points. So that means Scott Dixon will be on pole, even though he was only 9th fastest in the combined practice sessions. Helio Castroneves will be on the outside. Let's get an update, because actually, Vince Welch, as we check in with you, we were supposed to have 26 cars. We're down to 24.
That's right, Marty, as has already been documented today and will continue to be. This track's unique design puts the driver and machine to the test. We've already had 3 incidents in practice leading up to this race. The first occurred on Friday and involved Milka Duno of Dreyer and Reinbold, and her team was able to get her car repaired and in the lineup today. Then yesterday, Marty Roth had a mechanical failure and hit the wall, and then Bruno Junqueira a mechanical failure. Junqueira and Roth both will not start the race today because their teams were unable to get their cars repaired in time. So while these drivers pull almost 4 Gs or more than 4 Gs at times during these laps, it's also stressful on the equipment. It's going to be a tough one here today at Iowa, Jackaroo.
Vince, you remember at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the little team that could, the National Guard entry of Vitor Meira, tried to chase for the victory and had to settle for 2nd place. Since then, paraphrasing Charles Dickens, it's been both the best of times and the worst of times for the National Guard Delphi team. But today could very well be their day. Never at a loss for sense of humor, I asked John Barnes, the crew chief and tactician, what he told his driver Vitor. He said, Jack, I told him just to have fun. What about the red and white team of Team Penske? Let's check in with Brienne Pedigo. Bree?
Jack, Helio Castroneves was one of those drivers that definitely benefited from qualifying being rained out. He'll start 2nd today. But believe it or not, Helio's still looking for a first win of the season. In fact, he hasn't won since St. Pete last year. But Helio's got a new fan rooting him on today. His sister Kati gave birth on Thursday to a baby boy. Helio said he's thrilled to be an uncle and would love nothing more to get a win for baby Eduardo. Guys?
Thanks, Brienne. Our best to the family there as well. Take a look at this 40,000 crowd as they are waving their towels and getting ready for the start of this race. Everybody has turned out. This has been a sellout for weeks. And Scott, let's talk about what we should be watching.
We've heard a lot about the high G-forces here at this track. We're seeing spikes of 4.9. We talked about drivers being athletes. They certainly will have to be today. And you know, something: tough passing at this racetrack. It's tough to get past people, and we have more cars this year, so there will be traffic issues here. All the drivers are aware of that. They know they need to have patience. And the last pit stop here will be very important. Not only do you have to make this quick pit stop, but you also have to make a decision whether you want tires or not. A lot of drivers say our teams might just put in fuel. We'll bypass the tires because track position to the run for the flag is important because of the passing issue here. It is very difficult to get by the competitor in front.
All right, let's take a look at the top 5 in points as we got less than 1 lap to go. And remember, you heard Tony Kanaan say, hey, at this point last year, Dario Franchitti was 78 behind, and he won the championship. He's 80 behind, and look out for Ryan Briscoe. He is on the move after the last couple of races. All right, we get down the backstretch. It's time to get down to business. And for all you folks that are home in Iowa, this one is for you. For all you've gone through, we're about to go green here in Iowa. I thought we said 4 wide wouldn't work.
Oh man, this looks like rush hour on the freeway, doesn't it?
Remember, since we started on points, there were some fast cars in the back that were slicing and dicing. And you can see that Helio Castroneves has gotten the early lead over Scott Dixon.
Remember, we spoke to him this morning after the drivers' meeting, Marty, and he said, I feel good, we're strong here, and might just take advantage of Scott Dixon not being as quick as he usually is on race weekends.
We fly around this track in 17 seconds. Let's go back to about 5th place, where you see Marco Andretti. He gets around Dan Weldon, moves into 4th. Weldon 5th, and Ryan Briscoe in 6th. And there is Briscoe trying to go underneath Weldon. The low line is the preferred line, but right now Weldon's hanging with him.
It's different this year. We came here last year. Everybody wanted to go fast. It was a new racetrack. We're looking for a battle right now for 2nd place between Scott Dixon and Tony Kanaan. Tony Kanaan in the green and white 711 machine. Everybody just sort of ran on the bottom line last year and made everybody go around the high side, as Kanaan's now looking to go on the high side. But practice here, I noticed, Marty, everybody started to run a high line. They know they have to be able to pass high if they want to get to the front.
Kanaan gets around him, Jackaroot.
And Marty, remember the physical beating that these drivers will take. In the corners, Tony Kanaan told me he takes as much as 4.9 Gs. I asked him where he feels it the most. He said, as a triathlete, he said, on Monday, my neck, my shoulders, and my legs ache. He said they ache again on Tuesday, again on Wednesday, and on Thursday. He said, and then we load up and go to Richmond for more of a beating on Friday.
That's right. Our next track is the 3/4 mile Richmond, and that is our shortest track. And look at Scott Dixon. Remember, we told you he did not have the dominant car.
And he's running a defensive line. That previous lap there, he's using up a lot of racetrack to try and keep Marco Andretti behind him. Now, he will know from his spotter, who's up top of the grandstand, where the driver is behind, but he also has to make sure that he doesn't look like he is blocking, because he will be assessed a penalty by the officials if it looks like he's stopping the progress from the car from behind.
You saw on the Firestone telemetry just how much the G-loading takes effect, and the battle for the race lead is heating up. Tony Kanaan, he is going high. He's going to try that line around Helio Castroneves. Down the back stretch, where the banking is only 4 degrees. In the corners, it's what we call a variable. Starts at 12 in the first lane, up to 13 in the second, 14 on the high line. And the back stretch is actually 10 degrees, or the front stretch is 10 degrees as well.
Well, you and I were standing down in turns 1 just the other day, 1 and 2. Remember, I commented to you, it doesn't look like it when you're standing on the outside of the racetrack, but when you're down there at track level, you realize how much banking this racetrack has.
Kanaan still on the high line, and look at Helio. He takes the middle lane, forcing Tony to go even higher.
Well, he's trying to take a little air off of Tony Kanaan's car from over the wings, but Tony keeps working that high side. Now what Tony needs to do is get halfway up beside Helio, forcing Helio not to be able to go high. Now you see Helio comes in again, a little high, down to the yellow line, and he'll run just a little high on the exit to make Tony go along the high side.
Oh, they're side by side at 180 plus miles an hour. Can Kanaan get the pass done? Not this lap.
Remember, these are 2 drivers that grew up in Brazil, racing go-karts against each other, fought their way to Indy cars, have had their problems, as Kanaan looks like he's going to start to get a bit of a leg up. on Castro Neves. He's really working that high side, but they have lost their friendship at points in time in their career by touching wheels and battling each other, and right now they must be respectful to each other.
It's allowing, as you can see, Scott Dixon to close. He's in third place with Marco Andretti in fourth. Rounding out the top 5, it is Dan Weldon with Ryan Briscoe right behind Weldon in sixth. Those 6 cars have sort of checked out on everybody. Meanwhile, Helio Castroneves still holds the lead as he keeps forcing Tony Kanaan to try the high line. Neither one of these drivers has won yet this year, although Castroneves has finished in the top 5 in every single race that we have run this year, and we've run 7 prior to today. Stay with us. We've got a lot more going as we'll go side by side. Tony Kanaan still looking for victory number 1. Can he get it today here in Iowa? Back here at Iowa Speedway, you can see that you have the race leader, Tony Kanaan, out front. We'll show you a replay, as you just saw it on side by side. But first, let's do our GoDaddy.com trivia question for this week. When's the last time an IndyCar Series rookie won on an oval? Scott, the clock is ticking.
Oh, you asked me this morning, and I failed on that one, didn't I? So go ahead and make me look bad.
Well, I got to be honest. I missed it also. It was back in 2004. Our answer is Adrian Fernandez. He did it out at California. For more, log on to ESPN.com/GoDaddy. All right, let's go back. You saw it on side by side. We'll show you one more time. This was the pass on the outside.
Something we didn't see very much last year, the outside pass, but TK continued working on Castroneves. Castroneves had to lift his foot off in the middle of the turn and probably had some understeer in the race car, slowed his speed down, lost his momentum, and over quite a few laps, Tony got the program done. 4th race this year now that Tony Kanaan has led, but he has not yet won here in 2008. He's opened up a bit of a lead, almost a full second now over Helio Castroneves. And while you take a look at that, let's also update you on our biggest movers of the race. AJ Foyt, the 4th, has come up from 18th to 10th, so he's picked up 8 spots. And Ryan Hunter-Reay has picked up 7 spots as he's jumped from 14th to 7th on the racetrack. And there is Ryan as he is closing in on Ryan Briscoe for 6th position on the racetrack. You know, Ryan Hunter-Reay and that team has just continued to work very quietly throughout the season. They keep getting stronger each and every weekend, both on ovals and on road courses. And you know something, Vince Welsh, I think that we're going to see him on the podium here very soon this year.
Well, Scott, this is a team, as you said, that has really started to step up its program, and their runs have been much stronger than the results have indicated. And this race is bigger for no other team than this one, with ethanol on the side of their car, with the ethanol and corn producers here in Iowa in mass rooting on this team. This is a home race for this sponsor, and there is no bigger venue than Iowa Speedway for Ryan Hunter-Reay and the Ray Hall Letterman crew. And they're not disappointing their fans here in the early going.
Certainly not, Vince, as you can see, as he's still about 0.2 of a second behind Ryan Briscoe and ahead of Ed Carpenter by 0.4 of a second. Gives us a chance right now to bring Rusty Wallace, who's joined us up here in the booth for a brief stop. You promised in the pre-race show that we would see 2 lines. We have seen it happen so far.
Well, I'm pretty proud right now. The IRL made some changes with the tires, and the track has had a year to season in, guys. You can look out there right now and see the bottom part of the racetrack is black. The top part of the racetrack is gray. So, Scott, that's indications that the track is seasoned and things getting better.
And certainly the cars work better. But, you know, when you come to a racetrack for the very first time, all you're interested in is going fast. And I think that's what they did last year. I don't think they were really concentrating on how to pass race cars out there. Just, you know, the drivers are. We just want to go fast.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. You're exactly right on that. In fact, I talked to some drivers this morning, guys, and they said, look, we were just a little uncomfortable. We had a different package than we got this year. And right now, they got a lot of confidence in the racetrack. And guys, what about the crowd in the weather? 80 degrees, not a cloud in the sky, no humidity. These people in this Iowa are going nuts right now today. It's a great race.
40,000 strong as you're watching AJ Foyt, the 4th, battling Danica Patrick for 9th on the racetrack. And this group is 5.5 seconds behind the race lead. Jack, you've got more?
Well, Danica Patrick thus far is fighting an understeer condition on her race car. On a track like this, that's not all that bad, but it has kept her from doing anything other than trying, according to her team, save her front tires. Now, directly behind her, AJ Foyt, the 4th, may want to thank his teammate, Ed Carpenter, for the way he's been able to advance through the field. You see, at the end of the day yesterday, Carpenter got with his teammate and the point that he was turning in too early. He's adjusted his style, and it's gained him positions.
Oh, and Ed Carpenter, just as you're finishing up, Jack, slams the wall in turn 2, where we have had most of our incidents this weekend. And he has got serious right side damage on the car. So another tough break for Ed Carpenter. He has had several runs this year where he has been in the top 5 and contending for potential race wins. In fact, if you remember back at Motegi, he also was in that mix right up until the end when he had to stop for fuel.
You know, and this is difficult because this is the first race of 6 that we have in a row, and he currently right now is tied in 8th place with Marco Andretti for points. And what a driver does after Indianapolis, if you don't win Indianapolis and you don't have a great run there, you go back to thinking about the points championship, and this will be what he thinks about right now. I've just lost an opportunity to gain good points because they did have a strong car here in Iowa.
Well, we're being told all we have is the aftermath of what happened, but as you can see, the whole right side of the car, don't know whether it just had a mechanical failure. Let's talk a little bit about the 2 mechanicals that were mentioned by Vince. Those were both in the right rear suspension areas.
High G-forces here, 4.9 that we talked about as a peak, but you're constantly doing that at each end of the racetrack. 250 laps, 500 times. The driver will feel that. The car feels that also.
All right, so as we get ready for our ethanol triple pits, they're all coming your way, led by race leader Tony Kanaan. Jackaroot.
Well, Tony Kanaan will bring his 7-Eleven machine in for service. Remember, 22 gallons of fuel. He's passed by Helio Castroneves now. You'll find Kanaan on the top and Castroneves in the middle and Marco Andretti at the bottom. Neither of these 2 cars expect to make any major changes. Just an exchange of tires and off and away. That's exactly what takes place. As they pull off the field with Castroneves and Andretti trailing Kanaan.
Well, the top 4 came in the same positions that they are going out. Ryan Briscoe picked up 1 spot. Scott Dixon fell back 1. So that's the race off pit road. As you ride on board with Danica Patrick, we'll be right back to Iowa. Still under our first caution, gives us a chance to talk about more short track racing for you as the IndyCar Series continues Saturday night on ESPN. Don't miss the IndyCar 250 at Richmond, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And that'll be a 3/4 mile high banked slugfest. Instead of 17 seconds a lap like here, it'll be 15 seconds a lap. Don't blink, you'll miss it. All right, this obviously a track that your Rusty Wallace is going to have some NASCAR events, ARCA as well. There is Graham Rahal. What I want to talk about is the similarities that I've noticed between 19-year-old Graham Rahal and this 18-year-old phenom, Joey Logano.
It's very similar. There's no doubt about that, Marty. I mean, these guys have both laying the numbers down, running good, consistent. And I never thought I'd see an 18-year-old out there doing as good as these guys are doing. Logano was amazing last night, finished 2nd last night. Look at 19 years old out of Graham Rahal. Great job for both of them.
Yeah, the young guns of both series. As we're going to step aside one more time before we go back to green. And this will be a message from your local ABC station as we'll be back with Green Flag Racing. We get ready to go back to Green Flag Racing. A quick update. Vitor Meira ran over the air hose from Ed Carpenter's pit. He has been put at the back of this longest line. And you heard the call as we're green again in Iowa. Tony Kanaan on the low side. Helio Castroneves on the high side. Marco Andretti is now in 3rd. Dan Weldon 4th. Ryan Briscoe 5th. And look at Castroneves as he gets the lead now here on lap 53.
Well, remember, we just had a pit stop, so you get to make some adjustments on your race car. And obviously, whatever they changed with that, whether either wing or tire pressures, certainly is working for him.
Marco Andretti trying to get into the mix as well. We've documented all the trials and tribulations that the 2 of those have had between Tony Kanaan and Marco. And here goes Marco underneath. Jack?
Marco Andretti may be the driver that benefited the most from the rain out of qualifications. You see, due to the compacted schedule, they were not able to make a suspension change that they desired before qualifying. When they made the change when qualifying was run out, they discovered that one of the suspension pieces that actually had been compromised. They decided at that point to make wholesale suspension changes. Ziggy Hargis just told me it's paid off.
All right, thanks, Jack. As you continue to watch Marco Andretti, we're going to hand back just a little bit further and zero in on A.J. Foyt, the fourth. He has picked up 2 more spots since the restart. That is now 11 spots in all. And there he is as he continues. Let's talk to his Vision Racing teammate, Vince Welch. You've caught up with Ed.
Ed Carpenter didn't get a chance to make it to the first pit stop. What happened in the incident?
It was a suspension failure. I felt a little bit of a vibration out of 4, and I just assumed it was because the tires are starting to get worn. I was picking up some understeer and then went into 1, and the right front just collapsed, or right rear, I'm not sure. It's too bad, you know, the Menard Johns Manville car, we were going to the front, we got held up behind Danica, finally got around her and caught up to the lead pack, and was just kind of saving fuel because it's so hard to pass, but just disappointing. You know, I think we definitely had another top 5 car, if not better, and had to go out so early in the race. It's a shame.
Jack?
Well, Vince, let's see if we can confirm what Ed Carpenter thought. I talked to Jeff Britton, and the telemetry shows that it was this piece right here, the right rear push rod. Now, let me show you how the push rod works on our cutaway car. It is connected to the lower wishbone and runs all the way back up to where the weight jacker is and where the spring and shock setup is. When that collapsed, guys, that's what sent Ed Carpenter right into the wall. Remember, we're pulling 4.9 Gs. It will stress parts as well as the human body.
And my question for you, Scott, is as this circulates through the pits, now our 3rd suspension failure in the right rear area, does that start to play on your mind?
Well, I'm sure that the teams are aware of it. They'll continue to look from their laptops because we have real-time telemetry, all the sensors that are on the cars. Those engineers will be monitoring their cars very closely. But I will assure you that that message will not get passed along to the drivers at this point in time unless there is something that comes up on the laptop of the team. They will not want to alert or worry the driver. Their driver's job right now is just to go out there and drive fast.
Dan Weldon taking a look underneath the 26 of Marco Andretti. You're on board with Marco.
Oh, so close.
And Weldon holds him off there, gets back into the 3rd position. Marco 4th. Not too far behind these two is Ryan Briscoe. There you see Briscoe trying to close on Andretti. You look back towards Ryan Briscoe as we're on lap 65 now of 250. And Briscoe has made such a huge leap in the points championship as a result of his win and, of course, the last time out at Texas.
Well, the win was just certainly a confidence booster because he had so many situations where he got himself involved in accidents. And you know something? For him right now, he just wanted to collect points. I asked him many times through that tough time, what do you want to do? He says, man, I just want to finish a race. Lo and behold, he gets that victory. He gets stronger at Texas. And a driver now that has a lot of confidence and a lot of belief in the Penske team right now with Ryan Briscoe.
And you can see he's jumped 18 positions in the points since the first 2 races. You see him out the back right there in the familiar Penske colors. And we should point out that for only the 3rd time in his career, Roger Penske is not here at the racetrack. And Brian Pettigo, I think you have the reason why.
Believe it or not, Roger Penske not at the racetrack for just the 3rd time in his entire career. The first time, Roger was getting married. The 2nd time, he couldn't travel because of 9/11. And this time, he's at home resting after a scheduled follow-up medical procedure. We did talk to Roger this morning. He's doing well, sounds good, in good spirits, and is keeping close tabs on his team. Taking Roger's place as strategist for Ryan Briscoe today is Clive Howell. For Elio Castroneves. But I talked to Tim Cindric and Clive Howell earlier today, asked what communication they'd had with Roger. They said, make no mistake, he may not be here in person, but he's here. We've talked to him a lot. Guys?
Thank you, Brienne, and Rusty Wallace here in the booth with us. You know Roger very well as we go back up front with Helio Castroneves, Ryan's teammate, out in front. Roger does have his finger on this race, and he's watching, I guarantee you.
Oh, I guarantee he's got all the electronic devices he needs to be contacting these guys and tell them his opinion, when they should pit, when they should not pit, stuff like that. He's on the television right now. He's tuned in. He's ready.
All right, we're going to step aside. Helio Castroneves now has led on every oval this year except at the Indianapolis 500. And as you look at a smiling Helio, we send our best to Roger Penske. Roger, hope to see you next week in Richmond. Tuesday, the biggest splash of the summer comes to ABC. Each week, 24 players take on the world's most outrageous obstacle course. We dare you not to cringe. We dare you not to laugh. It's Wipeout. It premieres Tuesday at 8, 7 Central on ABC. Back here at the Iowa Speedway, Helio Castroneves, and all of a sudden we're told we have a pit fire involving the 15, and there you see on the right side, that is Buddy Rice. He is out of the car okay, and the flames have been extinguished, but it looks like the day is done for Buddy Rice's team. They'll take a look. We'll get official word as soon as we can, but meanwhile, you can see on the left side of your screen, things have settled down a little bit at this stage, so why don't we get you caught up as we go up to speed. Brienne Pettigo, you've got the race leader.
The 7-Eleven machine of his fellow Brazilian countryman, Tony Kanaan. Now, Kanaan told me before the race he was going to exercise patience. He likes his car. He likes the high side. He's looked around, but right now, according to George Klutz, Brienne Pettigo, Tony Kanaan is satisfied with second and just wants to make some fuel.
Dan Weldon in third is also happy with his race car. Hasn't made any changes thus far in the race. He has been being told by his strategist to use a little bit more fuel to try to get to the front if possible. So it already has begun, this fuel strategy. Jack?
Meanwhile, Marco Andretti in the fourth position is just cruising. They have gone to fuel position 3. There are 4 fuel positions. The one that saves the most fuel is 4. He is going to stay right where he is for the time being, Brienne.
Ryan Briscoe in 5th position is happy with his race car. During the first stint, he was complaining of a bit of a push in turns 1 and 2. No changes have been made to his race car. Since that first pit stop, he hasn't said anything else on his radio. Jack?
A.J. Foyt IV has been on the move. We talked about the fact that it was thanks to some advice given by Ed Carpenter, his teammate. Right now, he is in fuel conservation mode as well, as early on in the race, the Lilly Special is trying to have what they hope will be just a splash and go at the end. Vince?
Jack, and right behind you see Ryan Hunter-Reay in the ethanol car taking a peek inside. Hunter-Reay ran in the top 5 at Texas in the most recent race, and he had an outstanding finish lined up before a late race tangle with Marco Andretti as Scott Dixon now makes the move on the ethanol car. But Ryan Hunter-Reay is very happy with their car, and they're keeping an eye on the front. Their motto, focus forward. Brienne?
And Scott Dixon just able to get around Ryan Hunter-Reay. Happy with this race car. It is a bit tight for him right now, but contrary to what has been told to his teammate Dan Weldon, they're telling Scott Dixon to conserve fuel. So already we're seeing the fuel issues starting to play out. Earlier we did listen in on Scott Dixon's radio. Let's take a peek at that.
Yeah, just seem early on we were ready to
And in the 9th spot is John Andretti. And what a run it's been for John Andretti today. He started 23rd. John Andretti started 23rd, and he's up to the 9th spot, so he's moved up 14 positions. Andretti has had a good run. They've concentrated on their race setup all weekend long. No adjustments on their first stop. John Andretti on a race-by-race deal with Roth Racing, but he'll meet with Marty and Margaret Roth on Tuesday in Charlotte to map out his future with this team. Marty?
Yeah, 14 spots starting near in the back of the field and up to 9th. A great run for John as we look back towards the front of the pack, and you can still see it's Helio Castroneves with about a 1 car length lead over Tony Kanaan.
Well, here comes the difficult part. As you know, Rusty, you're coming up to traffic that's up in front of you, so you always hope, you're saying, come on, guy, give me a little bit more space, look in your mirror. You hope the driver in front sees you coming.
And that is Mario Moraes, the last car on the lead lap, as he is now in the 19 going a lap down. So that gives us now 19 cars on the lead lap as we are approaching lap 99 of 250. And we're going to let you, Rusty Wallace, take a little break because you've got other duties to do as a part owner of this track. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks a lot, Marty. It was fun being here. Kind of felt like old times, guys. Us three together up here after the 2006 year called IndyCar. It was a fun time. I like the equipment you guys got here. I think you're spoiled a little bit.
All right. Well, you have fun because we're having fun at your racetrack. As you can see, there goes Helio Castroneves around Enrique Bernaldi, and right behind him, there goes the 11 of Tony Kanaan. Stay with us. Back here under our second caution at the Iowa Speedway at the Ethanol IndyCar 250, presented by Midwest Corn Growers, and that is the 34 of Jamie Kamara. And we're sort of wondering, we haven't heard from the team yet, maybe he ran out of fuel 61 laps. We thought they could go as far as 65.
And you see him behind the truck, and they're actually pulling him in with a tow cord because there was no damage. He did not have any contact with the wall or a trap.
All right, let's get ready for our ethanol triple pits. Brienne, they're heading your way.
Helio Castroneves will be the first to make it down pit lane into his pit box. Crew Chief Rick Reineman waving him in. He makes his marks. Tires and fuel only for our race leader. He is happy with his race car. Hopefully he can win the race off pit lane. And he is out, but it looks like Tony Kanaan and Dan Weldon got out before him, guys.
And perhaps even Marco Andretti. So this is going to be a bit of a shakeup. Yes, Kanaan, Weldon, Marco, Helio the big loser as he drops 3. And Justin Wilson had moved up from 20th to 10th before the pit stop and now finds himself in 8th. We'll return after this message from our ABC stations at the Iowa Speedway. All right, back here at Iowa Speedway, Tony Kanaan, Dan Weldon, Marco Andretti are your top 3. Helio Castroneves drops 4 spots. We found out the reason why. We'll show you in a moment because we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing. They had a problem with the right rear on the pit stop. You hear the call. We're back to green flag racing here on lap 112 of 250. Almost to halfway. Boy. All of a sudden, Weldon slows, and he is like getting passed by everybody.
Oh, he was like 2.5 lanes up. I think he tried just to run a little high to carry speed through 1 and 2. Probably just got on the top side on the gray there.
He still hasn't got it sorted back out. I mean, A.J. Foyt the 4th in the 2 car underneath him and going around, making it look easy. So Dan Weldon could be in trouble. There goes John Andretti as you're on board with Will Power. That's Weldon in the red car up to the right. That's Hideki Muto going past Will Power on the high side in the 27. And look at Andretti. Remember, John started in the back of this field because of the way the positions were laid out due to points. He's got Dan Weldon in his sights right now, and that is a battle for 9th on the racetrack.
And John, 45 years old, a wealth of experience in IndyCar racing and in NASCAR racing, has done some drag car racing, and just had an opportunity to come in with Roth Racing for an event or 2 and said to me the other day he loves getting back into IndyCar.
Let's go back and show you how close this racing actually got between these 2.
Remember, side by side, and then the high side right now in the 10 car, the target machine. No, and they touch right down here in the midsection. Everybody going for the same piece of real estate. Remember, John's on the outside, not going to take his foot off. Dan's trying to force him down just a little bit because he knows I'm getting close to the wall. He puts his hand up and he says, give me just a little bit of room. And just a slight amount of touching. Very lucky there.
Wow. So that battle sort of settles down right now as he is running in 9th. And John Andretti is in 10th. And here are the guys that have completed every lap this year. Only 2, Helio Castroneves and Dan Weldon. And Scott Dixon, has 99% of those laps. He did not complete 9 laps earlier this year, and of course that was back at St. Petersburg. As we come back up front, you can see there is our race leader. Tony Kanaan has a 0.2 of a second lead over his teammate from AGR, Marco Andretti. Helio Castroneves has gotten back up to 3rd. Ryan Briscoe is 4th. Scott Dixon rounds out your top 5, and there they all are in the screen. Now let's go back as you see some of the battles continuing. Show you what happened to Helio Castroneves on this pit stop. This is what cost him so dearly. Watch the right rear.
It shows you how close everything is on a pit stop. It comes right down to milliseconds of timing. The right rear doesn't get on the pegs correctly, so the car's already on its way down because they anticipated the work would be done. But just a little bit of off timing creates havoc in that pit stop.
And since then, as we said, Helio able to pick up the 1 spot as Dan Weldon fell back off the pace. He is now running in 3rd. Take a look at the battle for the race lead. Here comes the teammates. Marco Andretti. As you're looking out, Marco's car up ahead, the 711 of Tony Kanaan.
And does Marco right now say, okay, I have to be fair, I have to be nice? Remember, these two have had their problems on track a couple of times this year, and he needs to try and make a nice clean pass. Tony's not going to give it to him.
How would you touch it when you get a chance?
I think that was Marco's radio. No, it was Tony's radio that we heard. And there you take a little bit further look back. There is Scott Dixon, the points leader. He is duking it out with Ryan Hunter-Reay for 5th. Meanwhile, Vince, you have caught up with Buddy Rice. What happened down in the pits?
So happy with your car yesterday, Buddy, but what happened today that knocked you out?
I think we got some in the steering. It's just the car's not turning. It's trying to go straight. It's been loose. It's the first time the car's been loose all weekend. So it's disappointing for Express Auto Delivery car. I mean, we're hoping for another top 10 to try to keep working our way up to points. And we've had some good runs here the last couple of races. But I don't know. Maybe we can go back and look at it. I think it's going to be done for the day because if you can't turn the car, it's not good.
Marty?
Well, what's interesting is that's the 2nd car that we've had a handling issue with. We found out Darren Manning has dropped out of the race because of the very same thing. Could not turn the car.
And there's a problem with Scott Dixon, as we see Scott right now in the number 9 machine. He had that problem here last year at Iowa. Vince?
Well, remember at the beginning of the show, we talked about how this racetrack was going to test man and machine. The 14 car, the crew said, handling. I talked to A.J. Foyt. He said, my driver fell out of the seat. He got tired and said he couldn't steer it anymore. And I can tell you, Supertex was not happy about it.
So that goes back to our piece that we did before the start of the race on physical fitness.
And if you recall, Darren had a couple of those problems last year. Even on the road course, he had almost a 5th place car at the end of the St. Petersburg race, fell out of the saddle, as AJ likes to call it, or fell out of the seat, and he went off to work on a fitness program. Maybe still needs to do just a bit more work on that.
Take a look as you're on board with Ryan Hunter-Reay, and he goes around the points leader, Scott Dixon. And A.J. Foyt, the 4th, is taking a look.
Nice setup. He's out of back pocket. Clear by 10.
Team complimenting Ryan Hunter-Reay as we approach. We've just passed halfway, in fact. We're working lap 130 of 250. So as we get to that point, take a look. A.J. Foyt, the 4th, on the high side, and he gets around Scott Dixon. So Dixon falls back to 7th, move Foyt to 6th.
And how good does that feel for A.J. Foyt, the 4th? Remember the problems he had at Indianapolis? Just trying to get the car even up to speed, qualified. They had so many problems. He crashed it, and here we are. Maybe the new colors with the Eli Lilly on the side of it agree with him.
Well, and Ryan Hunter-Reay got around Ryan Briscoe. Oh, did you see the wiggle by Dixon? And there goes Weldon around Dixon. So we have got passing going everywhere. Briscoe's fading. Dixon is fading. Brienne, what's going on?
Well, I spoke with Mike Hall earlier in the race, and I asked him where was the speed for Scott Dixon. He said they've got just as much as every other car in front of them. But Mike looked at me and said there's a lot of racing left to do. So this could be a situation where Scott Dixon is simply laying back, letting some maybe more cautions happen that may unfold and may end up in the front, guys.
And you're taking a look at Briscoe and Weldon as they're going side by side. We were worried about passing last year. We didn't have a lot of it, but you can't say that today. There goes Weldon around Briscoe. as that is for 6th on the racetrack. Let's pull a little forward, and there we go with a battle for the race lead.
And side by side again, to go off something you just said, Marty. Last year it was almost a parade, follow the leader. The teams get to understand the racetrack, but give credit to Firestone. 1 race, 1 year underneath their belt. Firestone has brought a new improved tire. The drivers enjoy it.
So Jack Marco is now leading Tony Kanaan.
And the original thought was for Tony Kanaan to lead Marco Andretti. Both teams discussed it. Marco Andretti waved that option off by saying, I think I can be faster than he. So Tony Kanaan, in an effort to conserve some fuel, let him go by. Or did he? You never just let Marco Andretti go by. Marco had to fight his teammate for the battle for the front.
Well, he is our 3rd different leader, and we've had a total of 7 lead changes here at the first 137 laps of this race. And you take a look at our Firestone lap leaders. Helio Castroneves has the most right now at 69, and 65 for Tony, and now 3 and counting for Marco Andretti. So all 3 of those guys still looking for their first win of 2008. There's our top 5 as we're at the Ethanol IndyCar 250 at Iowa Speedway. It is the most prestigious championship game, the birthplace of golf. Now the world's best meet on the legendary links of the sport's oldest major, the British Open on ABC. It's Saturday, July 19th, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. While we were on side-by-side, you saw John Andretti get around Ryan Briscoe for 7th position. And there you can see the number 9 car of Scott Dixon, our points leader, also trying to get around Briscoe as he is slipping back.
Very impressive run by John Andretti. Very methodically went across. You saw the same thing, and as Justin Wilson right now is doing the same thing, trying to get on the high side, keeping Briscoe on the low side. We go back to John Andretti. That is an impressive run, I'll tell you, Marty, because that car is not as technically advanced as a Penske machine, without a doubt. And Vince Welsh, this is an impressive run.
And even I think what's more impressive is they've not even touched this car in 2 pit stops other than fuel and tires. Larry Curry, who's now managing this team, said we were focused on having the best race car we could have. Not worried about qualifying, worried about a race car, and he has definitely been on the move. John Andretti, the star of the show so far, and what a strange circumstance it's been for Andretti this season.
16 places.
And I'll follow up with Justin Wilson very quickly as well, as Wilson has made some impressive moves today into the top 10 also. And remember, Wilson was not familiar with the ovals coming into this season, but he said one of the things he's enjoyed most about the unification is that they run big ovals, short ovals, road courses, street courses. It makes you more complete race car driver if you can be competitive in all disciplines. He started 20th today. He's up to 9th. A great run for the McDonald's car, Justin Wilson and the Newman Haas Lanigan team.
And let's update a few more racers as we move further back. There was Vitor Mira, and he is now up to 12th. Remember, he had that penalty, and you're riding on board with Danica Patrick. That is 13th position that she's in as we take a look at our Firestone telemetry and see if the handling in this car, boy, she goes over that bump on the tunnel in turns 1 and 2.
Maximum G's right in the center of the turn, off the throttle. That's what you don't want to do. You want to maybe come off of it 20 or 30% to keep the momentum up. So right now they got to change that race car. She hopes to work her way towards the front.
And we've got a caution on the racetrack. As turn 4, we have a car, and that is Mario Marias, as it looks like he has spun right at the entry of pit lane. Does not look like he made contact with the wall, but it has brought out our 3rd caution here with 93 laps to go at Iowa Speedway. Delphi safety crew, visor up, he's okay, gives the nod. Now they'll try and either push him off or get him refired.
He's having not a bad run. I was watching him even during some of the breaks. He's learning the ovals. He was certainly gaining some speed. This he'll put down to experience.
It's been 51 laps since everybody's last pit stop, and everybody has always been pitting under the yellow right now. They've sort of spaced themselves out almost perfectly for everybody to not have to make a green flag stop so far in this race. All right, let's take a look. looks like Mirage was trying to get into pit lane.
Oh, you're trying to come in. You're always trying to come in as fast as possible. The in-lap and outlet during your pit stops is very crucial for making sure you don't lose time on the racetrack. And in this situation here, just carrying a bit too much speed by looks of it, the back end starts to come around, and he was sitting there waiting to get pushed to get out of the way.
Pit lane is still closed. You look at our race leader, Marco Andretti, has now led the last 4 races in a row, plus 85 laps at Homestead. But as we documented at the beginning of the broadcast, still does not have a win in 2008. As right behind him is his AGR teammate, Tony Kanaan.
We're very close to making it right now, so we're going to have to work fuel really hard.
Wow. We've got 91 laps to go, and they're thinking they can go the distance. That's going to be interesting. We were saying maybe about 65. We're getting word the pit lane is open, and it looks like everybody will be coming. So we'll get set up for our ethanol triple pits, and we'll send it to you, Jackaroo.
You heard the conversation between Ziggy Hargis and your leader, Marco Andretti. Could they go the distance? Remember, guys, the key is to make as much fuel under caution as possible. Your leader comes in, and he will get that service. He's at the top of your screen. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Helio Castroneves, Tony Kanaan, who is led, as is Castroneves, is the first to complete his process, but he's a little further back. Who will lead at the line? Well, we'll have to take a look at it right now.
Tony Kanaan picking up the spot, and Helio Castroneves picked up the spot, and it looks like maybe some problems for the National Guard Delphi team of Vitor Meira. They are still in pit lane, so all those spots, he had worked his way back to 12th after being 24th, and you can see they've got a problem.
The problem is he just didn't get into the box, hit his marks for whatever reason, so they had problems getting that left front on because it was too close to the wall.
Also hearing that the 24, John Andretti, had some problems. He fell all the way back to 15th, Vince Welch. What happened?
The 24 car wanted to just take fuel only. So they were not going to change tires so they could gain spots in pit lane, but they could not get the fuel hose activated properly, and it cost them dearly. So not only did they take a long stop and not gain the positions in the pits, but they didn't get fresh Firestones either. Jack?
Well, Vince, let's take you all the way back to another hemisphere. Back in March, Danica Patrick becoming the first woman to win an IndyCar race. Well, she's on the same sort of strategy right now. A car that is underperforming. They've been battling an understeer. And right now they are taking a look at trying to make as much fuel as possible. She's been doing that since the drop of the green flag. Just moments ago, her tactician radioed to her, Danica, remember Japan. Guys.
And you can see as you were finishing up, Jack, the 24 of John Andretti did come back in. They figured, you know, we might as well get it taken care of. And you can see the problems that they're having with Vitor Meira's car. He came back in. That's Oriol Servia in the foreground there. And the number 5, they're working on the right rear of the car. As Vitor comes back out, Meira should be on the very tail end of the lead lap. We'll double check on scoring on that. I don't think he went a lap down. Jack, what's going on with the 5?
It's been a litany of problems for Oriol Servia. Went down a lap early. Jimmy Vasser, who calls the shots and co-owner of the car just has not turned. It is not handled. They have made wing adjustments. They've made suspension adjustments. This is what Jimmy Vasser basically told his driver. Let's use the rest of this race as a learning experience. Let's use it as a test. Make some adjustments. Try to get the car a little bit more down, more grip in the rear of the car. And that's why they made that pit stop.
And we can verify for you, as you see Marco Andretti, Vitor Meira is 1 lap down, so that pit stop very costly for him. And on board with Marco, remember they had a little bit of problem in the pit lane as well, as they dropped a couple of spots.
Looking at the rear tire changer, completed his work, and there's the air jack itself, and just a little bit of a delay for them to get that out before he can leave the pit lane. Now he will hear over the radio and also watch his right front tire man. That right front tire man will not release that car until he sees all the work that's completed.
And we're getting word from IndyCar officials there will be no start this time by. So as they come past, the yellow continues to wave. We were getting ready to go back to green flag racing. I don't know if anybody jumped the start, although we'll get word from IndyCar officials if that is the case. They said they were going to watch that very closely because remember it was the restart last year about the same time in the race when we had that huge 6-car pileup.
And drivers get paid to go fast, and they know that starts and restarts are the best time to pass cars if you have the opportunity.
Go, go, go. Green.
You heard the call. We're racing again at Iowa Speedway. Boy, Castroneves gets underneath and takes the lead away. And look at Ryan Hunter-Reay going underneath Marco Andretti. Look a little bit further back as you see Vitor Meira just coming back out onto the track. So his chance of breaking his 84 race string seems to be over, as he is now a lap down and possibly going 2 down. And we're hearing now that he also got a drive-through penalty for striking pit equipment. So the day has gone from bad to worse for Vitor. As we look in now at target Chip Ganassi Racing, it is Dixon running in front of his Dan Weldon teammate.
Well, on the charge right now in these first 3 cars, you have to say that the strongest guy is probably Ryan Hunter-Reay. Just got a little bit of dirty air off that draft coming off of turn 4, fell back just a little bit, but just 27 years old and really starting to fit in well with this Rahal Letterman team.
Remember, he had that great run going at Texas when he and Marco got together late in the race. It ruined a good run for both of them. And right now, running third with 81 laps to go. Is today the day he breaks through again? Meanwhile, Helio Castroneves continues with about a 1/10 of a second lead over Tony Kanaan. There's your top 4, in fact, top 6 in view right now here at the Ethanol IndyCar 250. The games are outrageous and the contestants, well, they're clueless. Tuesday, 10 unsuspecting Americans are off to Japan to compete in the craziest contest you will ever see. But only one will say, I survived a Japanese game show. It premieres Tuesday after Wipeout on ABC. Back here at Iowa Speedway, you're looking at the race leader, Helio Castroneves, with 69 laps to go. He is in front of Tony Kanaan. Ryan Hunter-Reay is 3rd. Marco Andretti is 4th. And rounding out the top 5 is our current points leader and 3-time winner this year, Scott Dixon. Take a look at Helio's drought since his last win at St. Pete in 07.
You know, both these 2 drivers in the front, Helio Castroneves and Tony Kanaan, both 33 years old, from Brazil, very established in IndyCar racing. But the guy that's trying to establish himself right now is the 3rd place finisher, or 3rd place runner, Ryan Hunter-Reay. He needs to get up front. He wants to get up front. We heard on his radio, he said, you know something, I am faster. I just can't find a way by. The team came on and said, patience. There's a lot of racing left to go. Vince Welch, you have more?
That's exactly the theme right now, because remember, this team has run well before, but they just haven't been able to put the finishes on the board. So running well at this stage is almost just a teaser for the 17 and the ethanol team of Rahal Letterman. They want to finish strong. They haven't been able to do that this season. They feel like their end result has not justified how well they've run. This team has not won since Michigan of 04 when Buddy Rice was in the car, and Ryan Hunter-Reay knows he can win. He won twice as a Champ Car driver, but it's been since Milwaukee of 04 that he's been to victory lane.
And you might forgive the Rahal Letterman team if they're feeling a little deja vu with Marco Andretti right behind him. Let's flash back just a couple of weeks ago to Texas. Remember, late in the race, this is what happened.
Avoidable, only a couple of laps left to go going into turn 3 at Texas, 215-20 miles an hour. Marco Andretti certainly could have left more room for Ryan Hunter-Reay on the low side, but that didn't happen.
And as we come back, we have a spin as the 36 of Enrique Bernoldi has brought out our 4th caution here at Iowa Speedway. Again, it looks like he just looped it. No damage on the car. Back, take another look.
Just on the very low side, almost could all the way down to that yellow line. Makes you wonder if maybe he just caught the edge of the flat part of the racetrack to where the banking is, upset the balance of the car, and just brought the back end of the car. Now, Marty, you don't spin a race car on an oval and get away with it very often without hitting the wall.
And Bernoldi had just pitted. He had gone 73 laps on a tank of ethanol. So that is the longest that we've seen anybody go on fuel. We have 62 laps remaining.
They'll be pitting. No chances are going to be taken. Everybody will come in pit. fresh tires. Now this stop here is going to be very important. We talked about this and what to watch for. Will everybody take on tires? Are tires real important here today, or will they try and gain track position by just adding fuel, something that John Andretti tried to do with Roth Racing, which was not successful for him.
You're right on board with Marco Andretti, currently in the 4th position. Pit lane is open, so we'll see how many are going to be takers. And here comes the race leader, following in lockstep. As they come down pit lane, let's set up for our ethanol triple pits. Brianne Pettigo, they're yours.
We're waiting on Helio Castroneves. He'll be, again, the first to hit his pit box. He's made his marks. Fuel and tires only for Helio. There's no changes called on that car. Jack?
And Brianne Pettigo, you saw Team AGR electing to go with no tires. That was a debate, at least on the Ziggy Hargis conversation with his driver, Marco Andretti. They both elected not to go with tires. Their pit stops just over 4 seconds.
Thank you, guys. One of the things we're noticing from up here is those that did stay out. In fact, let's quickly point out it was Dan Weldon, Hideki Muto, Danica Patrick, and the 4 of Vitor Meira among the front runners. So, how will this play out in the fuel strategy? Stay with us and find out. We'll be back after this message from our ABC station. One to go this time by as we're here at the Iowa Speedway, and we have 56 laps remaining. Let's talk about the fact that Dan Weldon, Hideki Muto, Danica Patrick, they stayed out, and Jack Arute, you're sniffing around like this is Motegi all over again.
Oh, what did Yogi Berra say? Deja vu all over again as they get ready to take the green. Kyle Moyer told his driver, said, Danica, this is just like Japan. They need to make 3.6 miles a gallon to the end, and they won't stop.
We're back to green flag racing, and you can see on the high side of Danica, that is the 9 of Scott Dixon in the commit colors. And underneath, look out, there's Tony Kanaan trying to take that position away. Now remember, Kanaan did not take tires, neither did this man, Marco Andretti. And we got yellow.
Turn 2, high up against the outside wall.
Mario Moraes is slow on the racetrack, got up close to the wall, may have brushed it coming out of turn 2. He's now in pit lane. There you see him as he's making the turn out of 4. Yeah, you look at the right side, it looks like he got the right rear and brushed the wall. So that will bring out our 5th caution, and everybody will slow back down one more time. Yeah, that's not good for the tire.
What did they say? That looks like it's a little askew.
There you can see he's up in the gray.
Yep, and just tries to keep it down, but once you get up into the gray and onto those little tire marbles, you are just along for the ride.
So with 53 laps remaining, Moraes' day is over. He was running 18th at the time, 5 laps down.
But who's happy about this right now? Everybody that did not pit is happy to see this yellow.
Absolutely. And that includes Dan Weldon, Hideki Muto, and Danica Patrick. So as we continue under our 5th caution, we've had 39 total laps under caution. We can tell you there are 15 cars on the lead lap. Those that did not take tires during that last stop were the 9 car of Dixon, 3 of Castroneves, the 26, and the 11 of Marco Andretti and Tony Kanaan. Time now for a look at our Midwest Corn Growers race rundown. And of course, Ryan Hunter-Reay, who had a great start and has had a good run all day long, as he is right now in 9th position. He did take tires. Castroneves, Kanaan been swapping the lead a few times. In fact, Castroneves has led 92 laps. Kanaan has led 71. Danica has fallen back and now is in fuel conservation mode to see if she can pull off what she did back at Twin Ring Motegi a few months ago. And it's been a bit of a difficult day for the Ganassi Racing team. That was Dan Weldon getting passed by even his teammate. And our points leader, Scott Dixon, who has led 50% of the laps coming into today's race, has not led a single lap today. So with 50 laps remaining, it is anyone's race right now, depending on what happens with those first 3 cars. Remember, it has been 40 laps since Weldon, Muto, and Patrick pitted. Everyone else behind them pitted just 10 laps ago. Vince, why don't we check in with you and see what some of the strategy is going on down at pit lane?
Well, as we've documented, almost all the teams chose not to take tires, but Scott Rimke, you put the fresh ones on the 17 car. Why?
Well, we didn't want to hang him out at the end, and we think fresh ones will be what we need. We've passed a lot of cars today, and we think we made the right move. Time will tell.
We're going to find out here shortly, guys, and Scott keeps telling his driver, Ryan Hunter-Reay, one at a time. Take one at a time.
Well, he is currently in 9th. Right in front of him is A.J. Foyt, the 4th, as we are now a half a lap to going back to green flag racing. And this time by, it'll be 48 laps to go. So Weldon is out in front. Can he stay there? Gets a great start over the rookie Hideki Muto. Danica Patrick 3rd, and look at Dixon trying to go for the low line. Marco Andretti right behind the 9 car. You're on board with Marco.
Fighting that steering wheel just a little bit. But you don't want to take your foot off the throttle no matter what the car is doing right now. Track position is so important.
Andretti falls a little bit further back now from the 9 car. Behind Marco is Helio Castroneves. Remember, he has led a total of 92 laps, the most of anybody in this race, but he's got his work cut out for him. Remember, he did not take tires. A.J. Foyt, the 4th, in fact, is giving him all he wants right now.
Boy, what an impressive run from A.J. today. Just makes a little bit of a miscue there and almost catches the wall on the right-hand side on the exit of 4.
Foyt started 18th, and he is currently running in the 8th position. On board there with Will Power, he's 11th, looking ahead to Ryan Hunter-Reay. So far, the new tires are not showing a lot of get up and go for Ryan. Let's get more on Will Power from Jackaroo.
Guys, remember, this is the first time Will Power is a newcomer when it comes to Iowa. And all the time during practice, they tried to give him a car that he would be comfortable with. What I'm talking about is where it could run on the low side and also run on the high side. Mark Johnson and the crew worked with him as he continues to be assaulted by for that position. But so far, Will Power says this has been an OJT opportunity for him. I said, what does that mean? He says, on-the-job training, mate.
Great stuff, Jack. As you continue to look at Will Power, a little bit earlier, right in front of him, Ryan Hunter-Reay had a bit of one of those moments that we see from time to time. Let's go back and show you what happened.
Just taking it down towards the center of the turn. Watch his steering wheel. Oh, man. And that's not something that's planned, guys. That's just a lot of raw talent. Remember, a lot of pressure on him as we see him having a couple of wiggles going up towards the wall. The pressure here with all the sponsors here in turn 1 as he now goes underneath the 6 of Ryan Briscoe, getting so close. Watch those rear wheels, guys.
Oh, man, they were inside each other. It was Briscoe that got by Ryan when he had the wiggle, and now he's trying to take the position back. Now, remember, Ryan's got fresher tires, but he can't get the job done, at least on that effort. Meanwhile, the lead is getting a little tighter up front. Take a look as Dan Weldon has the rookie Hideki Muto. Oh, the slide by 3rd place. And Tony Kanaan, for the 2nd year in a row at this very track, all alone, goes into the turn 2 wall.
Something you don't see by the veteran from Tony Kanaan very often.
I'm wondering again if we had a suspension situation.
Well, he took his steering wheel off for a moment to get out of the car, and then he heard the radio contract from the team saying, hey, are you okay? And you saw him put the wheel back on for a moment. The steering wheel has to be on, so when he pushes the button on the steering wheel, it can then relay the information back to the team. He would say, hey, I'm okay, the wheel's back off, and he's climbing out.
Now, his crash last year was cold tires. Look at the dejection. I mean, this guy has done everything this year except win a race.
Well, I'll tell you, Marty, I've been through this. You're probably winded. You're getting out of the race car right now. That was a hard lick. He will feel that tomorrow morning.
He's getting out and taking a walk over to the Delphi safety crew. And let's go back to last year where Tony was all alone. Now remember, the temperatures here were much colder. He collected Jeff Simmons in this crash as well.
Car goes into the turn, and the back end just starts to come around with him. And at that time, Jeff Simmons was driving the ethanol car, and he got taken out in the process.
All right, so this is today. That was last year.
Okay, now as a driver, I'm sitting here, I'm Dan Weldon, Hideki Muto, and Danica Patrick, and I'm going, you know what? I like this. Hate to see somebody taken out and have a problem, but the fuel mileage game right now is becoming less of an issue for those top 3 cars.
All right, let's take another look and see if we can see if anything broke on the car on Tony Kanaan.
Now there is the 3rd car in line going into the turn, and the car just starts to come out as he's entering into the turn. Now, the interesting thing is those 2 cars that are in front, Marty, he's right behind them. Does he get too much turbulent air off of those, and it just takes the air off the rear wing? We won't know until we get a report from down below. But as a driver, you are always cautious about where you're placing your race car. See, he's already lost it on the entrance to the turn. So, you know, you might think about as soon as you turn the steering wheel and the back end wants to come around, it's almost like something also could have broken on the back of that car. Here we go. Let's watch the report from Danica Patrick's car. Very tough when you're Danica Patrick. You see her hand go towards the steering wheel, cutting back on the fuel measurement right there. Very smart move by a very talented driver.
So we are under our 6th caution of the day. And for the top 3 front runners, Dan Weldon, Hideki Muto, and Danica Patrick, they have gone 55 laps since their last pit stop. There are 35 laps to go. Can they make it? Stay with us to find out.
We have a new star in IndyCar.
Danica Patrick wins at Twin Ring Motegi. Scott Dixon with a win at the Indianapolis 500.
Just some of the highlights from this year as you look at this 40,000 strong here at Iowa Speedway. We're under our 6th caution. And let's take a look at our Firestone lap leaders, because we've had 4 different leaders, 10 lead changes. Elio Castroneves has led the most at 92, followed by Tony Kanaan, Dan Weldon, and Marco Andretti. And right now, Dan Weldon out in front. Remember that Weldon, Muto, and Patrick, the top 3, pitted 59 laps ago, and by our count, they are up to, I think, 29 laps under caution. And let's get some updates on strategy. Brianne Pettigo, what's up in your area?
Marty, this is exactly what Dan Weldon needed. Barry Wanzer, who calls the shots for the 10 car, told me they needed a yellow. Well, this is exactly what they got to make it on fuel strategy. Well, what about his teammate, Scott Dixon? Mike Hull just radioed on to Scott Dixon and said that he is faster than the 2 cars in front of him, and reminded him Scott has more fuel to burn than the 2 AGR cars. So look for him to be burning it up out there, Jack.
Well, Hideki Muto has been under the tutelage of Barry Green's brother, Kim Green, all day long, and they have been battling a car that is good. Kyle Moyer has been the guy that has been calling the shots, though, for Danica Patrick. You were a bit concerned you needed to make fuel. What about now with this caution?
Well, the caution helps. It's just sad it was our teammate who had the best car on the racetrack. So, I mean, we try to do what we can. I mean, it's helping everybody, the 4 of us that are up there that have done this strategy.
But can you go back to fuel position 1 and race to the end, or do you still have to concern?
No, we're going to go as hard as we can.
Guys, that says it all, doesn't it?
Well, this is going to be interesting. With 30 laps to go, let's talk about what's going to happen next week, because we have more short track racing for you. The IndyCar Series, Saturday night on ESPN. Don't miss the IndyCar 250 at Richmond. That's at 8 p.m. Eastern from the 3/4 mile bull ring. Stay with us. ABC delivers 2 soccer games next Saturday. First at noon Eastern, catch an MLS special edition. The LA Galaxy take on DC United. Then at 2:30 Eastern, don't miss the match of the Euro 2008 Championship. It's the finale. For more, log on to ESPNSoccerNet.com. 1 to go this time at the line, and we're under our 6th caution, and our top 3 now have 33 laps of 64 under caution. Here's what happened to 3rd place, Tony Kanaan, as he just loses it into the wall. Let's find out what happened, Vince Welch.
Tony, car break, or did you just lose it?
I don't know, Vince. It's hard to say. I was watching right now. I think really I just lost it behind 2 cars, but it was a hard hit. I'm definitely going to be sore tomorrow.
How physically demanding has the run been so far today?
It was more intense and actually mental than physical. I think this is a pretty hard track physically, but we were racing so close to each other that it was more stressful mentally than actually physically.
Tony Kanaan, thankfully okay after that hard hit, Marty.
And still looking for his first win of 2008. As you saw, the start was waved off. as Brian Barnhart, president of competition, wanted a steady pace. He did not like what he saw. So now it's 36 laps out of the last 67 that these guys have run, as we're now green that they were under yellow. So can the top three go the distance? Look at the sandwich. Here we go again. Danica gets passed on both sides.
Oh, almost reminiscent of last year in one of his restarts where he had the big one.
It was Marco Andretti and the 9 of Scott Dixon. Here we go, 3 wide down the backstretch. And it is the 8 car of Will Power coming out in front of the other 2. We also can tell you word from Helio Castroneves, who is in 6th place. He may have a right front tire going down, so they may have to bring him in. There is Justin Wilson in the 02 car. As he's got Ryan Briscoe, that's a battle for 10th place on the track. And here comes Will Power alongside as well. And that's a little further up, going around Helio Castroneves and on board with Ryan Hunter-Reay. And he's going to take a look at Castroneves. So definitely problems for Helio.
Well, we're not completely sure if the tire is very certainly going down, or is there a sensor telling him that the tire is going down. But because he's going slower, you got to believe the car's not handling well for him. Brianne Pedigo?
Well, Scott, from Helio's camp, I'm being told that he's losing air in his right front tire. In fact, he's losing more and more. The pressure is going down more and more each lap. Tim Cindric and the fellow guys down here obliged their driver, let him stay out on the racetrack, but they did advise him to be smart and try and keep it on the racetrack.
And we just saw contact as you were finishing up, Brianne, as E.J. Vizo touched wheels with the 3 car and nobody got launched.
Well, that was very lucky, but if it is the tire going down as we're hearing and as he's feeling inside the race car, I guess I question why they didn't bring him in during that caution. They had that conversation during the caution period. Now see the Team Penske machine, the top side, he's going slow, and E.J. Vizo, what a great young driver he is. He gets to the rear of the Penske machine and the wobble, you see that, and he just keeps his foot into it and keeps going.
And the 3 car finally does peel off. So for Helio Castroneves, his string of top 5 runs is going to end at 7 in a row. You look on the left side of your screen, that is Dan Weldon, Hideki Muto. This would be a career best finish for him if he stays in 2nd. His best so far has been 6th. Marco Andretti is 3rd. This time by, it'll be 15 laps to go. You can see the top 6 contenders all in your screen. Helio Castroneves back out, no longer a factor today.
Spoke to Hideki this morning and he said, I just need to finish. I want to get to the end. And he looked at me and he goes, you think there'll be a lot of caution periods here? I said, well, you know, you might just feel that, but how do you feel to get to the end? He said, I just know that I have a good car. I don't have the experience. I just want to finish. Now, will he think about finishing, Marty, or is he going to get greedy and say, I got to try and win this race?
Well, and remember, you got Marco Andretti, his teammate, right behind him. And Marco, late in the last couple of races, we've had these incidents. Does he get a little too aggressive? Marco's another one that needs to just finish a race right now. Meanwhile, as you're on board with Marco, Dan Weldon continues to motor on. Remember, Weldon had the practice crash yesterday. This is a backup car. 12 laps to go here at Iowa. The 2nd time we've run here in the Indy cars. Who is going to win it? Right now, the fuel strategy of staying out has paid off for our top 2.
And we talked about the track position was part of the whole things of what to watch for here, simply from the fact it's tough to pass here when everybody's got a clean track in front of them and you're flat out on the gas like the leaders are right now.
Marco Andretti looking to the high side again. Doesn't have enough.
He does have a good handling race car, Marty, because he's able to drive almost directly behind Hideki, and now he gets to be able to swing outside. So he's got to make this move quick in the next couple of laps, be able to get himself into 2nd, and then take a run at Dan Weldon. You need a lap or 2 to be following Dan to understand where his strengths and weaknesses are in his car, and then take a charge at him.
9 laps to go. Remember, last year, Dan Weldon finished 11th. As he had the early crash. They put the car back together, just brought it out to get laps, and through all the attrition, he ended up with an 11th place finish. Weldon, 30 years old today, trying to get himself a birthday present. Of course, he fibbed a little bit earlier in the broadcast, told Vince Welch he was only 26. On board again with Marco Andretti as he is all over Hideki Muto. But Muto showing a lot of maturity. He's not changing anything about his line.
And that's exactly what he needs to do. He's trying to run directly behind Weldon in front to try to keep some speed up by advantage of the draft. Now, patience are going to start to run out in these couple of drivers here. Now, Dan Weldon knows exactly what's going on by looking in his mirrors and also listening to the spotters, and he is just focusing on hitting his marks and keeping his foot flat on the gas.
Weldon loves the fact that Marco and Hideki are going after each other. It's given him some breathing space. This time by 5 laps to go. Vince, you've got more?
Hideki Muto and this team felt that they had a very good race car all weekend long as you see him battle his teammate Marco Andretti. The big question about the rookie driver here at Iowa was, would he be able to handle the traffic? I would say he's done so. As far as falling out of the seat, he spends almost every day during the week in Indianapolis in the gym building his body for moments just like this one, when it takes every last bit of energy to hold off a teammate and still maybe fight for his first career victory.
Well, right now, this race is going to be decided between those top 3 cars because they have opened up about a second gap over 4th place, Scott Dixon. Here comes Marco on the high side. Next time by, it'll be 2 laps to go, and uh-oh, here we go. This reminds me of Texas a little bit. No contact this time.
About 200 feet longer on the outside to try to go around, and now will he try to make it on the inside? So close.
Oh, and that time Hideki did come down, and that was oh so close. Think about this. Remember that target Chip Ganassi Racing, as A.J. Foyt is all over the 9 car of Scott Dixon. Ganassi Racing is going to give all their winnings to the Iowa Red Cross. With 1 lap remaining, the winner's check looks like it's going to go to flood relief victims, and oh so how appropriate. Into the 3rd quarter. You heard the call. Here comes Dan Weldon as he brings it across the stripe to take the win, and Hideki Muto second.
Great job, Dan. What's the home, man? Great job. Excellent show, boys. Excellent show. We deserved a bit of luck. Happy birthday, old man. Whatever. Good birthday.
Happy birthday, old man. His 2nd win this year. His other victory, of course, came back at Kansas, the 15th of his career. And it will be a big celebration, not only in his camp, but for the Iowa Red Cross as well, as they'll get the check from 1st place Dan Weldon and 4th place Scott Dixon.
Very impressive when you think he put himself against the wall earlier in the weekend and he got into a spare car. Just shows you the depth of that team and the talent of Dan Weldon. They all believe in each other. He just got into that thing and went off and went towards the front and had the confidence of his team to give him something underneath him that was perfect.
Let's check in with Brianne Pettigo.
Barry Wanzer called the shots for Dan Weldon all day long. It's your driver's birthday, and it also has a special meaning, this victory for you after losing your brother. How special is this moment?
I'm kind of surprised what you said there, but yeah, it was a great win for Target. You know, the guys, the preparation they do at the shop, they you know, with the backup cars and stuff, it's had to come through this year, you know, and it showed at now 3 events, and we were able to pull off the win this weekend, and it's from a lot of hard work from a lot of individuals, not just to come to the racetrack, but also at the shop, and everybody did their jobs, and Dan did a great job driving, and you know, we took a chance there with the fuel, and the race came to us, and we're certainly very happy for Target and for everybody on the team.
This win has a lot of special meaning for this team, guys, but also for the residents of Iowa who, you know, will benefit from this victory as well.
They certainly will, Brianne, as there is your race winner as he is ready. Let's send it down to Jaggeroo.
Dan Weldon is ready to get out of the car, and he does so to the applause of the assembled here. And an entire state grateful for the win by Dan Weldon on his birthday. First of all, as they said on the radio, happy birthday, old man. You lied to us before the start of the race. What's this? You're a 30 guy now.
21 again after that. That was an awesome job by everybody at Target, Chip Ganassi Racing. And Chip's not here, but Chip would have won by more if you were here. But, you know, we've got to give our thoughts and prayers to all the flood victims in Iowa. It's devastating, but I think everybody in the IndyCar Series and everybody should be very proud of the show we put on, and hopefully we put a smile on their face. But Mr. Ganassi, this one's for you, baby.
You said you learned the art of giving from your car owner, Chip Ganassi, and Team Target and the Target Company as well. If you could address the state of Iowa right now, what would you tell them about your gift to them?
Well, I hope it put a smile on their face and can help them be positive. I've learned an awful lot from Target, and you know what a big difference just giving. You might seem a little, but what giving can do for people and property, and you know hopefully what Scott and I have done with donating our prize money to the course will help. I know it's only probably a small bit, but you know, like I say, I've learned a lot from Target and a lot from Chip, and I'd be proud to represent these guys and hope it puts smiles on people's faces.
Now, none of your competitors are listening, so can you share with me and with ABC what the key is to being as successful as you are on ovals?
You know, I don't know. I hope to be as successful on the road courses this year. I got a new engineer in Chris Simmons, and we've worked hard together. And you know, we're just you know trying to work hard and improving all these little areas. But I love the ovals. I love driving in the IndyCar series, and you know, I've always been with Honda. Honda's a great power plant to have in the back. It's a shame that everybody has the same, and obviously Firestone and Firehawk, they gave me some good grip today because I did some miles on this last set.
Congratulations on your victory. And guys, let me put a plug in. You know that Chris Simmons guy? Oh, ain't Andy Granatelli, but it's close here. Woo! Oh, guys.
All right. Thank you, Jack. You know, this team went 90 laps on that last load of fuel, 36 of them under those caution laps. As you see the celebration continuing down in victory lane, as that's a kiss for his wife. And there is Marco to Hideki, a salute to the second place and first place. And we'll talk to Marco and Hideki as we return here to Iowa. And you see the number 10 of Dan Weldon atop the pole as he is our winner here today at the second running of the Ethanol IndyCar 250 at Iowa Speedway. The celebration continues down in victory lane. You can chat with Dan, today's race winner, at ESPN.com. Just go to search and type in Indy Chat at 6:35 p.m. That's Eastern time to chat with today's winner, Dan Weldon. And let's chat with the guys that finished second and third, Vince Welch.
Well, just joking here, Marco Andretti told Hideki Muto, this is what happens. You finish up in the front, you do media interviews, and Michael said, get used to it. Give an assessment of your rookie driver and the performance he put forth today.
Hideki's really been doing a great job all year, and you could just tell he's improving every year. He's getting that. He gave me thumbs up. Yeah, and he's just, you know, he has a real talent, and just going to be experience that he needs to get, and so far he's doing really good.
Yeah, and let's chat with Hideki about that. How do you feel as though maybe you've made strides this year compared to that one race you had at Chicagoland last year?
Yeah, for today, I think the team did a really good for strategy way. That's why I could finish second. But almost I can beat Dan for next time. But I'm very pleased.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be long. We'll see Hideki Muto in victory lane. And Marco, tell me a little bit about the battle you had with Hideki and maybe how that kept you maybe from getting to that spot ahead that I know that you wanted.
Well, I mean, we're racing, and it was good, clean racing. You know, I think it had to be good for the fans. I mean, it was good fun from the cockpit for sure. You know, proud of the Blockbuster boys. I think we were towards the front, you know, most of the day, but the rookies they're a pain already. Hideki's on it this year for sure.
Everybody talked at the beginning of the day about the traffic. How difficult was it to maneuver through the traffic, and also the stress on the body from over 4 Gs twice a lap?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. We, you know, I don't know. I mean, the traffic seemed pretty good because that's kind of what we set up for, and we kind of, I think we matched the setup for the conditions and the type of race that we thought how it would play out. You know, it was completely different from last year, which made it pretty fun.
And how about that last restart? We're going to take a look at the replay. And the restart's often the opportunity to pass here, but also the riskiest. What was the challenge there?
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I knew I could trust my teammate. You know, Danica was looking out for me. She could have made it very tough on me and put me below the line. But, you know, you get a good run, you got to go with it. And, you know, I had a good run. And like I said, Danica could have been dirty. But, you know, that's where you got to make up the position.
You think that team meeting that you guys had on Thursday, in which it was drivers only, had any effect on the way that the racing took place there in the final laps?
Well, I mean, you know, we just have to look after each other on the track, you know, and we always did, but you know, more so today, and that's how we have to keep doing it, you know, and you're going to see 4 Andretti green cars towards the front every race.
Marco Andretti and Hideki Muto, 2 AGR drivers on the podium today, Jackaroo.
And right behind the podium is Scott Dixon, teammate to Dan Weldon, but he is on top in the points. You said on the radio, we eavesdropped, that having a little bit of a problem getting around Danica Patrick. Anybody else that you had a problem with today?
No, I think everybody else was racing pretty fair, to be honest. I don't know if it was just me that had a problem with her, but hey, that's kind of racing. You know, you got to make it tough to pass, but it just seemed to be a bit frustrating when people don't hold their line. But it was a good day for commit. You know, a good points day. We didn't really have the car to win. We were back in, I think, in probably 8th at worst at some point, but the commit guys in pit lane did such a fantastic job to pull me through, and it worked out a strategy race. But still, Dan came through, and the luck that he's had lately, man, it's a big birthday for him today, the big 3-0, and so happy for him to see him win here.
Let's talk a little bit about the long haul now. We go to another short track, and we go to another demanding track, and we're on a 6-week forced march. When do you begin to think about less about wins and more about points?
You know, I think in the situation that we're in, you know, we need to think about points solidly. You know, you don't want to become too complacent. You know, when we can get a win, man, we're going to go for it. Today wasn't a day that we could get a win, so we had to try and get as many points as possible. And, you know, we came away pretty good. You know, Elio had a pretty rough day. TK had a rough day. My teammate closed the gap a little bit, but we'll keep working on that. But these are the days that are going to make you win championships, I think, is when you haven't got the car or, you know, the total outcome of winning a race, and you come away with some solid points.
We should point out that, like your teammate that won, you are donating your earnings from this race as well to the state of Iowa and the American Red Cross. Does that leave you anything to buy your teammate a birthday present?
I think I probably got a little bit left over from Indy. Yeah, from Indy. So you know, it's been a tough deal for the people in Iowa, and you know, even for Dan and myself to give. You know, it's only little in the whole scheme of things, but to give you know, our prize money or our earnings from this race, you know, to the Iowa Relief Fund is you know, hopefully it helps a little. That's all we can try and do.
Vince Welch.
Thank you, Jack. And standing with Anthony Foyt, the 4th, and of course Ryan Hunter-Reay, 2 drivers that had an outstanding run today. First, I want to show you the wear and tear on the bodies of these drivers. Let's see. Look at the blister on the elbow of Ryan Hunter-Reay, and then also on the palm of Anthony Foyt. And we talked all day long about the difficulty of this track and the stress it would put on you guys as a driver. You were very strong today. What was the challenge for you that you think you faced this afternoon?
It was really challenging. You know, this track is really got a lot of grip, but really fast, and so we know that going in, and we know to prepare for a long race. And as the race goes on, and get more rubber, it grips up more, which even makes it harder to turn. So it's a very fun race, though.
It's been a kind of a roller coaster season for you. What does this 5th place finish mean to you and this team today?
Yeah, it was great. You know, we started off, you know, kind of okay at Homestead and St. Pete, and then we kind of hit the wall there at, in Indy, and we finally turned it around here. Great to have Lily with us on board and turn the season around and finish up strong for him.
Yeah, congratulations. Nice run. We'll see you at Richmond. And Ryan Hunter-Reay, a driver that has had some outstanding runs, but you haven't been able to finish those runs, and you did that today, 8th place finish. I thought maybe you were going to have a better finish because you guys were up in the top 3. What dropped you down a few spots?
Yeah, I did too. You know, we got up to 3rd, and I'm thinking, all right, we're back to where we were at Texas. Now it's my race. You know, I could do something with this. And we were doing something with it. Unfortunately, we got cut out by the fuel strategy there by Weldon, Danica, and the rest of them. And, you know, we had a great race car. We're doing great things over here at Ray Hall Letterman Racing, and for the Ethanol IndyCar program, it's been awesome, especially to do it here in Iowa. We didn't have the finish we wanted, but we ran up front, and had things gone our way today, we would have been on the podium.
And what does that mean to you and to this team, and with the ethanol and the corn producers here at this event at Iowa Speedway, and considering all the things that this community and this state has been through with the flooding?
Well, it's great that we're here as a positive, you know. It's great. Everybody I've talked to, I've got a lot of support with all the ethanol folks here, and everybody I've talked to, this has been a positive instead of it being, you know, like a negative that us come here and race during the floods. But we've helped out every way we can. We still are helping out financially and physically. So we're happy to be here in Iowa.
Real quickly, you made a heck of a save today. Did it seem as scary in the seat as it did on TV?
Yeah, it was big. It was big. But you know what? Let's see it here. Yeah, here, you know, this car came up right in front of me and washed out the front, and then the rear just stepped out. I saved it though, brought it home, And it was nice to see that I could go under Marco Andretti and get by him without him pinching me. You like that?
Oh, they never forget, do they, guys? They never forget.
Never, ever. Okay, that's a reference back to Texas. If you weren't with us, we showed you what happened there. Take a look at the point standings because Scott has lengthened his lead over Elio to 48 from 35. Tony Kanaan has dropped another 20 back. He was 80 in fourth. And look at Hideki Muto, picks up 2 spots.
A very smart run by him because he was a driver that seemed a little bit apprehensive this morning, just a little bit unsure of himself. This will be a big confidence booster, especially on our way going to Richmond here next weekend.
Let's talk about this. 13 cars on the lead lap, a much better race than we had here last year, and 14/100ths of a second, the closest finish we've had all season long, and we're heading for Richmond.
You know, and I'm looking forward to Richmond because remember when Rusty Wallace went there for the very first time, he looked out there and he said, "Are they driving flat out?" And they are, and it makes me scared to stand on the outside of turn 1 and just see how fast those cars are at Richmond.
And there is Dan Weldon, our winner today, as it's now the 5th win this year for Target Chip Ganassi Racing. 2 of them for Dan, 3, of course, for our points leader, Scott Dixon. And, of course, we are heading for Richmond next week. In fact, we'll see you Saturday night. It'll be on ESPN at 8 p.m. Eastern for the IndyCar 250 at Richmond. Coming up next on ABC, it will be Red Bull X-Fighters. Congratulations to Dan Weldon. We thank you for watching ESPN on ABC. For Scott Goodyear, Jack Arute, Brianne Pettigo, Vince Welch, I'm Marty Reed. Thanks so much for joining us here at the Ethanol IndyCar 250 at Iowa. Till we meet again next week.
Indy?
Oh my God, I've never gone so fast.
My heart is beating out of my chest.
The man with the target on his back.
Who can catch the fastest racer on earth?
Alex Palou is simply waxing the field right now.
We're just scratching the surface of this guy's talent.
Untouchable, undeniable, inevitable, Alex Palou.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
In the nation's heartland, surrounded by farmland that produces food that you and I consume, and also cornfields that produce ethanol that powers the eyes on Indy cars. Welcome to Iowa Speedway. The field is ready to go. Drivers are in the car. Now, as Kevin indicated, we were told in the drivers' meeting this is a sold-out crowd. You may notice some empty seats, but it's because of weather. The temperature is cool. It's also kind of windy. Look, east winds at 14 miles an hour. It rained hard earlier today, and in fact, the weather forecast says there's about a 60% chance of rain even for the next couple of hours, but right now we are good and looking forward to some great racing. Well, the 2 championship contenders are, of course, Dario Franchitti and Will Power. Now, Will has the edge in poles, but both drivers have won 3 races this year. Dario has by far led the most laps, but Will has picked up the most bonus points, and that is a very important factor in the battle for the season-long championship. All right, it's time to go down to trackside and get this show on the road. Speedway IndyCar fans, now for the most famous words in racing, the chair of the Iowa Corn Promotion Board, Mr. Dick Gallagher.
Drivers, start your ethanol-powered engines.
Let us hear you. Race control, row 1, I'm hot. 2 hot.
Well, the field is coming to life. The individual drivers saying their row is hot. And at the front of the field, Honda's fastest seat in sports sweepstake has been very popular. There are 5 chances to win remaining. Log on to shophonda.com to enter. This week's lucky winner is Nicole Hill from Fort Dodge, Iowa. By logging on to shophonda.com, Nicole won the opportunity to start tonight's race in the IZOD 2-seater driven by Al Unser Jr. Nicole Hill, can you hear me in the booth?
I can, Bob.
Well, did you ever think that you'd win the contest and be in this position?
Absolutely not.
I'm sure it's going to be quite a thrill. Here we go. Al Unser Jr. up ahead of you, and you're going to get the thrill of your life here in just a minute. How'd that feel?
That felt awesome.
Are you an IZOD INDYCAR Series fan?
I am a huge one.
Good. Well, enjoy the ride, Nicole, and glad that you could have the opportunity to do this once in a lifetime opportunity.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay. All right, at the top of your screen is the starting grid presented by Mother's Car Polish. Danica Patrick up front for the first time since 2008. And you see the rest of the starting lineup. Of course, Takuma Sato on the pole for tonight's race, but he did crash during the warm-up last night and had an incident with Alex Tagliani. And we are welcoming back to the booth, by the way, Dan Weldon, who was down on pit side for the pit walk. That was nice.
Yeah, it was,
out of breath?
It was a lot of fun, yeah. I am a little out of breath, but it was great fun.
There's a tread cam that we'll be using tonight as the cars go right over it, into your face. All right, let's take a look now at the Sunoco pit strategy. Jan?
And first of all, when you see that maximum green range, that's 77 laps when it's a little bit warmer. Believe it or not, as it gets colder, you use more fuel, but this is the pit windows that it'll give you. Now, if you think about pit strategy, you got to think about Scott Dixon. Let's get more from Kevin Lee.
2 laps
and Mike Hall is with Scott Dixon. Scott has not started this far back since 01. How did you tell him to approach this?
It's funny. We talked about the same things we talked about in our race meeting. It's just you got to be smart about what you do. Our goal is try to get to the front. Obviously, that's very difficult from where we are. I'm glad we have a driver of Scott's experience starting where he is, as opposed to some of the other people that are starting around him with less experience.
And that is Mike Hall, who calls strategy for Scott Dixon.
There is Scott back in the 23rd position after a miserable qualifying effort yesterday, after I picked him to win the pole position. Look at the fans on their feet, welcoming the IZOD INDYCAR Series to their state, and we must admit that it's great to come here because they are really enthusiastic fans. And Dan, I know you've been signing a lot of autographs. Even Jan was signing autographs this afternoon. It was great.
And that's it. This is a great racetrack. Has a great atmosphere, real energy to it. It's a short, boring kind of track, and I'll be expecting some great racing.
Well, let's see who will dominate on the bull ring tonight. They line up perfectly 2 by 2 through turns number 3 and number 4. The Iowa Corn Indy 250 presented by Pioneer is green. Here we go.
Wow, Danica just didn't get on the power.
And J.R. Hildebrand, he got on the power and got very, very loose as he exited turn 4. It's these cool conditions that are way different than what we've seen, leading into the race.
Tony Kanaan has jumped into 2nd position as we go on board Will Power, who's in 5th.
And you can see on board that they're probably being a little bit cautious. The temperature, tends to make the tires come in a lot slower. And we've seen at this race before with cool temperatures, people spinning on the first lap. Me being one of them, I have to say.
There you see Danica slotted into 4th position right now. It's Santos, Kadan, Franchitti, Patrick, Hildebrand, and Power back to 6th. This is the 2nd race that Takuma Sato has led in his IndyCar career. He led 23 laps earlier this year in Brazil. How about Scott Dixon? Already in the first almost 3 laps, he has picked up 4 positions. So Scott Dixon up to 19th from 23rd.
And you can see him. He's aggressive. He's confident. And, you know, he was running the high line in the warm-up. Not many people were doing that, and you can see it's working out for him, driving right by Alex Tagliani.
So that will move him up to 18th position.
Here's Mike Conway, who's dropped back from his starting position. Now getting to the high side of Tagliani.
Couldn't quite pull off that move like Scott Dixon did. It's very, very difficult. Oh, and you can see Dario.
Wow.
Dario's moved up on the 2KV Racing Technologies cars, and again, very, very aggressive. Likes to be leading, and seems like he has a very, very good race car right now.
Contrails coming off of the rear wings, indicating a heavy atmosphere here tonight.
Oh, he might get the lead here, Bob.
He might pass 2 cars in one corner, and by golly, is he going to do it? Sato fighting back on the outside. Nope. Takuma maintains the lead, but here comes Dixon once again to the low side.
And that's Iowa racing at its best, 3 wide. We're only 6 laps into this, and you know, Dario showing that he is taking no prisoners, wants to lead, and you know, was great in warm-up too, and you can see, very, very confident in that race car.
Danica Patrick in 4th position, Hildebrand not too far behind in 5th. Look at this battle between teammates. Sato number 5, and we're on board with Tony Kanaan.
And before this race started, those 2 teammates, Sato and TK, had a plan. TK was going to try and get right up behind Sato and protect him from whoever was behind him. And as you saw, that was Dario Franchitti, and that did not happen. Robbie?
Well, you saw Danica Patrick drop off at the start. She wanted to get a good jump on Taku, but George Close told me before the race that his thoughts were, don't worry about it if you lose a spot, or 2 spots, or even 3. The race is still, you know, a long way ahead of you. So she dropped back, but I don't think there's anything wrong with the number 7.
Meanwhile, Dario Franchitti begins to stretch out the advantage just a little bit as we drop back here to find out what's going on with James Hinchcliffe, who is 7th, and on board with Ryan Briscoe trying to get that position.
And you saw that, Bob. James Hinchcliffe just came up into Ryan Briscoe's air, and it made Ryan just push up the track. You can see Ryan's got a good race car, but when cars move around, it's very difficult to stay flat out, which is very important around this track to complete an overtaking maneuver.
So Briscoe moves up to 7th position. James Hinchcliffe in the 06 car back to 8th. 12 laps make that 13 laps into 250. This race is going to go by very quickly with 17-second laps. It's Franchitti, Sato, Kanaan, Patrick, and Hildebrand. The Firestone tread cam has the cars coming right at you. Right now it is Dario Franchitti with about a 0.6 of a second lead. There he went, right over your head. He has about a 0.6 of a second lead on Takuma Sato, the pole sitter. Kanaan is running in 3rd position. Here is Ryan Hunter-Ray, who is back in the 8th position, and right behind him is James Hinchcliffe.
Now, James had said earlier today that although, and you heard Oriol Servia in the pre-race show talk about he was not happy with the car in final practice, same thing for James Hinchcliffe, said the car was super loose. Obviously, they've got that fixed.
And Marco Andretti has really moved up the most positions since the start of the race as we have a caution.
7 seconds behind the leader.
And a crash.
James Jakes.
One of the Dale Coyne cars into the safer barrier. He's talking about Marco Andretti, who had moved up to 11th position, gaining 6 since the start of the race, but now we have a slowdown.
And by the way, even though it's only lap 24, this is the kind of racetrack you see. That's just what I was going to say. Everyone will take the opportunity and pit under yellow, because you saw earlier a green stop cost you almost 2 laps.
Yeah, and that's a big risk. So you're absolutely right. But you know, surprised we got an incident so early on. I thought the race would kind of play out a little bit more before this, but certainly going to spice up the racing. There'll be some action in the pits.
2 abreast restarts, of course. Now James Jakes didn't appear to damage the car all that much.
It was across the bump, wasn't it, Dan?
Yeah, he did.
Thing just jumped.
And that's what happens when you go across that bump. The car gets unstable. But look, he's in dirty air. When you're amongst other cars, that problem gets accentuated, and you could see that, you know, he went over the bump in dirty air, he lost the rear of the car and spun around and hit the wall.
Professor B told us all about dirty air in last race, and it caught with James Jakes, who is climbing out of his car. Okay, sponsor on the car, Acorn Stair Lifts. But on lap number 25, we do have a pit stop coming up.
And when, like Jan, when you watch that, you can see the cars here snap very, very quickly. This is a boring type track. The radius of the corners are very tight. You add that bump to turn 1 and 2, and it makes it a handful. These cars are not easy to drive around this racetrack.
A lot of drivers are saying that what they really want is they want the rear to be progressive, but on these speedway tires, they're not. Just like you say, they tend to slip. Kevin?
Here comes Will Power, the championship leader. You can see his onboard. He's in an unfamiliar pit position, but he does have a clear exit. Power is coming in. They'll change all 4 tires. They are not going to make any adjustments, and Lindy Will Power is out. Oh, and he comes together with Charlie Kimball. Kimball was coming into his pit stall while Power was going out, and heavy contact for the championship co-leader. They'll back Power out. Kimball is backwards.
James Hinchcliffe also had to wait, but definite, as Kevin was saying, severe damage up there. If it's only the nose cone, they may be able to get it done and not lose a lap.
And that's going to be important right now. And, you know, the Penske guys are one of the best in the business at getting these changes done. So we'll have to see if he gets out before he goes lap down.
Ryan Briscoe gaining 3 positions as we take a look at our Sunoco race off pit lane. Sunoco, proud manufacturer of ethanol.
Now, just like you said, Dan, they so much do not want to go a lap down. They weren't able to finally get that nose changed. They'll quickly try to get up to speed and come right back on the pit lane.
And they'll be prepared for that when he comes in. He'll hopefully catch up with the pack and give the team the most possible time to get it changed.
But that is the way the championships are won and lost.
Yeah, they sent him, and well, that is the responsibility of the crew members to send. It looked like Charlie Kimball was a fair way back, but no, that you don't want to wave your driver if you know the position in Charlie Kimball. Now, Charlie Kimball was in the fast lane, though, wasn't he? He should have been one more lane down since he was coming into his pit.
He should have been, and you know, he wasn't. He didn't have anybody around him. You know, that's not really to say he should be doing that, but it's definitely the fault of the person pulling out Will Power.
Right, but Dan, I think what it was that a crew member normally looks up when you see a guy in a fast lane, you think it's clear. Kevin?
What? Power coming in again. He's going to have to get the nose cone changed. They are prepared for that. Charlie Kimball is coming in right in front of him to address his damage. He's got significant damage to the left side pod. They are going to take their time with this, but not too much time. Getting the front nose cone off. It's all one assembly, and they're having some difficulty getting it off. It's taking a little bit of time. They need to stay on the lead lap. That's the most important thing, to still give them an opportunity in this race. They will try to get it on and get the wing changed the way they like, and Power is away, Bob.
And looks like he is going to successfully stay on the lead lap as the cars come off of corner number 4. But Will Power has had problems here in the first set of pit stops, making contact with Charlie Kimball as he was coming in and Kimball was going out. Under caution here at Iowa Speedway, Dario Franchitti is your leader. Race fans, young and old, are here at Iowa Speedway tonight for the Iowa Corn Indy 250. Next Saturday, Versus and NBC welcome you to the most epic race ever, the Tour de France. It all starts on Versus live at 8 a.m. Eastern, followed by an encore at 2 o'clock Eastern on NBC. Watch the world's best riders compete in the most prestigious cycling event of the year. The Tour de France begins next Saturday on Versus and NBC.
And quickly you can see that certainly Charlie Kimball did come from the outside lane. He should have been on the inner lane, and that's why there was a miscue.
Lined up 2 by 2 for the restart here. It will come on lap number 33, and Dario Franchitti jumps out to the advantage as Tony Kanaan is tucked in right behind him. They head for turn number 1. This is the 5th race that Dario has led this year, and that ties him with Will Power for the most races led. And speaking of Power, he's back in 23rd. We'll keep an eye on him as we watch up front.
And look at Helio Castroneves right
there
outside of his teammate. That was an impressive move. He was committed from the get-go.
I love that tread cam.
And Dario definitely looks very strong, very early on the run. He's got great confidence in that car. These cool conditions aren't affecting how he gets up to speed. He seems much better than anybody else. And there's Serbia.
Yeah. Maybe Ryan Briscoe has a bit of a problem here. He's dropped back to 6th position. He restarted in 3rd. He started 10th, however, so he has moved up from his original starting position.
You see that Danica Patrick also lost a spot or two on that restart. There seems to be something with Danica when you have starts and restarts that the car just doesn't come to life, and she's a sitting duck there for the first few corners.
And we're on board with Ryan Briscoe. Again, when he's behind other cars, you see the amount of steering lock he puts in. That's because the car is pushing.
Here's our Pioneer biggest movers. Scott Dixon from 23rd to 12th up 11. Castro Neves up 9. And Marco Andretti also up 9. Andretti Autosport teammates side by side. That's Marco in the red and black. And Danica, of course, in the familiar GoDaddy black and green.
And you can see when a car is outside, the car on the inside, the radius becomes very tight, particularly at 1 and 2 over that bump. It's very hard to not push up into that car, and that's why you see people completing the moves on the outside, not the inside.
Now, Marco Andretti was very happy with his car last night in evening practice, and he said, I think I have a great car, but last year I thought I had a great car and went straight backwards in the race. So he said, I don't want to be too overconfident, but it looks like it's coming to him. Bob, we talked about in the Open, what's important here is how good is your car at the end of a stint, and we're going to kind of find that out as they go longer and longer on a set of tires.
And there's Elio working that outside line again. Very, very good up there. His car seems to be stable. It's not moving around. The bump is a little bit better on the high line, but it's just difficult to complete that move when you're up against somebody that's running at similar speed to you.
Sato isn't doing bad. You never know when you have a wreck and you try to fix the car whether it's going to be as good as it was. It probably isn't, but he's staying right up there with the leaders as Sato and Castro Neves battle it out for the 3rd position. Kevin?
James Hinchcliffe was running 8th before that caution coming into the stops, but they couldn't get the fuel hose engaged, so he dropped all the way back to 22nd. They did come in and top off right at the end of that caution, and he's starting to pick up speed. The car's still good, but Hinchcliffe lost all that track position.
Back in 18th and 19th, Sebastian Saavedra and James Hinchcliffe. And Castro Neves completes the pass of Sato, and he's now 3rd, up ahead Franchitti and Kanan.
And here's Serbia. He's on the move again. He likes that outside lane. He was strong at Milwaukee, and look at him pushing and really pressuring Sato, going down the inside into turn 1 here.
Well, we've said it again. We've said it before. We'll say it again. The Newland Haas team has just been outstanding in the series this year.
And this typically is not a strong racetrack for them. So the fact that yellow.
And a car into the wall.
Mike Conway, and I think Anna Beatrice. Or is it Justin Wilson?
Conway has made contact with the outside safer barrier and comes to rest on the inside of the racetrack. So the second caution comes out here on lap number 46.
Mike Conway's really had a tough time of it since Indianapolis. He had a lot of momentum going in there, but just it's not fallen his way.
You're right. It was Anna Beatrice also involved in that incident. She's got damage at least on the right front of that car.
On the track, several teams you can see lining up.
And you can really see when the cars get amongst traffic, they really move around a lot more over those bumps. Turn 3 and 4 here has a way of feeling like the track drops away from you, and that outside tire almost feels like it's running in the rain a little. It just slides.
All right, here comes the replay on this most recent incident involving Conway and Anna Beatrice.
Definitely contact with each other first. Look at all the parts. That was Vitor Mira that got a big piece of bodywork.
And it's a very difficult view, but I've got to say, guys, I think probably Conway was trying to get underneath Anna Beatrice, hit the bump. She was probably pinning him down, and they got into one another. You've got to give the guy room or girl room on the inside when you're trying to get around the outside of them.
Kind of like the incident last night in final practice when Sato and Tagliani got together.
Exactly.
We'll Will Power hadn't moved up very much in that green stint. He's up only to 21st, Kevin.
And the car's not handling the way they would like. They have a front toe issue, which essentially means that the wheels are not aligned the way they would like. So they are going to come in. They're one of several that's going to take advantage of this caution. But Will Power desperately needed an opportunity to work on the car here.
That is, of course, Vitor Mira. We saw the piece of bodywork that he hit. That's damaged his front wing, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's other cars that had damage. There was shrapnel all over the place.
There was a big debris field at the scene of the crash. We'll take another break and be back more for the Iowa Corn Indy 250. Let's shine the spotlight on Iowa corn. This state is the leader in corn and ethanol production. 1 bushel produces nearly 3 gallons of ethanol. And ethanol production provides nearly 50,000 jobs in this state. And we're glad to have them as a sponsor of tonight's event. Here's Lindy Thaxton.
I am with Dick Gallagher, the chairman of the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Tell us what the benefits are of corn ethanol, not just for the IndyCar drivers out here, but for everyone.
The benefit that we really see the most is it gives us a chance to run E10, E15, E85 blends. Another real benefit of it is it reduces our dependency on foreign oil. It's environmentally friendly, it's renewable, and it's just a high-performance fuel that we can use daily.
You got to tell them to start their engines. How was that for you?
Oh, that was exciting. It really was.
Dick Gallagher, thank you. Let's go back to the race coverage. Bob?
Yeah, you saw the grandstands nearly full, and there are a lot of people sitting on the bank up above turns 1 and 2. A great, great night of racing here at Iowa Speedway. There they are. Big hospitality area. All right, let's take a look again at the incident that we are currently under caution for. And yeah, it looks like that Anna broke loose, didn't she?
Oh, she got loose right over that bump. Yep. And
that's a contact with Vitor Mira, the shrapnel coming off, and you can see all these little parts flying through the air. Anyone, that's Saavedra, Hinchcliffe, all these cars coming through, you got to be concerned. Certainly, well, already for Vitor Mira, it looks like he's had his repairs, but for everyone else, you definitely want to come in and get tires because they could be cut.
And I think that really goes to show you, when you see that debris coming off the car, how fast we're going around this short racetrack. I mean, when you consider we're averaging about 177 miles an hour, it's pretty impressive.
Dario's fastest lap in the race is 176.6. Let me look down through here. I think the fastest lap so far has been maybe Marco Andretti at 177.5.
And there's Marco. He's Mr. King of the High Line. And around here, if you can get that working for you, that is a great place to pass because it makes you less vulnerable. When you're tight on the inside, the cars can pin you down. That's when you have to get back out of the power. But let's go down to Robin.
Hey, fellas, the thing that's amazing is Castro Neves said he was going to take it easy. Obviously, he was lying. He's charging. There's a guy that needs a victory because, look, Will Powers kind of stole the spotlight of that team. Briscoe's been fast all year, but Elio's kind of been the forgotten guy other than getting bad-mouthed every now and then by Dario. And I think one thing Dan Weldon said that's really true, nobody's going to be happier to see a street race than good old Mike Conway.
And we return to the street and road courses in 2 weeks in Toronto, Ontario. They're still cleaning up the debris back there in the backstretch from the 2 cars that crashed. Branchitti, Kanaan, Castro Neves, Sato, and Serbia are the top 5 here.
And Bob, I'd be interesting to see. Dario was very good on the initial starts. We saw at Milwaukee that Dario was good on a short run, but as on the long run, it was Kanaan. Yep. Now, is that going to happen tonight? I think it's going to be very interesting because I think that can be the case. I stood at turn 1 and turn 2 at the warm-up, and Kanaan did lap after lap after lap. And speaking to the Ganassi guys, they think that's their biggest competition tonight.
One of the things we want to look at, Bob, is how many people will pit. The leaders may or may not, but I think you can see by how many teams are set out, you kind of have a 50-50 mix here. I would say more than half will pit, but there'll be some people who decide to stay out.
We will see shortly. Pits right now closed, but the pit crews are laid out, some of them ready for their driver to come in. Dan Weldon, we showed in our last race a couple of weeks ago him at St. Petersburg, his home, and here he was at Disney World in Orlando with the family. pretty cool, huh, Grand Marshal?
It was fantastic, and you know, to be there with obviously my wife Susie and sons Oliver and Sebastian was phenomenal. Disney took absolutely great care of us, and was honored to be the Grand Marshal. I'm only the second Grand Marshal this year, if I can brag a little bit.
Is that right?
Super Bowl champions were the only other Grand Marshal, but had a wonderful time.
Now, did you tell them you were 26 like you told us yesterday?
I told them I was 24.
We've checked.
Yeah, we have checked.
And it's 33.
I thought Jan was my friend. And you can see we're working more on Vitor's car, so there was obviously some damage there.
That was one of the first things that Jan said to me this morning on the way to the track. I know how old he is.
I'm just waiting for my gifts from both of you. I haven't received anything yet.
Well, that's in 2 weeks at Toronto.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not sure what it's going to be, but
something big.
Danica Patrick down in a 9th position. And let's go down to Kevin Lee once again with an update on Vitor as they continue to work on his car.
They're working on the right front toe link. They came in a few laps earlier and they changed the front nose cone, but they didn't have the part that they needed, so they had to hustle back to the garage area. The golf cart just arrived, so that's what they're working on now. And now Will Power is coming in. They're going to be doing the same thing. They're working on that right front suspension. The wheels weren't aligned the way they like, so the caution came at a good time for that team. And Will Power is hoping to get a good handling race car, stay on the lead lap, and hope he can still score some points here tonight.
Now, the reason he had to turn the steering wheel all the way to the right is that exposes the nut you need to get to change the toe.
Now, typically, if there's a problem with the toe, you'll notice it on the onboard. We as drivers, we like to run the wheel slightly to the right, and I noticed that Will Powers was dead straight. When you run it dead straight, you kind of cross your arms in this kind of racetrack because it's such a tight radius. So be interesting to see when we come back.
Will Power has dropped 40 points to the rears of Dario Franchitti, but we are still early on in the Iowa Corn Indy 250 presented by Pioneer. Stay with us. Versus welcomes you back to Iowa Speedway near Newton, Iowa. We are live for the Iowa Corn Indy 250 presented by Pioneer. Marco Andretti is in 6th position. He has gained 11 spots since the green flag dropped at the beginning of the race. And while we were away, we eavesdropped on some radio conversation.
So what do you think happened with the tires, Marco? No, I was just saying we were picking up a lot of crap because they made us go off the track back here. Does it feel like it? Yeah, I'm just going to have to work to get it off. I'll be fine, I'll be fine.
So, Bob, what he's saying there, they'd done a few laps before it went yellow, so the tire temperatures were up. Now, when they have to do a restart and they haven't got new tires on, as we look at Michael here, his boss and dad,
right?
You know, they have to work the tires very hard to clean them up, and that's what Marco was talking about. He's typically very, very aggressive on the initial lap, so he should clean up his tires pretty quickly. But you might see cars skate around because of, you know, the debris that they've picked up, or I shouldn't say debris, the dirt.
Yeah, right. Well, we see several making pit stops, including Danica Patrick and Oriol Servia. Kevin?
Power was in just a moment ago, but they came in with a pit flow, so he came back in here to top off with everyone else, and he's away.
And Kevin, the reason for that is if you enter a closed pit, your penalty for that is you must then pit when the pits are open and make a 4-tire stop. So he was serving that and got fresh tires.
Ed Carpenter also exits pit lane in the Sarah Fisher car. Kevin Blanche, who is the one of the technical people for the IZOD INDYCAR Series. The cleanup continues. It's been quite a cleanup back there, as there was, again, a lot of debris scattered all over the racetrack by the contact at the safer barrier by Anna Beatrice and Mike Conway.
Now, just let's keep track of who pitted. If it turns out that it stays green for a long time and the leaders have to pit under green, all those cars you just saw in pit lane are going to get a free pass up to the front. So we'll just track that, and the reason the leaders wouldn't pit is because the saying is yellow breeds yellow, so they're thinking there's going to be more.
And absolutely it does around this racetrack with these cool conditions. Another thing that I'm noticing is Scott Dixon is already up to 8th position. He's going to be happy with that considering where he started.
Up 15 positions from his starting spot, and you can see the cars now beginning to form the two abreast alignment as they exit corner number 2 down the backstretch. We'll get a restart this time. And Dario pulling away a little bit from Tony Kanaan on the outside. Behind them, Castroneves, Sato, Andretti, and Hildebrand, the top 6. Off of corner number 4, and the green flag waves again. We are back to racing at Iowa Speedway.
Dario got a great restart again. Obviously, you know, racing with somebody he's comfortable with, Tony Kanaan. Tony slotted right in behind, and you know, Elio's going to be trying to get to the front real quick as you see him go for that low line.
On board with Marco, and Sato to his right. And look at Castroneves down to the inside of Tony Kanaan.
He's got him.
He took second spot. Or almost.
Tony's not going to give it up easy. He's a racer, but you know, Castroneves has obviously got a quick race car and completes the pass.
And here comes Marco Andretti to the inside of Tony Kanaan.
I was just about to say, now he's got to worry about Marco.
And you see Marco move right up to get in the draft of Castroneves to help him complete that pass, and he does that very well. I got to tell you, Castroneves is going to want to attack Dario. Penske are going to be seeing this situation.
Whoa! Hildebrand and Briscoe.
And guys, that's why IndyCar racing is what it is. It's so close. We're doing this at high speeds, and it's fun to watch.
That's the battle for 6th position. Right now, Hildebrand has it. And in fact, Ryan has dropped back just a little bit, but it was a wheel-to-wheel battle there for a moment, as now we see Marco closing in on 2nd place. Elio. Marco's got a good race car.
He does. And when you see these contrails coming off the wings, we're always talking about how much downforce these cars have. At this racetrack, 4,600 pounds of downforce.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, this racetrack is very, very physical. The amount of weight that goes through that steering, it's incredibly hard to turn. It's not like your road car at home where you've got your power steering. It is a workout in itself, and you'll see some people's arms fatigue towards the end of the race, not these guys up front.
And Jan pointed out yesterday that a typical lap at this track, you are turning 66% of the time.
And Bob, more to that point, for over 10 seconds of an 18-second lap, you're over 3 Gs. Your maximum is 4.5 Gs. That's why the steering load is so high.
Man.
And who said IndyCar drivers aren't athletes?
Yeah,
this
really.
is exactly why.
Yep. Okay, let's go through the field. Lindy Thaxton, and we'll start with our leader, Dario.
And Dario is managing to hold on to the lead. You'll remember last year he had a gearbox issue. Still, though, he led 69 laps here. He is strong here. He has no complaints about his car so far. To Chip Ganassi, who calls strategy for him. Behind him from rival Team Penske, there's Elio Castroneves, who Dario says likes to block out on the racetrack. Team Penske has never won here, but nighttime has been the right time for Team Penske recently, as the team has won 6 night races since '09. And look behind him, there's Marco Andretti. He says, this is where I need to have a turnaround for my season. You've heard earlier he's trying to clean off those tires. Look behind him, there's Tony Kanaan. Tony Kanaan has lost radio communication. They can hear him, he cannot hear them. He has wanted no changes on his car. He says that it feels good. His teammate Takuma Sato, there he is right behind him, who started on the pole position. Before then, his best oval qualifying was 4th in Texas. Jimmy Vasser has been telling him, do not put yourself in a bad position. This is a long race. Be patient.
Well, they had to make a big wing adjustment on the front of J.R. Hildebrand's car. He is the number 4 driver, a ton of front wing. He had push. He missed his pit box early, but right now J.R. Hildebrand is in the 6th position after starting 4th. Ryan Briscoe in the number 6. Roger Penske told me that he has some understeer. He was really loose on entry, but it looks like we might have a problem with Elio Castroneves, as it looks like he may be coming in right now.
Wow. Another tire going down for Elio, just like last week at Milwaukee.
And that's cruel luck right there. Obviously a fast race car, but you know what? With the way the yellows work, he can get the laps back. But Jan, he's going to lose a couple, correct?
Wow, that is just really bad fortune. And that's what we were talking about. If the field stays at green, he will lose 1 lap, almost 2.
Yeah. So two of the Penske drivers have had problems here. Will Power with a collision with Charlie Kimball on pit lane, and now Elio makes an unscheduled pit stop for a tire that was deflating, just like he happened in Milwaukee last week. He was leading the race and looking good after the pit crew got him out quickly, but you could see the left rear going low, and he came into the pits, got the tire replaced, and unfortunately lost the victory probably because of that.
And Tim Cindric did say that that left rear tire from Milwaukee, when it came in, they just put their thumb on it and it was flat.
And Bob, when the luck's not going your way, it just seems to snowball.
Yeah.
He really has, had some fast race cars the last couple of races, but it just doesn't work for him. But don't count him out just yet.
You can see the interval there between the leader Dario Franchitti and the second, third, and fourth place cars. Now Marco Andretti, because of Elio's pit stop, has moved up to second position, as Scott Dixon now runs in the 7th spot behind Ryan Briscoe. There's Dixon, who has moved up 16 positions since the start of the race.
And you can see, Bob, he just uses pretty much the high line through turns 1 and 2. Obviously, the car feels much more comfortable up there. That's going to give him the opportunity to overtake, but you don't really see him on the low line. And doing that extra distance is going to slow him down just that little bit.
Now, right behind him, you saw the blue Telemundo colors of Oriol Servia. Now, Servia is the lead car of those who pitted. So he's right behind Dixon, and he's done an extra pit stop. So he's exactly where he wants to be.
And speaking to him, he was very confident after the warm-up. And like I said, the momentum, like it's not going for Elio, it really seems to be going for Oriol Servia.
Okay, let's go down to Robbie with a continuation of Through the Field.
Ryan, when I was talking about the number 2 of Oriol Servia, I mean, it was a surprise. They had the stuff laid out, but just in front of him, Ryan Briscoe had his stuff laid out. But they said, hey, we're going to bring it in, take a gamble. He was in 5th place. He dropped back to 12th on lap 63, but he's already worked his way up, almost to the top 5. I think Oriol Servia has the car he liked in the first practice and in qualifying, not like the car he had in warm-up yesterday.
And the other members of the top 10 behind Oriol Servia. In 9th position is Graham Rahal, and in 10th spot is Danica Patrick.
And on that last lap, Servia ran faster than the leaders.
It's really.
He's flying.
There is the leader, Dario Franchitti.
Clear by 9.
He's led all but 7 laps so far. We're on lap number 88. Behind him, Marco Andretti, Tony Kanaan, Takuma Sato, and J.R. Hildebrand at Iowa Speedway. Back at Iowa Speedway, we had already thrown to a commercial break for our local affiliates, and so you were not able to see on nonstop. But Will Power has had a very hard contact with the outside safer barrier. There you see Roger Penske, the car owner, very concerned about his driver, Clive Howell, also. We were on board watching Will when it happened, and we'll see if we can determine exactly what happened here.
It just got loose over that bump, and when it snaps here, it's very hard to recover. It snapped very quickly. Huge hit.
Watch this.
And listen.
Outside, clear.
What you saw there was he was overtaking Vitor Meira. He was going in on a tighter line, and over that bump, it just snapped. He got out of the power, but unfortunately for Will, he hit at the worst possible angle. He had a back injury, and he hit gearbox first, and that puts a lot of the impact through your lower back. Hopefully he'll be okay.
He's sitting on the side pod. Now he gets up and will walk to the Phillips emergency care vehicle, and that is good to see. Will Power, earlier in the race, had contact with Charlie Kimball on pit lane, and now this accident has knocked him out of the race and will be a serious blow to his championship hopes. Here's the earlier incident in which he pulled out, and watch Charlie Kimball come across his bow.
And that damage, of course, they have been working on trying to get that back, but it was not handling the way that he wanted. Lindy?
And with Dario Franchitti, Tony Kanaan, you remember the radio problems, they can hear him. He has radioed in and said, I have absolutely nothing for Dario Franchitti. This will be all about points for me tonight. He has asked for no changes. Same for Marco Andretti. They asked him, do you want any wing adjustments? He said, no, I'm really happy. Just tires and Sunoco ethanol. In for Franchitti, he does not want any changes as well. Tony Kanaan out in 7.4, Dario out in 7, Andretti in 9.4, Bob.
And our Sunoco race off pit lane. Kanaan moves up 1, Sato 2, Andretti loses 2 positions, going from 2nd to 4th. Sunoco, proud manufacturer of ethanol.
And I don't think we'll be talking about, you know, the pit situation that we had at Milwaukee. Dario has an easy in now because of Will's exit of the race, and Scott Dixon has that easy out.
And something happened to Oriol Servia, because Oriol should have made a faster pit stop, but he dropped back. He's now behind. Well, he scored ahead of Patrick, but you can see on the road that he's behind Danica. So he should have picked up positions because he wouldn't have had to take as much fuel as everyone else, but something went amiss.
You know, I was sitting in the grandstand last weekend in Milwaukee, and a lot of fans around me saying, why do they have to bring these sweepers out every time there's a yellow? Well, there's a very good reason for that, Dan.
Yeah, there's a huge marble buildup, and you know, also with the debris, Firestone do an absolutely fantastic job with the tire. But when you have a big incident like this, the shards of carbon can cut those tires very, very quickly, and the safety team do a great job of making the track safe for the drivers.
Charlie Kimball's car looks like is being pushed back, perhaps behind the wall.
Looks like he's coming back to his pits after going in. Remember, he had that water leak and that hole in the side. So I imagine they took it behind the wall. Now they're going to bring it back out.
Okay.
And what they do, they use that sand to soak up the fluid, and then they blow it off. Obviously, you know, fluid on an oval when you're doing over 170 miles an hour is not what you want. And they make sure that that's dried up, and then they get the sand away with the blowers.
And with the 2 abreast restarts, you want
you want all the road.
Yeah, a track that doesn't have any marbles or anything else on it, for that matter. Go ahead.
Sorry, and that's one thing. Like I say, I've touched on Firestone before. They do a phenomenal job of constantly improving the tire.
This is J.R. Hildebrand leaving the pits. And look at all the people he's got. Whoa, look out. That was a close one. Look how they fight. And the line to determine your position is not till around the corner. Look at that wiggle for Hildebrand.
That was a good catch.
They were coming at him from all sides. Wow, that was a great save by JR. Almost gets into the back of Marco. Hildebrand will be in 7th position here on the restart. It's Graham Rahal right behind JR. And there is Elio Castroneves, who, because of the pit stop, has dropped back to 19th position. Back with more in just a moment to Iowa Speedway and the Indy 250 presented by Pioneer.
Welcome back to Iowa Speedway. Dario Franchitti is our leader under caution, lap 102 for the Will Power incident. I'm back at the Infield Care Center. Will Power is inside. We will get an update on him coming up in just a few moments, hopefully. 3 other drivers involved in crashes. They have all been checked, cleared, and released. They're all okay. That's Mike Conway, Anna Beatrice, and also James Jakes. Bob?
All right, thank you, Kevin. We did see, of course, Will walk to the safety car, so hopefully you're going to get a good report on him when it is available. All right, Robin, what's up?
Well, Bobby, Mike Rogers got the right rear tire changed, and he put his hands up, and John Tzazanikis thought he was signaling he had a problem, so they lost 3 spots when they got him back out, but everything's fine now. Okay,
that, of course, a report on Oriol Servia, who is now back to 11th spot. Now let's go down to Robbie Floyd with a report on Graham Rahal.
Graham Rahal in the 38th in the 8th spot, but we eavesdropped a little bit on his radio just a moment ago.
Yeah, for the restart, we'll just do like Milwaukee, you know, just stay on the gearbox. You see him taking off, you see Dixon take off, you just go. Don't even wait for him to call green, you just go. Yep, copy.
And Graham also talked about finding a better line out there. And just before they came in for this last caution, they said run the shortest distance around this racetrack. And right now, he's in 8th spot after starting 20th.
And one other thing we should mention, Helio Castroneves, I mentioned he's back in 18th position, but he is back on the lead lap. So you're right, Dan. Don't count him out.
Yep. Yeah, you can never count a Penske car out. And Helio Castroneves, he will never give up. He had a great car early on in the race, and I would expect him. He's got plenty of laps to get back to the front. I would expect him to get there, I have to be honest.
You know, they just told him, bad news, Helio, you're P18. Good news, it's not even halfway yet.
Well, the great news is you're on the lead lap. I mean, that really worked to his advantage, and that happened because everyone ahead of him pitted, and he got the waiver out.
We are close to the halfway point. We're at lap 105 now. Dario Franchitti has now led more than 500 laps this season. The closest driver to him, Will Power, who going into tonight's race had led 225. So Dario will continue to add to that number.
Now, Bob, we've had enough pit stops now that people who had bad cars will start having better cars. So the complexion of the race is going to change because those who are in trouble would have a chance to get it fixed.
And I think the cooler conditions are going to close the field up. You get more downforce, it makes the car easier to drive, and you can see here a little bit of movement as they line up.
Now, what you're talking about, Dan, was J.R. Hildebrand. As they're weaving, people jam on the brakes and then accelerate. And whoop,
yeah, that
look out.
That was, he didn't expect that.
All right, they line up 2 by 2 here as we get set to resume the competition.
Guys, and I think this is going to get good this time, I really do.
Once again, it's Franchitti flanked by Tony Kanaan, then Sato in the second row with Marco Andretti, Briscoe and Dixon in the third row. Here they come to the restart as the fans are on their feet waving their green flags, and indeed it is green.
And again, Dario gets a great jump. He's in the comfortable position. He's not having to fight with anybody. Kanaan's on the outside of Sato.
Yeah, Sato is showing some muscle here. He takes second.
Now his confidence is going to be gaining because remember, he had not put any laps on that car after being repaired. Now his confidence will be back.
And Kanaan said he had nothing for Dario. Sato thinks just the opposite. Yeah. He's going. He's going. Tony's car's obviously working pretty well, can run pretty close. You see him just get out of the power a little bit, the car pushing in that dirty air. Over that bump, you hear him lift out the power. Often the car bottoms a little bit on the first few laps until the tire temperatures get up, and just lift that ride height a little. Once that happens, then you're able to drive over that bump flat out.
While we're on board with Tony Kanaan in third, we'll tell you that Scott Dixon has moved up to 5th. He started 23rd. And Jan indicated during just before we started the race that this is the worst that Scott Dixon has ever started, ties for the worst he ever started. But he won the race that he started 23rd in Nazareth a decade ago.
His very first IndyCar win.
Yep.
Dixon is having some bottoming out issues, he said, which is making the car loose. They have told them the next time he comes in, they're going to adjust the tire pressures to see if that helps. You see Dixon right in front of rookie J.R. Hildebrand.
And what you do when you raise the tire pressures, you in effect raise the ride height of the race car. That means he'll be able to get over the bump without the bottoming.
Good run for Scott Dixon so far in this race.
And you know what? Sorry, Bob, I keep...
That's okay.
What Dixon is very good at, he's very good at analyzing what his car does. And early on in the race, he'll be making changes to make it good for the end. And you see Marco on the outside of Tony Kanaan.
Just about to take third. The battle for third is between Kanaan on the low side and Marco Andretti.
Now, don't forget about their off-season war of words where Marco was saying,
yellow, yellow, yellow. Sebastian Saavedra is in the safer barrier, just past the halfway point.
And Jan, like you said, the yellows breed yellows, and this is just the track for that.
Only been 20 laps since they pitted, so we'll have the same scenario, 50-50, some will, some won't.
Typically, it'll be the opposite of what I say. You're the man at that. That's why I drive the race car, because I definitely get that wrong every time.
The Homatro safety team rushes to the driver, Sebastian Saavedra, Colombian driver. And another big hit here at Iowa Speedway. Listen.
Same place.
Man.
Same place.
Yep.
This track will bite you, and you know, again, he hit at a bad angle with the rear of the car first, and you know, that's the last possible place you want to hit.
Well, we'll look at a replay first. Oh, you can see all the sparks. Was that enough sparks to where something could have broken? Because there was a lot of sparks.
Yeah, and I think you might be right. I think something may have broke.
We'll back it up to if there was sparks before it goes sideways, and it continues to spark, that often is an indicator that something's broken. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a close one.
Now you may notice by the position, the way that they're tending to him in the car. Looking ahead to.
Oh, that's a difficult one to
say
from here.
I'm wondering if the right rear suspension may have given way. That was an awful lot of sparks. And you may have noticed the positions that they've gone into. If you watch the pre-race show, what they're doing is stabilizing his neck, meaning that there may be, if he has any sort of complaint of neck pain, they'll go through that procedure that we got demonstrated through the Professor B that Ed Carpenter showed for us. So that is exactly the procedure they're going through right now.
And this year on the Homatro safety team, they do a fantastic job. As drivers, you want to know you've got people surrounding you that care and are very competent and do a great job. And they're there sometimes before the car even stops. We as drivers know these guys on a personal level and appreciate everything they do.
This racetrack does not have a concrete wall. It is the first racetrack in the country to not have a concrete wall, but instead a safer barrier all the way around, even on the straightaways. And that is also an important factor.
Bob, and I got to say, this racetrack needs it.
Yeah,
exactly. It's a challenging racetrack.
Now, Bob was talking about this being a safer barrier. Watch the wall itself.
Yeah.
You can just see how much of the G-force is reduced because of that. But still, that is a huge hit, which is why you're seeing Dr. Olinger and his crew, Dr. Terry Trammell on the left. They have the Phillips suits, and then Homatro safety team are those that actually perform the rescue.
And what's great about that wall is it really absorbs some of the impact. Can you imagine if that was concrete? That could have been, a very intense accident.
Hey, Dan Weldon, did you ever hit a wall that was all concrete? Because I think Jan broke his pelvis hitting a real wall at Michigan once.
Yeah, I've hit a few walls in my time. There's no doubt about it. And I think some people tell me they knocked some sense into me. But yeah, it's a huge safety improvement, and it definitely reduces the impact. And this series should be commended for and the tracks for putting these safer barriers or safer walls, at the tracks that we race at.
Sebastian Saavedra remains in the car. The doctor's being very careful.
Yes, but they're letting him. See, they're letting him move his head now.
Yeah.
So that we saw when Ed Carpenter, actually when we interviewed Ed Carpenter, they were so trained to holding his neck that they didn't let him go. He could barely answer my question. But anytime they allow you to move your neck, that is a fantastic sign.
Dr. Terry Trammell, his back to you, one of the best-known orthopedic doctors and surgeons in the country, or in the world for that matter, in blue. He was a doctor that took off his belt when Alex Zanardi had his horrible crash and really saved his life.
And you can see Sebastian is very shaken up.
Yeah.
I mean, these Indy cars, when we hit at the speeds we do, it really takes your breath away. There's that adrenaline initially, and then, when you get to think about it, it can be incredibly painful.
Remember, this is the same guy who last year won the race in Indy Lights and has been struggling in the IndyCar, and this is not what he was hoping for.
And it's always very difficult when you're in a one-car team. He's inexperienced. He doesn't have, you know, the information from an experienced second guy or girl in that team, and it makes it very, very hard to learn. The competition level in this series right now is as intense as it's ever been.
Well, beginning to clean up the debris and vehicles moving away from the scene of our latest crash. Out of turn number 2 in the backstretch, Sebastian Saavedra having a hard hit.
And guys, while we're looking, we can see Dario there, Takuma Sato in second, and Kanaan in third. I gotta say, I love the way Takuma Sato's attacking the race. Yeah. He is really going for it. It's great to see, you know, on those initial laps. I don't know if you've noticed it, but that car is sliding a little bit on the rear end. He's really going for it.
KV Racing Technology, 2nd, 3rd, and 15th, Lindy.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of radio chatter between TK talking about Takuma Sato. Listen to this.
He's chopping me off every time. See, I'm not going to pass him. Tell him to take care of me. This is the 2nd time. 10-4 TK, I just relayed the information to Jimmy and told him to knock it off. It's the one more, and he's going to learn a lesson that he will never forget.
Oh. That's some great team chemistry right there, huh?
All right, Kevin is with Willpower.
Well, good to see you come out of the medical center. First, are you okay? That was a big hit.
Yeah, just it's rung my bell a bit then. That hurt. Probably shouldn't have been out there with a damaged car, I think. Yeah, I mean, yeah, shit, man, that's not good.
I heard you guys talking before. It went green the last time. You wanted to come back in and try to fix things again. What happened?
I was trying to tell him that it needs to be fixed, and I was trying to say we should just come under close to it anyway.
All right, here we're seeing what happened on pit row with Charlie Kimball. Tell us your perspective and what you were hearing.
Yeah, I mean, they just sent me out, and he came across my bow, and that was that. Bent the steering and broke the front wing. Yeah, and then that's what I guess what caused the accident. I mean, I had to put so much lock in to turn the car, and then it caught me out. And, once again, we screwed ourselves in the pits like we always do. We just got to stop that.
We've got a couple of weeks off before Toronto. Are you going to need to get cleared again before you can get back in the race car?
I don't think so. I think I'm cleared now, so I didn't really have a concussion or anything. Just a little bit. Ugh, got a bit of a headache.
Okay, sorry, Will. Power out of the race tonight. Lindy?
I mean, we heard the radio communication between Sato and TK about blocking. What have you said to Sato?
Well, it wasn't really blocking. I think TK's smart enough to, you know, it's halfway through that he's just trying to work with Takuma and ride around, maybe save a little fuel. But I think Takuma was taking some air off and making it difficult. I think he shot up about a 3 and 4. And Takuma, you know, he apologized. And we talked to Takuma to, you know, give him a little more space for some clean air.
And you had just told him to stay fuel behind Dario. You could stay green for a while, then it goes yellow. Seems every time you say something, it changes. Are all these cautions making it tricky?
Well, it seems like we're in the window now to make it on one stop if we go all the way out to 170. But if another yellow comes, you know, 150, 160, you know, then we're all going to be scrambling again to make it. They're counting on some yellow. But certainly also when you're out front, you burn more fuel. So Dario's a little bit of a disadvantage when he's out front. So we're trying to hold court right now. Still a lot of race to go. And as you see, the race changes quite often. But I'm proud of Takuma and Tony and the whole team. And, you know, hopefully we can get a trophy for the shop here.
And Bob, we are now at the halfway point.
Yep, 125 complete, 125 to go. A great nighttime shot above Iowa Speedway. Dario Franchitti leads Takuma Sato here in Iowa. Less than a lap away from the restart of the Iowa Corn Indy 250 presented by Pioneer. Dario Franchitti flanked by Takuma Sato. Then Kanaan and Marco Andretti in row number 2. Here they come for the restart.
Green.
And we're green once again.
And the two KV cars are side by side, guys. What's going to happen? We know that there's a little bit of friction there. Sato seemed comfortable on the outside and clears Tony. Is he going to attack Dario? I think he is.
Now we'll see if Marco has anything for TK. Marco moves to the high side of Kanaan. Off of the 4th corner, Kanaan holds off the challenge for the moment.
And Marco has some momentum.
Yeah, high side Marco, he loves that outside. Couldn't get alongside Tony, but on these restarts, he is fantastic getting up to speed quickly.
Serbia and Patrick.
And here's Alex Tagliani. He has been strong today. Moved up to 7th, and he's challenging Scott Dixon on the outside right now.
Tagliani was very brave on that restart. They were actually 3 wide. He was all the way up against the wall. He stays up there and is trying to get the better of Dixon.
Battle for 6th position. Boy, Tags had a terrible car at Milwaukee last weekend, but it's working for him tonight.
And he should just about clear Scott. Yep. Yes, he did. And Scott's going to be under pressure from Oriel on that outside line.
Danica Patrick also sneaking up to join that 4-car battle.
Here comes Serbia, just like he said.
And see, the problem, guys, when you get pinned on that inside, it just, you can't carry the momentum. So Scott's really going to have to, make his car work. He'll be using that weight jacker to make the car rotate for him and not have any push, so he doesn't have to get out of the power.
Talk about Alex Tagliani, you talk about it looked like he had a good car. When I was talking to his strategist, Rob Edwards, during that last yellow, he said they're not having to chase the car. And as we look at Tags on the outside, J.R. Hildebrand started on the outside of him earlier, and his spotter said, hey, you see that Dixon is loose in 1 and 2. It's a good thing we're on the outside. Well, Tags is now on the outside, and he's loving it, but they're not chasing that car. Just minor adjustments, little push here, then a little understeer, a little oversteer, but they're not really chasing. They're just fine tweaks. And Rob Edwards is really happy with the 77 Bauer & Wilkins car.
Tagliani up to 6, just ahead of him. Here we are, the National Guard car driven by J.R. Hildebrand.
7 by 3, working that high line.
He really likes that outside groove. As I say that, he kind of moved to the inside, but back on that outside, he seems to be able to carry a lot of momentum through the corners, and he's wanting to work to the front.
And if you can run high for a lot of the race, you don't actually wear your tires as much because you actually have a larger radius, so it helps you later in the stint.
Yeah, that's a great point, Jan, and you can see Tagliani, he's not giving up. He's really working to get by those cars.
Now Serbia is pushing on Dixon. Here he comes to the inside.
Serbia low, Dixon high into corners 1 and 2. The battle for 7th. Tagliani just set the fastest lap of the race with an 18.096 second lap.
He's on his overtake assist as well. Remember, they have that push to pass feature as well. He's using that. Tagliani really wants to keep that momentum going and close this gap.
There you see Hildebrand closing up on Marco a little bit.
And he's on overtake as well, so Hildebrand's going after him.
The intensity of this race, it's that little bullring. People are on their overtakes. There's people on your outside, people on your inside. It's just a fantastic racetrack and promotes a really good racing. And look at Kanan.
Look at the lead.
Kanan's looking to try and get back by Sato, and it's cost him a spot potentially. Marco's on the inside of him.
Oh, there you go.
So close in turn 1, and Marco gets the spot.
And Tony will definitely be complaining about that. Marco really committed to the inside and said to Tony, hey, I'm not giving you any room. I'm coming through.
They were both on the overtakes. They said, take that, former teammate. And here comes Hildebrand to the inside.
Nearly touched wheels there as Hildebrand came up. My palms are sweating again.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, JR's had to lift big time.
And guys, you saw exactly what happened there. Tony crossed JR's bow, and it made his car push on up. And hopefully for him, he won't lose the momentum where another car gets in from behind.
This is the battle for 10th spot. Ryan Briscoe on board, looking back to J.R. Hinchcliffe.
And that's unbelievable. Ryan Briscoe is the lead Penske car in 10th place, and he's being attacked by Hinchcliffe. Castro Neves is now 16th, and Hinchcliffe is he's not giving up. He's trying hard.
It's good to see guys like James Hinchcliffe and J.R. Hildebrand having great races on this kind of a racetrack.
And I think James Hinchcliffe is doing a fantastic job as a rookie. He's in a blessed position. He's got Oriel Servia, a great teammate, a wealth of experience, feels very comfortable in that environment, and that's really helping James.
Join our iZod Speed Zone here on board with now Marco Andretti. Whoa! Once again, really close between Hildebrand and Kanaan.
And that really took the air off of Hildebrand.
Guys, Tony's definitely not giving Hildebrand much room. There's no doubt about it.
He really squeezed him down on that yellow line.
There's your first three, and look how close they are.
Marco's still working that high line. Dario hasn't been able to break away as much as I thought, but you know, seems pretty comfortable up the front.
Here comes Marco. Yep.
Outside.
And he's good in the middle of this corner.
Outside. Still there.
They're telling Sato that he's there.
Fans are loving it. Now let's try the inside.
Oh, great move.
Whoa!
Great move. Great commitment from Marco. Fantastic. He got by Tony in a very aggressive way, but clean. And he did the same to Sato. And Sato was great to give him room.
And now we focus on Serbia and Tagliani for 6th place.
So Serbia now is going low. Tagliani's been running high for a while. Serbia now's got some clean air. See if he can catch the group ahead.
Tagliani was running such a high line in turns 1 and 2. That's a lot of extra track distance he's covered, and Scott's getting on the inside of him right now.
So Serbia's left this group. They fight amongst themselves. Danica, oh, she had to lift, and Briscoe goes to the high side.
And that was great opportunistic driving from Briscoe. Saw that, and that's a guy that kind of read that situation fantastically. Really, really good driving there from Ryan Briscoe.
Briscoe moves up to 9th, dropping Danica back to 10th. Remember, she started on the outside of the front row. Back up front, about a 4-car length advantage for Dario Franchitti over a charging Marco Andretti. And the battle for 3rd now between the teammates.
Guys, that's getting close.
Look at Marco, though.
Really
Marco's got to run.
He's got
and
a
he's
good...
going to the inside.
Whoa, for the lead.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, he downshifted, and can he complete it?
I think he's got position.
Man, this is good stuff, huh?
This is fantastic racing. It's great for Andretti Autosport. They're leading now. And it's great for Marco. This is the natural, talented Marco that I expect to see weekend in, weekend out.
Marco Andretti's best finish this year was at Barber in the 2nd race of the season. He finished 4th. Now watch Dario once again make a charge on Marco.
Guys, and I've got to tell you, Dario Franchitti is going to know that Will Power's out of the race. He's going to know that Marco's desperate to win, and that's something that he's going to take into consideration.
Yep. Yeah, he won't take the same level of risk that he might otherwise, but right now he's not letting him get away.
He's not letting him get away, but he knows. Marco's a very, very clean race car driver. He's desperate to win, though.
Yeah,
So's Andretti Autosport. Michael actually talks on Marco's radio, and so they're going to be excited.
Here he comes.
Look at Dario.
Here he comes to the inside, and he's going to get the lead back. Franchitti goes back to the lead on lap 161.
Hey, and who said Dario's not hungry for wins? This is an experienced guy, great motivation, doing a fantastic job. Really, really great to see. But you know what's great? They're racing each other clean. These two are probably racing each other cleaner than the 2 teammates behind them, Tony Kanaan and Takuma Sato.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. Well, it's perhaps the best oval racing we have seen this year. Texas was, as usual, good, but so is it here at Iowa tonight. It's Franchitti back in front of Andretti, Sato, Kanaan, and Hildebrand in the top 5. The Izod IndyCar Series in action here at Iowa Speedway, and Dario Franchitti is the leader. He has led 50% of the laps this year, 557 out of 1,155, and boy, getting around some of the slower traffic is now a challenge for Tony Kanaan. That is Alex Lloyd on his right.
Guys, this is where it's going to get really interesting as you start to get through lapped cars. There's Hildebrand on the inside of Lloyd.
And Robbie Floyd eavesdropped on some conversation with J.R. Hildebrand. Wow!
Yeah, some close calls with J.R. Hildebrand. Don't have to worry about it that time. The number 4 working his way up. Again, started in 4th. He has a very fast race car. Had a hard time getting by Tony Kanaan. But when you have Pancho Carter making the calls, he gives you the exact way to get by.
Next time you get to him like that, you're making a run, make him think you're going high. Maybe just go high, then take him in turn 3. Go.
It's that simple, guys. Just take him in turn 3.
And Pancho Carter is no stranger to IndyCar racing. Now look at E.J. Viso there in the 59 as Kanaan went around.
We saw that on board from J.R. Hildebrand. Yeah. That was a big moment for E.J. Viso. You talk about how the 2KV cars are so quick. He's in his backup car. Remember, he had a crash in Milwaukee. He couldn't get back to his primary. He says that's the reason why he's so much off the pace this weekend.
He definitely got loose as Tony crossed his bow. And you can just see with one car what an effect that makes to the handling characteristics of the race car. You can see Marco keeping that pressure on. I've been really, really impressed with him here.
And E.J. Viso will come in for a pit stop on lap number 178.
When you stop now, the window is open, as we say, that he can make it to the end on fuel. If you're leaders, you want to stay out as long as you possibly can in case you catch a yellow. But if you were to pit now, it'll be your last stop.
And you're right, Dan. Marco is not letting Dario get out of his sights. The advantage is by time, 2/10 make that 3/10 of a second, but it's a matter of car lengths.
And a lot of people give Marco a hard time, but when you race against him, you can really see his true natural talent. You know, when he races in the damp and you're on slicks, there's a guy that comes to the front. I remember back in St. Pete a couple of years ago, the race was damp. We all started on slicks, and he was phenomenal. But you can see he's closed up again, and he's desperate.
Oh, here he comes.
He's looking on the inside. He's looking at Dario's giving him room.
Yeah.
Had to lift it.
That was nice.
It's so close around here. It's unbelievable.
Takuma Sato is in, Robbie.
Takuma Sato, I asked her, are they making any changes? Said no changes to him right now, making his way in. Again, he's a first-time pole sitter from Japan. A lot of pressures on this guy. Come from the Formula One series. He's going to throw on, it looks like a scuff set of Firestone Firehawks, fill it up with Sunoco ethanol and push him out with a fair start for Takuma Sato. Alex Tagliani comes in as well, and they've really not been chasing that car, the number 77. I think he's been happy with it throughout much of the day.
Oh, and Vitor Mira has got major sparks. He's got a problem. If this brings out a caution, wow, we have a move for the lead.
Slower car up ahead. That's Viso, who just came out of the pits.
Oh, this is going to get close. This is going to get close. Oh, Marco just pushes up. Dario is definitely, he's very aggressive though. When you consider that Will Power's out of the race, he's still pushing the envelope. What's great is he knows, oh, and he's pitting.
And Marco's falling. Oh, here we go. The two leaders right together, and he almost gets into the back of them.
Guys, and in and out laps are going to become really important right now. Really important.
60-mile-an-hour speed limit down pit lane.
Hey, reset your fuel,
and Sato is in the wall.
So anyone who hasn't pitted is going to get a huge advantage. Actually, these guys are too because they're in the pits, and this counts.
Now we'll see.
All right, buddy?
Marco Andretti, they were thinking about putting a half turn of wing. They said no changes to that, so he's going to take off and get a full set of Sunoco ethanol and Lenny Thaxton.
Same with Dario Andretti, no changes. He is pulling out now this race on
he got him.
And Marco Andretti gets him.
Wow.
Good job, boys.
And they're having problems with the fuel with Serbia, Kevin.
He's been in here for at least 30 seconds, and they couldn't get it engaged, couldn't get the fuel in. Now it's away. Oriol Serbia is running 5th, and now the car is about to die. It's just barely running. They're pushing it, and now it's dead. So a chance at a top 5 goes away for Oriol Serbia.
Was having a great run. J.R. Hildebrand is the leader, but he has not pitted.
Right, so because the leaders had already turned onto pit road before the caution lights came on, that's a new rule for this year, you actually get the the credit for a caution earlier than last year. They haven't lost the lap. Thankfully, they got Servia going again here.
And thankfully, Takuma Sato is walking to the Phillips emergency car after his incident. And here is what happened. Right of your screen.
Really
just broke
high.
loose once again.
That turn, the exit of turn 2, that's biting everybody. But such a shame for KV Racing Technology. You know, their cars have been fast these last couple of races, and man, oh man, happened to Tony Kanaan. I think two years consecutively.
3, actually.
3.
Yep.
So now what happens, Bob, is anyone who hasn't stopped yet, like J.R. Hildebrand, has to come in and they lose all their track position. So it was just a fantastic gift for Marco Andretti, Dario Franchitti, and the others who happened to already be on pit lane. Robbie?
3, 2. Well, the number 4 of J.R. Hildebrand, they had problems early, corrected a big push early in the race, no problems now. They started on the outside of row 2, trying to get a good, strong start and back out. Again, John Barnes was angry earlier when Ryan Briscoe passed him on the outside. Now everybody's going to be trying to pass J.R. Hildebrand.
And one just did, and that was Ryan Briscoe, who had a great stop.
Ryan Briscoe really deserves the luck to go his way. He's had a couple of unlucky breaks this season, and he'll want to make the most of this. And I'm going to go down to Kevin.
Great stop for Ryan Briscoe and the 16. They're looking for their first win of the season. Now a quick pit stop gives them an opportunity, and also a fortuitous caution helps.
Got a feel for Oreo Servia as we look at his teammate, J.R. Hildebrand. It's the pit stops. You know, they had a couple problems in Milwaukee. We know we've had one here, and now the fuel not flowing. It's like, oh man, we've got a fast car.
It's
frustrating.
It's a shame. When you're on the lead lap though around here, anything can happen. We've seen cautions breeding cautions, and I expect the same. The racing has been so intense. We've got about 60 laps to go, so you know, people are going to stop giving the room that they're giving. But I've got to tell you, there's not much giving out there right now. So
that's right.
It's going to be interesting.
We have had 4 leaders of this race so far. Marco Andretti had the lead on the racetrack, and he also won the race off pit road to put him in front of Dario Franchitti and the others, including Kanaan, Briscoe, and Hildebrand. 189 laps completed. We're under caution because of an incident involving the pole sitter for this race, Takuma Sato. We'll take a break and be right back.
Welcome back to the Iowa Corn Indy 250. We're on lap 192 of 250. Marco Andretti, the number 26 Andretti Autosport Honda, in the lead right now. And with strategist Michael Andretti, this car has been really good from the get-go. What have you said to Marco?
Not much, you know. He's just real happy with the car, and you know, now it'll be interesting to see if he has the speed to stay out front. You know, he had a really good car to get up to the front, so you know, hopefully the Venom car will get us there.
Driving fast is one thing, but you also won it in the pits, getting out ahead of Dario that time.
That was huge. The Venom guys did a great job with the pit stop. That's, you know, getting out first is big here because they'll be able to get the jump at the start.
Lindy Thaxton.
With Chip Ganassi watching Marco Andretti and your own driver, what do you think you have for Marco out there?
Well, you know, there's about 55 to go or something yet, so plenty of race for us to give him a run. I mean, he had a pretty good car there. I'll give him credit. That last segment there, his car was really good. So we'll see if we have something for him.
And I'm sure you noticed Will Power out of that race. Does that take a little pressure off for championship?
Well, you know, we'd rather re-racing him. I mean, you know, we don't want to see anybody crash. So, you know, I hope he's okay, and, you know, we'll see him next week, I'm sure.
Chip, we'll let you get back to your strategy there. Bob?
That's Chip Ganassi. And Jan, there have been many highlights of this race in the first 194 laps.
There have, Bob. It's been a great night of racing right from the get-go. Takuma Sato gets on the throttle, leaves Danica Patrick behind, and brings Tony Kanaan with him. And it was just the beginning of a night full of action, side-by-side racing, especially amongst those teammates. Lap number 7, this is when Dario Franchitti shows his muscle going to the inside of Takuma Sato, and man, he has been strong all night long. Unfortunately, Takuma Sato runs into trouble later on. The first person who did run into trouble, that was James Jakes on lap number 24, and that turned out to be the trouble spot that we saw a lot of people get into. Thankfully, Jakes was okay. For lap 27, this was when Will Power left. He was sent and he was sent in the path of Charlie Kimball. Sure, Charlie wasn't exactly where he needed to be, but unfortunately, Will Power's team sent him when they should not have. Now, lap 45, 2 cars getting together. Anna Beatrice, Mike Conway, shrapnel flying everywhere. Vitor Mira's car damaged, many others with punctures and damage. They got that all cleaned up. And lap number 78, unfortunately, maybe it was one of those shards that cut down the tire for Helio Castroneves. He lost a lap and a half, but now he has it back and has a shot. Lap 90, of course, was Will Power's big accident. He said, you know, maybe we shouldn't have been out there pushing so hard with a damaged car. Rung his bell. Certainly a very heavy hit for Power. And 114, Sebastian Saavedra, equally as hard, certainly, as Will Power. At first, they tended to him as though he had neck pain. That brings us to lap 185, Takuma Sato. This is the caution that we're under now, and it was in some way for his teammate and others. It helped them on pit road. Thankfully, Sato's okay.
Marco Andretti is the leader. He has led 12 of the 195 laps. We've had 5 caution periods for 69 laps, 4 leaders, 5 lead changes, and the average speed on this 7/8 of a mile racetrack is 111 miles an hour. And we got one more to go at the line, and we'll get back to racing. Ryan Hunter-Reay is in 12th position, and Lindy has some news.
Yeah, a little bit of almost entertainment type news here. This is Ryan Hunter-Reay's last race before he's a married man. Next weekend, he marries Becky Gordon. They met in Long Beach. They were engaged in Long Beach. So as soon as this race is over, he's got a little bit of a different kind of stress going on, I guess.
That, of course, is Robbie Gordon's sister as they line up 2 abreast for the restart. Here is Marco Andretti pulling ahead of Franchitti. There is no start.
Pulling ahead a little early.
He was excited. He wants to hold on to that lead. He definitely wants to hold on to that lead. I think he knows that, you know, there's 51 laps left. If Dario gets in front, he's going to be difficult to get by.
Well, we'll try it again here. They come down the backstretch. We'll stay on board with Marco Andretti as we look over to Dario Franchitti. And once again, he jumps out into
he's on it pretty early.
Green.
He got away with it that time.
Yep.
And Kanan's inside Dario. It's tight. And Servia's up there too.
Servia going around the outside.
3 wide on this racetrack. The banking is progressive from 12 to 14 degrees, allowing this side-by-side competition.
And Servia couldn't hold it, ended up losing a spot.
He's actually a lap down. So you've got Briscoe. Now he's attacking Dario.
He would be because of all that time he spent on pit lane.
Yep.
So he's got to try to get to the front to get away, but that's why he's being so aggressive, because he's got to get to the front in case there's a caution.
And he's just dived inside Ryan Briscoe there, and you've got Scott Dixon and J.R. Hildebrand racing pretty hard behind them, and J.R. up the inside into turn 1.
Way down to the inside on the straightaway. He takes the inside line around the corner with Dixon beside him, but Dixon holds off the challenge momentarily. But JR's got a good run going, as up front we have Marco Andretti and now Tony Kanaan. And Kanaan will make a move to the inside.
And there's no love lost between these two, but Tony takes it. And Tony said earlier on in the race he had nothing for Dario. He looks like he's got something now.
For Marco, anyway.
48 laps to go, and Tony Kanaan is in the lead.
Wow. That last pit stop, they made the right adjustment for Tony Kanaan.
He's probably thankful that his teammates are okay, but out of the race. They were having some problems racing each other. Now he could just focus on himself, focus on leading, and you know, these 3 are going to duke it out.
This is the 3rd consecutive race that Tony Kanaan has led this year. He led from the pole in the 2nd Texas Twin race, and he led, of course, last week in Milwaukee for 33 laps before he crashed.
And I can promise you one thing about Tony. He'll remember how aggressively Marco passed him. He won't forget that. So that's
and Macario just got loose.
Wow, he really shot up toward the outside wall. Now Marco will look to the outside into turns 1 and 2. Great racing. 3 cars here. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And Dario now looks to the inside of Marco.
Ryan Briscoe is now starting to close in on the top 3 as Marco looks to the high side. So now a Penske car in 4th and closing.
Marco can't quite get alongside Tony enough to pin him down on the low line. That means that Tony can dictate where he wants to be on the racetrack. And then Marco looking inside. I think he's going to pull this off. Yes, he does. Great move by Marco.
Marco goes back to the lead. This is the first race that Marco has led this year. He led 6 races last year.
Marco definitely has a great race car in traffic. Is he quick enough out front? I'm just not sure about that yet, but right now he's holding off Tony.
And back here we have a side-by-side battle between Ryan Briscoe in 6 and Scott Dixon at number 9. Dixon is 4th. And again up front we have a battle for the lead. Kanaan trying to get it from Marco Andretti into turn number 3. Nope, not this time.
And Marco was nicer. He definitely gave Tony room. He could have come across the bow, but that's allowed for Dario to sneak up the inside of Tony. Can he get it?
Wow, and here comes Scott Dixon charging up on Franchitti.
Oh, and Franchitti almost gets in big trouble. And here comes, he's going to get passed by Dixon. And a move for the lead at the same time.
Oh, and Scott has passed Dario too.
Yeah. So don't count out Scott Dixon, who started back in 23rd position. Kanaan now has the lead once again from Marco Andretti.
And this is all happening at an average lap speed of about 177 miles an hour. How incredible is that?
And this is the kind of racing that we see at Texas in some of the mile-and-a-half racetracks, and it's happening on the 7/8 mile oval at Iowa.
And you notice Tony has tightened up his line a little bit now. His car's obviously working well, but he's going to try and shorten that track distance, and that's going to make it a little bit harder for Tony. That their lap times will probably increase a little bit because they're not covering that same distance as well.
Laps to go.
It's kind of calmed down a bit right now, but you're just waiting for Marco to attack again. And you can see he's able to run close, and he's probably going to have a good run here. Tony blocking a little bit, or hugging the inside, I should say, right now.
And we have another battle on the right side of your screen. Hinchcliffe and Patrick going for the 8th spot.
Ryan Hunter-Ray also going for that position.
Marco keeps trying to get to the outside. His car's obviously working well, but, you know, Tony has really tightened up his line.
Oh, Marco had to lift just a little bit. Kanaan maintains the advantage. The laps are counting down. You won't miss a thing on Versus Nonstop. Kanaan leading Andretti, Dixon, and Franchitti. Tony Kanaan won last year's race here at Iowa Speedway, and he has the lead again, but he's being challenged by Marco Andretti. That is EJ Viso that they get around, the slower car. And traffic could very definitely play a factor here in the closing laps.
Oh, and there was contact.
There was a touch.
EJ Viso contact. It didn't hit anything, but there was definitely side-to-side contact for Viso.
I'm assuming that must have been with Briscoe.
That creates a log jam and a battle for position back there. Briscoe, Hinchcliffe, Castro-Neves, Hunter-Ray, all back there in that area.
Oh, it's because it's because
Hildebrand.
J.R. Hildebrand shot to the inside and tried to take them both.
Wow, that could have been big.
What a save for EJ Viso.
Yeah, that was a good save.
Back up front, we see Marco Andretti. Looking high, looking low, unable to do anything right now with Tony Kanaan.
Marco's working that high line, but he just can't draw alongside him enough, like I say, to pin Tony down. You see Tony as he goes up, he just moves up a little bit in one to make it more difficult for Marco. Tony's very, very sneaky. There's a couple of times he's crossed the bow of Marco's car and made Marco shoot up the track. You know, there's no love lost between these two. And Marco gets right to the inside. Great move.
Wow,
fantastic.
He surprised him.
He's on the overtake. Almost locking wheels.
And Marco's not going to give him any room, and I think he's going to be able to complete the pass.
He's got the inside line, and
Marco's keeping him high.
That was a great bit of driving by Marco Andretti. He just waited and waited and just attacked at the perfect moment.
Meanwhile, Scott Dixon back there in third spot, not too far behind it. Here comes Kanaan again to the inside.
And why was Marco leaving the door open? I wanted to push him down the track, but you know, this is allowing Scott Dixon to catch up too.
Tony's sister watching and praying for her brother.
And that's exactly what Scott has not been, and Dario have not been able to keep up with these two. So seeing that space now, he's going to be able to have a cleaner run behind Tony, pick up that draft, and hopefully for Marco, he'll be able to see those two dice it out. But I don't think we're done with Tony just yet. Now, if I was Michael Andretti, I'd be watching this and saying, Marco, get down. Don't give Tony the inside. Make it difficult for him, because when he can get alongside you, you know, that's right. When you're going to lose the spot.
But Marco may not be able to. His car may not want to stay down there.
Only 15 laps to go at Iowa. Marco Andretti leading Tony Kanaan by 0.2 of a second, about 5 car lengths. Let's get a medical update on several drivers. Back to Kevin Lee.
Bob, will start with Sebastian Saavedra. He is okay. He spent a little time because it was a heavy hit and they wanted to check him out. The car was really good. He worked his way from last up to his highs about 12th, but he felt like something might have broke, so they'll check on that. Takuma Sato has been checked, cleared, and released. In fact, he's back out on pit road cheering on his teammate Tony Kanaan. And Will Power has been determined to have a mild concussion, so he will need to be cleared before he can race at Toronto.
That will be in 2 weeks. Once again, they passed by E.J. Viso. We got a glimpse there of a battle between James Hinchcliffe and Ryan Hunter-Reay. That was for 8th spot. Ryan Hunter-Reay has it. Hinchcliffe had to get out of the throttle. Meanwhile, laps are really clicking down now as we'll have 11 to go at the line.
Guys, you can see Marco leaves enough room for Tony to be able to kind of run flat out behind him, particularly in 3 and 4. In turns 1 and 2, Tony likes the high line, but it really enables him to get a run. Marco has 9 overtakes left to Tony's 7. This is going to kind of become a strategy. Honda have done a great job in spicing up the racing a little bit more, and this is going to spice it up.
Tony's on the button. Tony's on the button. He's burned one more of them.
Man, it's close between these two, and again, they've broken away from Scott Dixon.
Oh, a good run now by Kanaan. Does he have room to the inside? Nope.
Wow, and that has really broken the momentum for Tony Kanaan. That may be the move of the race. Does he have enough time to regroup? Because here comes Dixon.
And I hate to say this. That was a little bit of payback, I think, Marco. You know, Tony chopped, crossed the bow, I should say, aggressively of Marco on a couple of occasions, and he probably remembered that. And that was maybe payback. And here's J.R. Hildebrand doing a great job in 4th. Closing up on Scott Dixon, and Scott is closing up on Marco right now.
He has had a great race.
Tony, sorry.
Yep.
And you can just hear the intensity in the cockpit for Marco Andretti. He was screaming, how many laps at 10? They said 10, and then when it got down to 8, they said push to pass on every lap. And the second that Tony Kanaan got underneath him, he said push to pass, and that may be the move. Like you said, guys, it could win his first race at Sonoma 2006.
Wow, it's been a long time since Marco Andretti was in victory lane.
And it's difficult for them to catch him now. Marco's constantly on the overtake. You can see it gliding up. So, you know,
watch him flick off.
It's going to be difficult for Tony to close this gap.
5 laps to go at Iowa.
And that's what you want to do. You want to save enough overtakes so you can use one, as Robbie Floyd had said, each and every lap, so there's no way that Kanaan can respond.
Guys, I'm excited for the finish. I'm excited for the post-race interviews, too. There's going to be some fireworks.
On board with Ryan Briscoe. That's Franchitti up ahead. This is the battle for 5th spot. They're side by side.
And you saw that Briscoe couldn't hold the car down and had to lift. He had a good run on Dario. Dario gave him room, but he just didn't have enough to be able to stay flat out. Not quite happy with the car to complete the maneuver.
Marco Andretti on ovals this year, 13th at Milwaukee, 6th at the second Texas race, 13th in the first Texas race, and 9th at Indianapolis.
Bob, remember the very first thing that we said is you need a good car at the end of the stint. Dario Franchini's been lightning fast, but right now, it's all Marco Andretti.
Missing Father's Day weekend by 1 weekend, but Marco may have one for his dad, a victory for his dad, Michael Andretti. Off the fourth corner, and here is the white flag shown for Marco Andretti, and for the last 249 laps, Marco Andretti has spent his time fighting the bulls in the bull ring. But he has won the trofeo, that's the trophy in Spanish, and he comes through as the winner of the Iowa Corn Indy 250 presented by Pioneer. Marco Andretti wins over Kanaan, Dixon, Hildebrand, and Franchitti.
Everybody did their part.
How about that? It's Marco's first win in 79 races. His one and only win was August of 2006 at Sonoma. His first win on an oval for an Andretti since Michael won at Motegi in 2000. At that time, Marco was 13 years old.
That's fantastic for Marco. Drove a fantastic race, was aggressive when he needed to be, timed everything right, and yeah, there's a boy with natural talent. That's some pretty good burnouts right there. Good for him. Good for him, and great for Andretti Autosport. Had a difficult Indianapolis. This is a great way to bounce back and create some momentum.
Robbie.
Michael, it's one thing to win as a car owner, but what does it feel like to win again as a father of that driver?
I'm a little speechless, to be honest with you. I'm just so happy and proud of him. And, you know, the Benham guys did a great job. He did an awesome drive there in the end. He schooled Tony on that pass, and just really proud of him. I'm just proud of everybody here, and it's been tough, but we're back.
You're shaking right now. When did you know you had the car to win this race?
Pretty early on, I felt like we had a shot if we could get up there with Dario. I really did, and once we did, we were strong. I just didn't know how we'd be out front, and we needed a long stint, and we got it there in the end, and that's what did it for us.
A big positive sign for Andretti Autosport winning the race. Danica qualifying so well. Are we going to start seeing the turnaround for the ovals in your cars?
Oh yeah, we're going to be back.
Go celebrate with your boy.
Thanks.
It's the third win in 5 races here at Iowa for Andretti Autosport. They won in 07 with Dario, in 2010 with Kanaan, and this year with Marco Andretti. He makes his way toward victory lane for the first time in almost 5 years. Well, guys, that was very, very entertaining, wasn't it?
Fireworks.
Yeah, really.
I think the most difficult thing for Marco was finding victory lane. He seemed to not know where to go.
That was a definitive move that Michael was just talking about. An aggressive, almost just waited and baited, and then just shot to the inside. And once he had the inside, he could keep Tony high.
And Tony's always a very difficult person to pass. Very aggressive, you know, for the most part, very clean. But you know, that Marco made that one count. That's going to be a happy boy sitting inside that race car. I can tell you that much. And you know, a deserving winner tonight. You know, it was a great race for him.
I was reading a blog by Marco just this morning, him saying that they haven't been particularly good on ovals this year because they spent more time in the wind tunnel working with road course cars. But hey, they are back on ovals. There's the hug. $30,000 people in the grandstands, and they seem to like what they have seen tonight.
And that's great to see a father and son celebrate like that. It's obviously very emotional for both Michael and Marco, and you know, the whole team.
Lindy Thaxton is in the victory circle, waiting for Marco to get his helmet off. And
nice touch. Michael Conway coming in congratulating Marco. You know, they're good friends. That's actually his old engineer congratulating him that engineered me at Andretti Green, Eddie Jones.
Marco Andretti standing up to the cheers. It has been a long time since he has been in victory lane. And Marco, you said you needed a turning point bad. When did you realize that could be tonight?
Never doubt these guys. You know, we're down a little bit on the bigger ovals, but we know when it comes down to handling that we'll be all right. But you know, I think these guys did a great job in the pits. They got me the lead back, and some good racing with TK. It was good fun, but the Venom boys were on it tonight. I need to thank my sponsor, Venom. You know, I love all those guys, the Dr. Pepper Snapple group, and we're so blessed to have them, and here we are. They deserve it.
Let's talk about that side-by-side pass for the lead. And, you know, TK is known for passing people. How did you fight him off?
Well, I mean, you know, I made my car, you know, I had eyes in the back of my head, as he would say, and I made it difficult on him, but no mercy at this point. I need it.
And we saw you struggling a little bit with debris on your tires, and you seemed even then confident that you could clear that and keep going in this race.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same for everybody. I just thought, you know, at the time, maybe try something, but I'm glad we stayed with the track position, because that was the name of the game tonight, just stay towards the front. So I want to thank my teammates as well.
It's a week after Father's Day, but still a pretty good gift for him, huh?
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
A week after Father's Day, still a pretty good gift for him.
Yeah, I didn't get him a card, so I guess this worked.
Okay, I think this makes up for it, Bob.
There's Tony Kanaan coming in with a hug. He finished in second spot.
I wasn't mad because I said if it wasn't for the win, we were going to talk about it. Hey, good job, guys. Nice job. Good job.
Wow, that was great. It's no wonder that Tony Kanaan is such a fan favorite with that kind of an attitude. Well, Marco Andretti has won here at Iowa in one of the best races we've seen in a long time. He was able to do the donuts after the checkered flag. Michael Andretti, his father, wins also here at Iowa. Danica Patrick even comes in and gives Marco Andretti a hug for winning tonight. Danica ended up in 10th position, but Marco Andretti is the man of the night, winning here at the Iowa Speedway. And Kevin is with the second place finisher.
Well, you entertained us tonight. Let's talk about the end of the race. You had a run at Marco there, and you decided better of it, I guess.
Well, it was for the win. He was not going to let it go. He had a great race, so I told him if it wasn't for the win, we were going to talk about it. So, you know, all fair enough. If I was in his position, I would have done the same. And it was a great battle, a fun race. I hope the fans enjoy it at home, because it was crazy at the end. I loved it.
You take another jump up in the championship, up to 4th. Maybe more importantly, is you guys are pretty hooked up right now.
Not bad for an old man that got a deal 5 days before the first race. So now we're building a good team, and you know, I'm proud of the guys, proud of KV and Geico and all the sponsors. They put all the effort together to make me run, and the best thank you that I can give it to them is it's what I'm doing right now.
You guys like this race. We certainly like it as fans and observers. What about as a driver?
Kevin, I love it. How can you not love it? It's a great race, sold out. The fans are awesome, so it's a perfect place to come race.
A runner-up for Tony Kanaan. Congratulations. Let's check in with Robbie.
Well, Scott Dixon finished in 3rd. You started in 23rd. I mean, Texas, the last time we saw you on Versus, you're having to come through the pack way too much, Scott.
Yeah, and I think did TK finally start talking there? He was going on a bit. But no, you know, it was a great night for us. You know, it's definitely, it felt like a win. You know, the car wasn't that great. The guys in the pits did a hell of a job. You know, big credit to the Target team, and obviously good points tonight for Dario and myself. But yeah, it was crazy back there, especially early on. But some good racing, close racing towards the end.
Yeah, you talked about how spooky it was to me just a moment ago. Really loose.
Yeah, it was really loose, especially through 1 and 2. 3 and 4, I was fine most of the night. But you know, the hard part is when you get in underneath somebody. You know, you don't want to wreck a whole bunch of cars out there, so you had to be a little bit cautious. But you know, good job to Marco, man. He drove a hell of a race. They had a great car. It's you know, it's awesome for Andretti Autosport, and huge credit to him.
Let's reflect back. When you moved into 3rd and you see them going side by side, did you think you had a chance to still win this race?
I thought I had a chance. If they were racing pretty tough, they were going to take each other out. But, you know, we kind of had speed to get close, but as soon as I got too close, you know, I just didn't have enough grip and the car was sort of loose again. I could run the high line, but it obviously a lot of track distance up there and I couldn't close in enough. So, you know, I think we would have had enough if they kept racing as hard as they were, maybe to get 1 or 2 of them. But, you know, tonight was a good night for points, and just glad we brought the car back home.
An amazing run from 23rd to 3rd, Bob.
Scott Dixon finishes in 3rd, J.R. Hildebrand 4th, and Dario Franchitti, who led the most laps, 172, finished in 5th position. We'll try to catch up with him, and we'll review the current point standings when we come back. Back at Iowa Speedway, where Marco Andretti has won the Iowa Corn Indy 250. Let's take a look at the point standings at the midway point of the year. Will Power now is 20 behind, having crashed out early tonight. Scott Dixon is 73 behind. Oriol Servia now 4th. Kanaan moves up 1. Ryan Briscoe up 1. Graham Rahal fell 2 positions. Marco up 4 with the win here tonight. And J.R. Hildebrand jumps up 2 positions to 9th in the point standings. Now Lindy is with Dario.
Things really seemed to change for you after that final pit stop and Marco beat you in the race off pit road. What happened there?
Yeah, we had a problem with the left front. I guess the gun, he was taking it off and then something happened and it went straight back on. So actually the pit stop was finished and he was still pulling the tire off, and that allowed Marco to get past. And then the restart, not a bad restart, but then TK drafted with Marco, got past on the inside, and when those guys started running side by side, battling for position, there was no clean air to be had, and just as the way things go, that coincided with the car getting really oversteery. So I about knocked the wall down off of 4 a couple of times. One time I allowed Scott to go past, then one time I allowed JR to go past. So at that point I was fighting an oversteery car. I knew we were, you know, I was trying to keep Briscoe behind. I knew Will had his problem. Luckily I hear he's okay, because that looked a pretty sore hit. And that was the story of our night, really. The car was really good out front, pretty fast, but the way we had it set up again, it wasn't much good in traffic. But we didn't, as a team, we didn't execute tonight. Marco did a hell of a job, so did Tony, so did Dixon, man, last to 3rd. That was cool. So we just didn't get it done tonight.
There's now 20 points between you and Will, but do you know he can still make that up? We're only halfway through.
Dude, I mean, we're talking about points. Everybody's getting excited about points. I mean, each point's important right now, but I'm not thinking about points. I was trying to win this thing tonight, which is why I almost knocked the wall down. But yeah, I'm glad to see he's okay. We'll have that fight in Toronto, and we'll keep going.
Dario taking these races one by one. Bob?
And let's go down to Kevin Lee.
And a strong run for the Indianapolis 500 runner-up, J.R. Hildebrand finishes 4th. Good night for you.
Yeah. I mean, really good night for the whole National Guard Panther Racing crew. I mean, the car was really good all night, so that was big for us. And there at the end, I felt like, man, if we had 20, 30 more laps, we might have been able to make a run to the front there. The car was really good in traffic, and that certainly made my job out there easier.
You had a big save on pit road coming out with all kinds of traffic, very tight.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of got bogged down a little bit coming around Danica's pit, because she was in the pit stall right in front of us. She was pitting after us, and man, I got the thing a little squirrely trying to save it. There was a car next to me, and then Marco came out right in front of me. So, we lost a couple of spots on the pit road there. But man, afterwards, I was just thinking, "Ooh, man, I'm glad we didn't lose a wing or stuff it into the wall." So, tight racing out there all the way around.
Yeah, and late in the race, we're going to see you getting around Franchitti. You also had a close call with Briscoe, who then got into EJV. So first, this is you getting around Dario. That's not bad when you pass this guy.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely. Oh, I guess that was running next to Briscoe, getting into Viso there. I mean, that was just such close quarters out there, and everybody kind of got jammed up. Viso was definitely loose. I think he was trying to get to the bottom. Everybody was trying to get underneath him, and I lost all my air trying to fit into a gap there in the bottom. So I mean, honestly, just really happy that nothing bad happened there with the contact for Viso.
Good run, good points night for J.R. Hildebrand too. He moves into the top 10. Bob.
That's a heck of a trophy that Marco Andretti is displaying as winner of the race. Very much sought after, I might add, by the drivers in this series, but Marco Andretti will take it home tonight. J.R. Hildebrand, one of 2 rookies in the top 10. James Hinchcliffe finished in 9th position. Marco Andretti wins in Iowa. Welcome back to Iowa Speedway. Ryan Briscoe's PPG Automotive Refinish team were the Firestone Pit Performers tonight, spending a total of 1 minute, 26.5 seconds on pit lane. Congratulations to Ryan Briscoe and his team. Ryan finished 6th. Here's Lindy.
Obviously things good in the pits, but not so good with the tire pressures tonight. Talk about that.
Yeah, we were going up and down a little bit with them, and for our second and third sets of tyres, we were too low on the pressures, and I just couldn't get them up to speed, and we went backwards on a couple of those restarts, which really cost us a lot of time because in the pits we were awesome and kept making up positions today. We were the quickest on pit road, which is just awesome. But we kept losing positions on the restarts until we got it together for the final set of tyres, and we were lightning quick. I mean, we had a really good car when it was all connected, and it was really close racing tonight. Love this track at Iowa. Very happy to put on a show like this for the PPG Automotive refinish car.
Did you think maybe you could get Dario?
Well, I thought I had him at one point. I got a run on him through 3 and 4, went down the inside of him in 1 and 2, and when I was just stuck on the bottom, he raced me hard, and I just picked up too much understeer and couldn't finish the job. So it was a real shame. I thought I was going to gain another spot there, but really good racing. I want to thank the fans as well. I mean, the place was packed, and the Iowans here, they love IndyCar racing, and we love coming here.
Let's hear from your teammate Elio. He's with Robbie.
Well, Elio, there's no country song. If I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all, and that seems to be the case for you. Another cut tire.
Unbelievable. I was following actually Tony and Dario so that I would not have that problem, but unfortunately we got it again. I got to talk to Firestone guys to see what's going on. What do I need to do to not have a flat tire? But in the end of today, it was just a misfortune. But now we're great comeback, great pit stop from the boys, and I'm glad we finished top 10.
What was it like for you? I mean, you came up through the entire field just about. I mean, Scott Dixon went 23rd to 3rd. You had to pass almost everybody and a lap and a half down.
Yeah, that was the toughest one. I was like, when I was a lap down, I was like, come on. I mean, can we catch a break? But we finally did, and we were able to go. Car wasn't easy. I have to say, I had some pretty good moments, and hopefully you guys.
Speaking of those moments, I think we have one.
Oh my goodness, I want to see that, because let me tell you, look at that, guys. That was something else. All of a sudden, hit the bump and boom! Oh my goodness, I felt like Rick Mears at one point, but unfortunately, it was in the end like winning the race. I had fun, like I said. It was tough. Very dicing, a lot of people shoving me and others, but at the end of the day, it was a great night.
I know it was a high pucker moment. I just wanted to put a smile on your face. You've moved up from 13th to 12th now in the overall standings.
Wow. I thought you were going to say 11 at least.
No, it's only 12th.
It's okay. Hey, we're going to go chipping away a little bit by little bit, so hopefully we're going to get there one day.
Just keeps on fighting, Bob.
What a guy. Elio Castroneves finishes 7th here tonight. Marco Andretti still doing interviews down there after winning tonight's race here at Iowa. We'll be back to give you our final thoughts here in the booth in a moment. Here are the results of the Iowa Corn Indy 250. Marco Andretti the winner. Tony Kanaan finishes 2nd. Scott Dixon his 5th consecutive top 10. J.R. Hildebrand his 2nd top 5. Indy, of course, was the other. James Hinchcliffe has his 4th top 10 of the season. Danica Patrick started in 2nd position and finished in 10th. There you see the other drivers on the lead lap. Alex Lloyd the last. Oriol Servia had a good race, but some pit problems dropped him back to a lap down, and there were several drivers out of the race when the checkered flag fell. So, guys, how did you? Well, let's take a look at the rest of the drivers who finished this race. Will Power back in 21st after a very hard hit, and he has a mild concussion. Will he be able to start the race in 2 weeks at Toronto? That is the next question. All right, guys, how'd you like that?
That was amazing. You know, that's the kind of race that just sums up why I love IndyCar racing so much. And like I said, I love you guys a lot, but that really made me want to be in the race car. Very intense racing, side by side. I think we saw a great winner. It's the first race win for Marco in a long, long time. Yep. Great for Andretti Autosport. And, you know, like I say, it was as if you were on a roller, for these drivers, like a roller coaster, that drop sensation. They were doing that for
250 laps.
Exactly, but it felt like it went so quick because it was so exciting. So I really enjoyed the race.
So and Dan, you know how competitive it is, not only on the track but off. And there was some strategy that was being played. What they did for Marco Andretti, they ran a little more downforce. So he was vulnerable when he was in the front, but when he was behind, he was a rocket ship. And that's when they said, we don't know how we'll run up front, but that was a great gamble, and it paid off.
So that is the end of the current streak of ovals. We go next in 2 weeks to Toronto for a street race and a totally different kind of racing that we'll see there.
Yeah, and we had big championship implications today. We saw Will Power out of the race, and he feels very comfortable on these road and street type tracks, and he's going to want to capitalize on that. But let's forget, he has a slight concussion. Will he be able to be back? That's going to be the interesting storyline leading up to Toronto.
And as we leave the ovals for a while, Dario leads Scott Dixon by 3 points in the A.J. Foyt Oval Championship. So that's the story from Iowa Speedway near Newton, Iowa.
The INDYCAR Series pulls into Iowa for 2 races in 2 days, where Alex Palou looks to continue his historic season.
Incredible!
Saturday and Sunday on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
The official INDYCAR app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of INDYCAR right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official INDYCAR app now.
It's time for round 12 of the Verizon INDYCAR Series. It is the Iowa Corn Indy 300 from Newton, Iowa, on the shortest track but a very high-speed track for the Verizon INDYCAR Series. Time now for the command.
Race fans, it is time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command for the Iowa Corn Indy 300 is President of Iowa Corn Promotional Board, Bob Bowman.
Drivers, start your corn ethanol-powered engines.
Front row is fired up, and of course Scott Dixon starts on the pole for the 3rd time in 8 years, but you heard Robin say he has never won this race. Now remember, on the outside, Tony Kanaan. I agree with Paul Tracy. I think Tony Kanaan on the high side is going for it right away. Kelly?
Jan, back here in row 4, you'll find another Chip Ganassi driver in the form of Charlie Kimball, who had his best qualifying effort in 7th. He'll start alongside Marco Andretti, who won here in 2011 and is eager to keep that Andretti Autosport winning streak alive. Kevin?
Kelly, here in row 7, we find the last 2 winners, James Hinchcliffe, Ryan Hunter-Ray. The team has won 5 of 7, so watch for them. But they're both looking to get things jump-started. Hinch, no better than 5th, and since winning the 500 and leading the championship, Hunter-Ray, 4 finishes of 16th and worse. Robin?
Kevin, Juan Montoya starts in the 10th row, but don't let that fool you. He had fast time in Friday's practice session, had a big moment in qualifying. He's going to have to come from the back, but knowing Montoya and as good as he's been running, he'll get to the front pretty quick. Lee?
He said after he had that moment in qualifying, this is going to hurt. He thought he was going to crash, but he didn't. He pulled it off and was able to complete qualifying. Hey, a quick reminder, don't miss a chance to get in on Honda's fastest seat in sports sweepstakes by logging on to shophonda.com, and you could be just like Pamela Dusso. She's from Santa Maria, California. She's having a great time. Pamela, congratulations. How is it riding with Ari Lyndike?
It's very fun.
Good.
So exciting.
Well, Ari will take you on the ride of your life for sure. And by logging on to shophonda.com, Pamela won this opportunity to start tonight's race. You could do the same, riding along with Indy 500 champion Ari Lyndike in the 2-seater. Fantastic stuff. And it's time now to take a closer look at this track with Paul Tracy. And Paul, it might be a short track, but boy, is it fast.
Well, you want to be an IndyCar Series driver, you got to be able to do all kinds of tracks. We have all kinds of shapes and sizes and ovals. The Iowa track is the smallest. Texas is a mid-sized track. Indianapolis, 2.5 miles. Pocono, a big track. So they come in all shapes and sizes. And to excel, you got to figure it out.
Gives you a wonderful comparison, doesn't it? It is time now to take a look at how they line up with the Mother's Polish starting grid, and as we've already told you, it's an all Ganassi front row. Castro Neves rather spoiled the party because it was 1-2-3 qualifying yesterday, which was a pretty fast session.
It was very fast. Marco Andretti down there on row 4. Look at these guys. James Hinchcliffe, last year's winner, Hunter Ray, the year before that. Those are going to want to get to the front, and they want to get there fast.
So we see Juan Pablo, he's going to be in a hurry to get to the front and try to get to lap 50 and make something happen. And it's going to be a fight.
Got some nice onboards to show you. Let's climb aboard the National Guard entry. Graham Rahal has this view for us, and he, despite his 15th place qualifying position, is very happy with his race car. So too James Hinchcliffe, the United Fibre and Data, view aboard the 27. Simon Pagenaud, big mover in the championship, with thanks to Lucas Oil, will give us this viewpoint. Marco Andretti, with thanks to Verizon, will show us this. Can he pull off another win? And Novolog FlexPen brings us this view for Charlie Kimball. New winner last year. Can he be another winner this year? And we told you a little earlier that Ed Carpenter in the fuzzy Chevrolet shows us this view. Verizon streaming reminder, download the IndyCar 14 app, Verizon.com/IndyCar, the App Store or Google Play. It's Verizon and IndyCar driving technology. I wonder who's going to drive the fastest tonight in the Iowa Corn Indy 300 under the lights.
When you're ready.
And I can really thankfully say, I'm going to touch wood while I say this, the weather seems to be moving away from us. So keep those fingers crossed that we're going to get all 300. Yes, 300, normally 250 laps here, but an additional 50 laps tonight for this 12th round. Neither guy on the front row has won a race this year. It's time to go in Iowa for an extra 50 laps, and Scott Dixon leads the field to green.
Castronev's trying to get down the inside there.
Kanan making a move on the outside. He was a little bit behind on the start, but here he comes on the top side, and he wants to lead this first lap. But Dixon holds tough on the inside.
Look to yellow and blue car, the Snapple entry for Andretti Autosport. Marco Andretti, as Dixon does lead the first lap, but only marginally over his teammate. Andretti loves that high line. Watch that yellow car. Marco's determined to win.
I think Tony's got the run. He got the run around the outside, so he was the first guy to really make that top line work. And as we see the other cars back in the field, Marco starting to work the top side, trying to make a move on Briscoe. Hunter Ray has moved up 4 positions. As you see Marco here up on the top as he hits those bumps and the front starts to slide. Briscoe's trying to keep it down up off of him. And this is what it's going to be like all night.
This is something I believe he inherited from his father, Michael. Michael Andretti, although he was your biggest rival, Paul, he was fantastic on the high line on ovals. And Marco has inherited that trait. There is the yellow DHL machine for Ryan Hunter-Reay. He's been victorious here before, and he's the biggest mover. Take that back. Josef Newgarden's the biggest mover. He's jumped 5 spots. Hunter-Reay's gained 4.
These guys want to get in the mix early on, just in case this race is called. The guys that qualified badly, people like Juan Pablo Montoya, will want to get right in the mix here, because if the race is called, they need to be in a position to try and win it.
Sebastian Bourdais, in the Mystic entry, just making life a little difficult there. Briscoe and Andretti going at it, and fast on the scene is Ed Carpenter in the fuzzy Chevrolet.
This is really a good track for Ed. He's really good at these bank tracks. He's really good at Indianapolis as he's starting to make a move. As you see, he's going to try to sneak to the high side, but Marco drives a little bit of a high line, so it really doesn't give him the opportunity. He's right against the wall. That's getting close. So Marco is really kind of driving his line, so there's not really a place for Ed to go.
He's going to have to try and go down low.
Munoz coming back now, 2.
This is the straight. That's about 2 seconds. That's the only time these guys aren't turning. Right from here, going into turn 3 and 4.
You see that distance that Carlos Munoz lost there as he tried to execute the move. Hunter-Reay's got by Bourdais, you may have noticed that. And right behind those guys, here comes Will Power, co-championship leader, dived on the inside of Sebastian Bourdais. There he is, side by side, and that position should stick. Ed Carpenter on the inside of Marco Andretti, couldn't quite do it there.
He's really working Marco over, and it's so tough with these big wings and the level of downforce and the level of turbulence that these cars have. It's really tough to stick your nose that close behind another car because you lose all the downforce. As we see, Marco runs a high line. Ed's trying to take the low line, but just can't quite pull it off without having the track open up.
As you exit the corners, you've got to go up. And so
he's got it
unless
now,
you can pull it off.
He had a good center through the corner.
On your corner.
And he's cleared him now, so he can move up the line and try to take the air, as he does right there, pull the air off the front of Marco's car.
Of course, these cars have got full aerodynamic road racing kit on them, so they have got a lot of aero helping them, about 5,000 pounds of downforce. But the problem with that is, of course, the turbulence. And here comes Marco's teammate, Ryan Hunter-Reay, who's pulled himself up to the field with terrific drive in these opening laps.
Up front, less than a second between Tony Kanaan and Ganassi teammate Scott Dixon. Elio Castro-Neves runs third. That's what it looks like, first to second. Ryan Briscoe is fourth. Carpenter, you just saw slide into 5th place. Then Marco Andretti, teammate Hunter-Reay, Munoz, Power, Bourdais in the top 10. Montoya has dropped a position. He's back. You're watching NBCSN's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Iowa Corn. Fill up with ethanol. It's renewable, better for our environment, and grown by Iowa's farmers. And by National Guard. Become a citizen soldier. Learn more at nationalguard.com. Iowa Speedway turning on quite the show already on the shortest oval that is raced in the Verizon IndyCar Series. Race leader Tony Kanaan. We go back, look at this. Helio Castro-Neves has got around Scott Dixon, and so too has Ryan Briscoe. So all of a sudden the pole sitter finds himself in 4th place.
Well, he seems to be dropping off the base.
Yeah, maybe the handling has slightly gone away. He just doesn't, he's not using a lot of the track. It doesn't really look like he's gone loose by any means. Just the speed just doesn't look there as Briscoe just pulls away as we watch Charlie Kimball come around. Now watch this in-car camera. You can see the vibration of the camera. And as we watch him on the start, coming up through the gears, he backed off a little bit going in and immediately got swarmed by cars on the left and the right. And you can see just another car around the outside, and as we come down the back straightaway, he comes in and hits a bump, and the rear just snaps out on him there. So
boy, you lift there.
Is just not fun when that happens.
And to highlight how drastic that was for Charlie Kimball, he started 7th, he runs 17th, losing 10 positions. We've already got one car down a lap. That's Houston race winner Carlos Huertas for Dale Coyne Racing is the only car not on the lead lap at the moment as we race lap 25 of 300. The increased race distance by some 50 laps this year, as Will Power is a big mover in this pack as he starts to put pressure on Marco Andretti now.
Go up one on your fuel if you want to. Go
7th place.
Guys are starting to settle in now, get a feel for their cars, what they're going to change on the first stop. The conditions right now are much different than what they had yesterday for practice and qualifying. It was quite a lot hotter yesterday or today. Big run by Power as he makes a slice down the inside. He had a big, really good exit there. Got it down in front of.
We learned yesterday that Will was not feeling well at all. Started on Thursday. Was thought to maybe be bronchitis. He thinks it was just a cold though, and he does say he feels a lot better today, but he conceded that I've actually had some of my best races when I've not been feeling well. Maybe it should focus a little bit harder. He was cautiously optimistic that the car was going to be good, but he said I've had that before here, and the car turned out not to be good. This has not been one of his best tracks.
Yeah, Kevin, that's one of those things. I've had great races when I've been deathly ill, as we see Hinchcliffe come around. Marco as well as he comes around his team. And I've had great races when I've been really feeling under the weather. And I don't know what it is. I think maybe you just lower your expectation level and just kind of take things as it comes. And usually things come around in the right way for you.
Challenge for the lead. Helio Castro-Neves and fellow Brazilian Tony Kanaan.
Clear by 2.
Ganassi
he's going to run the center down here at 3 and 4.
And Tony will not give up this position easily. I will guarantee you that. He's going to want to lead as much as he can. And this will be a good fight here.
Paul, you've been talking about conditions. What's happening now? Remember, Tony Kanaan qualified when there was a lot of truck rubber on the racetrack. That was the case at the start. But now the conditions are changing. They're starting to rub that rubber off. And then someone who qualified later, like Helio Castro-Neves, like behind, the read that he got on the circuit is now going to be better for this time of the night. Very interesting how when the conditions change, you see one's going forward and one's going back.
It's fascinating to see how the two Penske cars are making such good ground, Castro-Neves and Will Power. And of course the other guy that's really looking strong now, of course, is Hinchcliffe, who just go around Marco.
Now pole sitter Scott Dixon is back in 4th, some 4 seconds behind race leader Tony Kanaan. As Newgarden puts a move on Sebastian Saavedra further back in the pack. Looks like Jack Hawksworth's in a little trouble there. Kanaan leads the way. As you may have seen at home in our non-stop commercial break, we are under our first full course yellow, and there is some light rain falling on Iowa Speedway. So perhaps that severe weather has moved around us. However, just some gentle rain has arrived.
Well, this is not what we wanted to see, but this might give Tony a chance to cool his tires down a little bit, take a little bit of a reset. hold off the pressure from Castroneves, but as we see, the rain is starting to come down a little harder. It might take a while.
Jan?
And the reason they have not opened the pits yet, this was discussed in the drivers' meeting, was said, will you open the pits until we get a racetrack back? In other words, if you had pit stops now, you'd be racing, and it's very slippery down here. You would try to be gaining position. So IndyCar said, we will not open the pits until we know we're going back to racing. If it stays slippery, we may go red and bring you in, so we avoid, obviously, some very slippery conditions and accidents on pit road.
Yeah, and what could happen, Jan, is a guy could burn out leaving the pits, lose it, and slide into another pit. So, good call by race control to wait on this one.
Yeah, I fear, looking out the booth window, that there's some pretty heavy rain around, but it has seemed to pretty much skirted us so far. Hopefully the worst of it will. A lot of people have come out to see this rain, and I'm sure that there'd have been a lot more.
Quick reminder, tomorrow morning stage 9 of the Tour de France is here on NBCSN as the peloton pushes through the relentless and undulating terrain. The mountains are here. Coverage from 8 Eastern, prime time coverage 8 p.m. all on NBCSN. And of course the big news that the Tour, Chris Froome out after crashes on successive stages in stage 4 and 5. And there's the red. So the rain getting heavier and heavier, and cars now coming down pit road. Pictures tell the story here in Iowa. Thought we may have got away with it, and 39 laps completed of this 300, and remember 151 completed laps will constitute a race, a completed race. That's just have to get one lap farther than the halfway mark to complete round 12, but at the moment we've just got 39 in the books, and that's what it looks like at the moment. And I have to say, it did look a lot worse than that before. Remember, we said that it was passing to the south, and that continues to be the trend. We're just getting that little fringe stuff on the top. See where we are, Iowa Speedway in Newton, Iowa, about 30-40 minutes east of Des Moines. That rain just enough to bring things to a halt for a moment.
That radar certainly didn't look too bad at all, did it?
No.
Nothing severe as of right now. In fact,
and it's been a funny weekend, Paul, hasn't it, for all of the teams, the drivers, everybody involved. Just yesterday was throwing a curveball with practice. They only got 13 minutes done in the initial practice, and then qualifying was pushed back to later last night to allow an actual decent practice session for drivers, particularly who haven't competed here, to get some good track time. And so everybody's had a little bit of a topsy-turvy weekend.
It's been a long weekend for only a two-day event. I mean, yesterday was a marathon day with how long it took to get through practice and to get through qualifying. It was started in the morning and ended at night, and now it's going to continue today. These guys just, they want to go, but they're forced to be held here, so they're all ready to go, but we have to wait on Mother Nature.
Well, of course, with the schedule these guys have got, with another race coming up in just a week's time up in Canada, they've really got to get this race run tonight. They can't be staying here tomorrow because they just don't have the time in the schedule they've set themselves.
Ryan Hunter-Reay there on screen, and he, at the time of the stoppage, was the biggest mover of the race, making up 8 positions. His Andretti Autosport teammate James Hinchcliffe, the defending race winner, made up 6. So the Andretti boys staying true to form. However, it's TK, Tony Kanaan. He's won here before. Leader of Arunda Red. You're watching the Verizon IndyCar Series, brought to you by Verizon and IndyCar. Driving Technology 2014 Verizon IndyCar Series. Glad you could be with us here at Iowa Speedway for round 12 of the championship. Let's get an update from the ground. Here's Kevin Lee.
I found one of our hosts. Craig Floss is the CEO of Iowa Corn, and the great thing about Iowa Corn is it's helping fuel Indy cars tonight.
Absolutely. There's an 85% mixture of ethanol and a 15% mixture of gas in every one of these Indy cars going around the track tonight.
You have been involved in this event for quite a while. What did you guys get out of helping to sponsor an IndyCar race?
We've actually been involved since 2007, the first year that Indy originally went 100% fuel-grade ethanol. Now we're at E85, and if you own a flex fuel vehicle, you can fill your vehicle as a consumer with an E85 blend. So for us, it's all about using this as a platform to get our messages out about the green fuel, fastest green fuel on the planet.
Love coming here. Great racing, and good to be here. Thank you, Craig. Thank you. Over to Jan.
And Kevin, of course, the man on the radio to Tony Kanaan is Barry Wanzer. We have the jet dryers out on the track, but This scenario was exactly what was described in the driver's meeting. Seems like a good call not to come onto a slippery pit road to make those stops.
Yeah, the rain's unfortunate for us and the fans, but it looks like it was just a pop-up shower. They'll have the track dry pretty quick. Right now, we're pretty happy with how quick the Target TNT energy drink car is right now. Tony's happy with the car, but we got a long way to go, 260 more laps. So we need to make sure the car is good in traffic. We're going to be in traffic all night, so right now we're happy, but it's early.
Now, he did say on the radio that the car feels light in traffic. Does that mean he has push or just needs more downforce?
I think it's just a little bit, not push, it's probably a little loose in traffic. So Chris will make some changes to the car here on the pit stop that'll help him. And we're going to be making some adjustments throughout the race for sure.
All right, thank you, Barry. You heard him mention it's starting to dry. It's actually quite dry here on pit road, and they will let them pit. Before they go back to Green, Kelly, they're going to let him come in and make those adjustments.
Which might be good news here for Scott Dixon. Mike Hull calls his race. He dropped a few positions there on those opening laps. How was his car?
Car's good. Tony's just energized with TNT. I think that's what that is all about. But the car's really good, well balanced. I think everybody's watched Scott race for a long time. He understands how to win races, and that's what we're going to try to do tonight.
How tough is it to call strategy when the weather is so unpredictable as it is now?
I think you have to call the strategy like you're going to race 300 laps. I think anything short of that is kind of a concession to strategy. So that's what we're doing tonight. This shower's already, the pit lane's already dry. There's a small cell behind it. It might hit us, it might not. And after that, it looks pretty wide open. So I think we're going to go the whole time.
We sure hope so. Thanks, Mike.
And Mike Hull, who is the managing director of Chip Ganassi Racing, an experienced man. He's been around for so long in racing. And we have to say something very, very special. The gentleman on the right is a man who has been in sports broadcasting as a director for 3.5 decades. It's our much beloved Gary Clem. Tonight is Gary's final IndyCar Series race, being in the director's chair. He's decided to get off the throttle a little bit after so long in the business. Ease up and maybe less motorsport directing and more golfing. And there is Gary alongside our producers Rich O'Connor and Terry Lingner. Gary, thank you so much. He is obsessed with the number 43 and the King. That was that little picture we showed you there. Gary, for all of us here on the team, it's an honor to be with you on your last night directing us, and thank you very much for so many years. I know you're not giving up the business totally, but thank you very much for all you have done for motorsports broadcasting over those decades. You've got so many friends in the business, and let's hope we have a great race to send you on your way, and good luck when you tee it up. I think you told me you're going to tee it up every day next year. I hope you can, and we thank you again for some great work. Gary Clem, renowned motorsport director and great man in sports broadcasting. Thanks, Gary. Off to a break, back to Iowa, right after this.
Juan Pablo Montoya will start from the pole position for the first time in an open wheel race since the year 2000. Everyone knew it was a matter of when, not if, he'd be back on top.
Green flag waves and we're underway at Pocono.
It's all about minimizing mistakes. Guys like Montoya, they're so experienced.
Look at up front, it is Power and Montoya, the Penske teammates wheel to wheel.
Montoya is working on Will Power. How about Montoya as he comes up?
What a flawless run he's had today. He's really shown the patience of a guy that's been doing this a long time.
This is the man that came back to IndyCar because he wanted to win these races.
Juan Montoya is winning here at Pocono.
Are you kidding? This guy is unbelievable. Coming back after 15 years and winning a race. He did a great job.
I want to thank Roger for believing in me. After how many years out of open wheel, come back and he believed I could do it, and here we are. It's awesome.
That was just a week ago at Pocono, and Juan Pablo Montoya continues to be a global motorsport story. What a fantastic result. What a story that unfolds. The Indy 500 winner, IndyCar champion. Off he goes to Formula One, wins 7 Grand Prix, including the Monaco Grand Prix, more than 250 NASCAR Sprint Cup career races. Comes back, he sheds the pounds. Roger Penske believes in him, and Juan, after the win, said, I want to thank Roger and the team for believing me that I could do it. And Paul Tracy, you're a great story. David Hobbs, you're a great story. But this is a pretty amazing one, isn't it?
Well, my son, Greg, raced against him in Barber Saab. back at Sebring like 25 years ago when Montoya just appeared on the scene.
As a kid.
Yeah. And he said, Greg said, maybe I better think of another line of employment. He said, because there was this guy there called Montoya, and he went by me like I had an anchor on the car. So he showed unbelievable promise very early on.
And as we see him talking with his crew guy, you can see he's got a twinkle in his eye still. And after this many years in racing, to still have this type of enthusiasm, he was a guy that I always enjoyed racing against. We raced each other really, really hard all the time, but it was always fair. And just a great race car driver.
He spotted Kevin Lee coming in with the microphone. Kev, will he talk to you?
Oh, sure he will. We're going to give it a try here. One, we hate to be talking to somebody during the middle of a race. That means it's raining or something else. Before we talk about this race, did you really expect to be able to get a win this soon? And what does this do for the rest of the season moving forward?
I think it's really exciting. I'll tell you the truth. Our PPG Chevy was really good last week. This week, we had a really good car yesterday, and I was a little gritty in qualifying, and it cost us a lot. You know, I saved the car, but I mean, track position here is really important. We've been passing people, but you know, it's hard. You got to be patient.
Sounds like from listening to you on the radio, it's a little bit of a handful right now, and you're struggling with the bumps.
Yeah, a lot actually. But I mean, these guys are really good at Team Penske. They do a really good job for me. I get a little bit overly excited when you're driving, you know.
Getting a little break like this when the car is not where you like, is that good just to have a chance to sit and explain exactly what you need in a calmer environment? Can they really help you in this pit stop that's coming up?
Yeah, we're going to make a couple of changes there. Hopefully we can get it where I can start working with my tools on the car a little bit. You know, right now it's more of, you know, make sure he doesn't come out of the corner backwards.
All right, thank you, Juan. Good luck. We'll hopefully get back to racing very soon. Juan Pablo Montoya, Lee.
And Kev, he's in a pretty positive mood, isn't he? Remember we told you earlier in the show, qualifying gave him a scare yesterday. He said, oh, this is going to hurt, and this is what he was talking about.
Big moment there. So very, very lucky to catch that. You see its rear just steps out sideways right over that bump. It's so easy here to end up in the wall backwards. So a little bit of a frustrating start to the night, but you know, make some changes on the car. I don't think this kind of stuff phases him as much as it used to be. I think all his time in NASCAR and the races were so long, but I think he just knows I got to work on my car and get it better and wait for it to come to me.
He certainly didn't seem to be worried then at all.
No, just be patient and it will come to you. And the wins have been coming to Michael Andretti here. His team has won 5 of the 7 years, Jan, trying to win 5 in a row.
They have, Lee, and he saw Kevin Lee going up and down doing interviews. He said, Jan, can you go up to Ryan's car and give him about a half a turn of front wing? It seems like Ryan has had some push, but you're a big mover right now.
Yeah, so far he's going pretty good. You know, he's not real happy with the balance, but you know, hopefully we'll fix it in this pit stop when we come in. But yeah, so far so good.
You've been looking at the track conditions, and you keep talking to your crew. You want to run now?
Yeah, I'm so frustrated. We're just wasting time waiting for the next you know, storm to come. So it's like, I don't know. The track's fine. I don't know why we're not running right now.
Yeah, well, I have a feeling if he was driving, he'd be out there. Kelly?
Rob Edwards calls the race for Simon Pagenaud, who's third in the points. He started 11th. He's still in 11th. Is everything status quo? What's he saying about the car?
Yeah, I think really Simon was just, you know, getting a feel of the car and getting settled in. It's fairly typical for us on an oval. We tend to get settled in the early part of the race and then move forward in the second half. So, yeah, I think, as I say, everything's fine so far.
He's already got a couple wins on road courses. How anxious are you for this Frenchman to get a win on an oval?
You know, I think it's going to happen one day, and we hope it will be tonight. You know, we just keep doing the same things every week, and I'm sure it's going to come.
You said you've been checking the radar and you have no idea what's going to happen. None of us really do, but what does that do for you mentally as you're trying to come up with a game plan?
I think, you know, we spent a lot of time talking about it. We obviously had a lot of time this morning. You know, there's some things you can plan for, some things you can't, and I think the important thing is to have a flexible strategy. You know, it's hard because the radar looks clear and then suddenly something else will pop up. But as I say, we got a pretty flexible strategy. We'll hope it'll work out.
Well, the track drawing efforts continue here in Iowa. We hope that they will get back to a couple caution laps before they make their stops and get back to green flag racing here in Iowa.
Well, she's dead, Joseph.
Yeah, it's not good.
We have to walk.
No, come on, there's got to be something we can do.
You're French. Yeah.
You know cornfields?
I've been here before.
Where the heck are we going, man?
We're going to the track.
We should have driven a Honda. We wouldn't be in this position.
That's right.
Joseph! Sam! Where are you, my French little friend?
American boy! Oh, it's Joseph. I lost my little buddy. What? Where'd you get that?
A couple of talented young guys having an enjoyable time here. And I think maybe we should put the little disclaimer in there. We didn't make that, the teams did. So anyway, a little bit of fun before the serious stuff began. There is Josef Newgarden. And at the moment, the man from Nashville, Tennessee is in 16th place as we wait for things to get back rolling after a brief rain shower came over the Iowa Speedway here. Simon Pagenaud, he is within 44 points of the lead of this championship and really feels he's got a chance. They say that Iowa Speedway races a little bit like a road course, so maybe Pagenaud, it could be his night. He's just outside the top 10 in 11th. We've got some very pleasing news to tell you, and it is in relation to one of the gentlemen sitting here in our NBCSN IndyCar booth. On the left there, Paul Tracy, our PT, will be inducted into the Canadian Motorsports Hall of Fame later this year in September alongside Nigel Mansell. All the details are there on your screen, but Paul, first and foremost, congratulations, mate. That's quite the honour.
Well, thank you. I never thought that day would come. When I started my career, I thought I'd be lucky just to win one race, let alone 31 and win a championship. And to be inducted with Nigel Mansell, who was one of my heroes growing up, and I had the great opportunity to race wheel to wheel with him in 2003 is just a thrill.
Pretty cool, Hobbo, isn't it?
It's very cool. Yes, it's very cool for both of them. And you're certainly in great company there. Nigel Mansell winning those 2 championships back to back.
Another man who's in great company is Jan Beekes. He's with the captain, Roger Penske.
Absolutely, and things are going well for Elio Castro Neves. He's moving in. Looks like he had the faster car. Is he pleased with it?
Well, I think so far so good. Obviously, this is a 300-lap race, so we need to see a longer run on tires. But Elio felt the car was good. We're not going to make any changes when we come in to make this stop. So it's you got to be careful here tonight. Things come up fast, and the track will change. It gets cooler. Hopefully, this rain will go away.
Now, one of your former drivers just made the Canadian Hall of Fame. How about that one?
Who was that?
That'd be that guy up in the booth, Paul Tracy.
Oh my gosh, he was one of the best. You know that? He and I used to get in a fist fight all the time, but when he was on it, he was on it.
And he also told us the only thing he was allowed to say on the radio is 10-4.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Roger.
PT, what was it like driving for the captain?
Well, I think times have changed a little bit. There wasn't any horsing around that went on like last week at Poconos there when I was around, but you know, Roger gave me the greatest opportunity of my career to be on the Marlboro Team Penske and to have an opportunity to race for him with the level that he operates at is just, it's the highest of the highest. So
he's lightening up in his old age too, isn't he?
Well, you said horsing around. Somebody who wasn't horsing around last weekend was Tim Cindric when he told Will Power, concentrate, get your head in the game and get back out there and get on with it. Kevin, what's his mood like this weekend?
Well, Will Power, his driver, has moved up a few spots. How is the car so far for Will?
Yeah, so far it's pretty good. It started out pretty tight, had a lot of understeer there at the beginning, and I think, you know, as we adjusted the car, it was coming back to him, and obviously he's moving up a few spots, so not bad.
After we sit for a little while and just a little bit of rain, never lost the track at all, but what kind of impact does that have, if any, of when you go back out?
Well, when you have a good car, you want it to stay green for a while. So, you know, from our perspective, if we felt like the field was coming back to us, now everybody's going to reset here a little bit. So I guess we would rather it stay green for a little while longer, but everybody's kind of in a fuel window here, and obviously we're trying to make it at least halfway, if not all the way.
Last week was obviously a great week at Pocono, but it was also an interesting week. What kind of conversations did you have in the week about racing with teammates?
I think as soon as you let the emotion subside, everything sorts itself out. You know, I think we're in a good place. I think Will know, he understands exactly, you know, what the issues were, and you know, from our end, I think we're just racing business as usual. I think that you know, when you got guys racing that hard, you want them to race hard. You want them to race clean. You want them to race hard, and I think we understand all that. And obviously, after Will had a chance to digest it, I think he'd agree with you totally.
Team Penske president, it's Tim Cindric. Kelly?
Jimmy Vasser here on the box for Sebastian Bourdais. His qualifying effort seemed to kind of come out of nowhere. He was 6th. He's fallen back a few spots. What's he saying on the radio?
Just the cars really moving up the track, push loose. We think maybe we were a little shy on left side tire pressures. That could be an effect on that. So we're gonna try to get the pressures right, and you know, he's got to work his tools. It's a tough track here, and you know, just gotta fight all night.
Yeah, it seems like there's never a moment's rest, and now especially for your crew. We're down here closer to pit in. All the cars right now are stopped at pit out, and that could present a challenge as they run a couple caution laps before you guys get a pit.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that that IndyCar is going to make sure that everybody's back in their boxes before they open the pit lane. They don't need a bunch of guys running down the middle of the pit lane.
And really the issue being that they've got their starters and their tug carts down there. They certainly want to get them back to their pit stalls here before they make that pit stop in case they have an issue here on pit road. They're going to need that equipment. Thank you.
And Jimmy being a little bit humble there, because in relation to Sebastian Bourdais' fine qualifying yesterday, we learnt just this afternoon, gents, didn't we, that it was Jimmy Vasser himself who said to Sebastian, trust the car, trust you've got new tires on it, keep your foot flat to the floor, and hang on, it's 2 laps.
And you got to work your tools, like you said. And when they say work your tools in these cars, they have a front and rear anti-roll bar that they have adjusters that can adjust them back and forth to change the balance from front to rear. They also have a weight jacker in the car that moves weight in the car from left to right or right to left. So there is a lot of adjustments on it that you don't have on a road course. So they'll be constantly reminding these guys if their handling goes away, use your tools, use your tools. And
drivers and teams, restart your engines, please.
What a great sound. What a great sound. Let's refire those engines. Let's go back to racing. 39 laps in of this 300-lap race. Weather seems as though it's going to be a threat this entire night. So if we can make it to lap 151, that'll be round 12 of the Verizon IndyCar Series done.
I'm kind of with Michael, what he said earlier on. He thinks they should have been racing 10 minutes ago, and I think they should have been because the weather is very cloudy. It's very iffy looking. That radar looked pretty good, but obviously these pop-up showers in the Midwest here really come out of nowhere.
And then conversely last night when the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series was running here, there were massive thunderstorms predicted for around 6:30, and nothing happened. The sun was out, so it's been somewhat questionable and a little bit unpredictable as well, but positive signs here with cars rolling at Iowa Speedway. Now, just to give you a snapshot of this championship, through the 11 races thus far, Will Power was the championship leader right through to the Indianapolis 500. Of course, Ryan Hunter-Ray won that and blew out to a 40-point lead. Things started to go off the rails then for RHR, and he lost his 40-point lead, and Will Power took over the lead of the championship all up until last week in Pocono, when a 39-point lead was extinguished, and we now have a tie for the championship.
Ryan Hunter-Ray will go to the end of his life wondering about that terrible mistake he made in Long Beach when he absolutely had that race so locked up. Had a momentary moment of panic when he lost the lead under the pit stop cycle, and then tried that unbelievable move.
Well, he did make a bad move there and acknowledged that bad move, but he backed it up with an Indy 500
win.
So
Yeah.
that certainly made up for it.
That was a heck of a win. We watched all that after Monte Carlo Grand Prix.
So let's go through the list for you. You've got Tony Kanaan in his first year with the Ganassi organization, winless. He's got business at hand. Second is Helio Castro-Neves, who is tied for the lead of this championship. Business on his books. Ryan Briscoe, returning to the Ganassi organization this year, winless. He wants to make amends. He got his first top 5 last weekend in Pocono. Behind him is Ganassi teammate and defending series champion Scott Dixon, winless this year. There's some guys in the front where there is a lot at stake, Paul, in this race.
Well, as we see them lapping around, they're going to pit this lap. The guys are warming
Open.
their tires,
Pits are
trying to make sure they can get effectively in and out of their box. Nice. You don't want to make a mistake with the weather here and lose a bunch of positions. So as we see Tony, he's bringing it to pit road, Jan.
Yes, and the two leaders will be pitting together. Helio Castro-Neves will have to swing around Tony Kanaan, but they're next to each other on pit road. Ryan Briscoe a few positions behind. This is going to be so tight because everyone is taking opportunity here. Kanaan comes to a stop first. Castro-Neves swings around. Very tight quarters down here. Watching Kanaan, they take some wing out of him for Castro-Neves. He gets away. Oh, and Kanaan is right on him. He's trying to make a move. Some great pit pit stops up and down pit road.
Castro Neves is going to win the race off pit road.
And that was mano a mano, the two best teams in the series. And you see how happy Roger is. That was Chip against Roger in the pit lane, and Roger won that.
It was good for Will Power as well because he jumped up. It was very productive work from the Penske squad, and Scott Dixon has also gained a spot there as well, so he moved up. So nice work there from those guys. And let's take a look at just how close this was as they were able to race each other off pit road. This is Montoya coming in. Power is already there. There goes Castro Neves to the right, Canan around the outside.
I'll tell you what, Dixon was right there too. He almost beat the pair of them as well, so he jumped a couple spots as well.
Half a car length in that. Power jumped 7th to 4th. There's Dixon. He wasn't that far out of it either. So Briscoe lost a spot. There it is. That's just how close it was. And Ed Carpenter in the mix as he was in the opening stanza of that race. This is what it looked like for Tony Canan.
Can't get any tighter than Castro Neves coming in behind the back of the outside front tire changer. And just making that slight wing adjustment could have cost him that little, half a second difference of beating Castro Neves out of the pits, and that's all it takes is a blink of an eye.
And of course, it may make a lot of difference to his speed on the track. Because these laps just unwind at the most staggering rate.
17 seconds per lap. Incredible, isn't it? And yesterday in qualifying, we saw speeds of 186 miles per hour on this 7/8 of a mile track. Jan?
When you saw those replays of the pit stops, it was really the pressure on the crews because they didn't need all the fuel. Typically, if you're a tire changer, you wait on the fuel and you don't necessarily have to rush it. That was all like a real pit stop competition, and so the Penske crew definitely delivered.
So in behind these guys, the order is Briscoe 5, Carpenter 6, Hinchcliffe 7, Hunter Ray 8, Pagenaud 9, Andretti 10, Munoz Bourdais, who has dropped 6 spots from his starting position. Then Montoya, who gained plenty through that as well. So he's up to 13th, Newgarden 14th, Saavedra in 15th. Ray Hall dropped to several positions on that pit stop cycle, and Charlie Kimball down in 18th position.
Takuma Sato down there in 19th, not where you sort of used to see him.
Lights out at the line.
Again,
Lights out at
Munoz
the line.
doing a tremendous job up in the left spot.
I'm surprised that some of the guys in the back took that stop and wouldn't try to cycle to the front, like Montoya, and maybe wait for another yellow, but they all took it other than Hawksworth, who came in after because he was a lap down.
One to go here.
We're going to go next time by.
One, two, sorry. 1, 2 on 2, 1, 2.
Top 5 positions filled by either Ganassi or Penske cars. We just got word that the radar is looking a whole lot better. There's Justin Wilson for Dale Coyne in the Boy Scouts
They're going
America
green this time by. They're going green this time by. You're ready to go. We will be green when we...
Remember the story earlier this year in Houston where strategy and topping off and playing the fuel game really paid for Dale Coyne's team with Carlos Huertas. Ready to go back racing here in Iowa. It's the Iowa Corn 300, and after a 26-minute red flag, we're racing again. And look at James Hinchcliffe, there's a crash. Aloshin and Sato. Mikhail Aloshin and Takuma Sato have collided in spectacular fashion.
You okay, Mikhail?
That's a big impact. To be ready for Toronto next week with only 1 day to turn the cars around. The car is very heavily damaged.
Ah, dear.
That one's pretty damaged as well. The nose, you don't like to see it when the nose is pushed in. That means you hit head on in the wall. You can hurt your feet. Feet slamming the pedals. He lost it. Aloshin lost it and took Sato with him. Just pushed Sato head on right on the wall.
Well, Sato doesn't have the best of luck.
Charlie Kimball's view. Watch for Aloshin to go down way low and lose it.
Yeah, he just got below the yellow line.
Go low, go low.
Went below the yellow line on the apron with cold tires, and then the rear stepped out and came up the track and took Sato with him. So definitely a mistake. That's the first mistake that we've seen Aloshin make this year on ovals. He's been fantastic, but that was just a classic rookie mistake.
Kimball there, very lucky.
Alotion has been suffering some illness this weekend. There it is from a different angle.
That's going to take some clearing up that.
AJ Foyt, he's seen his driver in too many scraps.
Well, he's also had a scrap with Alotion, so this is twice now in the span of a few weeks, so he probably won't be very happy.
And if AJ's not happy, Alotion should be running through those cornfields.
Let's check in with Jan Beekers.
And you've talked about, Paul, you mentioned in particular a rookie mistake for Mikhail Alotion, but there may be more to the story. On that last pit stop, they added three turns of front wing. Everyone else, we're talking half turn, one turn. They added 3 turns of front wing, and you know, Paul, if you go back out on cold tires and all of a sudden it sticks to front like that, it may have just been way more responsive than he was expecting.
Absolutely, Jan. As we see Alotion climb into the ambulance truck, he's holding his wrist. He might have had his hands on the steering wheel when he hit the wall with Sato. You know, there's just been a rash of wrist injuries lately with these cars. So,
well, obviously you're supposed to let go of the wheel, but the problem is, of course, you fight it to the last minute.
Let's hear from AJ Foyt. He's with Kevin.
AJ, you guys need a break. There was nothing Takuma could do there.
Well, you know, just like I said in Texas, all you're getting is a bunch of damn idiots out there anymore. I don't know what the hell they're trying to prove on a start line. It's ridiculous, and I think the officials need to come down on some of this crap because we've been the victims since a couple of times. It's not racing no more. It's who can survive the crash.
Another DNF, unfortunately, for Takuma Sato, and it has been a rough go this season.
Have you ever gotten has AJ ever gotten mad at you, Hobbs?
Luckily, no.
I didn't. I only raced against him once or twice in my career, so he retired right after I started. But he is not happy with the other red, white, and blue car. That's for sure.
And as they do at each and every event, the ABC Supply Company has hundreds and hundreds of guests here. That is not what they came to see. And we were talking about this just a few moments ago. This is what happened a few weeks ago when Takuma Sato was in a very prominent position, vying for a top spot in this race. He and Alotion come together again.
As you saw that steering wheel snap around on Sato in the car, he also had a sore wrist after that. So in the span of 2 weeks, these guys have gotten together twice. So understandably, AJ's frustrated and a little bit miffed.
Here it is from the Charlie Kimball viewpoint. The collision of Mikhail Alotion for the SMP Racing Squad goes low and loses it. And Sato, the innocent bystander. Waiting to go back to green here at Iowa Speedway in the Iowa Corn Indy 300. Before we do, I want to bring you some NASCAR America news and notes to bring you up to speed. And Kyle Busch and Jimmy Johnson will start on the front row for tomorrow's Sprint Cup race. Brad Keselowski, driving for the captain, did very well and earns career win number 29 in the Nationwide Series race today in New Hampshire. And here last night, Eric Jones won the Camping World Truck Series. To finish off a NASCAR point, we want to wish our friends at TNT, NASCAR on TNT, of course, because we have Wally Dallin back, Marty Snyder, Chris Neville, and the whole gang there. And TNT's bringing their NASCAR commitments to a close, and they have their final race tomorrow. So we want to wish all the boys and all of our friends at TNT all the best for their final run tomorrow. Hobbo, did I see you here the other day?
You did. You saw me chomping down on that health food. Really a bit of a health food fanatic.
And the outcome was?
Chocolate. Well, I writhed around a bit for a few hours. Other than that, I was, oh, look at that. Full-size bun on top. Perfect.
That is the Victory Loin sandwich. Allegedly, it's iconic here at Iowa Speedway. Kevin?
One thing to keep in mind as we get back to the racing, hopefully soon, is that the numbers are going to change a little bit for fuel strategy in this stint, because we know that you get better fuel mileage running under caution, but they're not running the full lap right now. So I heard some radio communication that we're going to be guessing a little bit more on the number as they roll through pit lane here during this stint.
So the weather is on our side very much now after there was a tornado watch earlier. We got that brief shower and we have been able to get racing underway again. However, oh, look, that radar looks a whole lot more user-friendly.
And the sun's coming out behind us. We're getting sunset now, so hopefully it's going to, look at that beautiful sunset now. A lot different than it was an hour ago. Get this accident cleaned up, and hopefully these guys can get going again. And wow, look at that. How is it to live in the United States?
That is a spectacular view, isn't it?
Just gorgeous. Here in the Heartland, IndyCar in the Heartland, and this is the 8th year for the Verizon IndyCar Series at Iowa Speedway, and there's been some tremendous history created here on this short but extremely fast track. So waiting to go back to green after the cleanup after a collision between Michaela Lotion and Takuma Sato. You can see Sato's car there on the back of the rescue vehicle. And pits are open, and Montoya and Hawksworth have decided to come. Kelly?
The last time through, Jack Hawksworth did not get any fuel into his car because the fuel nozzle broke, so they decided to bring him in and top him off this time. They obviously put in a backup part and now have fuel. And now we see Juan Pablo Montoya getting pushed out. Charlie Kimball also came in. You talked about that debris he ran over. They said they didn't see anything that showed he had any damage, but they brought him in to top him off and check for damage from running over debris in that crash. They didn't see anything. It was a quick one for Kimball.
There is Charlie. We do have to make a note on Jack Hawksworth. If you weren't with us during our practice and qualifying coverage, a big crash last weekend at Pocono. He suffered a myocardial contusion, basically bruising of the heart. Did spend one night in hospital, the 23-year-old Englishman, and this is what it looked like for him. Pretty scary moment at high speeds at the tricky triangle.
Well, it's incredibly quick at Pocono. You're averaging 220 miles an hour, David, and these cars now are so much safer than the days that you used to race. An accident like that would be fatal in your day.
Completely. I mean, very good chance of either fatality or very badly injured, but these cars are so strong structurally now and integrity that the driver sits in a safe compartment with a head and neck restraint. You know, you really are almost bulletproof.
Well, speaking of crashes, Takuma Sato was involved in one. How is he, Kev?
He says he's fine, and we want to see the incident because he hasn't really seen it, but we've seen it and tell you there's nothing you can do, right?
No. I mean, I was side by side with Kimbo, and after taking the green flag, and all I saw was just white smokes, and I couldn't really see anything. And just really unfortunate, and bad luck is keep on going, and hopefully this weekend where it's turning over, but maybe we have to wait another week.
AJ was pretty pointed when we talked to him about the incident. It's the same guy that crashed you a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, but this case is a completely different scenario. So I wish he's okay. I mean, he seems to be a little hit the hand pretty hard, but hopefully he's okay.
All right, we'll wait for a report of Mikhail Lotion. Thank you. Very classy for Takuma Sato. He made a mistake here tonight.
Yeah, very understanding. As we're getting ready to go back racing here at Iowa Speedway.
On green this time.
Yes,
we
are.
Wouldn't have been able to see him at all because he was behind Kimball's car, so he wouldn't have seen the Lotion coming at all.
Very understanding.
Start to pack up now as Castronetta slows the field down. He went a little quicker as the pace car peeled off. Get some heat in the tires, and we see the sun. The crowd is clapping. They're ready for a race.
The first time we've seen Elio lead in this race. He got that position on the pit stop rotation. Let's see what Kanan can do. Can he go with his old friend? He goes to the inside on Elio.
He opened up the line on the entry. Elio took the high line, and Tony does not want to give up that lead at all.
He knows that he had a good car. He was pumped after qualifying yesterday, devastated after Pocono last weekend, where he saw a win evaporate. Go away from him. Dixon running 3. Briscoe, his Ganassi teammate, running 4. Power is under pressure from Ed Carpenter.
Ed, I think, is a little stronger than Will right now. He's going to try to go to the high side. Right now the tires are fresh, so you're able to run the low line and keep it down there. But as the tires wear, these guys are going to want to work their way up the track and use that high line like Ed is using right now. As he gets a little run here, he's going to pull up on the back of him, but he's not close enough yet.
Enjoy a ride with Ed Carpenter. Watch how quick a lap happens.
Just had to lift a little bit there. He was making good ground on him, but
you see he made a slight adjustment on the on one of the tools he's got in the car. He reached down with his left hand and made an adjustment there.
bit of a lift there.
A little further back, this is Josef Newgarden, Juan Pablo Montoya, 13th, 14th. Sebastian Saavedra looking to make a move.
Inside. You're clear. You're clear.
Oh, this is Pagenaud and Hinchcliffe. Check this out. 8th, the battle for 8th. And Pagenaud moves on the inside of the Andretti Autosport man. Hinch comes back.
Ooh, that was close. They almost touched wheels coming off the corner, but you can see the momentum that the high line has. When you come off the corner, you just have a little bit more RPM, a little bit more top speed, and you're able to pull on the guy coming off. As Pagenaud continues to work the bottom, but as you see as they come off, on the top end here, Hinchcliffe just has enough to hold him, but I think Pagenaud might get him on this lap.
Pagenaud's got that inside line. It seems to be quick round there,
coming back on
but
the outside.
quick round the top of the track. This is real wheel-to-wheel stuff.
Defending race winner on the high line, James Hinchcliffe, relentless. He's not going to give up this position. The fight for 8th continues. Castro Neves is in the lead by just a 1/10 of a second over Tony Kanaan. This is a great fight.
Tony Kanaan is still working over his Brazilian countryman, Castro Neves. He really desperately wants to get by. I think we're going to go full distance tonight, so maybe the urgency isn't as great right now, but after leading at Pocono so many laps, he just wants to get back out there and control the race.
Helio Castro Neves said in response to leading this championship in a tie with Will Power, you know what? There's a long way to go in this 24 series. I've been in this position before and a lot closer to the last round of the season. I'm not getting too excited just yet. We've got some close calls to show you. Let's just go back a couple of laps with he and Ryan Hunter-Reay, his teammate. There's RHR on the high line. Wow.
That's a thread the needle.
And then this fight with Simon Pagenaud that went on lap after lap after lap.
That is close.
Teammates going at it here. Ryan Briscoe, Scott Dixon. The NTT data entry on the low line. And Briscoe said earlier in the show with Robin Miller, I'm going to give it a go tonight. I feel we're getting better as a team race after race, and that was highlighted with his best result of the year. Meanwhile, for the lead of the race, look at this. Kanaan on the inside of Helio Castro Neves.
Just looked like, I didn't see the complete action on that, but maybe he used Cortez as a pick to get a run on Castro Neves and just timed the traffic perfectly, which is what you're going to have to do as they're already lapping guys again. So they're going to be in traffic a lot of the night. So if you can use the traffic as a pick, it's a, you can see right there, there's the pick, and Tony got the run on him, and he killed Castro Neves' momentum. Now he's got him blocked behind the other car. There's nowhere for Castro Neves to go.
Jack Hawksworth and Carlos Huertas, the two cars not on the lead lap. And there have been 2 retirements from this race. Takuma Sato, we've already heard from. The other man, Mikhail Aloshin. Kevin?
And Mikhail had finished in the top 7 and 4 of the last 5, including a runner-up at Houston first. How's your wrist? You got an ice bag on.
Well, my wrist is fine. It's hurting a bit, but it's nothing serious. It doesn't look so.
All right, tell us what happened when you lost the car.
Well, obviously I just did a mistake on restart. I was trying to push on Saavedra, and I think I was a bit too aggressive on the exit of the corner. And the rear just went very fast, and I couldn't do anything really. It was no time to react. And then I think Takuma just crashed into me because it was also hard to react. There is plenty of speed here. So I'm sorry for my team because we actually could bring up a good result this race.
Okay, thank you, Mikhail. We'll see you in Toronto next week.
A lot of work to be done by the SMP Racing side of the Schmidt-Hamilton-Peterson Racing Organization. Ganassi teammates still working on each other. Briscoe and Dixon side by side for another lap with Will Power hunting in the background for 5th. Up front, Kanaan's got about half a second over Helio Castro Neves. Look at Ryan Hunter-Reay.
He's slicing through the field. He's come up from the back of the field now, working the high side on Power. He'll try to use Power as or Dixon as a pick here if he can get a run around the outside and get a good exit.
We are hearing reports from the track that Juan Pablo Montoya is suffering some rear wing issues similar, there it is right there, to what Ryan Hunter-Reay experienced yesterday in the opening session of practice. Same side, look up ahead. And that rear wing end plate just delaminates exactly the same as what happened to Ryan Hunter-Reay yesterday.
And that'll take a lot of downforce off the rear end of the car, and if he's looking a bit tail happy, that's going to be bad.
See, Castro Neves working on Tony. The reason I think this is happening, Dave, we talked about it in practice. You know, these are the road course front and rear wings, and you only see sustained speeds on a road course of maybe 185, 190 miles an hour for a fraction of a second. They're averaging 185 miles an hour. So there's tremendous pressure on these wing end plates, and they're just breaking them apart.
And of course it's a rough surface, so that shakes them around as well. So yeah, that's the second.
Closing up on the bottom, trying to get underneath you there.
That happens to one Pablo Montoya when he is the biggest mover in the field, making up 9 positions to be in the top 10 as his part of his rear wing end plate. He's just sitting there on the inside line of the track. Canaan, your leader here in Iowa, as we approach third race distance.
Pit stops underway. Tony Kanaan gets going, and he's right next to Castro Neves. This time, Castro Neves does not pass him. And it is all the leaders are making their pit stops here. They came in the same order, but it looks like Will Power had also an awesome stop coming off pit road.
Juan Pablo Montoya's team is changing that rear wing. They had a very fortunate break that they got the yellow here. So as long as they get it going, caution obviously was for his green, but this is going to allow him an opportunity to get back on, but they've got other issues despite the right now.
Just having it filmed or something, we don't really know what his issue is. Pointing at the steering wheel, maybe he's lost functions on the steering wheel, but completely having a meltdown.
I think he's trying to explain something.
Feels like the fuel probe is in.
He was thinking that it wouldn't go in gear because the fuel probe was saying was in. There's a sensor on the car that won't allow the car to go in gear while the fuel probe is in to eliminate the cars from leaving when they're plugged in. And maybe that's what's happening.
Animated is an understatement.
He was very agitato.
And rightly so, because he's made up tremendous ground. He's coming off the back of a win, and he feels not only that he's in the groove of IndyCar 2014, but he stands a chance of being the champion at the end of this year. So some pretty heated stuff on pit lane, not just with the Penske team, out on track as well, on board Hinchcliffe. Check this out. Whoa!
That's the tightest you're ever going to thread the needle there. That was really close. I mean, 1 more inch and they would have both been in the wall together.
And if you think James Hinchcliffe wants to win this race tonight, you are right. He wants to defend that win.
Yeah, you've got to have eyes in the back of your head out here as well. It's such a short lap, it's 17 seconds, averaging 186 miles an hour.
There's not really much that Ed could do. I mean, I'm sure he was pushing up the track and understeering, and then when James decided to stick it in between, there's not anything that Ed can do.
So that's right, Paul. And in fact, he had called in earlier that he had a massive push, and he knew that he was coming. He tried to keep it down when the car was washing up the track. Thankfully, he held it up enough, or there wasn't contact. But now he's been on pit road and had the change that he wanted.
I've been remiss to let you know the reason for the third caution. It was, of course, because of Montoya's debris. We showed you going to the break. The caution came out just as we went to break. It was just that part of that rear wing end plate down on the inside line of the track. What a glorious evening now, hey, here at Iowa Speedway. After some really serious weather concerns earlier, we have got a beautiful night to do this race in its entirety as we approach the 100 lap mark, 1/3 race distance. What's going to happen in the rest?
Yellow.
And they're waving this start off.
Whatever problem Montoya had in the pit was cost him a lap. He's lost a lap, so that might be why he was aggravated, as we see Sebastian Bourdais having a problem getting going. It looks like he's got it going now, but I don't know what was happening there. He just didn't come up to speed off of the pace car speed.
Going now before that happened, he was in 17th position, 1 place ahead of Juan Pablo Montoya, who started 19th, came up to 10th. Now Montoya's back down to 17th place. Let's see green this time by at Iowa Speedway. No, we don't. Yellow again. Race control not quite happy with the lineup or the pack up. They want closer. So fair call.
We need your pace car speed here for the time being. Everybody else, let's close up the gaps. Pace car speed, car 10.
Well read, Lee.
Pace car speed, which is 80 miles per hour. And that was the instruction given to car 10, Tony Kanaan, in the TNT Ganassi entry.
Pretty big gap there on the restart. As we see, Will Power gets a run on Castro Neves and slices down the inside, but Tony really got that restart. I don't know what he did. What Castro Neves was thinking there. Maybe he didn't think it was going green that time.
Exactly. I think he thought it may have been waved off again, and Will Power pounced. The two guys who are tied at the lead of this championship are racing each other on track again.
Castro Neves comes back on his teammate. I just don't think he was ready for that restart. Maybe he thought it was going to go another lap.
Side by side, the two guys who are side by side in the championship. Elio on the inside, Will on the high side. Keep in mind what happened at Pocono last week when Power was penalized for blocking, and he gave both of his teammates a hard run. He's learned from that, but he said, you know what, that's just how I race. I'm used to being an aggressive racer. I'm racing for the win, and if you're not racing for the win, there's no point. As Ed Carpenter comes on the outside of Scott Dixon.
Ed Carpenter's made a good run since the green flag did come out.
We're watching Scott here. He's getting worked over by Ed. He's had a little bit more of a struggle in terms of handling tonight compared to his teammate. He's been having to fight the whole time with somebody every single lap. So,
he was on the pole. He had such a good run last time.
Such a fast car. Qualifying lap record here. So we'll hear from Jan.
And Ed Carpenter, you saw how he picked up that speed on Scott Dixon. Paul, that was one turn of front wing. That's all he did on that previous pit stop, and now he's on the go pedal. Here comes Power.
Ryan Briscoe in the NTT data entry, feeling strong.
Of course, that finish last week at Pocono jumped him from 13th to 9th in the standing. So if he has a really good finish here and say the top 3, that's really going to help. Well, a bit far behind the championship.
The second time he's done that to me.
Sounds like Ed is not happy with Will changing his line in the middle of the corner. He wants to get a run on the bottom side, and it seems like he feels that Will is cutting the air off of him. So he's saying he needs to pick a lane and stay in it, but you got to find a way around the guy in front of you. He's in control of where he wants to go.
Yeah. You heard that massive throttle modulation aboard the fuzzy Chevrolet. Now Carpenter starts to regain that ground on Will Power. Kanaan leads by less than 0.3 of a second. Briscoe's third. You're looking at Power in fourth. There's the fight for the top spot. The two Brazilians going at it. Old friends, came into IndyCar at the same time, raced Indy Lights for Tasman Motorsports at the same time, have known each other and know each other's racing style so well.
A little bit, trying to get underneath you, but you're still clear.
It seems like Kanaan's car is really, really good right off the start, and as the run goes on, Castro Neves' car seems to get better. So Castro Neves has got a really solid car for a long run as he seems to progress on Kanaan as they get about 10 laps into the run.
Sebastian Saavedra in the KV AFS entry, that red and yellow car. He sits 8th at the moment, riding aboard Simon Pagenaud in 9th. And I'd say that's a pretty strong run from Saavedra.
Very strong.
We heard Simon Pagenaud hit the rev limiter at the end of the front straightaway. And these two are still going at it, Power and Ed. So a little bit sideways coming off the corner as Will chopped across the front of him. He got Ed a little sideways coming off the corner.
You can see how thick the air is. Those vapor trails coming off the rear wing.
The contrails coming off the rear wing from the humidity. A lot hotter than it was yesterday, so the speeds are high. You see that white trail coming off the back wing, which is really cool looking.
Let's show you what that looked like from Ed Carpenter's view. Inside Power, draws alongside and gets by the Verizon entry, or does he?
Still there, still there.
Yeah, maybe Ed's car's not working quite so well on that lower line, whereas Will Power's car seems to be working pretty well high, as both these guys do. Castroneves coming down. He's tried this trick 3 or 4 times to get underneath him, but doesn't seem to pull it off.
That's what's great about this track. It's just there's so many different lines that you can take. As you see, Tony runs the high side. Castroneves kind of runs the middle, and it's just a seesaw. A guy will pull up and then pull back, and it's just really great racing here.
Racing lap 115 of 300 here at Iowa Speedway. It's Ganassi, it's Penske. It's Ganassi, it's Penske, and that second Penske entry is the Verizon car of Will Power. Let's listen to what he had to say about last weekend and the rest of the season.
Yeah, so what happened at Pocono was just me in the moment, in the heat of the battle of wanting to win. And that's how I've been racing all season. You know, some people don't like it, but that's honestly, you know, when you stop going for that, why bother? Why bother racing? When you stop going for racing for wins, you know, it's just, I just feel that you're out there to do a job, and your job is to win.
Well, I completely agree with you, Will. I drove like that in my whole career. I drove with my heart on my sleeve, and we all want to see you be successful. And you're having a great night tonight, so let's keep it going.
The two of you had quite a few appointments with race control too, though, didn't you?
Yeah, mine were for different reasons, though. I was usually shunting another guy off the track.
James Hinchcliffe runs 7th in the United Fiber and Data entry, the defending race winner. Can he go back-to-back and give Andretti 5 in a row? It's all Ganassi and Penske at the moment. Take us through the field, and we start with Jan.
And Tony Kanaan is obviously having a great night, and you noted that it seemed like he was dropping back into the clutches of Helio Castroneves. I checked with the team. They say, no, we think that we're just a little faster in 1 and 2, but here in 3 and 4, we think that Castroneves is faster. Now, of course, for Helio Castroneves, they have flip-flopped during pit stops. It was traffic that allowed Tony Kanaan to get by. He's hoping now that he'll have traffic and help him to move forward. Now, for Ryan Briscoe, he has had a fantastic night going. He obviously has the opportunity. He's been happy on the radio, hasn't asked for any changes. Kevin?
Will Power's having a good run so far, starting 9th to 4th. He wasn't sure what he had. He said, I'd be pretty happy with the top 5. He's not had great success here at Iowa before. He's not really totally figured out this type of track yet, but he's getting better.
And for Ed Carpenter, we saw that he had a big push earlier, but he got 1 turn of front wing on the last stop, and he is much, much happier. He's got to work through the lap traffic there of Hawksworth, but happier with the car. Still wants more front. Senza still pushing, Kelly.
Remember, Scott Dixon started on pole. He's back to 6th position. He was a little bit hesitant to celebrate that pole. As you saw, Bourdais there slowing on pit lane. But Dixon said getting that pole was just a start. This team needs a win. He hasn't said much on the radio, though he did say that he was a little bit free. Now behind him, look at this. Sebastian Saavedra, who started 17th, has gone up 10 positions. This is his 50th career start. He won here in Iowa in an Indy's lights race, and this guy's on fire. The radio calls have been, you own these guys, go get them. Kevin?
Kelly James Hinchcliffe picked up spots quickly, starting 14th. There we see him in the blue-white United Fiber and Data car, getting up to as high as 6th, running in 8th right now. Also keeping an eye on the business side of things. He is sort of a free agent. The team has an option on the contract, but he and Michael Andretti expect to get something done soon. It sounds optimistic, Jan.
Of course, this is the time of year when people talk about what might happen next year. 9th place, Simon Pagenaud, a lot of talk in the paddock. Maybe he will be driving for Andretti Autosport in the future. Tonight, he's having some trouble keeping the car on the high line, and there are times that's where you definitely need to be. Ryan Hunter-Reay has been moving forward, but he's also been having a vibration. He called it and said that that is something that he's having to live with. And Paul, certainly this is a place when you have a vibration that can get very tricky. Kelly?
Another big mover has been Josef Newgarden. In spite of qualifying 21st, he said he felt really good about his chances today. He said they just missed it in qualifying. He's already up 10 spots.
Marco Andretti moved up quickly into the top 5, and we've talked about racing teammates within the Penske. Well, he radioed in early on during that first yellow for rain. Tell Ryan Hunter-Reay it's way too early to be pushing me high up like that. Kelly?
Graham Rahal has advanced a couple of positions. Remember, he finished 5th here at Iowa last year. He was really confident, but he has been complaining over the radio at times of oversteer. and at times he says he feels a little bit of loose, especially in turn 4. Kevin?
Carlos Munoz has dropped from 5th to 14th. This is a new animal for him. He's been great on the big ovals like Indianapolis and Pocono, but he's only raced here in Indy Lights, and he said when I came here for the first time a couple years ago, it was scary. Much better last year, but different this year in the IndyCar.
And to show you how close it is, look at Kimball and Munoz going hard at it. These guys have been lapped.
Still there, still there.
And as we talked at the beginning of the show, the stranglehold that the Andretti team had on this racetrack over the years, they are really struggling to. All the cars have kind of fell off the wagon.
Marco, we were thinking was really going to be looking good here tonight, but he is certainly having troubles dropping down into 12th.
And for Carlos Munoz to be the highest qualifying and Andretti driver, I don't think he would have thought that he'd be lapped before halfway through this race. And you saw there Sebastian Bourdais out of the car and seemingly out of this race. Meanwhile, Power and Briscoe going at it. This is a good scrap, and it's been going on for many laps. This is for a top 3 spot, held down by Briscoe at the moment. Kanaan has a 2.8 second lead over Helio Castroneves at the front. It's a lot tighter for 3rd. Momentum is what it's all about, and it seems like the NTT data side of the Chip Ganassi garage has it at the moment with Ryan Briscoe.
As we're getting close to the halfway point of the race, we're nearing the 150 mark of 300. This race is now, and we've got it going. It's going by quickly, and there's fights all over the track.
Well, now we're going to see traffic play a part in this Briscoe Power fight. I think they're coming up to lap.
2 Australians here as Will Power gets a run.
Will Power gets a good run there.
He's just having difficulty getting by this lap car of Munoz, so definitely struggling with some traffic issues. Having a hard time getting by.
And of course, you know, these lap cars, you've got to remember that across the field from 1st to 21st.
Look at Saavedra. Saavedra's about to make a move on Power.
Saavedra, while his teammate is out of the race, is carrying the hopes for Kevin Kalkoven and Jimmy Vasser with the KV AFS team. He feels he should have got better results earlier this season. Remember, he was the pole sitter for the inaugural Grand Prix of Indianapolis. While it's going well on his side of the garage, the other side not so good, Kelly.
No, Sebastian Bourdais has now climbed out of his car. Sebastian, we saw you slow up a couple of times on track. What's going on with the car?
We have an electrical issue, so the car keeps on shutting off and resetting the ECU, but every time it does that, it shuts off the engine. The first time he did it on the yellow, it took a long time for the car to fire back up. I got it going again, and I thought it was fine. And then on bumps and stuff, it would shut off every now and again, but the engine kept running, and then finally in the back straight, just shut off completely. It took a long time to restart. We just can't take the chance to run like that. If it happens when I'm fighting for positions, I'm gonna put somebody in the fence, so just no point.
Qualified 6, I'm sure you had better hopes for your race here in Iowa.
Yeah, and the car was really good as well. We can see Seb is running up there, and the first run was a bit difficult, but then, you know, the track kind of came to us, and I personally found some things with the lines, and I was pretty happy with the car, so it's a bit of a shame, but we'll keep digging.
Disappointing end here for Sebastian Bourdais.
Yeah, absolutely, Sebastian's 100% correct to get out of the car. You do not want to have the car lose power in the middle of the corner, because you can have a situation like we had with Ryan Hunter-Reay at Indianapolis, where he had a car run over the top of him on the last lap.
Up front, it is Tony Kanaan, 1.1 seconds ahead of Helio Castroneves. First and second, it's been an intriguing fight, hasn't it? Ganassi versus Penske. Race leader Tony Kanaan comfortably out in front. However, Helio Castroneves is edging closer and closer. And in his rearview mirror, all he can see is a flying Sebastian Saavedra. For the KV AFS team, the young Colombian is just clicking his way through the field. He went flying past Will Power and Ryan Briscoe, and here he is in 3rd, charging down the co-championship leader. This is a drive to remember from Sebastian Saavedra.
It's pretty incredible. I mean, the AFS KV racing team, this has got to be the highlight of the year for them. He's driving a phenomenal race. you know, he started way back in 17th place and has driven his way past everybody right to the top leaders of the field, Penske and Ganassi. So very impressive. KV's got a good setup on this car tonight.
The setup must be just perfect for these longer runs. It's just staggering the speed he showed in the last, what, 10
That's the leader slowing down ahead of you. You're doing awesome.
Quick reminder, you can be a part of Honda's fastest seat in sports sweepstakes. That was a fast seat.
We're in the wall, we're in the wall. Get to the pit lane.
Boy, oh boy.
Coming in.
Just as he got the call to slow it up,
Stay out. If the car's good, stay out. No.
That's one of those things where you start building confidence and you're coming through the field and you're passing these, you know, the top level drivers as Kelly's got him in the pit, just got away from him.
What a remarkable run Sebastian Saavedra had going all the way up there into the 3rd position. The team just constantly encouraging him over the radio, and you can see him sitting in pit lane now at times with his eyes just closed. He's got to be feeling pretty frustrated with himself. Certainly high hopes here at KV Racing, and now we see the Sebastian disappointment.
That's just, pits are now open. That just takes all the confidence that he built up in those few laps.
Well, here we get to see round 3 of the 2 leaders racing each other front to back on the pitch. We watch to see if they make any changes on Kanaan. No changes on the front. They're getting clear. He's out. Nevin?
Will Power is going to try to beat Tony Kanaan off. He's not, but he is going to get out second. Power said, I want no changes. The car changes quite a bit throughout, but I think we've got it as good as we can get it. Ed Carpenter right behind Power. He moved up a couple of spots.
Great work from the Fuzzies Ed Carpenter Racing team to leapfrog him up into 3rd place ahead of Castro Neves. Good work from the Ganassi squad to send Briscoe out still in the top 5. And here is Graham Rahal, the National Guard entry for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. And the stationary Sebastian Saavedra. After the drive of the race, he is devastated. Revisiting Ed Carpenter's stunt.
Over, right here, right here.
How slick was it?
Up here.
Very.
Grab the rag under the car. Clear out, all clear out.
And there he goes, past Castro Neves. To leapfrog his way up into 3rd place. Good work.
Good job, good job.
The Texas Motor Speedway winner earlier this year. Of course, doing half the season. He only does the ovals, and Mike Conway does the others. This is what happened to Sebastian Saavedra. Look at the yellow and red car.
He's just a little on the high side and up. He just got into the gray, and that rear just slid out. He corrected, but it just touched the wall, and it looks like it bent the toe link in the rear. You can see he's hanging onto it. So he just turned in a little bit late and was just out of the groove, and that was it. You can see it started to slide there, and he barely touched the wall.
Boy, that was close for Ryan Briscoe.
It was.
So in the space of a handful of laps, the KV team sees both of their cars with serious troubles. And what could have been a career best result, albeit there's a long way to go, has suddenly taken a dramatic turn for Sebastian Saavedra. What a stunning evening here in Iowa, and we've got an equally impressive race as well. Tried to get this mention in a little earlier. Let's take 2 on that. The Honda's fastest seat in sports sweepstakes. Simply go to shophonda.com to sign up to have a chance to lead the field to green in the Verizon IndyCar Series. Most importantly, no purchase is necessary. You can be in the 2-seater IndyCar behind the likes of Ari Diango. So, something promising to see Sebastian Saavedra back out there. The team did a terrific job to get the car fixed and sent back out, but he is a long way behind, 7 laps down, and that's what happened when you more than brushed the wall.
That could have been a lot worse than it was. So that was, he got up into that grey stuff, got up into the clag and slid up and just kissed the wall.
That was 7 laps under yellow. If it was under green, to have to do fast around here.
Speaking of laps down, one thing that Juan Pablo Montoya did was get himself back on the lead lap. There he is at the back of that group, so he's still down the tail end towards there in 15th, but he is back on the lead lap. 16 cars on the lead lap. Carlos Munoz is the last. There's Montoya back on the lead lap, back with a chance. Fresh rear end, and we are going racing.
Restart, everybody's packed up nice and ready to go racing. As we see
Carpenter on the inside.
Move on Will Power. Will way up,
way high.
He's going to lose a couple of spots.
Here comes his teammate Castro Neves. Briscoe with a good look at the back of the Verizon Chevy. Ed Carpenter is on a mission. He's going out after Tony Kanaan at the front. Look at that fuzzy Chevrolet go. He wants to add to his Texas victory here in Iowa.
As you can see, Tony came down across the nose of him and drove down to the bottom of the track, and you can see it washed out the front of Carpenter's car and killed the momentum that he had. So it's going to be a cat and mouse game. You have to drive not only looking in front of you, but also looking at where the other guy is behind you to kill the momentum.
Good scrap here with the teammates. Castro Neves on the low line, Power on the high line, Briscoe. Then we go back to Dixon. We pick up Hinchcliffe, Pagenaud, Underray, Newgarden.
Good job, bud. Clear by one. Clear by two. Let's go get those guys.
Encouraging words from the captain, Roger Penske. Here's Scott Dixon on his teammate. We've seen a lot of teammate battles tonight, particularly with the Penske and the Ganassi guys.
It seems like Castro Neves' car takes a few laps to get going. I don't know if he's starting with a lower tire pressure, but as the run goes on, Castro Neves' car gets better. The captain says, go after him, let's go. And he's pulled away from Power now, and he's moving across to the other two guys.
Scott Dixon having a good job getting past his teammate, Brian Briscoe, who's having a fantastic night. Lurking right behind there, of course, is Hinchcliffe. Winner here last year, trying to repeat, but he's going to have his work cut out the way those Tony Kanaan and Castro Neves are going.
On board with James Hinchcliffe. Let's enjoy the ride with Hinch. Briscoe making a move on Power here.
Wing, got a wing up there, just a wing on your corner, clear, clear, clear.
Saw Briscoe, he just pinched his countryman, kind of
beautiful, great job.
Forced his Power to lift off on the entry of the corner and not stay on the high side. So you see Pagenaud is on the high side, but on the high side and Pagenaud on the low side, as these two are going to run side by side. It seems like Hinch is struggling with a little bit of understeer. He's having to shift a lot. As you hear Pagenaud pedaling the car through the corner, try to keep it underneath of Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, Hinchcliffe made a lot of ground on Dixon there for about 3/4 of a lap. He moved up very close and suddenly dropped back, so his handling must have.
Now Dixon's got things going again, and he's able to make a move on Will Power, who goes high.
It was pretty close right there when Dixon cut across the nose of Will Powers. It made the front of his car push out like it was a boat crossing a wake of another boat.
Not the first time we've seen Hinchcliffe and Pagenaud go at it tonight. They've put on some terrific driving. They're fighting at the moment over 6th, 7th place. And it's tight.
Boy, keep digging outside.
Ooh, it is tight.
Oh, he couldn't keep it down there and keep his foot on the throttle. I think what Hinchcliffe is really just trying to do is forcing him down low and just pinching him down so he can't keep his foot on the throttle.
And while these two guys are duking it out between them, right behind Ryan Hunter-Reay is moving in on them pretty quickly.
As long as these guys are racing side by side, they're not going as quick as they could possibly go. So that has allowed Hunter-Reay to close in. If either of these two make a mistake, he'll be by to both of them.
And Paul, of course, when he gets pushed to the bottom like that, you know the Hinchcliffe also, man, they are close. The more that he can push him down, yes, he loses the momentum, but he also wears the tires more, so that's going to be tough on the tire wear for Pagenaud. Now he is clear of Hinchcliffe, barely.
Now they switch positions as Hinchcliffe does the crossover. Pagenaud finally got by, and he tried to do the crossover.
Good job. Let's go on to the next one.
Blocking there as he blocks his teammate from getting a run on him. And as we see Hunter-Reay in the background go to the high side of Hinch, and I think he'll clear him on the back straightaway.
And does so.
Yeah, he seems to be running pretty quick at the moment.
Two guys who have seen the checkered flag first here at Iowa Speedway. Hinchcliffe in trouble. He ran really high close to the wall. And look who's coming quick on the scene. It's Josef Newgarden.
Stoner Crow, that was close to the wall.
Yeah, that's That's what happens when you have 5,000 pounds of downforce and the turbulence that these wings put off. It's like, the only way I can describe it to people is it's like the turbulence off of the back of a boat. When you cross over another boat and there's a wake, it just causes the whole car to slide out from underneath of you. It just goes straight for the wall, and you got to get out of the throttle and avoid hitting the wall.
These big wings make a big hole in here.
Oh, a huge hole in there.
Josef Newgarden, who started way back, has made up 11 positions in the top 10, now working on the defending winner, Sebastian Saavedra playing catch-up after that
Great
super
job,
drive.
you own this place. Let's go get Ray Hall.
And it is encouraging to say you own this place, let's go get him. He's 7 laps down after that accident earlier. Kanaan has 1 second over Ed Carpenter. Then Castro Neves, Briscoe, and Dixon the top 5. For Charlie Kimball, who we ride with here, Charlie's in 15th. That's what the lead looks like. After being hassled by Carpenter earlier, Kanaan, who was buoyed by his qualifying run yesterday for a period there, it looked like he may have grabbed the pole position. Wasn't the case. His Ganassi teammate Scott Dixon stole it away. But this is a really positive period in Tony Kanaan's year. He didn't get the win last week. There was question marks over the strategy. Tony was clearly furious, frustrated, disappointed. And he even said to Kevin Lee yesterday after qualifying, we don't need luck, we need to get things right. And we didn't get last weekend right, we need to get it right tonight.
And he came here, it wasn't disappointment that he came here with or frustration. He came here with total motivation, like right from the drop of the green in practice on Friday. He went straight out and went P1 in 3 laps. So he's highly motivated tonight to get a win.
Well, Paul, you've been saying all weekend that you really have been thinking this is going to be Tony Kanaan's race. And certainly so far, it's going all his way.
Tony knows how to win here. He did it back in 2010. So far, so good as we approach the 200 lap mark. Car number 10, Tony Kanaan, has been in control of this race for the majority of it. He is the focal point of today's Mazda driver profile. The veteran is well and truly in control of this race, and he needs to be. Taking over from his good friend Dario Franchitti, who was forced to retire through injury in that horrendous crash in Houston last year. This was something that Tony was looking very much forward to, being a part of the Target Chip Ganassi organization. The year has not quite gone to plan, and this could be a marvelous turning point for one of the most loved and respected drivers in this IndyCar series.
You won't find a guy he's got a second lease on life being able to get with the Ganassi team, and you will not find a guy in the paddock that is in better shape than Tony Kanaan. He's competed and finished the Ironman Hawaii. If there's any guy you're going to put in the car that can get it done, he's one of them.
3 seconds over Ed Carpenter, who is now under severe pressure from Helio Castro Neves. And as far as Castro Neves is concerned, yes, he's going after the win in this race. So long as he stays ahead of Will Power, he will take the lead of this points championship into the doubleheader on the streets of Toronto next weekend, where we hear there's a team of 5 or 6 bodyguards that will be surrounding Paul Tracy all weekend long, from the tens of thousands that try and get their PT up there. Just kidding, but I know you're looking forward to going home, aren't you?
I bring a bunch of my big biker buddies. As we see Castro Neves, he's working over Ed now. It seems like Castro Neves' car just gets better and better as the run goes on. I don't think there's anybody that's better than him out there other than Kanaan. Kanaan seems to just have a really good car. He's fast on the short run and on the long run, so I think Castro Neves is probably the second quickest car on the track.
I think Carpenter's car is going off just a little bit on this long run, which is enabling Castro Neves, and right behind Castro Neves is Ryan Briscoe, who's still having a fantastic night.
Let's keep Pocono in mind last weekend. let's keep Houston in mind on fuel strategy. And I'm taking you to JPM, one Pablo Montoya. Although he's not in this shot, he is in 11th position. I mentioned earlier he got himself back on the lead lap. He's only 10 seconds out of the lead of this race, and he has 5 laps more fuel than the others that he is racing. They all pitted on lap 162. He pitted on 167. Kev, how's things looking at the number 2 camp?
Right, I don't do the fuel as well as Jan Bikas does, but I think that they're going to be fine to get it done in one more stop. The others probably, but I think it's going to be very close for the others if we stay green the rest of the way. What do you think, Jan?
And Kevin, I think that's the key. If it were to stay green all the way, everyone except for Montoya would have to hit it perfectly. They would have to save a little bit of fuel, and you have to get to lap 230, 230. That's what the leaders are looking for. Not the case for Montoya. Montoya should have more breathing room. His job a lot easier tonight.
It's on at the front for second. Castro Neves and Carpenter. And the Penske man slides his way through into second.
Well, he's got a second and a half to make up on Kanan, who's been the measure of the field. As you see Ed now, you can tell his handling is he's really fighting it now. You can see the front's pushing. Got a guy now looking on the bottom side. And you can just hear he's got to be in and out of the throttle, and he's making adjustments on the weight jacket with his thumb. As he says, my car's just not feeling good in the dirty air. The wake of the cars in front of him, he's having a hard time just to get by Jack Hawksworth, who's multiple laps down.
And Ryan Briscoe fast approaches in the NTT data entry. He's now putting pressure on Carpenter. I think it's been a huge learning experience tonight for the 4 rookies in the field. Michaela Lotion is already out. Carlos Huertas is out as well. Munoz and Hawksworth have had their hands full, and here comes Briscoe.
Big run by Briscoe. He was able to
clear.
time it perfectly. Ed's not able to get close to that lap car in front of him.
Now, Ed's car is definitely going off on this long run. Yeah, and that lap car in front of him, of course, is great. It's Hawksworth, who's already down 3 laps.
Just off on dirty air, I can't do anything.
I'm glad I'm not Jack Hawksworth, to be quite honest. I wouldn't want to be out there with these
Power
guys
engine
at all.
coming.
Yes, look at
In your
this,
mirrors.
Dixon
And your mirrors looking
and
low.
Power are lining up for a shot, and you heard Carpenter say, in dirty air, I can't do anything, Paul.
Yeah, it's just, like I said earlier, the wake of the turbulence that comes off these cars with these huge road course wings on the car. Just as when he was on fresh tires, he could manage it, but now that the tires are worn, you start to slide, you wear out the tires even more, and now he's hanging on for dear life.
And he's getting up very close to the wall on a couple of occasions.
3 of the top 4 cars are Chip Ganassi's cars. And just revisiting a point from earlier in the broadcast, Chip's men have not seen victory lane in 9 months. The pressure mounts on Kanan, Briscoe, and Dixon. Charlie Kimball's a little far out of the picture at the moment. He's on the other 3. On Thursday, July 31st, Meekum Dealmakers is on NBCSN. Dana Meekum and his army of car aficionados get the show on the road as they head for Houston. You can go behind the scenes with Meekum Dealmakers, Thursday, July 31st, right here on NBCSN. Welcome back to Iowa. Lee Diffie, along with IndyCar champ Paul Tracy. David Hobbs is here from NBCSN's Formula One team. Jan Bikas, Kelly Stavis, Kevin Lee, Robin Miller, on what has been a really memorable night so far. For the 8th time Indy cars have come to the Heartland to race here at Iowa Speedway. We have seen quite the show. Tornado watch earlier. We got going and then we had a brief stop for some 26 minutes as a shower came through. Got back to racing, and it's been quite the tornado inside the 7/8 of a mile Iowa Speedway with passes like you've never seen. We've had 4 cautions covering 48 laps. Josef Newgarden's made up 11 positions. Tony Kanaan has been in control of the race. And here comes Simon Pagenaud, pitting from 7th place.
And this is lap 229, just clicked over to 230. This is the number you need to hit. You're still going to have to save a little bit of fuel, but this should be the final pit stop. And a caution.
Yellow, yellow.
Trouble for Marco Andretti.
This could be a problem for Pagenaud having been in the pits.
Unfortunately is not good for Simon Pagenaud. It's good for everyone else who did not pit.
Yeah, that's just completely bad luck. He was already in the pit lane. And this looks like Texas all over again for Marco, and you can see he just threw his hands in the air in frustration. Look at the car's on fire again, like Texas it was. Wow, what a bad break for Simon.
Oh.
There is Kyle Moyer and the Andretti Autosport squad, and it has been a pretty frustrating year. There's been a few glimpses of high spots for Marco, but there has been quite a bit of frustration. So he joins the list of Sato, Aloshin, Huertas, and Bourdais. We're going to go on board. Have a listen to this.
Boom motor, shut her down, shut her down, shut her down.
Is that a kablamo?
That is kablamo.
So as the Holmatro safety team go to rescue the Snapple entry of Marco Andretti, pits are open, and we're about to see some frantic activity. And there has been some tremendous races off pit road tonight amongst Kanan, Castro Neves, Dixon, Power. Carpenter's team did great last time round. And here we go. Jan, you mentioned before it's time for the next round. Let's do it again.
Well, this will be the final round. This will be the last opportunity these top three will have to change positions. Again, they pit very close together. Does Kanan and Castro Neves. We watch for changes. They're going to need all the fuel, so they have to wait for the fuel. And Kanan gets the run first. And here comes Dixon. Wow, Scott Dixon flies out of pit road.
The Penske boys come out together. They block Ryan Briscoe. Look at Montoya. Montoya has jumped an enormous amount of positions, 3, to put himself amongst that lead pack.
That was that extra little bit of fuel. He had less time on pit road. He had 5 more laps of fuel. And now we have the Colombian in the mix, ready to go racing with a shootout Saturday night.
Did he beat James Hinchcliffe off pit road? That's the question that needs to be answered, as he went straight ahead of Hinch. Hinch seemed as though he didn't want to settle for that, but perhaps now it is obvious. Let's show you at the line as they come blasting off. There goes Kanan. Next, you'll see Dixon. He beats Castro Neves out. Then there's Power. Next is Briscoe. There is Carpenter. Yes, he did get him. Montoya did just get Hinchcliffe at the line.
Boy, it was just too, wasn't it?
Kanan's crew has been flawless tonight. They were flawless in Pocono, and they've continued here. We'll see what happens.
Well, I want to give a shout out to the pit crew, to the entire team. These guys are working incredibly hard. They always do, but it's a condensed schedule this year. These guys are just like going on a rope swing from event to event. Very little time at home with their families. Hot, humid conditions here tonight. They go back, they've got to rebuild, they've got to regroup, and then head to the doubleheader in Toronto. The men and women of these race teams have been working like never before. It's taken its toll on some of the teams, but they continue to grind out and produce unbelievable pit stops like that. Well done to the crews. Awesome performance. National Guard crew looking on at Graham Rahal. He's in 13th at the moment on this cycle. Coming out of the pits, it's Kanan, Dixon, Castro Neves, Power, Briscoe. It's all Penske and Ganassi at the front. Carpenter, Montoya is 7th after it seems like just a little while ago he was a lap down. There is Andretti's car being rescued back. It's Hinchcliffe, Newgarden, and Hunter Ray rounding out the top 10. And this is what happened back at Texas Motor Speedway earlier in the year after a very promising start.
Pretty unusual to have these engine problems.
Tell us more, Kev.
Add insult or at least more frustration to what's been happening. Marco had just radioed in. Remember, he started up near the front in the 8th position, but slipped back. He got up as high as 5th. He said, you know, I think the car is coming to us, and we're going to be able to move up. And then they lose the engine. Jan.
And Kevin, it was so interesting to show those 2 shots from the same angle. You saw the 2 different wing packages that Paul Tracy was talking about. When you saw the previous one in Texas, you saw how the air wasn't very disturbed, but today you could see the big swirling action of the smoke that Paul's been trying to describe as like following a boat. You could visually see how this air is disturbed everyone's battling with tonight.
Before we go racing, track's being cleaned up. Marco's car's being rescued. We're going to squeeze in a quick break, come back to see the restart of this race. Ready to go racing here at Iowa Speedway, the Iowa Corn Indy 300. And Iowa Corn brings us, the biggest movers in this race. And let's show you who they are. Juan Pablo Montoya from 19th to 7th. Could he get back-to-back wins and spring another surprise? Josef Newgarden doing really well also with the same amount of positions gained. Defending race winner James Hinchcliffe making nice work as well. They're packed up nice and tight, ready to go racing. We're at the end of the 5th course caution. Green flag flies. That's the Ganassi duo at the front, Kanaan and Dixon. We haven't said that this year.
Another really nice start by Kanaan. Seems to have everything under control. As we see Montoya now pulling up in the picture, he's only got a couple of positions to get to his teammate Power and try to get ahead of him for the points battle.
Riding with Ed Carpenter.
Both chopping at the throttle again, so any changes that they've made to try to correct the turbulence and the washout that he was having, I don't think they've fixed, because you can hear him chop out of the throttle in the corner.
Yeah, Montoya's right behind him.
Hinchcliffe dived on the inside of Newgarden. Now Joseph wants a shot at Juan Pablo Montoya. The Sarah Fisher Hartman entry on the inside.
Outside, still there.
Nice move, but Montoya's not going to relinquish the position that easily.
He's not going to, now that he's in position to get a good finish, I don't think Montoya will concede with a lot of ease. He's going to keep fighting.
Spirited run from Josef Newgarden. Up front, Kanaan and Dixon. Both want this win as badly as the other. Managing Director of Chip Ganassi Racing, Mike Hull, told us earlier this afternoon, the worst part about when you get a win is wondering if you can do it again and when you're going to do it again. They haven't done it in 9 months as Dixon, the defending series champ, goes to the inside of Kanaan.
So slices to the inside. Kanaan's going to try to hang it out here on the outside as long as he can. He's weathered the storm of other guys like Castro Neves for multiple laps until his car gets going. It seems like his pressures are down a little bit, and it takes him a few laps to get going, but I think Dixon might have him here.
There's only been 3 leaders of this race, Tony Kanaan, Helio Castro Neves, and Scott Dixon. Dixon has led 1 lap against Kanaan's 212.
Boy, Kanaan, he'll talk about if he doesn't win this race now.
He doesn't want to give up that lead, but if he just gets another 6 inches, you'll see Dixon chop up in front of him here on the exit of the corner, and it'll be game over as he did right there. Kanaan likes the high side. Scott likes the low side. Scott now moves up the track a little bit.
You'll drive back fine, buddy. We'll get better here after a few laps.
Kanaan, like we said, I think Kanaan's car is better on the long run, so he's going to have to wait this out, regroup, maybe make some adjustments, and then come back on him like he is right now.
Yeah, but you're racing against Scott Dixon here, who's also going to be making adjustments to his car.
Kev, what do you got?
Well, Juan Pablo Montoya's car was not only struggling early, he then had the rear wing change that we documented that caused him to go a lap down, but he's back in the chase, running inside the top 10 and 8. This is Brian Campy, who took over as the lead engineer 4 races ago. So he's finished 3rd, 7th, and 1. So it's gone pretty well. And he came over from NASCAR, and that's actually worked quite well because Juan's been away so long, he still refers to NASCAR terms and might say it's like it did this at Dover or some other NASCAR track, and Brian will understand what he's talking about. So that's worked well.
Juan Pablo Montoya did 42 Sprint Cup starts on NASCAR's short tracks, which coincidentally was his NASCAR number.
It's hard to believe that a guy from Colombia who's raced in IndyCar and Formula One would be using NASCAR terminology to talk to his IndyCar engineer. So.
Just shows how diverse a driver he really is.
Well, his car seems to be coming in because Josef Newgarden had the better of him earlier on, just after the green flag. Newgarden's car now seems to be going off the boil a little bit. Montoya got back past him. And Newgarden's run seems to be coming to an end. Hinchcliffe's going down the inside.
Yeah. That's tight racing there. Newgarden came around the outside.
Got a lot of time for Josef Newgarden. I think he's a really pretty stout driver.
So for you guys and the wonderful careers that you enjoyed as we enjoyed this battle between Hinch and Joseph, the only man, the only driver in our sport that we love to win the Indy 500, Daytona 500, Le Mans 24 and Rolex 24 at Daytona, Supertech's A.J. Foyt. Montoya has won 2 of those races as well. If you were Juan Montoya, would you find a way to get a ride at the Daytona 500 and 24-hour Le Mans and try and match that?
Well, I think absolutely. I think he still has time on his side. He's still not up in his age. He's young, he's fresh, he's in good shape. I think there's plenty of time for him to get to Le Mans. And obviously, we know he's vastly experienced now in stock cars, so he can get a ride with Roger in a top-level car, which would be a good opportunity.
What a fight this is. Hinchcliffe is not letting Newgarden get away. Newgarden's not letting James Hinchcliffe come through easily. And having a front row view of this is Ryan Hunter-Ray.
Getting towed along by those big holes that these 2 cars are causing. Gets a bit of a draft. Whoa!
See, you can see
He's got hung out. He's behind you.
That's that front end going away when he cut across the front of him.
As soon as he crossed over the wake of
he lost the front end.
Yeah, he lost. The rear stepped out, the front stepped out. It was just hang on for dear life. As soon as he got in the wake of the car in front of him.
Up front, there's only 0.3 of a second between Dixon and Canaan. Castro Neves is a further 1.5 seconds back. Power, then Carpenter 5th, Briscoe 6th, Montoya 7th. Hinch, Hunter-Ray, Newgarden. This fight we're watching here as RHR goes ahead, and Graham Rahal is sneaking up nicely in the background. He's in 11th, trying to make a move on Josef here. Spoke to Mitch Davis from the Rahal Letterman Lanigan team earlier today, and he said, you know what, yeah, qualified 15th, that's nothing to shout from the rooftops about, but Graham feels confident in the car, and he's got laps left as we race. Lap 262, 39 to go.
And the laps are flying by. The restart was...
Whoa!
That's tight quarters there. By, that was really forcing the issue on Newgarden. It left him no room. Almost put him up in the gray, so that was a forceful move. And the laps are flying by.
Remember, the boys told you how hurtful that caution would be to Simon Pagenaud. Here he is, enter the stage. Meanwhile, up front, the fight's on. Canaan and Dixon. Canaan drops to the low line. Really decisive move there from TK.
It looked like Canaan used the pick as well. It looked like Dixon's car came up on the traffic. It was the first time he had any turbulence to deal with, and Canaan was able to close up and make the move, and now he's gotten by the both cars in one lap.
Poor old Hawksworth out there just thinking, what the heck am I going in the middle of here?
Yeah, he's running 16th, some 3 laps down. Big learning experience. He had competed here before in the junior formula, but this is a whole different ball game.
35 to go. Great job.
That just shows you how strong Canaan's car has been all night. He hasn't been phased by the lap traffic, where a lot of guys have gotten out front, and then as soon as they came up on the cars that were lapped down, they begin to struggle.
Castro Neves and Power coming together. The 2 guys at the top of the championship. If positions remained as is, Elio would have a 4-point lead heading to Toronto. We've still got 34 laps left to race to decide that.
Which, if there are no yellow flags, will only take about 15 minutes or less.
The longest 15 minutes of your life when you're the leader.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you that Canaan has been waiting for a win for quite a long time, and although he's been in control all night, as the laps wind down, it seems like 17 seconds turns into minutes at times, so these will be the longest laps of your life.
Yeah, he'll be just thinking, let's have a rain or something.
Look at this in the background. Move on the inside, it's Montoya on Briscoe. He just keeps clicking them off. JPM, now Briscoe comes back around the outside. This is the fight for 6th place.
Ryan Briscoe has had a great night. He too has had a little bit of a lackluster season, not gone exactly how he wanted it to, but tonight he's having a terrific run.
Ed's car, he is just hanging on for dear life. Really. Like, he's getting everything there is to get out of that car. You see him, you know, it was an in car there, and it stepped out on him. He's hanging on.
And remember his history. If you're not familiar with Ed Carpenter's background, long history in USAC sprints and Silver Crown racing. He's raced on a lot of short tracks here in the state of Iowa. There you get a big lift again.
Looked like a sprint car.
Well, you can see that he can really pedal a car, but what keeps happening, the car is really good after a pit stop, and then he starts to lose the balance, and he's just like Paul said, he's hanging on for dear life. They can't seem to keep it consistent all the way through a run.
I can tell you from my own experience, it is absolutely zero fun. when the rear steps out at 185 miles an hour in a high bank corner.
Yeah, exactly. When you're like 2 feet from the wall in the first place.
Ray Hall and Newgarden going at it. This is for the final spot in the top 10. Ray Hall owns it at the moment.
Keep working. Hosmer's going to stack you guys up in a double
Chevrolet
lap.
cars.
Keep working, Ray Hall.
They look really good at the moment, don't they? All the way through 7th place. The lead Honda is James Hinchcliffe in 8th.
Ray Hall really up on the high side as he dives to the bottom of Hawksworth, but he's really pushing up the track and running a high line on the exit.
Less than a second away from Ryan Hunter-Ray up the road.
Go get Ryan.
There you go, right on cue. Go get Ryan.
Nice and smooth.
Briscoe on Carpenter. He seems to have been able to shake off the challenge from Juan Pablo Montoya for now. Can he do anything about the fuzzy Chevrolet? And Ed Carpenter. Final 24 laps here at Iowa Speedway on what has been a thoroughly enjoyable night. Can Tony Kanaan pull off a victory for the first time since he won his maiden Indianapolis 500 last May? It seems like forever. Briscoe to the inside
Looking
of Carpenter.
low. Not there.
And it'll be the first time Ganassi has won this year, will it not?
Absolutely. It's been a 9-month drought for the Target Chip
on
Ganassi
your corner,
organization.
inside.
Nice little run by Briscoe through the center of the corner. He was able to get position on Ed as Ed continues to work the higher line, but I think Briscoe will have him now as they go into 1. His car's working good on the bottom, Briscoe, and I think you'll see him pull ahead here.
One of the hardest,
they're not giving up at all.
one of the hardest things each and every driver will tell you in the Verizon IndyCar Series is the depth of talent in this field. Maybe in years gone by it wasn't so strong, and so you were able to make some positions from the back a lot easier. All of these guys are amazing. Take Ryan Briscoe for a case in point. Back when he was racing Euro F3 and he won the championship in 2003, he beat the current Formula One World Championship leader Nico Rosberg. He beat guys like Robert Kubica. He beat DTM champion Bruno Spengler. The list goes on. This field is
strong,
full of guys with amazing global motorsport stories. Montoya, another example. These guys, Castro, Neves, and Power, fighting over that 3rd spot. Oh, Montoya's out.
In the wall.
I think he got on the inside of Ed. I was watching one of the other TVs, and he went for a move down on the inside of Ed.
Guys, out of control.
Yeah, it looks like he got chopped by Ed. He said, I saw him make a move down the inside, and I will bet
Right there, bud.
that the air was taken off of his car, and it came out from under him.
An amazing run has come to an end for Juan Pablo Montoya. This is how it happened.
He took a look down the inside, and Ed just continued down.
Oh, Ed just pushed him.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I wouldn't want to be Ed.
And that was not the line that Ed has been running for quite a while. He's been up 2 or 3 grooves from that, so I'm sure Montoya, when he came up on him, saw that, you know, this, I'm going to go to the bottom. And he's mad, you can tell. He's going to have a finger wave at Ed. Maybe
a little
fire
bit more.
something at her, or giving them the.
And Juan Pablo Montoya knew that he was on a good thing. And
The
perhaps
incident with car 2 and car 20 is under review.
Well, that wasn't very good. I got to say that Ed really chopped him down. Places like this, you have to make room. If you're going to race, you've got to race clean, because you just can't. It's too risky.
Well, Ed's been running a high line all night, so I'm sure he was watching his line, and Ed just turned down right on top of him. But you know, Montoya wasn't all the way in there. He had a nose in, but his spotters would have let Ed know that there was a car on the inside as well. So
yeah. I mean, he just chopped down on him. He obviously saw him coming and said, no, you can't go by on the inside here, because nobody's been running down that low.
And this
that's
has
a pretty good hit too, as well.
Yeah.
Car lifted off the ground.
And this is what it looked like from Ed Carpenter as he comes around. Now he's saying to Montoya, what are you talking about? And Montoya is saying the same thing. What were you thinking?
Well, I'm afraid it's going to be like last week when he sees the replay. It's going to be kind of hard to squeak out of that one.
I don't think he was going to throw his helmet at him because those helmets now are worth about $8,000 without paint on them, the F1 spec helmets. So they're definitely not ones to throw around.
First non-finish, the first DNF for Montoya this year. Up until that point, he had completed all but 2 laps. That brings out our 6th caution of the night, which is pretty typical here at Iowa. The average is 5 per year.
Tony has now got to deal with the threat of another restart. He's been really strong on the restarts. It's taken him a while to get up to speed, so we'll see if Dixon can make a run on him again with only 15 laps to go. We're going to have really a barn burner from here out.
By the time they bring by the time they get this wreckage cleared up, there's only going to be
10 laps.
Yeah, 10
maybe
seven,
less.
7 to 10 laps.
I'd say 5 to 7 laps left.
It's going to be a frantic scramble, and you've got the 2
Which
guys.
one has been reviewed? No action.
No action on the 20. Thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I don't think Montoya was completely all the way in there, but I can understand his frustration. But that was a different line than Ed had been running all night long. So it's there's definitely some question that could get raised, but ultimately Montoya wasn't all the way in there.
Damon, your thoughts?
Well, he wasn't already in there, but I mean, he was close enough that it was that's what I'd call a block. I mean, you can't get much more blatant block than that.
Let's listen to some radio transmission from both cars. Here we go.
We're in the wall. Are you okay?
That guy's out of control. I was going to try to go low that time just to try something different. I didn't mean to stuff him. But I don't know if it's my fault.
Well, I mean, he's been running the high line all night, and he's been struggling with handling. We've seen him struggle on multiple occasions getting loose, so he was going to try something different to try to change the handling. I mean, that's what you do as a racing driver. So I think it's just one of those things. Obviously he didn't intentionally try to, I don't think, run him below the yellow line.
Has a big impact on Montoya in the championship.
Well,
he was gaining ground on his 2 Penske teammates and just 55 points out of the lead of the championship. Coming into this 12th round, he'll be at least 70 plus points behind, and he'll drop a couple of positions. So
he's going to take an opportunity to try to do something with the handling. I don't think there's any damage to the car.
It's got some vibration in that steering wheel, hasn't it?
Jan Beekers is there.
And we know that he does better when he's on fresh tires, so they're going to go ahead and put a fresh set of Firestones on here, make any changes that he needs. Same thing we saw for Ryan Hunter.
Juan Pablo Montoya has just exited the medical center. You're okay, first of all?
Yeah, I'm good. Our PPG Chevy was really good today. We had all kinds of issues, and yesterday in qualifying got really loose, and we came back today with really strong passing people. I got inside of him, and he was running high. The ozone decided to run low. He's been running every lap on the top. I got inside of him, and it's like they all love preaching safe racing and everything, but when you're gonna pass them, they're just douchebags,
They reviewed it and they said no action taken, so there's going to be no penalty.
I'll take some action later.
There you go.
Juan Pablo Montoya heated, as you can understand.
All right. He's going to take some action later, but it's just one of those things. He's obviously frustrated, had a bad night tonight, all kinds of problems, like you said. But, he does have a point where Ed has never run that line the whole night, so I can see his point.
Carpenter was furious with James Hinchcliffe at the Indianapolis 500 this year for Hinch making an inside move. And then now, Ed Carpenter, once this race is finished, he's going to be on the other side of it. Jan?
And of course, Tony's wife Lauren is watching, and I know it's been tough riding around in the bus with a guy who's had 2 really tough weekends and no wins. How are you feeling now?
The past weekends have been such bitter disappointments, not just for Tony, but for this whole 10 team. They've really worked hard for some just junk results. So, everyone's got their fingers crossed this one works out. They really deserve it.
They have a lot of confidence coming in. The car's been fast all weekend.
He did, and he does well at Iowa. His track record's been good here the past couple years. He knows this place well, and, he likes it. So, yeah, that helps.
All right, here we go. We've got a 10-lap shootout to determine if we're going to have another new winner this year. Tony Kanaan and teammate Scott Dixon are the first 2 cars to see the green, and then a pair of Penske's are chasing them down. Elio Castro Neves and Will Power. Roscoe's in the mix. Here comes the defending winner, James Hinchcliffe. These 10 laps are going to fly on by.
Another really good start by Kanan as we see Pagenaud trying to work his way through the field as we see Newgarden around the outside threading the needle. And then another car, Graham Rahal, threading in between the wall.
So Pagenaud's going backwards at a pretty quick rate. It's all about going forward. There's half a second between the Ganassi men at the front.
Pagenaud really wanted a good result here because he too has been coming up to the field.
Hunter Ray blasts through on the inside, past Will Power. That moves for fourth.
Yeah, don't forget, he's got new tires, so he's going to have an advantage over the others.
Oh, Will Power goes way high into the wall. Wow. Did he brush the wall there?
I don't think he did.
He's lost positions. Look at this. By the second, they are flying past him.
I think he might have a flat tire.
That rear left, is the rear left down? Or rear right? He's in serious trouble.
I think he has a flat.
I think he must have a flat.
So he's now down.
Now Castroneves has a problem. They're flying by him as well.
The two guys at the top of the championship are in trouble. Tony Kanaan, he gains another 10th. Scott Dixon. 5 laps to go here at Iowa.
Seems like Castroneves has recovered from whatever happened, but Will Power has not recovered.
Power is 14th. He was in 4th at the restart.
Look at
Ryan Hunter-Reay blasts through on the inside. Remember Andretti Autosport's history here.
With this amount of laps to go, he might be able to chase down Kanaan. He's got fresh tires, and he's coming.
There's going to be 3 laps when you come around.
And Newgarden goes by. What a run he's had.
5 wins are on offering. 5 in a row, I should say, for Andretti Autosport. And Ryan Hunter-Reay, who has won here before, is storming to the front, and so too Josef Newgarden.
Come on, Tony, you're going to have to dig deep and pull everything you've got. Fresh tires are going to be hard to beat as we see Hunter-Reay is coming.
Trying to get underneath you.
He has got him on the inside. Kanaan's going to fight as hard as he can, but Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to spoil the Ganassi party.
What a crushing blow for Tony Kanaan, and here comes Josef Newgarden.
Absolutely.
Newgarden has new tires as well. Same strategy for Newgarden is paying.
Paying big. Lauren Kanaan knows that the win has escaped her husband for now. Newgarden dives to the inside of TK. As we're on the final lap, it has been a miserable run for Ryan Hunter-Reay ever since winning the Indianapolis 500. RHR is going to turn it around and continue Andretti's domination in Iowa. Hunter-Reay wins in the Heartland.
The Andretti team grabbed another win, and they came out of nowhere too.
The 2 biggest movers in the field finish in the top 2 positions. Hunter-Reay made up 12 spots from his grid position. Newgarden 19. What an outstanding result for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Boy, I feel for Tony Kanaan though. He just had that race locked up for the entire time. And the strategy of these Andretti guys won them the race. That last minute stop for those tires just did it.
It absolutely shows you the power
Kanaan must be gutted
of tires. How much quicker you
Can't
can
get
go
a break, man.
And Michael, what a call on the pit stand going for new tires.
It's funny, we talked about it before the race. We said, 15 laps to go, we're putting new tires on, and it worked, I mean, it was a little gutsy. We gave up about 4 spots, but as you can see, it was a big difference. So real proud of the whole team. It was a tough night for us all night long, but we all hung in there, and Ryan did a hell of a job there in the end.
What a spectacular finish and a great call on pit road.
And it has huge bonuses championship-wise, heading to a doubleheader. Hunter-Reay rockets into 3rd place in the championship, fast approaching the 2 Penske men ahead of him. Tony Kanaan and Scott Dixon can only talk about what could have been on a marvelous night. And big dividends paid to Graham Rahal. He also made that late stop for fresh tires. He finishes 7th. So too Carlos Munoz had the same strategy as our race winner. But storming home in the DHL Honda,
and the two championship leaders, Castroneves, dropped back to 8th, and Will Power, after that scary moment, is down there in 13th spot.
And there is Ed Carpenter, who is involved in that incident with Juan Pablo Montoya, having words with his team, but I'm sure there's going to be words between he and this man here, Josef Newgarden, with a career-high 2nd place. Unbelievable, and in a race that was dominated by Chevys, sees Honda come home 1st and 2nd. What a night in Iowa. Mike Hull, Managing Director of Chip Ganassi Racing, with the two highest finishes for the Ganassi team.
Sarah Fisher, who's the owner of Newgarden, first time at the track for some time after just having a baby. So what a way for her to come back.
Great finish for her and her team.
Tony Canaan, boy, I just know how you feel, Sunshine. It's just awful.
Said on the radio, we can't seem to catch a break here. But he drove superbly and led 247 laps of the 300 laps. Ryan Hunter-Reay only led 2. One is the most important one. How about that?
You'll see a smile on Hunter-Reay's face again. He's had such frustration the last few races. Pocono last week going out early, having a problem. And wow, he rockets back into the lead here with a great strategy call by Michael, his team leader.
How about this? Since the Indy 500, Hunter-Reay finished 16th, 19th, 19th, 7th, 6th, and 18th. The Indy 500 winner is back in victory lane, and that late stop in the race, called by Michael Andretti, is huge, was huge. And Andretti Autosport get 5 in a row at Iowa Speedway. They own this place. Young.
And what a celebration for the crew. We spoke to Michael, said that was something they had discussed prior. He obviously is high-fiving all the crew. Ryan, what a call from pit lane. There wasn't that many laps to go. You probably figured there was no chance you're going to be standing here.
I think I swallowed a star of confetti. Man, that was crazy. We took the tires as a big gamble, and my tires were shot before that. So we took them, and credit to Ray Gosselin and Michael Andretti for making that call, because I didn't think we'd have enough time. They were the safety crew did an excellent job getting that cleaned up so that we can go racing at the end. So that was really great. Man, that was fun. That was like a video game at the end. It was just shredding through it. The DHL 28 Honda was just on fire at the end. It was really, really good.
And you knew that you obviously had a huge advantage because you had been out there on worn tires, knew that as you built momentum, you were just picking them off. And again, you came down just thinking, do I have enough time?
Yeah, I mean, the thing was on rails at the end, and I knew that we had no shot where we were before on the older tires. So, man, we went for it. We had such a tough day. I mean, we had a tough day in the pits. We had a tough day on track. Things were just not going right. That's why you just got to keep your head in it and be ready for whatever comes in the Verizon IndyCar Series. Just a great day, Congratulations to Honda. I had the power when I needed it there at the end, and the new Firestones were just unreal. I hope I can do that again sometime. That was fun, where everybody's on old tires and I'm on new. That was amazing.
Well, that was fun to watch as well. Remember that everything went all wrong in Pocono a week ago. Now it's gone all right.
And he becomes the first 3-time winner in season 2014. People were asking lots of questions about RHR after winning the Indy 500, and now he's answered those questions. Amazing performance from Andretti Autosport yet again. You're watching NBCSN's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Battery Tender, proud sponsor of Graham Rahal. Become a part of the race at racetogive2014.com. And by Iowa Corn. Fill up with ethanol. It's renewable, better for our environment, and grown by Iowa's farmers.
Welcome back to the Iowa Corn Indy 300. What a race for Josef Newgarden, starting 21st, and you tie your career best with a second place finish. Fresh tires were key. We heard you say it was like a video game out there for those last 10 laps.
That was the weirdest experience I've had in a race. It's almost unfair. You put on tires like that, and you just have so much more grip than everybody. It was a great call, really great call, and I knew it was going to be an interesting race because Graham and Ryan had done it in front of me, and I thought, if this is going to play out, it's going to be between us. And Ryan got a good jump, and I got a good jump with him, and then we kept carving up to the top, and I knew the laps were clicking down, and about 5 to go, you realized, okay, this is going to get really good, but it just was not enough time to get Ryan. So I think it's, it's really cool. Obviously, finishing on the podium is a great job for our whole team, especially after qualifying. We made a bit of an error there, and we just did an amazing job tonight. Our team was solid. We had such good pit stops, really good strategy, just kept our head in the game the entire way. We didn't have the best balance all race long, but there was parts where we were really fast, and we just kept with it, and at the end there, we made it when it counted.
We've documented some of the struggles you've had throughout the season and certainly your share of bad luck. Do you feel like this can turn the page on your season?
Well, there's nothing I can say that happened that was bad luck tonight. I think we were catching all the breaks we could. You know, we could have been a little better on balance, and you know, we could have had better track position by qualifying, higher up. But there's nothing that happened that was, you know, out of our control really. So it was great to have a run that I think was representative to our pace. You know, we were definitely a top 10 car tonight. We probably got a little more than we needed there with doing the new tire strategy. But you know what, this team deserves it. They work really hard. They do a great job. We got great leadership. We got great management, great mechanics, great engineers. I'm just happy for our group really, because they work hard for it. And you know, to get a result every now and then, it's something you need obviously, and we've been waiting for it.
A great day for Sarah Fisher Hartman Racing. To Kevin.
Well, it was a great day for Tony Kanaan until, and we talked yesterday. I said something about needing some luck. He said, no, we need to make our own luck. We've done something, but there's really nothing you could have done with strategy here. You can't pit with the lead.
No, I mean, it's one of those things. You know, they took a gamble, and it's such a shame because we dominated the race, and I had a lot of fun, but what can I do? I mean, seems like we've been knocking on the door, and to win races, we have to run up front. So that's what we've been doing. Let's take the third place and then go to Toronto. I can't thank, you know, Firestone for the great tires, you know, Chevy and Target and TNT for the great support. I hope the fans liked the race. It was probably we led too much, so it was a little bit boring, but man, we can't get it right, but we'll get it.
Yeah, the car was definitely right tonight, and Tony Kanaan could have won. Jan.
And Ed Carpenter was hoping that he would have had a shot as well. He took tires at the end, but you said you didn't put those tires on until a lap after people like Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, I mean, we just hesitated, you know, and then we were riding around, and I'm like, you know, I'm struggling. These things aren't good. I'm not going to gain spots. We're probably going to lose. So then we ultimately made the decision to come in. But kudos to Ryan and Josef for making the right call. You know, it's a little bit of a bummer. I didn't see many Hondas up front all night. It seemed like Chevys were kind of dominating the night to not get a win for Chevy. But we at least made it exciting at the end, took tires and got up to 5th, which is better than where we would have finished if we would have stayed out. So, you know, we struggled with the car tonight. So, to be honest, I'm pretty happy with 5th. It was a long night.
I need to ask you about the incident on track with Juan Pablo Montoya. How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad. I certainly wasn't trying to take him out. I knew he had been working the inside. I was struggling. I was just going to try the low side that time. I didn't know he was that far in there. Lee, my spotter, was trying to tell me he was there, but it was too late. I had already started coming down. So, you know, my apologies. I definitely wouldn't have appreciated that if I was on the other end of it. But at the same time, it wasn't intentional. I have a lot of respect for Juan, so hopefully we can talk about it without me getting my butt kicked.
Good luck with that.
Thanks. He looked pretty mad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He knows.
He
knows there's a conversation coming.
Yeah.
That's for sure. A whole lot more to come from Iowa. We return to the Speedway. The 2 laps, the only 2 laps that Ryan Hunter-Reay won, were the first laps he's led since winning the Indianapolis 500. And look at that, Honda 1-2 at the top. Kanaan with a much-needed podium, but it wasn't the result he was looking for. And what happened to former points leader Will Power? Castro Neves finishes 8th, Will finishes in 14th. Let's check in with Kevin.
Well, Scott Dixon finishes 2nd, finishes 4th after running 2nd so much of the race. It looked like Tony decided, I'm going to laugh because otherwise I'd cry. How do you come away with a race like this that you guys dominated?
Oh, those sneaky little buggers there. I couldn't believe it. You know, it was that, you know, good strategy and credit to obviously Andretti and Hunter-Reay taking the win there. But yeah, our Chevy Toyotas were, Chevy Target cars were fantastic tonight. But I just couldn't believe it. You know, TK ran a hell of a race, led, you know, he must have led, 250 laps or something. And, you know, we had to work on our car a lot. We just, you know, I gave him a race there for a little while, led some laps, but I burnt the front tires off my car. So, you know, credit to the team, but we just came short there by a couple of spots, and, you know, hopefully we'll come back in Toronto and get some victories.
See you next week. Kelly?
Elio Castroneves was also a bit of a sitting duck there at the end of the race. He was 3rd, he'll finish 8th, but you do take over the points lead solely. But how surprised were you by the speed of those guys who were on fresh tires?
Well, first of all, the Hitachi car from Friday to today, it was like a night and day. I can't believe it. We were right there battling for the lead with the Ganassi guys, and actually it was an exciting race. And all of a sudden, well, first of all, why they add 50 laps? You know, I'm like, come on. I mean, but I had no idea. They never told me actually they have fresh tires until Hunter-Reay was right beside me. He kind of put me on the gray, and I'm kind of lost a little bit. And then it started like the freight train. Everybody's passing me. I'm like, really? Is that happening right now? But hey, I take points lead any day, anytime. It's great for us, great for Team Penske, and now gotta move on to Toronto.
Thanks, Elio.
Thanks.
First time this year that Elio has been the points leader, and he leads by 9 over Penske teammate Will Power. Hunter Ray jumps 2 spots up into 3rd, and further back, Josef Newgarden, who finished 2nd, jumps 3 places to get into the top 15. We'll wrap things up from Iowa when we come back. For the 14th time in his Verizon IndyCar Series career, Ryan Hunter-Reay, the reigning Indy 500 champion, stands atop the podium. And boy, oh boy, Paul, it was a super way to finish. Fresh tires meant the world.
Well, tonight we had tornadoes, we had rain, we had sun. And the last 5 laps of the race was a Ryan Hunter-Reay tornado, and he just rocketed through the field like everybody was standing still. A tremendous win.
Well, I just feel that Tony Kanaan led 240 odd laps, and look at this coming up with just a couple of laps to go. I bet he just could not believe it. What a strategy call, though, by Michael Andretti. I mean, all kudos to him. It was an amazingly gutsy call, and it sure worked.
And worked as well for Sarah Fisher-Hartman Racing as well to get Josef Newgarden to a career equal high of 2nd, and Kanaan a much needed but somewhat disappointing podium. We hope you enjoyed tonight as much as we did. It had a little bit of everything, and a super race at Iowa Speedway for the 8th year the Verizon IndyCar Series has come here. Up next, it's Kurt Busch, 36. The Verizon IndyCar Series continues here on NBCSN next week for the first of 2 races from the streets of Toronto next Saturday at 3 o'clock Eastern. As always, NBCSports.com is the place to go to get all of your IndyCar information. We congratulate Ryan Hunter-Reay, and we say thanks and farewell to our legendary director, Gary Clem. Thanks, Gary.
The IndyCar Series pulls into Iowa for 2 races in 2 days, where Alex Palou looks to continue his historic season.
Incredible!
Saturday and Sunday on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
NBCSN welcomes you to coverage of the Iowa 300. It's race 12 on the 17-race schedule for the 2019 NTT INDYCAR Series. Under the lights here at the 7/8 of a mile Iowa Speedway. And the heat wave that has been present for so many days has been extinguished, down to 73 degrees here at almost 10:45 local time, 11:45 on the east. And drivers have been told, strap into your cars, we're ready to roll. Takuma Sato, best qualifying Honda after 3 Team Penske Chevrolets. And there is the man who sits on the pole position, Simon Pagenaud. He is set to go. Massive storms roll through here. There were 2 cells that just wreaked havoc on the speedway, but now things are clean, they're dry and ready to go, and it's a fresh track that will greet these 22 drivers. This track produces fast, dynamic racing, and we're going to see lots of that close tonight. Multi-groove racing as well.
955 passes last year, PT. Are we going to see that many this year?
I think there's a good chance that we're going to see that many. The new aero package last year was new to everybody. They've got it a little bit more figured out this year, but the track was mega hot for qualifying yesterday, so the speeds were down. But right now, I would say it's perfect conditions for racing.
Almost ready to get things going, and we're going to send you down trackside momentarily. A trackside PA and a special message.
Ladies and gentlemen, 50 years ago today, Americans first heard the words, "One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," as Apollo 11 astronaut Neil Armstrong became the first man to set foot on the moon. Today, we honor that historic occasion and the people who made it happen as we welcome Apollo 11 Mission Director Gene Kranz from Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Please direct your attention to the big screens.
Hello, Iowa race fans. I'm Gene Kranz, the Apollo Flight Director, coming to you from the recently restored Apollo Era Mission Control Room at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Thank you for joining us in celebrating the 50th anniversary of this extraordinary American achievement, the Apollo 11 lunar landing on July 20th, 1969. It is now my honor to christen tonight's NTT INDYCAR race at the Iowa Speedway, the Apollo 11 Moonwalk 300. We're go to race.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome Des Moines Partnership CEO, Jay Byers.
Drivers, start your engine!
Drivers who take some lap routing facilities that they get ready to tackle tonight's Grand Prix has our listed B course description.
Come down the front straight, it's a pretty bumpy track nowadays, 5th, 6th gear, depending on traffic and qualifying, going into one.
There is so much asked of the drivers in the NTT IndyCar Series. They are elite athletes. Yesterday, performing in temperatures where there was a heat index of over 110 degrees, and they're racing around here at over 175 miles per hour. Today, a lengthy delay. They've had to just schedule their bodies and minds and get ready, Kevin, for tonight's race in completely different conditions.
And Simon Pagenaud has all the momentum, the pole sitter, an Indy 500 winner, strapped in looking for 2 in a row. But Will Power, his teammate, pulls off right by him. While Power is looking for his first win of the season, he's also thinking championship, and the only way to potentially do that, he's got to get some wins, more than 100 points back. Last time he won, also a short oval, last August. Dylan?
And Kevin, Alexander Rossi sits 4 points back of points leader Josef Newgarden. Coming into a racetrack he hasn't had much success at, a best finish here of 6th coming into tonight. He knows it's crunch time. He's got to make up points here. That's going to be a tough task against a guy like Newgarden who gets around here so well. Robin?
Well, Josef Newgarden's made it look easy at times this year. 3 victories, comfortable point lead, and suddenly he looks in his rearview mirror. He's only got a 4-point lead over Alexander Rossi, and his other teammate, Simon Pagenaud's breathing down his neck. This is one of his favorite tracks, if not his favorite track, so tonight he needs to deliver again to hang on to that point lead, Lee Diffie.
It's all to play for under the lights here in Iowa. The Honda 2-seater is on track, being driven by Arie Luyendyk Jr., and his passenger tonight is the CEO and founder of VinWiki.
Right,
that's Ed Bolian.
I don't know if you can hear me, but we're out here in Iowa.
Ed, we can hear you, and glad to hear that you're enjoying the ride.
In the evening, after a nice rain shower.
Ed's doing his own commentary, which is great. It means he's having a good time. He's having a terrific time. So 6 pace laps, and while those 6 pace laps are underway, let's walk you through the grid one more time. It's a Pagenaud Power front row. It's a Penske 1, 2, 3 with Sato on the 2nd row.
James Hinchcliffe, Alexander Rossi, row 3. Graham Rahal, Scott Dixon, row 4. Ryan Hunter-Reay, Marcus Ericsson. Great qualifying inside the top 10.
This track is absolutely cleaned off, fresh, and ready to go. No rubber. Watch for Kanaan and Marco Andretti to immediately go to the high side, the super high side, and start making moves. As is the case with each and every IndyCar broadcast, we have a variety of onboard cameras to show you, and let's take you around the various onboards right now. And let's kick it off with the 26 Gainbridge Honda. Zach Veach, they had that fuel leak issue. The Andretti team did really well, and with thanks to Gainbridge, we will have this perspective tonight for Zach Veach, starting in 20th position. Connor Daly is back in the Gallagher Chevrolet for Carlin, and it's Gallagher that provides us this view of the driver from Indianapolis. Clydell Manufacturing has been a great supporter of Santino Ferrucci, and they bring us this on board for the 19 Dale Coyne Honda entry. Three-time winner is Ryan Hunter-Reay. We've heard from him throughout the night, and Auto Nation provides us this nose cam footage, which is so cool, and especially under the lights. Don't get confused tonight between Scott Dixon and Felix Rosenquist. They've got very similar paint schemes on their cars, but we'll tell you how to look for it. And PNC Bank are on both cars, and they give us this viewpoint there. So we thank them for that. One cure aboard Graham Rahall's Team RLL Honda. And again, another nose cam. And then Auto Nation and Alexander Rossi will give us plenty to look at tonight for sure. And then how about his good friend James Hinchcliffe, the Lucas Oil onboard camera for the Arrow Schmidt Peterson Honda. Can Hinch defend his victory from a year ago? So after many hours of sitting on our hands, getting ready, waiting, and the driver's wondering, would the track ever be dry? It is, and the field is under the lights here in Iowa.
Side by side into turn one. Will Power goes around the high side. Already 3 wide. Look at that car on the outside. Is that? I think that was Santino that swept around the outside. So he went super high. Track is clean up there. He's still on the high side.
Look at Sato. Takuma Sato around the outside of the bright yellow Menard Chevrolet of Simon Pagenaud. Sato is on it into second.
Sato being super aggressive early in this race. Already up to P2. Simon Pagenaud started on the pole, already has dirty air back to third as his teammate Josef Newgarden looks around the outside of him.
Oh, he came up in front of him, did a slide job there up in front of him, and Newgarden had to check up. He had a little run on the high side, and now he takes the air away on the bottom. Santino there, still up on the high groove. There's Hunter-Reay up on the high groove.
Colton Herter is on the inside of the DHL Honda. So he's got that inside run on Ryan Hunter-Reay. We go aboard the Auto Nation on board there. And this shows you how they can run side by side. Multi-lane racing.
You can hear how much they're in the throttle. Yesterday, we didn't hear that. The cars were sliding around. Right now, a lot of grip. Colton Herter is able to run the low line. Clear Ryan Hunter-Reay. Get inside that top 10.
Here comes Connor Daly. Marco Andretti, who was all the way in the back, is moving forward.
Zach Veach has made up 3 positions from his starting spot of 20th. So positive start.
Okay, one back. A lot of side-by-side action, guys on the bottom, guys on the top, guys in the middle. So guys working 3 grooves. Teammates right here with Sage Karam and Connor Daly. Now Simon Pagenaud is working his way back. Where has Newgarden gone? He was right behind Simon, and he's disappeared out of the back as his handling already gone away. Look at that gap already.
About a 1.5 seconds, Paul, he is in arrears of his teammate Simon Pagenaud, and it's Will Power with more than a second advantage over Takuma Sato, who was spectacular. Let's relive that start for the driver of the MyJack Honda. Have a look at this.
See here, starting 4th, it's really just all about how much courage do you have to run the outside. As Will Power clears off of turn 2, it gives Takuma Sato some clean air down the back straightaway. And going into 3 here, it's just about being aggressive. He gets the outside, gets the throttle down, and clears Simon Pagenaud off of turn 4.
And how about Santino Ferrucci?
With Santino, he has passed more cars than anybody so far this year, and he's racking up more cars on that, list. Look at that high side move. I love it, man.
Clear. He said yesterday, what was it like to be out there when it's hot and slick? He said, I don't know, I'm 20 years old. It doesn't matter. I don't know what I'm supposed to expect. So he got the throttle, went from 12th to 6th on that start.
James Hinchcliffe's been able to steal a spot back, so Ferrucci has made up 5 from the start. So too has Ed Carpenter in the Auto Geek Chevrolet. Here is Ed. And he is running
his
in
car.
12th.
His car was a rocket last night. in practice when it was super hot, looking like he's got it right again tonight. But the guy who doesn't have it right so far is Bourdais. He hasn't even made up a position, and he's looking at getting lapped here pretty soon.
Frustrating start for Tony Kanaan too, Paul, because he's dropped 8 positions from his starting spot. And Kanaan is down to 21st.
See Bourdais there, able to get around Marco Andretti, but these cars, as you said, Paul, they're already 15 seconds behind the leader on an 18-second lap. Will Power is coming quick to lap these guys.
He's right there. He's the 4th car in the picture there. So here, Simon has lost a little bit of ground, but look at, here Sato is now backed up to Newgarden as Newgarden gets by, but Power now is in traffic on the tail end of the field.
Oh, and it's Sage Karam. Sage Karam in the Smart Stop Chevrolet for Carlin.
Doesn't look like any damage, and he's still got it
okay?
running.
Try to get it going if you can here.
I don't think he hit anything. I think he just looped it.
It's got a little bit of damage on the left end fence there that's gone on the front wing.
He had contact with somebody because that's the inside. So we'll get a look at that for you guys. But I think he might have had contact with somebody and just looped it.
Looks like rubber actually, or a tire mark on the nose cone there.
This will tell us more. He's all by himself, or is he? It's Felix Rosenquist that runs across the front wing there.
Lucky break there for Felix. So he just lost it on Power coming off of 4. Real lucky break there for Felix that he didn't have more damage than that. But not much damage to Sage's car. He'll change that nose and get it back going.
First full course caution as the Iowa 300 is finally underway. Still under caution here in Iowa. Not quite half the field came in to pit. I mentioned earlier about the 2 Ganassi cars running a similar paint scheme. Felix Rosenquist on screen, who was involved in that accident with Sage Karam. He's got the big blue nose down the middle. Dixon's car is primarily orange there, so that's something to look for. And we've got some radio from Rosenquist. Have a listen.
Yeah, it feels a bit weird, but I don't know if the front wing is damaged. It looks like it's bumping around a bit.
Yeah, the front wing is damaged and the right front tire is down. It's going to feel bad. Just stay packed up. When the pits open, we will come in. When they...
And obviously that was prior to Felix Rosenquist coming in to the Ganassi pit and getting a new front wing and nose assembly put on the number 10 PNC Bank car. So getting ready to come to green. And Will Power made such a promising start. Simon Pagenaud took a little while to stabilize, then got by Sato. Here comes Josef Newgarden in the background. The points leader is keen to get closer to his Penske teammate Sato. He's had a chance to reset and regroup. Let's go back to racing. Green flags here in Iowa.
It's going to be really interesting to see the guys that took tires Hunter Ray back if they're able to come through the field. But a good restart for Power as Newgarden is under pressure from his teammate.
Great move, Newgarden on the inside of Simon Pagenaud.
Josef Newgarden seemed like at the start of the race just being a little cautious, feeling things out for the first few laps. But since then, he drove by Sato for 3rd, aggressive on that restart, goes by his teammate Simon Pagenaud for 2nd, going to chase down his teammate Will Power for the lead.
Rossi still on that bottom line. He has been stuck to that bottom line all weekend. I have not yet seen him run up the track in the middle groove or the high groove.
James Hinchcliffe there in the black and gold. Arrow Schmidt Peterson Honda fending off a fellow Honda driver. It's this man, Super Santino Ferrucci.
Santino making a high move here. He's got the momentum right there if he can get back to the throttle.
Lee, we spoke to Santino earlier this morning talking about how he liked this place. First time here, he says, I love it. Car slides around, you got to really get up on the wheel and just get after it, and he's having a great race so far, running 7th.
Scott Dixon and Carpenter.
Carpenter's having a good race. He's coming through the field like he's on fire, so he just went by Dixon like he was standing still.
Whoa.
And changed lines mid-corner as well, so
that shows how good his car is right there to have Scott Dixon dive across his nose. You saw the car just wiggle a little bit, but Ed was able to go to the second lane, keep the momentum up, and eventually get around Scott Dixon. He started 17th. He's already inside the top 10, running 9th.
He's chasing down Erickson right now, who is in 8th place. But look at this guy right here on new tires. Look at the grip this car's got.
Watch the 28 DHL Honda of Ryan Hunter-Reay, 3-time winner here in Iowa. He is at the lead of the group. That's all stopped for new tires.
He's only up 1 spot since the restart, though, PT. I really thought he would have a lot better speed early on, but he's looking to get around Connor Daly for 12th.
Well, it's really going to pay dividends as we get more laps on these tires. When these guys get up around 50, 60 laps, he's going to have 20-lap fresher tires. So I really think that's going to help play out for him later on, because there was no penalty for him to come in and get the tires.
Riding on board here with Connor Daly. He was solid yesterday, had good speed, was 5th in the final practice. They were very pumped up, one of the best practice sessions they've had, but we see Colton Herta here going around Scott Dixon to get inside the top 10. It seems like Scott Dixon just doesn't have the handle on his race car so far.
Not yet, but don't ever count Scott Dixon out. He will be a factor at some point. It's usually at the end of the night. We've seen him struggle before and then get his car right. This is a long race. We've got 300 laps.
Dixon's drifted back to 11th.
PT, it really seems like his car might be loose. He was having to lift real early in the corner. Didn't want to put a lot of steering wheel in it.
Yeah, right now this guy looks like he's on rails. Will Power has a 2-second lead over his teammate. And right there, Simon Pagenaud is right on the back bumper of Newgarden as they go through 1 and 2 on the low line.
Takuma Sato's done a good job to hold off Alexander Rossi, and there's another one lining up to get Scott Dixon. It's Ryan Hunter-Reay inside. Dixon makes it easy for him, and I think Dixon's just nursing that car to the first stop.
Yeah, already back to 13th. Spencer Pickett looking to get around him. Scott Dixon's in trouble here because he wants to get to the first pit stop, but the problem is the pace that he's running right now, by the time they get to that pit stop, he's going to be a lap down.
Well, we'll see how fast Power comes around. The problem he has right now is all these guys that he's racing are on fresher tires. And here comes Graham Rahal, who's going to try the high side. Scott Dixon keeps the high side, takes the air off of Rahal's car. It's always a chess match on these ovals. If you go high, you go low. You kind of got to guess what the car in front of you is going to do. And if your spotter's real good and you mirror drive a little bit, you can almost just drive in the other guy's line.
Scott Dixon having to run that second lane, PT. I really think riding on board with him, he's very loose right now. He can't turn the steering wheel. The reason he's running the second lane, it's bumpier on the bottom, but by running the bottom lane, you have to turn the steering wheel more. If you do that, the car gets even more free. So right now he's hanging on, but we see Graham Rahal, his car's not very good. He can't get around Scott Dixon even with fresher tires on.
Keep in mind, Will Power race leaders running laps in the mid-19-second range, and Scott Dixon has already drifted back almost 13 seconds behind the race leader. Before too long, he will be falling into the danger of going down a lap. He's doing his best to avoid that. Rahal's through now.
Scott Dixon had to give it up there. He's still up on the high line, and he's going to be under threat from Zach Veach now, who dives down the inside once he got the air taken off of his wing. Oh,
Veach came close there to hitting the back of Scott Dixon.
Yeah, just pushed up the track and almost ran out of space, but he's clear now.
Clear. As a driver right now, Scott Dixon, you're just helpless in that race car. Your car is not handling correctly, and you're just hanging on, and Kevin, you have more.
let's talk strategy now here as we get halfway through this first stint or so, and it's more going to be about the Firestones. They can go over 90 laps on fuel, but you're thinking about tires. Now, the plan originally, and I think especially for cars like Will Power and Josef Newgarden and Simon Pagenaud, I really think they were thinking about going shorter on stints and going 4 stops. Now cooler, less tire degradation, plus a caution. 3 is definitely in play, and those have already stopped are thinking about 4 stops. In the early going, a true night race at Iowa Speedway, and it's Team Penske 1, 2, 3 as Dixon and Beach go banging in the early going.
As we welcome you back to Iowa Speedway, there is a second full course caution, and we have just been notified that it is for some sprinkles of rain. And while before the yellow flew, Will Power, who led 46 laps, relinquished the lead to his teammate of Josef Newgarden, very similar to last year, a little bit later than last year, on board with James Hinchcliffe. And Santino Ferrucci has been a young man on a big power move in this race. These two guys have been going at it lap after lap. How close do you like it? It doesn't get much closer than that.
Looked like a little bit of side draft in there, AJ, like they do in NASCAR, and there you see the rain, which is not good. It's a little bit heavier than I was hoping it was going to be, and we hope it stops immediately.
Saw some great battling before the caution came out for these raindrops. Seemed like almost a carbon copy of last year. Will Power leading the race, got to lap traffic, and once he got there, he stalled out, could make his way around the lap traffic, and once that happened, Josef Newgarden was able to run him down, get his car in a better position, find a better lane, finally clear Will Power and get to the lead.
So there's been a couple of cars that just happen to be from the same team that are the biggest movers in the pack so far. Spencer Pigot, who got his one and only career podium here a year ago, has made up 9 positions from his starting spot, and his boss and teammate Ed Carpenter has made up 8. That is a very productive opening stanza for the 2 Auto Geek Chevrolets. Nice work, and we understand the race is being red flagged right now.
Yeah, it's coming down good now.
And there are 54 laps in the books. Remember, in these conditions, we thought we may have been facing this at the Indianapolis 500, to be honest, this year. As long as half the race has been complete, it can be called, but we're not even close to that at the moment. So that's the live radar that we have for you, but obviously right here at the Iowa Speedway, which is about 30 miles east, directly east of downtown Des Moines, there's a little bit more rain than what the radar suggests.
Hopefully this is just a quick little squall, and these fans have waited all day to get some racing in, and we hope this is just a quick little thing and the track doesn't completely saturate with water. It hasn't yet, and if that rain stops, we can get back to racing fairly quickly. RP wanting to get over to Loudon tomorrow to watch his Cup guys. He'll do whatever it takes. This guy, he never sleeps. He works all day and night, so he's game to stay up. At the Daytona 24 hours, stayed up 24 hours to watch his guys run. So
when you work for Roger Penske, Paul, we both know you got to have your phone always at full sound, because he could call you at 3 in the morning and say, hey, I'm landing, we need to talk about something.
This is Spencer Pigot's, or just a portion of Spencer Pigot's progress that has seen him make up 9 positions from the start.
He was one of those guys that took tires on that first yellow flag and made good use of them, was 16th on the restart and was able to start driving through the field. Definitely made an adjustment there to where you make the balance better, and both the Ed Carpenter racing cars are really fast, running 9th to 10th.
Go there.
see there, Lee, his car just working very well on the bottom of the racetrack, and if you can do that around Iowa Speedway, get your car through the bumps, and be able to hook that yellow line like that, it makes passing very easy, especially as the tires start to go off.
Yeah, and let's not forget that he's putting a move there on the 3-time winner here, Ryan Hunter-Reay. So well done, Spencer Piggott. Well done, Ed Carpenter Racing. Super start to this race.
Absolutely, those cars are fast. So, Kevin, I think if we get going again, I think those two guys are going to be in the fight with Penske. That looks like they have a stranglehold in terms of being at the front. I think these guys are on the move.
Yeah, I spent quite a bit of time with both Ed and Spencer on their bus today talking about what they expected, and both felt really good about their opportunity. And specifically Spencer, he said, I'm going to be really aggressive early, because both were starting farther back than they wanted to, and they always fear, everyone does, the reality of if you're in the back, you can get lapped really soon. So Spencer said, I need to get up to the front, at least to the mid-pack real soon, to protect myself from getting lapped, and he's been able to do that. Remember last year, he started back about where he's starting in this race, 18th, and finished second. He said, I just kept learning all through that race. He wasn't a rookie last year, but it was his first full season. So last year, this was the first time he raced at Iowa in IndyCar, and he felt a lot more comfortable by the end, and he's paying dividends this year.
Kind of tells the story nowhere near as severe as what we all witnessed and experienced earlier this evening. I mean, the rainfall was immense earlier with that pretty violent storm that blew on through over top Iowa Speedway. So now we kind of hit the pause button once again. And Kevin was alluding to, you get back there, you fall into the danger zone and go down the lap. Only 2 cars are not on the lead lap. That's the 2 involved in the accident earlier, Felix Rosenquist and Sage Karen.
You're watching NBCSN's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by the all-new Chevy Silverado, the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever. And by NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. As we welcome you back under red here at Iowa Speedway, waiting for this brief shower to pass. And while we're in the break, the boys on pit road, Kevin and Robin and Dylan, just said it doesn't appear as heavy as what it does on our pictures. So cross our fingers and let's hope that we don't lose the track, so to speak. There's a Chevy driver update. Gives us a look at who is where, and the championship leader at the top at the point in time when the red came out. Here's Dylan Welsh.
Well, we're with Santino Ferrucci. I'm going to try to not do what Townsend Bell did a couple weeks ago, and that was nearly smothered Takuma Sato with the microphone here. But Santino's been on the move here early, started 12th and up to the 6th spot, I believe. Yeah, 6th. So what's going right now? You've been aggressive at the start. How do you feel about your race car?
Yeah, you know, race car feels good. There's a lot of laps to go. I mean, this is a 300-lap race, and just want to keep it out of the walls, stay clean early, just pay attention, and you know, go racing from there. It's a fun one, and I'm enjoying it right now. I think I had a pretty decent start, just listening to my spotter up there, Pancho, telling me to go high, and Pancho don't tell no lies, man, so we're going to keep working it.
How different has it been compared to what you expected just with the cooler temperatures?
It's been really different. I mean, it's weird after all the rain. The track feels really green, really good, and you know, I think our car has been pretty decent to start. Working the weight jacker a lot, but you know, I feel like everyone's pretty loose, not just myself included, and you know, I just want to continue working on it from there. And obviously, it's good. We passed Hinch in clean air, and I was working Rossi, but you know, those guys got a lot of experience, and they're not easy to pass, so should be a good one.
He's been fast so far. It'll be fun to watch him continue to march forward. That's Santino Ferrucci, who runs 6th. Kevin.
Hey, by the way, Dylan, really good news. I'm not feeling any raindrops. I see just a teeny bit of mist, and what's also good is it's really stayed windy. Even though the drops got kind of big, when it stops, they'll go back to racing almost immediately. I just don't think that this is going to be very long as we don't get more rain. All right, here's Zach Veach inside the cockpit. Big scare with a fuel leak right before the green flag, got out and picked up 6 positions. So, Zach, tell me how it's going so far and what that's like, wondering whether you're going to make the grid.
Yeah, so far, I mean, things have just been
trying to figure out the balance. I think everyone changed so much with the cool temperatures that everyone's just feeling it out. Everyone's running different lines. I'm pretty happy on the bottom. It seems like a lot of people are happy up high, so hopefully that comes to us, but right now it's a bit of an advantage.
What feels different from running in the heat of the day, now running at night in 25-degree cooler temperature?
The 200 extra pounds of downforce is pretty nice with these temperatures, but yeah, I can't thank my crew enough. I mean, 55 laps ago, we didn't think we were going to be able to take a green, and if we keep having a day like we are, it's going to be a good night.
Getting a look at Zach Veach's start, getting hairy there side by side. Can you see that over there on that monitor?
I can't see it too much, but I was there, so it's been pretty tight. But you know, that's what we love as an American. I love short oval night racing, and to be a part of it's just so cool.
Good work. Zach Veach is moving his way forward. Robin?
All right, Tim Cedric calling strategy for Josef Newgarden. We talked to Josef after qualifying yesterday. It was the shortest interview I've ever had with him. He was so mad. You know, he had a great advantage in practice, and we just saw a nice power move to take the lead. So I doubt if you were as concerned as he was.
No, obviously he's pretty competitive, so he didn't want to be 3 out of 3 yesterday. But yeah, I think today he was patient there at the beginning, and you saw he just waited his turn. And if we can keep that patience all night and the weather get out of here, I think he'll be in a good place.
He just seems, this racetrack just seems to be his. He's so, you don't watch him in the middle of turn 1 exiting. He's on another planet sometimes. What do you think it is about this track and him?
I think the key is just being patiently aggressive. You know, you saw when Will got out there in front a bit. Once Will caught traffic, it slowed him up a bit more than what it did Josef, and we saw that last night. And I think Josef was really good at timing his passes and has a car that, you know, he works on it a lot to get it right in traffic, and he's able to run that half a lane high. And you see the guys, you know, Ferrucci on the start, and some of these other guys are able to make a 2-lane racetrack out of it and use it either lane, and some guys are stuck on the bottom. So I think he understands what it takes to be able to pass guys as well as be fast.
We were thinking that maybe with the temperature dropping 30 degrees and a night race, that the Penske advantage might not be what it was in qualifying, but it looks like it's still pretty strong.
It's early though. I mean, we've had track position the whole time. You're still going to have comers and goers, and I think it's going to still sort out a bit more, but the clean air and the track position obviously helps in the beginning of the race, but I think it'll get more interesting as time goes on.
Okay, when this race ends at 4 a.m., are you going to go with RP to Loudon to watch the stock car race, or are you going to sleep?
We'll talk about it then. One thing I do know is he's not going to miss his flight.
No, the plane will not leave without RP, Lee Diffie.
Big weekend for Team Penske, as it is pretty much each and every weekend. Okay, so we're familiar with this. We've been through this already. That's for sure about being in this weather hole, but at least it doesn't look too severe. You see a few drops there coming down underneath the lights here at Iowa Speedway. Let's go back down to pit road and here's Dylan.
Well, we've caught up with Sage Karam as well, who was involved in one of the earlier cautions for that spin that involved Felix Rosenquist. Take us through just what you felt. What did you feel there that led to that spin?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The car started out feeling pretty good, you know, in the early laps, and then kind of had this issue going on last night. You know, we were just starting to get looser and looser and looser as the runs were going on. We thought we made some changes overnight to fix it, but, you know, it soon became apparent that it was starting to keep going that way. You know, I was trying to work the weight jacker, put some understeer in the thing, but, you know, I just couldn't save that one. You know, this place is tricky with the bumps and the tires going away. I just feel really bad for all the Carlin boys and, you know, everybody at Smart Stop. You know, cars have been pretty good all week, so hopefully we can, you know, get some laps back, and we're still in this fight. We just got to keep our head down and keep pushing.
Haven't raced on an oval besides Indy in a while, in nearly 4 years. What has the adjustment been like getting back into a car here?
It's definitely tough. You know, I thought for sure, you know, I was going to be able to jump back in and feel pretty good. But, you know, for the most part, I feel pretty good. It's the little things of just being out of it for so long, just the certain little feels and everything that you don't, you know, you can't get on like a sim or something like that. So, you know, I'm working hard. I'm trying to figure it out as fast as I can. You know, these IndyCar weekends go very, very quick. And when you can't really get testing, it's a tough challenge, you know, but nowadays in racing, you got to take every opportunity that gets thrown your way and make the most of it. So I'm going to try my best and fight back here.
Thank you, Sage. Kevin?
at the front of the field with the leader of the race, Josef Newgarden. All right, this is like the end of the first period of a hockey game. You get a little reset. What did you learn in the beginning, including the ability to get to the front?
Well, it's still tough, I'll tell you that. It's there's more grip overall, so I think the lap time drop-off is less, but you're still fighting the car once the tires start to wear out. The rear becomes lively, you start getting really loose, and then when you throw traffic into the mix, the car is just sideways entering the corner. So we've got a handful, you know, even though it's cooler, you're still fighting the thing a lot. But I hope we get back going here. I was just starting to have some fun, actually, once we got in the traffic. But I think our Hitachi car is good. You know, Chevy's brought a really great package for us. We're super excited to be working with those guys as always. So yeah, we'll see what we got for the rest of this race.
Were you out there long enough? You were pretty much halfway through a full fuel stint to learn what the tire degradation is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, to me it's similar. There's a little less drop-off because the overall grip is up. You know, we're making a bit more downforce, the track's cooler, so just the grip level's higher, but you still lose the balance of the car, it still degrades. And like I said, you're still fighting the rear of it, the rear of the car when the tires wear out. So, you know, at this point, I wanted tires, but we probably needed to go a little bit further. So you're kind of looking for the same things with just a little bit more grip.
All right, he desperately wants this to go back to green. Josef Newgarden seems pretty hooked up here tonight in any condition.
And remember the kind of fight within the overall championship fight, that is for the championship fight, but what I'm talking about is Alexander Rossi and Josef Newgarden are using the terms of I just need to finish ahead of Alex, or Alex saying I just need to finish ahead of Josef, because they came into this race, this 12th race of the season, just 4 points apart. Now so far in this race, Alexander Rossi has been running in the top 5, but in exactly that position, in 5th. And while the championship leader and his title rival is leading the race, that's going to expand that gap. So as they sit right now under red, the points have fluctuated yet again.
Yeah, and this is a huge race for Alexander Rossi. It's out of the last 6 racetracks, it's probably his worst racetrack, or at least the track he's not most comfortable on. So we know Josef Newgarden, this is one of his best racetracks. He's going to be up front all night, so, and it's early, but Alexander Rossi at this moment just kind of has to limit the damage, run inside the top 5 this whole race, and try to get the best finish possible, even if Josef Newgarden wins, because he knows that this is his worst track, and he's got 5 good tracks after this coming up.
Absolutely, and that pickup on that tire needs to get cleaned off. That's pretty messy tire. It's even worse when it gets on that rear, because that'll cause the car to go loose on you if you don't get it scrubbed off. But there's a long way to go here. And, you know, we know that the Penske's are strong right now, and Rossi just needs to minimize the damage.
So still under a red flag condition for a brief rain stoppage. Hopefully that's gone when we come back. It was a productive time in New Hampshire for Christopher Bell in the Xfinity race. Meanwhile, Sunday, it is the Monster Energy Cup Series race from New Hampshire. You'll see it right here on NBCSN at 2:30 Eastern. 2:30 Eastern, where Penske's Brad Keselowski starts on the pole position, and Penske is right up at the front right here as we welcome you back to Iowa Speedway. Still in this brief weather hole, but conditions are really, really good. We're talking to the guys in the pits during the commercial breaks, and Robin Miller's down there now. They're saying it's looking so good. Robin?
Lee, I can tell you 2 guys that want to see this race continue. That's Ed Carpenter and his teammate Spencer Pickett, the biggest movers. Ed's passed 8 cars, Spencer's passed 9. You weren't lying, young man, when you told us before the race you had a good car.
Well, I'm happy you call me a young man still, one, but no, I've been really happy with the car and race trim. You know, all day yesterday we just had a little bit of a whip in qualifying, and I was a little worried with the cooler temps and way cooler track temps than what we'd had, that the balance would still be good in race trim. But it's been good. I think everyone's going to make adjustments and get better. But you know, I'm happy with the start we've had. That's kind of what we wanted to do, is work our way up into the top 10 by the first start, and then or the first stint, and then just chip away at it from there. So hopefully the Chevrolet, Auto Geek Chevrolet, keeps going forward, and you're not going to hurt the suspension. Delara builds a good product.
I was sitting on the suspension, and Kevin Lee said, you can't sit on the suspension. I don't weigh that much. Can you go high or low? It looked like that thing was pretty good anywhere.
Yeah, I'm pretty good both lanes in 1 and 2, 3 and 4. I'm not quite as good on the outside. To be honest, it was hard following Ericsson. He's running such a late entry and then late apex that it makes it a little hard in 1 and 2, and Ferrucci's just running high. But once we clear one of them, we should be a lot better again.
All right, Kevin, this guy was always the guy to beat on ovals. He's charging tonight.
don't break anyone's race car, Robin. I'm leaning on James Hinchcliffe's car. And when I talked to people back in the garage today and asked who was really hooked up, who to watch for, we knew about the Penske's, but I kept hearing a lot about the 5 and the 7 with Aero SPM. So how's it going so far, James?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different situation than we've had so far this weekend, obviously. You know, what made our cars really strong yesterday was taking care of the tires over a long stint. Cooler track temps, cooler air temps mean that everybody's tires are holding on a little bit better. So we were kind of just getting to the phase of a stint where we were hopefully going to start shining. Marcus obviously seems pretty hooked up. We're fighting a little bit of an imbalance in my car. It's getting pretty loose down in 3-4. You know, I feel bad with Santino there. I got really loose when he was on the outside and sort of slid up into him a bit. So big credit to him for giving us the room to get out of that. But it's still early days. We're going to try to make a change here in this first stop and hopefully try to move forward.
Is there any advantage if you have something you do want to fix, having a stop where you can really think about it and talk to your engineers and say, okay, this is what I'm dealing with. Guys, come up with a plan.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, having this much time to kind of chat on the radio back and forth with Will, I think, has helped us a lot. He's had a chance to kind of go through some of the race data so far. So, yeah, it's definitely a bit of an advantage to have some time to think about it.
All right, thanks, James Hinchcliffe. Still one of the contenders running up front in 7th right now. Dylan?
And Kevin, Connor Daly has been one of the guys on the charge. He's moved forward from 16th to 12th, so had about 50 laps here. Connor, have you been able to kind of get a read on what your car's doing and how good it is?
Yeah, honestly, 1 and 2 feels fine. I mean, this night racing is really cool. This is definitely the time we should be racing. I think it felt like it was wet in 3-4 most of the run there, but yeah, it should be fun. This Gallagher Insurance car is fast, so hopefully we can hang with that great American man, Ed Carpenter, and go to the front.
Are you having fun just being back in a race car again?
Ask me like once we get past halfway, but hopefully we can pull some wing out of this thing and make it a little bit more stable, and then we'll keep on trucking.
That's fair. Connor Daly, he runs 12th right now, Lee.
Good job, good start. Really nice stuff. He's made up 4 positions from his original starting spot and really starting to settle in to the Carlin Racing organization in the Gallagher Chevrolet. Remember, Max Chilton not running ovals anymore, so that car needs to have a kind of a tag team partner, a tag team driver, and that so far at this stage of the season is Connor Daly.
Lee, they're putting starters in the back of the race car. I'm getting excited about that.
Nice, let's get you up to speed if you've just joined us. It was a good start from Will Power. Watch the silver Chevy on the outside, rounds up the pole sitter and his teammate Simon Pagano. Takuma Sato got a good start too on that high side in the blue and white MyJack Honda. He draws level with Newgarden, then says, see ya, Joseph. And I'm not going to stop there. PT, I'm going to go around your teammate as well.
Yeah, Sato had a good car for about 5 or 6 laps, and then he got overhauled by Pagano. But this guy made a heck of a start, and it's so great to see him getting the respect of the other drivers. You know, he came here from Europe with a little bit of a black eye and a little bit of an attitude. Everybody thought he was going to be trouble, but he's done a really great job this year. Sage Karam, it got away from him. They need to make adjustments on this first stop, get it a little bit tighter and not be so oversteery in the corner. And then right here, Newgarden started moving forward, AJ.
Yeah, this is where we saw Joseph really start to attack the racetrack. He was cautious early on, just getting the feel of it. Got around his teammate Simon there, and then as Will Power caught lap traffic, Will got stuck, couldn't get around the lap cars, and at that point, Josef Newgarden caught Will, was able to make a clean move into turn 1 there, and started to pull away. Right as this unfortunate rain started and the caution came out, ultimately going to a red flag, but hopefully that is done now and we can get back racing.
25 minutes. 25 minutes under the red flag. But now, race leader, championship leader, Josef Newgarden looking for his Penske team to fire things up. It's Travis Law, the crew chief, car chief, says, righto, fire it, let's go.
We saw that there, 55 laps with already 2 caution flags, and we've already had 93 on-track passes, PT.
Yeah, there's been a lot of action in the middle of the field. Guys making passes, and Santino, he passed a lot of cars in the first 2 laps, so we'll see again on this restart how racy guys get on the restart, up high, down low, and how many guys come in after this red to make a pit stop or change tires and make some adjustments.
And that's a great point, Paul, because we've got a mixed bag here, because 9 of the 22 did come in. That was the 4 of Matthias Lace, the 10 of Felix Rosenquist, the 14 of Tony Kanaan, the 15 of Graham Rahal, the 18 of Sebastian Bourdais, the 21 of Spencer Piggott, the 28 of Ryan Hunter-Ray, the 31 of Connor Daly, the 31 of, Sage Karam, of course, spun, and the 98 of Marco Andretti. So those 9 came in, and the others did not. So we've got this mixed group of, so who's going to do what, and when will they do it as far as their stop? Remember, only 56 in. You can go a long way here, particularly in these cooler temperatures. So we'll see.
Yeah, I really think we're going to for sure see the top 9 cars pit. You know, we're going to be, as they open the pits here in a couple laps, at lap 58, lap 59. The tires are getting worn out. Now they're cold. Another heat cycle on them. We're going to see the top 9 pit. Really, the only car that pitted that was making a big amount of progress was Spencer Piggott in 10th. Does he take a chance to stay out for that track position, or does he pit as well?
Be interesting. We don't know yet. We're going to find out here in a few minutes who's laid out, and there are a lot of teams on pit row laid out. I see Will Power's guys are laid out, so there are lots of teams coming in, and I see the 21 board is out as well, so Spencer Piggott will hit the pit lane.
Radio on James Hinchcliffe. Let's have a listen.
All right, dude, so we're going here now. They're going to open the pits on the 3rd time by. We will take it. We have made a tire pressure adjustment on all 4 to try to help you out here.
Super busy pit lane. This will be the first time these guys pit under yellow, and we know from Indy that it got messy when these guys pitted under yellow. We'll see if everybody gets in and out clean.
Here we go.
And for Will Power at the top of your screen there, he said that the car was moving towards a little bit of a free condition, a little bit of oversteer. They debated on front wing, decided against it. He pits from 2nd. Kevin?
Josef Newgarden, the leader, is in. He's in the middle of the screen. That bright yellow Menards car, Simon Pagenaud. And Newgarden beats everybody out, followed by Power. Then it's Pagenaud. And then Rossi just barely gets out in front of Sato. So fresh Firestones and Speedway fuel for the leaders.
Those 2 Team Penske cars, man. Josef Newgarden, Will Power, rocket pit stops.
Yeah, I'm surprised Power's stop was that good, because he's not up at the front of the field. He's back in the middle of the pit lane, which is a tough in and out. So
good jump from Scott Dixon and the Ganassi crew on that PNC bank car. Also Alexander Rossi, he gets ahead of Takuma Sato. Check this out. Look how close that is. Ferrucci's in the middle, Hinchcliffe's there, and Marcus Ericsson's at the back. That was tight.
Tight to quite tight, my brother.
Indeed. Indeed. So we're hearing about 3 or 4 laps until we go green.
Rossi likes this view a lot better. Now he's up inside the top 4 after that pit stop. Didn't really get a chance to see if he made any changes to the car, changed the wing angle. That's really about all you can do, but now he's got a clearer view of the Penske's, and he doesn't have to deal with any of those other racing those other cars. He can now get a good measure, AJ, of how his car is directly compared to the Penske's.
Yeah, and we just didn't really, that run was cut so short between the first caution for Sage Karam and then the red flag coming out to really see where all these cars started to play out on the long run. A man that was happy that that caution came out was the man we ride on board with right now, Scott Dixon. He was so loose. He was going to go a lap down, but they were able to get in a pit stop and probably make huge adjustments here and gain about 4 or 5 spots on the pit stop.
Yeah, he was in 16th at the time the red came out and at the pit stop, and the Ganassi crew.
A lot of wing change there. Saw about 2 turns of wing down in the front, so he was very loose, and they turned that front wing down. Looked like 4 turns on it with the hand, which would be 2 turns of wing angle.
I think Scott Dixon said, you just keep turning on that thing until I have to leave, because that's how loose he was.
So Rosenquist returned, so too Sage Karam. They were two that were forced to stop after that altercation during the opening 50 laps of this race.
Remember in Texas, guys were turning the wings down 6 turns there, you know, stop after stop until they got it right. So still a long way to go here. So if Dixon gets that car right, he'll be a factor.
Curious to see here, Lee, on how aggressive Will Power is on this restart. He lost the lead right before that caution came out. We've talked about it now. Where is Will Power at mentally? Is it already time to play nice with his teammates, or is it still go out there, attack, try to get that win? We still have a lot of laps to go in the race, so you probably don't want to be too aggressive with your teammate on the restart. Still too early in the race, but see where he's at here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, he certainly cannot afford to make a mistake or get into one of his teammates. I mean, you go back to Toronto last week, he dove in on 2 cars there and got into them, and if you have that happen with your teammate, I've done it with my teammate at Penske, and you do not want to have the wrath of Roger when you get back to the truck.
I've seen you do it with a few of your teammates at multiple.
Was that you?
Race teams.
Was that you? Are you talking about you?
No,
I was too far up there. There is a man down on Scott Dixon's pit box, or Felix Rosenquist's pit box, that I'm sure you can talk to with Dario.
Okay, getting ready to go back to green. Lap 65.
Hanging back a little bit there, Will Power, trying to get a nice jump here, but like
green.
Okay,
just backed it up a little bit there.
So after almost half an hour under red, we're back to racing. And look at this, as a move down there. Sasato goes around Alexander Rossi.
Will tried for the high side on that. He's still trying for the high side, but Josef Newgarden is really strong on the entry to the corner.
We saw Sato go around Alexander Rossi. Oh, Ferrucci and James Hinchcliffe renewing their battle before that red flag came out. Ferrucci had said in the interview with Robin Miller, I'm not going to let these guys that are experienced push me around, and he's shown that running that top groove, already back up to 6th.
They may have banged wheels side to side.
Ferrucci loves that top groove. He's making moves. Now he's going to make a move on Rossi on the high side. I haven't seen Rossi get up on the high side all weekend, but these two right here almost touch wheels, very close. Last time James apologized, I don't think he's apologized, but look at this.
Ferrucci on Alexander Rossi.
He goes by the hardest guy to pass on an oval that there is.
Ferrucci running that second groove, high, wide, and handsome. Up top there, just showing a ton of speed, a ton of courage for a rookie that's never been here before.
Telling you what, if Rossi's going to go anywhere today, he's got to start trying that upper groove once he gets clear air. But now he comes back on Santino, side by side. Who's going to lift first? They both lift at about the same time, but who's going to get back to the power first?
What a run from Santino Ferrucci. He's up 7 from his original starting spot and is mixing it with the big boys.
Get too carried away and make a mistake, Santino. You're a rookie. You're the highest rookie in the field right now, and that is good for your rookie points.
That's the difficult thing. As a rookie, you start feeling that confidence. I'm invincible. I can run this top lane. I can stay in the throttle. All it takes is one little mistake, but he hasn't shown that yet. We know Alexander Rossi is probably going to be very cautious right now, knowing his championship's on the line. So it's a tight battle, but Ferrucci's not giving up.
I tell you what these guys do appreciate is that Rossi is not getting the air taken away from him. Because a veteran guy would just chop down in front of Rossi and take the air off of him just to get rid of him. And Santino is running him very fair and very clean. If I was Santino, I'd drop it down right in front of him right there.
It's incredible how this youngster from Connecticut, who has spent so much of his time in Europe, has just taken to these ovals.
Now he's clear of them. We go back up front with Newgarden. Power still right there.
And we saw that Will Power was really fast early in the run. He was the quickest car He's stuck behind Josef Newgarden right now, hanging with them, but we're really going to see as they start to get into traffic where Josef Newgarden shines, and that's what Tim Cindric said. Josef really likes to work on his car in practice in dirty air, knowing that he's going to get there and have to deal with lap traffic, and that's where he's the strongest.
170-mile-an-hour average on the last lap for Josef Newgarden, so they're all the way up into almost qualifying type pace now.
Sure are. And what a mixed night for Andretti Autosport. Alexander Rossi's running 6th, and Andretti's supported car, the green and white car there of Colton Herter, is 11th. And there's just big disparity. Veach is 13th, Hunter Ray is 17th, and Marco Andretti is 21st. So the Andretti cars are spread all over this field.
Yeah,
very uncharacteristic.
One of the things that I noticed that those cars, I mean, when we were on gold for practice, you could see the cars were all running different shock configurations to each other, so it's not like all the cars are exactly the same. So that's why you're seeing some guys have got it right and some guys don't have it right, because Marco tonight is really struggling and Rossi's doing all right.
This is Dixon in 10th, trying to fend off Herter.
Seems like that they've made Scott Dixon's car a little better, but it still doesn't look like he can really attack the racetrack. He's still having to be very gentle. These two are battling hard, and PT, I go back to remembering Texas.
Oh yeah, these guys got into it right here. Real aggressive move down on the inside by Colton. And Dixon kind of shut the door on him. Took the blame for that. Dixon said, I shouldn't have shut the door on him that hard. But Rossi, unbelievable save right there.
Maybe a championship save.
Yeah, we'll see. After tonight, there's only 5 races left in this season. So Herter's able to clear Dixon, and now Scott is falling back into the clutches of Ed Carpenter. So this is kind of similar to that first stint where the longer it goes, the more Scott Dixon drops back. What can he do to rectify that as we're approaching the 100 lap mark here shortly? Josef Newgarden leads the way here in the Iowa 300, almost by about a second over his Team Penske teammate Will Power. It's a Penske 1, 2, 3 with Newgarden, Power, and Pagano. Takuma Sato is the best non-Penske and the first Honda. Santino Ferrucci is the lead rookie and has been spectacular tonight under the lights. And then Alexander Rossi is running in the 6th spot and the closest to Santino Ferrucci. Kevin's been keeping an eye on the Rossi progress. Kev?
You know, it was interesting talking to Alex before the race. He said, you know what, we're going to be smart. I think we may only have about a 5th place car, so rather than take a big swing on it and be awful, we may just settle into what we have. And so far, car still seems about what it's been. It's okay. And he's struggling in a particular area in the track. Can't get him to do what he'd like to.
Well, what I noticed both here and Texas, AJ, is that he's not able to drive it deep into the corner. He's got to almost back the corner up. You see, he backs it off a little bit early compared to Santino. So he backs it off a little bit early, backs the corner up, and then tries to get back to the power before the guy in front of him. But you can see right there, the entry speed is not super high.
Yeah, run lane 2 and 3 and 4. Copy. Got Marco up there in the front, been running the middle. He's way off pace, so just stay on the bottom when you catch him.
Can't get up off the bottom, AJ. He's just all weekend just stuck on that yellow line.
And that's the problem right now with Ferrucci running that second lane. He's having to pinch the car even more to stay out of the dirty air, and he's stuck down there. We talked about it yesterday. He wasn't getting off the bottom lane, and if he's stuck down there, he's going to struggle all night to pass anybody or find any extra speed.
Yeah, it's like a stock car. You know very well, you get the momentum when you come up off the top side. You roll more speed through the center, and you just get more speed coming off the corner. And when you got to pinch it on the bottom like Rossi's having to do, you got to turn the steering wheel more to get it to turn, and it takes longer to get back to the throttle.
And while Santino Ferrucci and Alexander Rossi continue their battle, look who's looming large in the background. Here comes the defending race winner, James Hinchcliffe.
And his teammate doing a great job, the rookie Marcus Ericsson, right behind James Hinchcliffe. So both these cars seem like they've run down Ferrucci and Rossi. But right now, because these two cars are running side by side and right in front of them is Sato, so Sato's starting to lose a bit of pace. So we saw this last year, James Hinchcliffe, not great early in the run, but as the tires start to go away, that's when his car really starts to find some speed. So this is going to be about a 5-car battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Yeah, this is the major action on track. Newgarden right now, Power is kind of right there. They're just starting to get into lap traffic. Pagano's got a bit of a gap, and then there's another gap to Sato, but Ferrucci all the way back to Ericsson. This is where the fight is.
Santino Ferrucci, impatient to wait for Takuma Sato, pulled out of the draft, went through the middle. Rossi had to take evasive action. That was close.
That was really tight. Sato, the handlings completely went away from his race car. He's hanging on to it. Ferrucci had such a great run, actually had to check up a little bit off the corner. Rossi got his nose there, but Ferrucci didn't really care and took the chop and was able to clear him. See on board here. Just clear enough.
Tried to go for the pick. He tried to pick, like, cause a pick for him so he couldn't get out, but he just wasn't close enough. And Santino hasn't gotten around Sage Karam yet.
Now Hinchcliffe gets by Takuma Sato. So that MyJack Honda is falling and falling fast.
A feeling Ferrucci's lost a little bit of handling, but here's a guy that might have lost the handle on his cars. Will Power is now starting to threaten his teammate Josef Newgarden. It looked like Newgarden got loose coming off a 4, and he's not able to pull up on that traffic like he was earlier in the race.
On lap 104, remember, if more rain comes and the race gets to at least lap 150, it can be called. And I only say that because of the extreme weather we have had this evening. Here's Dylan Welsh. Dylan?
Well, Lee, it's kind of interesting when you look at this Penske trio, just the dynamic of the mentalities of each of the drivers. You've got Josef Newgarden, who's obviously leading the point standing, so he's kind of on defensive mode, if you will. Simon Pagenaud in full attack, still in the points hunt. Will Power riding in second right there in that silver car. He's in 5th in points, 128 out of the lead. He can kind of just risk it all, lay it all on the line, because they don't have much to lose at this point. Will said he is sick of not winning. They want to win here. He wants to win here especially badly. And right now he's applying the pressure to his teammate Josef Newgarden. Kevin?
Dylan, Scott Dixon would also like to win here for the first time. The defending series champion has lost 4 spots, back to 12th. Mike Hull calls the race for Scott. Any specific issues that's caused him not to be able to go forward and lose a little bit of ground so far?
Well, we made some changes on the last stop, and that didn't help. We just keep working on it. We got a ways to go here tonight. Yeah, thanks.
All right, Mike Hull, Managing Director for Chip Ganassi Racing, letting this one come to them.
Yeah, Scott Dixon's issues is he's just massive loose. The first run, he was just incredibly loose. The second run, they've made a little bit better. But we see this battle still going on, Lee. Alexander Rossi working it. They got 2 lap cars, Sage Karam, Felix Rosenquist. The problem is, we keep talking about it, Rossi's pinned on the bottom. He can't move anywhere. We see here on board with Ferrucci as he's trying to go to the outside.
Sage Karam up ahead.
Oh, gets a quick snap with an oversteer on exit, then gets bogged down on the bottom, has to lift a lot. That allows Rossi to track him back down.
2 Honda drivers are going hard at it. They go by Felix Rosenquist. Rosenquist is not on the lead lap, which is a shame because he was down a lap, got himself back onto the lead lap, and then now is back off it. In fact, only the top 16 cars are on the lead lap. Meanwhile, back up front, you know, Will Power has won every year since his first win in 2007 on the streets of Las Vegas. Think about that. That's 11 straight years of competition that he's won. 12 straight years. And so he hasn't done it yet, but this is not the latest in a season where he's gone that he hasn't won. He got to race 15 a couple of seasons ago before he experienced his first win on the season, but he's showing tonight that he's super hungry and enthusiastic to get that W here in Iowa.
A lot of traffic right now. You got Tony Kanaan. Newgarden whistles by, forces Power to go to the high line. Power's been on the bottom. He gets pinched off by Kanaan at the exit, and that's really hurt him now. He's lost a ton of ground to the back of Newgarden just as quick as that.
And we're going to see At this point, we're about 60 laps on tires. We're gonna see who has the longevity in the race car, who's easier on their tires right now. Looks like Josef Newgarden, like usual, really good traffic, was able to clear Tony Kanaan, and since then has already pulled out a second.
He was under some serious threat when they were in clear air, but now that there's traffic, Power's lost a little bit of ground. He's stuck behind TK.
And squeeze in a break, come back to racing under the lights here in just a moment. And there's some pretty cool racing going on and some wild things. Scott Dixon just got lapped. And those words don't come out of my mouth too easily, because it's not that often that you say that. Meanwhile, Alexander Rossi in the Napa Honda has caught poleman Simon Pagenaud. This is the scrap for third. So Rossi got by Santino Ferrucci and left him behind to fight it out with James Hinchcliffe. And now Rossi's got his eyes on a top 3 spot.
Yeah, we keep talking about it. He can't run that second lane, but he may be one of the best cars running around the bottom here. He's run down Simon Pagenaud for third, trying to find a way to get around him. He may have one of the fastest race cars on the racetrack in clean air.
Well, Kevin, he was right there, and now he's lost ground to Pagenaud, because Pagenaud started running that bottom line and took away Rossi's line, and now he's pulled back away.
And Simon's been dealing with understeer a bit throughout the race, and it's really gotten bad. He's a no front grip. I think we're getting to the point late in a tire run where everybody's begging to come in for fresh Firestones, but they need to hang on as long as they possibly can.
Sato right there just came out of the pits on brand new tires. He went by Rossi like he was standing still. Now watch this. He's going to come by Pagenaud, so that's what fresh tires will do for you right here.
Sato had just went backwards since the restart.
Problem is he's 3 laps down right now because he pitted under green, so he's got to wait till everybody else pits and gets back in sequence. But you can see by the speed of his car right now that the tires are king.
Graham Rahal doing a good job to keep Josef Newgarden at bay to maintain his position on the lead lap. The One Cure Honda is the last car on the lead lap. That's Graham Rahal running in 12th.
Graham Rahal is going to do everything he can to try to stay on that lead lap, but we've seen Josef Newgarden, PT, his car is still really good in traffic. He's been able to stay ahead of Will Power early in the tire run, and once they hit lap traffic, he's put a couple of lappers in between each other, now has over a 2-second lead on him.
Yeah, Graham's really going to have to rely on a spotter. He's not going to want to get lapped here. We're only a few laps away from, we think, when everybody's going to start pitting. So he will need to have the spotter tell him where he is. See that? He took the air right off of Josef Newgarden's car and gave himself a little gap.
Next round of stops are imminent as Sato continues to fire his way through this field, but is still 2 laps down.
Look at the speed difference. Last lap for the leader, 153 miles an hour. Sato 165. He's flying on those new tires.
Here we go. Newgarden on the high line in that second lane and rounds up Graham Rahal very effectively.
And that's the thing, if Josef Newgarden, if he can get to the outside of cars, his car right now is very strong on the outside, so once he gets to the outside of a car, it's game over. He's going to clear them. See him trying to lap Marco Andretti for the second time now. Marco has just had a horrific weekend right now. No speed, struggling, going a second lap down.
So 11 cars on the lead lap. Zach Veach proudly is the final car on the lead lap, but that yellow, black, and blue Gainbridge Honda is the next one on Josef Newgarden's list. What a night under the lights in Iowa for the championship leader.
20 laps more, and we're coming up on halfway. We see Hinchcliffe just takes the air off of Piggott. You see the gap all of a sudden. As soon as you take the air off the front of another car, they just go backwards. You got to get completely out of the throttle, even sometimes drag the brake to stop the car from taking off the track.
This is first and second from last year. Hinchcliffe, Piggott in that order.
And we see in that shot there, that's third, fourth, fifth, and sixth running all together. So talking about Simon Pagenaud being having a race car right now with a lot of understeer. He's kind of started to hold this pack up to allow James Hinchcliffe and Spencer Piggott to get into this battle for the top 3.
Ferrucci's lost a little bit of ground. He's lost some spots to these guys now. He's kind of backing up. Carpenter moving forward. Piggott moving forward. On board here with Hinch.
We're close. Just keep working your tools.
Here we go.
Simon Pagenaud on pit road, first of the lead bunch to come in for his second stop of the night, and Kevin Lee standing by. Kevo?
And they gave up a little bit earlier, the report. It sounded like he was coming to the end of this tire run, but just after that I heard them say lap 142, 11 more laps. Well, they're coming in 5 laps earlier than they wanted to. We see a big turn of front wing, Firestone tires, and Pagenaud was back out. Spencer Piggott also rolling through on pit lane, making his stop. Second of the day for him, and he is one of the early big movers in this race to be able to pick up significant spots. Piggott is going to take Firestone tires, Speedway fuel, and he's back out as well.
We saw guys in Texas, the guys that took the tires early really made a lot of ground as Ferrucci comes in, because if you end up going slow, Dylan, it's almost better to get off the tires and rip some fast laps off.
And Santino Ferrucci, he came in a few laps early. He was asking, how many more do I have to hang on? So they were struggling, had to bring him in maybe a little earlier than they wanted to just to get some new tires on the 19.
Ed Carpenter's had a strong run as well. He's worked his way up into the top 10. In those red colors for Auto Geek this weekend, Carpenter will hit his mark. His goal, like his teammate Spencer Piggott, starting way in the back, was just stay on the lead lap, at least in the early going. Now, you still have a chance to recover if you get a lap down. He's back out after a stop, Dylan.
Graham Rahal in as well, has fallen back since the start from 7th back to 15th. Struggling as well, Kevin, as the leader pulls in.
Power has taken the lead.
Number 2 Hitachi for Josef Newgarden rolling down to his pit lane. He has an easy in, he'll have an easy out with green flag stops here. For Firestone, Speedway fuel, didn't see any kind of change on the front wing. Newgarden is back out, and we'll see how he cycles in with Pagenaud, who's already made that second stop.
Power is now in the lead. His teammate in the pit lane. So we'll be interested. Here comes Will Power.
This will be key to watch on how this stop is executed, and can Power get out in front of Josef Newgarden? Let's see.
He pits from the lead into his box and hits his marks perfectly. A little hiccup on the right front there. We'll see if that costs him. Maybe just a little bit. No changes for tires and Speedway fuel as he nearly misses James Hinchcliffe coming in. Kevin?
And Will Power pulls out right there in front of Alexander Rossi, that blue and yellow Napa car. And in front of him, you saw Scott Dixon also making a stop. We get the sense that Dixon may want to make some changes as well. Looking, yeah, front wing change on Dixon. Looks like about a half a turn on Rossi. They were talking about an air pressure adjustment as well. And Rossi is back out as we see Colton Herta also exiting the pit stall.
Josef Newgarden and Will Power. How does the scrap match up? Newgarden, I think, easily took care of Will Power.
Now, talk about PT. We just talked about how much tires make a difference. Takuma Sato was 14th or 13th or 14th when he started that pit cycle. He pitted 20 to 25 laps earlier, able to get out there and run fast laps. He's back up to second place because of that. But now his tires are old. He's going to fight that same cycle again, but it just shows how new tires, if you pit laps earlier than everybody, you can make up a ton of time, but it's a game of chicken. Because if the yellow flag comes out, you're those laps down.
Right before Rossi pitted, had a big moment. Oh my God, that's totally crossed hands right there. But back to Sato, he was running laps that were 12 miles an hour faster than the leaders, and he has moved himself all the way up through that field. So that shows you how strong the tires are. As Santino right here, still on the high side, trying to stay on the lead lap.
That's Matthias Lacey's trying to clear there in the ABC Supply AJ Foyt Chevrolet, of which he will do fairly easily, I think, on the high side there. Draws alongside the 20-year-old Brazilian.
Will Power 2.5 seconds back from the leader right here with Newgarden. Will Santino draw Newgarden back to Power, or does Santino have the speed to stay in front?
Just over 2 seconds between Newgarden and Power. There's Will in the background.
Watch this. Will Power is going to run down Josef Newgarden so quick right now. with these two cars side by side, Ferrucci and Laced, Josef Newgarden has nowhere to go. He had a 3-second lead 3 laps ago.
Now 1.5.
It's going to be under 1 by the time they cross this line. Josef Newgarden, PT, he can't do anything right now. He's stuck there, and Will Power is making up that time.
He's in 170-mile-an-hour traffic jam right now as Will Power is closing the gap, now down to almost 1 second. Will he be able to keep that momentum and make a move on Newgarden when he gets there?
Takuma Sato is third, but is massively off sequence in comparison to the front guys, as now Ferrucci and Newgarden clear. Laced, and Newgarden saying, I'm not sticking around anymore. Sorry, Santino, you're about to go down a lap.
Newgarden was very patient with those guys. He really had nowhere to go, and once they got single file, he was able to get by both of them. That was smart driving by Newgarden.
It really was, and see right there at the line, it was about a 1.2 second lead, and now Will Power has to deal with Santino Ferrucci, and because of that, we're going to see Josef Newgarden probably open that lead right back up.
It's 1.2 seconds now. See if he stretches back out, but Power's on the bottom. Santino hasn't even gone to the bottom yet. He's been up in the high groove all night long.
See right here, just in that lap, Will Power lost 3 seconds.
Whoa,
Pagano.
I think Pagano might have brushed the wall.
What has happened to the pole sitter and championship contender? Was it a brush or was it just a nervous high ride?
He's loose. Look at that car. It's wobbling back and forth. I wonder if he brushed the wall and bent a toe link.
See right here, get some dirty air entering turn 1. He's a little bit wider than he wants to be behind Marco Andretti. Once he gets off that second group, PT,
great
he gets
save.
That was a good save.
Gets in that dirty air, but makes a great save.
Got the tires dirty, and now it looks like he's got them cleaned up again, and he's back going again. But that shows you the turbulent air. Once you get too close to a car, you can't even get the car to turn.
He looks loose. He's struggling right now.
So after being relatively in touch with his Penske teammate, Simon Pagano is now 17.5 seconds behind Josef Newgarden.
He's going to get passed by Hinchtown right here. He's all over the back of him.
And quietly, in amongst all the chaos.
See that? See the car take off right there? As soon as the air got taken off of the front of Hinch's car, it just took off.
Quietly amongst all the chaos, Spencer Pigot and Ed Carpenter have worked their way into the top 5. A few laps disparity between the race leader and Will Power as far as when the two Ed Carpenter Chevrolets pitted, but this is a good strong run from Pigot and Ed.
This is what makes Iowa Speedway so much fun to watch, the flow of traffic. Josef Newgarden was pulling out again, and now he's stuck behind Sage Karam, and Will Power has ran right back to his rear wing, looking to try to find a way to get to him and get around him. And just in front of Sage Karam, guys, Alexander Rossi.
Rossi's about to get lapped here real quick, and Rossi won't make it easy at all. Sage Karam finally gives it up. Power's right there again, but the next car in line is going to be the championship contender. How hard will Rossi fight to keep on the lead lap and potentially put Newgarden in a bad situation to where he might, make him run up the track or lose the air on the front wing?
We will follow that story when we come back. Alexander Rossi in 8th and fighting to stay on the lead lap. You're watching NBCSN's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Honda, an official vehicle of the NTT INDYCAR Series, and by OneCure.com. Join us as we race to cure cancer in our best friends and ourselves. Racing continues under the lights here at Iowa Speedway. Lee Diffie, Paul Tracy, our NBC colleague and special guest and former IndyCar driver AJ Allmendinger here, filling in for Townsend Bell, who was racing his IMSA WeatherTech sports car today. Kevin Lee, Robin Miller, Dylan Welsh working pit road. It's Josef Newgarden, the championship leader, who has a 1.6-second lead over his Team Penske teammate Will Power. He's trying to put his championship rival, Alexander Rossi, down a lap.
I tell you what, Pagano's about to go a lap down as well because he's just in front of Rossi, Kevin.
And let's go through the field, and we'll start with Newgarden, who was pretty perturbed after qualifying. Felt like he had a pole car. I asked him, why so terse? He was still pleasant, but I'm just a competitor, and I really thought we had a chance. And he's got a real chance here tonight. Dylan Newgarden leading his teammate Will Power.
And he rides in that second spot, does Will Power. Has described this season thus far as disappointing. A couple small mistakes have took them out of contention for victories. So far, it's been a pretty mistake-free evening, but are they good enough to beat their teammate? We'll find out here over the course of these final 125 laps. Takuma Sato behind him in third. Keep in mind, he's off strategy here. He pitted about 30 laps earlier than the front runners here. They ran over 100 laps in final practice trying to get their long run car dialed in. Still a little bit of work to do though because they struggled on the long run in that first stint. Kevin?
Biggest mover of the race is back there in fourth position. The dark colors dealing with someone with fresher tires right now, one of the Foyt cars. But Piggott running in fourth, and he's only had one finish inside the top 10 this year. That's fifth, but they've had much better pace. Looks like it might be coming through tonight. And the boss is next position in that red car, the number 20, Ed Carpenter, running just his third race of the year. He felt like they were really strong in practice, just missed the balance in qualifying, and he's the second biggest mover, up 12 spots. Then it's Simon Pagano in that bright yellow Menards car. We slide back to him, and we just saw him losing positions a few minutes ago, and he's got the daily double of issues. He's got oversteer, and he's got understeer, just trying to hang on right now, Dylan.
And Kevin right behind him in the the sixth spot rather, is James Hinchcliffe, and he has been very animated in trying to move around Simon Pagano lap after lap here. They're just trying to keep him calm right now and keep his head on straight as they get to the end of this second stint here. They can bring him down and get new tires on him, Kevin.
And how about this? Second in the championship, 4 points back, Alexander Rossi. Said the car was okay at best, and that's the way it's playing out. He's now lost the lead lap, so Rossi needs a caution to get back on the lead lap and still be a player, but still running in seventh position right now.
Takuma Sato, because you heard Dylan mention there, he was massively off sequence by more than 25 laps. He has pitted one more time, and a message from race control has been sent to the 98 US Concrete Honda of Marco Andretti that it might be time to come on in for failing to maintain pace. There's got to be an issue there for Marco. He's a race winner here at Iowa Speedway, so that one's going to be pretty difficult to swallow. He's still out on track at the moment, but he is some 7 laps down.
You see there, Josef Newgarden was able to get around Alexander Rossi to put him a lap down, Lee.
Next guy in line here is going to be Hinchcliffe and then his teammate. And both of those guys are going to fight hard. Rossi is still right there.
And next set of stops, not too far away. We'll see, but it's been Josef Newgarden's night for sure. Field is under caution here in Iowa, not for weather this time. It was for an on-track incident involving Takuma Sato. You saw it in non-stop. Sage Karam coming from the back.
Yeah,
Sato checked up.
Yeah, I don't know why Sato was going so slow off the corner there, because he's got fresh tires.
No, you watch the replay there, Paul. He's behind Will Powers. He's got new tires. He's got such a run. Will slides up. Takuma gets in the gray, has to check up to not get in the wall, and because of that, loses so much momentum. At that point, Sage Karam drives straight through the back of him.
And Takuma had just pitted. Look at that. He's way up, way up.
Yeah, he was just being on fresh tires, trying to make up all that time. He was behind Will Power, and Will slid up, and when he did that, Takuma had to check up, get in the gray, and
yeah, the problem is Sage was also in the dirty air of Sato, and probably couldn't turn the car down because the front end was just pushing and didn't get on the brakes soon enough. And luckily, it didn't create more damage to Sage's car. But here comes the leader right now, followed by Will Power.
Yep, here we go. 2 more stops. This will be the second to last one if things go as planned. and Power hits his box first.
And the plan is here to make that front wing adjustment that they were thinking about on the first stop. Will battling just a little bit of a loose condition. There you can see it on both ends. 4 tires and fuel for Will. Kevin?
Josef Newgarden comes in, and he's going to quickly get out. Simon Pagenaud also coming down there. So Newgarden is the first off pit road. Will Power is next. Pagenaud just now hitting his marks. He really needed this caution because he had pitted 5 and 7 laps earlier than his 2 teammates. You're going to see Spencer Pigot roll by almost even, and Pigot barely squares out in front of Pagenaud. Pigot was also one of those that pitted in the early side of that last green flag window, so they welcome this. Those that stayed out here maybe are thinking with another yellow they can get it home on one more stop. They can do it on fuel, but the tires being able to last may be a little bit of a challenge. So everybody may take the opportunity. And in fact, some of the cars off the lead lap are going to come in the next time they can.
So Spencer Pigot finds himself in amongst the 3 Team Penske cars in a legitimate 3rd place. Remember, he finished 2nd on the podium last year, his one and only IndyCar career podium, and is legitimately there. This has been a really smart race that has been run by Spencer Pigot and Ed Carpenter, Paul.
Yeah, I said in the rain break that those 2 cars of Ed Carpenter's were probably the fastest cars on track, and if we got back to green, they might look like they have a shot at these Penske's of breaking up the party, but that tire's not on tight at all right there. And then it drops down. I don't think it's tight yet. But this will get interesting now with both of the Carpenter cars up front now in this cool condition. I think they might have something.
We got outside, inside front. Get your wing, Norm. Hold on, we're good. Let's go.
The good thing there for James Hinchcliffe was there was only 6 or 7 cars on the lead lap.
Yes.
So he didn't really lose a ton of track position. He'll restart 6th and still be in touch with the leaders there.
So under this caution after the collision between Sage Karam and Takuma Sato, track being cleaned up and just over 100 laps to go. Stick around. It's a busy time within the NTT INDYCAR Series. Toronto last week, right here in Iowa now, and next week it's the Honda Indy 200 at Mid-Ohio, Lexington, Ohio. That's July 28th, 4 o'clock Eastern on NBC. Hey fellas, guess what happens after Mid-Ohio? This man here, the mayor of Hinchtown, James Hinchcliffe, marries his longtime girlfriend, his fiancée Becky Dalton. So we wish them all the best. Ready to go racing? You bet. Let's do it here in Iowa. Final 100 laps coming up, and Pigot and Pagenaud wheel to wheel through turns 1 and 2.
Nice restart by Pagenaud. He clears Pigot going into turn 1. Hinchcliffe, oh, look at this gaggle of cars. Look at Santino on the outside again. He passed like 6 cars in 1 corner. He fell back to 13th, but now as he crosses the line, we'll see where he ends up, all the way back up into 10th.
That's a wild little bunch that was, but everybody kept it clean. Teammates together on track. The red car is Ed Carpenter, the black one is Spencer Pigot. The 2 ECR Chevys have been fantastic here tonight. And now Hinchcliffe wants a shot at them.
Yeah, Hinchtown looking pretty good here on the bottom. Strong apex speed through the middle of the corner. That was great rolling speed, AJ.
Yeah, Ed got in the corner there, just got a little bit loose, had to check up. James Hinchcliffe was able to clear him. Alexander Rossi, that caution was fortunate for him. He had just went a lap down, gets back on the lead lap, up to 7th.
Tell
you see Ferrucci and Beach going at it now.
Ferrucci trying to move back through the pits. Somehow he fell further back. Now he's back up to 9th, working on 8th right there. But if Rossi's going to do anything tonight, he's got to get his car up off the bottom groove, because it's not the fast way around. You got to make passes on the high side and on the bottom.
Zach Veach in the yellow, black and blue Gainbridge Honda on the inside of Takuma Sato. Check this out. Watch for the white car up high. Santino Ferrucci, who just rounds this group up.
Well, Marco up there just hanging on to his race car really slow. Gets this whole group of cars checked up. Ferrucci says, hey, watch this. I'm going to run the outside. 4 wide, clear. inside the top 10.
He's passed more cars than anybody this year on track, and he just racked up a whole pile more.
When you got a group of cars, PT, what do? You go where they're not. Oh my goodness, around the outside.
I bet Dale Jr. likes that if he's still awake.
Being 21 years old is a good thing.
Making a move on Sato now.
This is not for position. Sato's a lap down. Ferrucci is in 11th position. Meanwhile, that last caution, the contact between Sage Karam and Takuma Sato, Karam has been handed a drive-through for avoidable contact by race control.
Marco Andretti still off the pace. We'd heard some information from race control that they told him to either pick it up or park it, and it looks like they haven't been able to rectify anything on that car.
That's just a lonely feeling being out there when your car is handling that bad. You're just trying to stay out of everybody's way. Right now, at lap pace, he's 2 seconds slower a lap than the leader, so Marco just wanting this night to be over with.
This is 4th and 5th. Spencer Pigot, James Hinchcliffe. Two drivers who finished on the podium here tonight. And I can tell you, after mentioning that drive-through penalty for Sage Karam, he is out of his car and out of this race. And there he is.
Yeah, it must have been damage on the front suspension from that contact with Sato. Graham Rahal dives down in between two cars. He gets back by Santino right there. Veach gets a run, or that's Marco Andretti. Graham Rahal now up to 8. It's been a little bit of a quiet night for him, but he's starting to move forward now. Next car in line for him is Ed Carpenter right in front.
That's Graham Rahal's MO. Just throughout the course of a race, never giving up, always pushing it. Seems like when it comes to the end of the race, Graham Rahal is higher running than he is for most of the race, so he gets everything he can and maximizes his finishes.
This is a good run for Zach Veach. He's only had 2 top 10 results this year. He could get a 3rd. Rahal's on a mission. Zach Veach is chasing him down. They're 8th and 9th at the moment.
Rossi right there in the front now of Graham Rahal. Rossi has just not had the pace tonight to stay with the leaders. He's down there right on the yellow line. He's really never varied off of that line all weekend. I haven't seen him one time go up any more than one car length, one car width off the yellow line. We just got word that Marco has pitted and retired that car. It's been a ill-handling car all night, and there he is right here getting out of the car.
Unfortunately, just wasn't on the pace tonight. Frustratingly so.
Just so disappointing for Marco Andretti, a racetrack that in the past he's been so good at.
Yeah.
Just all weekend never had the pace, but we see Spencer Pigot here getting under the lap car of Takuma Sato. Both these drivers right here, Spencer Pigot and James Hinchcliffe, they need really good runs tonight. James has had an okay season, but up to his standards, not what he wants. A season best finish of 6th place. Spencer Pigot at times has had some really good pace, but never got the finish to show for it. His best finish only in 8th this season. So these two drivers running inside the top 5, having season best runs.
Well, this is huge for Hinch because at the moment he sits 9th in points. Has not been a good night for Sato or Hunter Ray, who are ahead of him in the points. He could do some leapfrogging here. He could do some serious leapfrogging. We'll see though. Still 82 laps to go.
Doing 3 downshifts into the corners. He's driving this thing, AJ, like it's a road course. Listen to this. There's a upshift, 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 and then into the corner. 1, 2, 3 downshifts.
And that's crazy to me, PT, because usually you see on an oval, yeah, they have a 4th gear that they use, a 5th gear that they use, and a 6th gear that they use, but to have it where they can go all the way down to 3rd gear in the middle of the corner is just crazy, and it just shows how much these drivers are having to work at Iowa Speedway.
Yeah, 3 top gears to run through the corners. It doesn't make for a great restarting car because you don't get really good splits to accelerate through the gears when you have 3 top gears in the car.
Look out, here comes the 1Q Honda. Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan's Graham Rahal. 8th at the moment, and he's starting to make some serious inroads on Alexander Rossi.
And we talk about Alexander Rossi not getting off the bottom of the racetrack. That's okay on the initial start. When you have good tires and restarts and when you pit, your tires are at their best. You can drive that car down to the bottom of the racetrack. But by doing that, especially as rough as the racetrack is on the bottom, it uses those tires up more. And as the laps get on your tires, not getting off that low line just really abuses them, and that's what we're seeing later in the runs. Alexander Rossi is struggling.
Yeah, the problem on the restarts is everybody goes for the bottom. We saw that with Santino. He went for the high line, and it was wide open, and he went around a whole pile of cars. So
this is very similar to last year as far as the Speedway lap leaders is concerned. 172 laps, now making 173 laps led for Josef Newgarden. His teammate Will Power led 49, and the pole sitter and fellow teammate Simon Pagenaud says there that he led 2 laps. The race did actually start under caution to run those 2 additional pace laps, and therefore Pagenaud was credited with 2 laps led. Here goes Super Santino around the outside of Marcus Ericsson. Boy, he's good on that high line.
We just got a note right before that pass that he has made 35 passes on track, and that makes it 36. So he's made more passes than anybody on track tonight.
And none of them have been on the inside.
No, they're all on the high
been
side.
Around the top.
He's got that Superman logo on the inside of his right bicep muscle. He's got the Superman logo on top of his helmet. Well, he's driving super tonight.
Ericsson coming back, though, on the low line. Tucks in. Ericsson really drives this track like it's a big road course corner. See that? He comes in late entry and then real late apex.
This is good stuff, though. You got 3 rookies in 3 respective positions. In
kind of
10th,
like
Herder, you have Ferrucci in 11th, and Ericsson goes back on the inside of Ferrucci.
I like Ericsson's line. He's driving these corners like it's a big road course corner. You watch here, you get a good view. He's going to enter real late and high, and then just dive all the way around the corner, late apex.
It's hard to do when you've got race cars around you, but once you get by yourself here, you can see with Ferrucci, and we see the rookie tracker, Colton Herder right now leading that inside the top 10. Marcus Ericsson 11th and Ferrucci 12th. So it's a great rookie class this year.
And just like that, there are 3 retirements from this race. Sage Karam, Marco Andretti, and Takuma Sato.
And Lee, we saw him running up front in the early part of this race. Takuma, what was it ultimately that put you out?
Well, we got hit from behind, and down the wing was so much damage. So I tried to hang in, but I couldn't do it. So sorry for the boys. They did a great job, and all the fans did the main tonight. It was a shame.
It looked like you kind of checked up, got off the throttle, and that led to the contact. What did you feel?
Yeah, I think Ryan and the Will was side by side. I was directly behind him. I got the grade a little bit, so I had to back off a little bit, and it was all under control, but unfortunately the guy in behind maybe couldn't see it.
Thanks, Taku. Lee?
What a shame, because he was having a really good run tonight. Takuma Sato was trying to do what he did here last year and finish on the podium. So, as Josef Newgarden in the Hitachi Chevrolet crosses the line, only 67 laps to go. There'll be 1 more regular round of stops. Can he go to victory lane again? 58 laps left to run here at Iowa Speedway in the Iowa 300, where Josef Newgarden is now starting to put on a bit of a clinic. This is an amazing run. In just a matter of moments, he will have led 200 laps of this race. What a performance from the championship leader, who turned frustration into positivity. He so desperately wanted the pole position yesterday. His teammate Simon Pagenaud got that, and the usually smiley, bubbly Josef Newgarden was pretty stony-faced. However, let's put some reality into this. This is how good a run he's having, and how frustrating a run Scott Dixon's having. He's about to put Scott Dixon down a lap.
Yeah, the 3 Penske cars this weekend right off the truck have kind of been in a league of their own all weekend, and frankly, the Chevys have been pretty strong all weekend because both of the Ed Carpenter cars are running really well. They've had a power upgrade that came along in Toronto, and they seem to have found a lot of performance here in the last couple weeks.
See Josef Newgarden there, able to go around the outside of Scott Dixon, and that's where Josef is so strong right now. He's able to maneuver his car where the traffic is not. If the car goes low, he goes high, vice versa. So he's able to work his way through traffic, and that's where he's just been stretching the gap out on Will Powers, working his way through traffic. Whoa. Tight fit there on the exit against Tony Kanaan, but able to clear him and put another car in between himself and his teammate.
And the big story, big picture-wise, with Newgarden in this championship, came in with a 4-point advantage over Alexander Rossi. Points as they run now, it would blow out to a 31-point advantage heading to Mid-Ohio next weekend.
Hearing some radio chatter from Powers' camp that he might have a vibration on the left front tire that could be caused by just having too much understeer in the car. And you wear that front tire, it scrubs across the track and wears it funny, causes some graining, and then causes it to go out of balance. So we heard a little bit of chatter about that, but he's well clear right now of his teammate Simon Pagenaud, who's in third, about 5 seconds behind him.
One more pit stop to be made. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to make it first? Will there be another caution? Had a little bit of everything tonight. 4 cautions for 35 laps and 1 red flag for almost half an hour due to a sprinkle.
Ericsson just flew by Power on new tires, so guys are coming.
And what a strong run it's been for Spencer Pigot and the entire Ed Carpenter Racing team, running in the top 5 throughout the race. That's a nice, quick final stop. First one in, Simon Pagenaud. Second one in among the leaders. Graham Rahal has also made his final stop. Pagenaud's been running third, still needs a little bit something. He was just asked what changes, and I think I heard him say nothing. We'll take a look at it here, see if they do any front wing adjustment. Firestone tires, Speedway fuel. No, they will do a little bit of tuning on the front wing. And Pagenaud is back out waiting for his 2 Penske teammates to make that final stop and see if he can make up some ground now on fresh tires.
I'm a little bit shocked here. Oh, we see Will Power coming in. I was just going to say,
whoa,
oh, that was
way late out on the outside, and that's going to cost him a lot of time. He had to slow Dylan getting into the pit lane.
They need a smooth, flawless stop here to make up for that time. Looking to see if they make any changes. Looks like maybe a turn or so, a front wing, but a smooth stop otherwise for Will Power. Kevin?
Here comes the leader making the final stop of the race. It's been a dominant weekend for Team Penske. A little weave as he comes in to hit his marks. The Hitachi Team Penske team going to work. A little bit slow on the left front. Still done in plenty of time with the fuel. And that's a nice, solid, excellent final stop for Newgarden. We'll watch Pagenaud coming through.
We'll see where Power cycles out after that mistake coming into the pit lane. I think that will have allowed Pagenaud to close up on him. And there it is. He's lost the position to Pagenaud. So just these little mistakes, these unforced errors that you don't need to make. He had a 5-second gap on his teammate, and he tried to hustle it quicker than he needed to, getting into the pits, and he ran wide and had to basically overslow it before he was going to hit the end of the pit wall. So you just can't make those mistakes.
I was just thinking off the top of my head, did he try and pit off 4 under green?
No, I think he ran it in too hard.
He was running the apron trying to make up time.
Here it is, look.
Yeah, gets in, and he's in so deep. And, oh, that is so close to disaster here. But, yeah, just trying to make up time on Josef Newgarden. That little bit of time gets in too deep. All that excess rubber on the exit right there. He barely saves it. But, as PT said, lost time. Simon Pagenaud had pitted a couple laps earlier than Will. Will makes this mistake. And now Simon had gotten around him and is clear of him.
James Hinchcliffe, Spencer Pigot. At the moment, this is the fight for 5th. Scott Dixon leads, but is yet to pit for the final time.
really seems like these two cars have been stuck together for about the last 150 laps, battling really hard inside the top 5. That's tough there, PT. Every time Spencer Pigot chops across James Hinchcliffe's nose, James loses all the air, gets a ton of understeer. The car gets...
Yeah, they're trying to lap Matthias Lace 3 wide going into 1. Spencer Pigot stays on the top side. Hinchcliffe gets a nice run down the straightaway. Will he drive it in? He does. Right now with the tires fresh, he's got the grip to really hustle it in there.
Good job.
That's a great move by James Hinchcliffe. He's just over 2.5 seconds off of Will Power that essentially is running 3rd. So see if he can chase him down and try to get on the podium.
Sebastian Bourdais in the Sealmaster entry. Sebastian is running in 12th at the moment and has made his final stop of the race. Will Power.
Penalty?
This is a penalty for an improper pit entry.
You just can't keep making these little mistakes. I mean, he'll say it after the race if we get a chance to interview him. You can't make these mistakes.
Okay, go.
And then he almost stalls it leaving there. It looks like, and we got a caution.
And a yellow to
We're
add insult to
yellow.
injury.
Ed Carpenter. The night is over.
Sorry, guys. I got all bottled up and I got dirty air and I just went around.
On what has been a fabulous night up until now for the Ed Carpenter Racing Team duo of Ed himself and Spencer Pigot, the Auto Geek cars. Skid marks tell the story right there.
Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen now. Tires are so important. I think everybody's going to come in, even though stops have happened. I think you take fresh tires again.
And you know who gets lucky by this? Scott Dixon.
Yeah.
He had stayed out, hadn't pitted, looking for that yellow. Now he gets it, stays on the lead lap, and he's going to pit
and
for new
get fresh tires. Newgarden and Pagano, if they stay out on these used tires, Dixon's going to have fresh tires. And if I'm anybody back from Dixon, if you got a chance to beat Penske, you take tires.
If you're Alexander Rossi running 6th, you haven't had the speed all day, you have to come in and pit and take a chance, because that's the only way you're going to make up spots right now.
What happened to Ed Carpenter? Check this out. Right at the back there, here he comes through and loses it.
Yeah, just 4 cars all bottled up there side by side, and he got the dirty air. He had a pretty good hit there on the back of the car, broke the front suspension pretty heavy. But man, oh man, that penalty for Will Power, just driving through the pits is a couple lap penalty, and the yellow on top of it just adds insult to injury.
The one thing he gets saved by that, as the yellow comes out, everybody has to slow down. He only loses 1 lap doing that stop and go penalty, but still, because of that, it's taken any chance of winning away.
Different angle of the Ed Carpenter crash from Ryan Hunter race car.
Just lost the rear, just slid away from him.
It's strange, he lost it so late on the exit there. You see here, right on board, Alexander Rossi has to miss Ed Carpenter there, but just traffic. Ed said it on the radio, dirty air, lost the nose, and as he lost the nose, the back started coming around and unfortunately ruined what was a great day for him.
Well, the laps now are coming down. We're going to be under 30 laps to go probably when we go green here. Man, I think you got to be on brand new tires if you're going to have a shot at Newgarden or Pagano. There's no reason why you wouldn't take them. If you were anybody further back from Dixon on back, you might as well.
What about Power? What about Power? He's a lap down, stay out. He's only had what? He only had 2 laps on those tires.
Yeah,
before he had to serve the penalty.
But if not everybody pits, depending on where he's at in line.
Right. This is into some Graham Rahal radio.
Yeah, guys, I can see huge flames coming out of this left side header, going down the straight, just blue flames.
Yeah, it's not a good thing, clearly. I don't want to burn the car to the ground, but I also don't want to give up a top 7 finish.
something going on motor-wise. He says he's got flames coming out of the exhaust, but like his engineer, team manager, Ricardo Nault said, we're not giving up a 7th place, Robin.
Well, for the last 15 laps, the thing is you can tell it's the header because it's really making a horrible noise, and you think it's going to blow up every lap. So he lost a lot of speed, too. You can see guys going by him that he's been ahead of all night. So he's hanging in there, but it's probably going to be terminal here pretty quick.
Well, you got to keep going now, because I think these guys are going to get wild, AJ. Like, these restarts are going to be crazy now, and that could breed yellows, and you might get a couple yellows in there, run under yellow, and nurse at home.
Yeah, 30 to go. I mean, at this point, you're not going to lose anything by staying out there and trying to go for it.
Connor Daly, Santino Ferrucci, Will Power has answered our question, and Scott Dixon on the left.
See, Alexander Rossi was running 6th. PT taking that chance, putting those tires on.
Kev?
So Will Power releases, and as you mentioned, we see Scott Dixon come in, so that was a big advantage for him. He gets the pit under yellow. Now the question is the car good enough restarting in 10th to be able to have any chance of it? Actually, he may pick up a position because he's going to jump Alexander Rossi, but Dixon said, it's like being on ice. I'm trying everything to salvage something out of this. Rossi, keep an eye on him. He was the highest runner to come in and take tires here, but it's going to be more than 9 or 10 on the lead lap because the wave around is coming, so there are going to be quite a few still in play here.
So 30 laps to go. It's going to be quite the shootout to the finish. Who's going to get this one? Coming to green with 27 laps to go. Behind the overall leader, Josef Newgarden, is the Sealmaster Honda of Sebastian Bourdais in his 200th IndyCar start. Here we go.
Sebastian Bourdais trying to make a move to get his lap back on fresh tires versus old tires. And look at
Hinchcliffe and Pagenaud.
and Page back there side by side.
Dixon on fresh
tires.
Look
at the fresh tires on these guys.
Rossi
finally gets off the bottom lane.
I can't believe it.
Trying to get around all these lap cars with this new tire so he can go up there and race with the leaders.
Should have done that about 100 laps ago. Finally passing guys on the outside like we're used to seeing him do.
Ferrucci ducks to the inside on Connor Daly, rounds up Matthias Leist on board with Ferrucci. He's in pursuit of Alexander Rossi. Dixon's in good shape too. He's up to 4th already. Look at him fly.
Guys on fresh tires are absolutely rocketing through the field. We got a Saturday night shootout on our hands now, boys.
And we didn't see it, but James Hinchcliffe was able to clear Simon Pagenaud and get into 2nd. Does he have anything to repeat last year and go steal a win from Josef Newgarden?
He's right there. He's now pulling up on the back of Newgarden as Dixon now is closing in on Page. He was a lap down mid-race, and I told you, don't ever count him out.
16th pole and a lap down. Unbelievable
23
comeback.
to go.
Oh.
Problem with Colton Herter.
We might get another yellow.
Something wrong with it.
Could be a motor problem, a little bit of dust coming out of the back or smoke, but right now, here's Newgarden. Has pulled away a little bit now from Hinchcliffe. He's got a 1.8 second lead. Bourdais is there a lap down.
Let's relive Scott Dixon's restart.
We see here he's got a bunch of lap cars in front of him to get going.
Three white bottom.
Got by Graham Rahal, Ryan Hunter-Reay. Matthias Leist is the next one. So 3 cars in a couple of turns. Alexander Rossi, things were a little more hairy up here. Check this out.
Finally, he went to the top side, and look at all the cars he passed. I've been waiting for that all night.
That was epic. Now
Dixon.
Scott Dixon has got Simon Pagenaud.
Whoa,
Dixon's
almost
got
in the wall there.
He's got 1 foot on the podium here. He's going for 2nd, and maybe a win's not out of the question either.
He's got Hinchcliffe right in front of him now, and he's on the move. He's only 2 seconds back behind Josef Newgarden. This would be a huge night for Scott Dixon if he was able to snatch this win away from Team Penske.
Pole position.
By the way, race control is reviewing the restart for numerous reasons and numerous drivers. Fancy that.
Good luck on that. But Scott Dixon.
Look at the high line.
Just a horrible night, Paul. He was struggling sideways for half the race. Gets lucky in that yellow, some fresh tires, and look at this, going around the outside of James Hinchcliffe.
Wow.
That's not even a contest. Give second to Scott Dixon.
Now he's got to calm down. He's got to chase down Newgarden. Newgarden has been a master of defense all night. He's really not succumbed to any pressure from anybody. The next car in line is Bourdais, and he's got to chase down with only 15 laps to go. It's a long gap to bridge here in just 15 laps, but he can do it.
I think this is a wonderful example of what a team sport IndyCar racing is. Dixon is the wheel man, but you've got to think about it. Chris Simmons, the race engineer, Mike Hull calling the strategy on the radio, Kate Gunlack. What an awesome effort it is from the 9 team on the PNC Bank Honda. And here comes Dixon. He's within 2.2 seconds of Josef Newgarden.
This is why Chip Ganassi and this race team love this guy. A 5-time champion. You can never count him out. Never give up attitude, struggling all night. Now we see, as usual, when it's time to go, Scott Dixon rises to the top, into second. Still 2.5 seconds away from Josef Newgarden. It seems like these tires are already starting to go away from him because Josef Newgarden, that last lap was 2.5 tenths quicker.
That's a big gap to cross in just 12 laps. We got to see if they start catching lap traffic like this right here. How hard does Graham Rahal fight? This could close the gap down quickly.
That was pretty
Graham
critical.
Rahal's motor is sick. We think he's got a broken header, but if Josef Newgarden starts coming up on lap traffic, that gap could close immediately.
While this chase continues at the front, awesome effort from James Hinchcliffe, 1 foot on the podium. Pagano will be a little frustrated, but he's still in the top 5. Great effort, Spencer Piggott. Rossi's been tough all night. Zach Veach, this is the result he's been waiting for a while. He's 7th. Rahal is 8th. Bourdais in his 200th start is 9th. And Tony Kanaan is in the top 10 for AJ Foyt Racing. That will mean so much to that team.
Rossi has recovered. He was struggling all night. Finally started using the high groove on those stickers, and right now is in 6th, but that's pretty much where he's run most of the night. And to watch Newgarden go away is going to be very damaging in the points. Whoa, Bourdais almost up in the wall right there. Hopefully Bourdais will kind of move out of the way, give a little bit of love here. No point in fighting. But Newgarden basically has the whole back straightaway of the lead with 8 to go.
That lead snuck out to almost 3 seconds. It is more than 3 seconds now. But you know what? This second place will feel like a victory to the Ganassi squad, considering Scott Dixon was 16th and a lap down at one point in this race.
The second place battle's not over yet, though. James Hinchcliffe is starting to run down Scott Dixon. Scott is struggling behind Sebastian Bourdais right now, trying to get around him. We see James Hinchcliffe with 6 to go. His run Scott Dixon back down. Does he have anything to get around him?
Well, I think he does. James has had a good car all night. Dixon has really struggled all night. It just came alive by taking those tires, and here comes Hinchcliffe.
I still think Scott Dixon has a loose race car because as soon as he gets that dirty air behind Sebastian Bourdais, he has to lift very early. We see James Hinchcliffe digging around the yellow line, 5 to go, chasing down Scott Dixon.
Close, super close.
And Dixon's really struggling getting by Bourdais. Graham Rahal with the motor right there in front. We know he's off song, and they're having a hard time getting by him.
And that's the thing. Sebastian Bourdais not just going to give up because Graham Rahal is 4th position. That's 8th place. We saw Scott Dixon get loose. James Hinchcliffe gets loose right behind him. So this battle's still going on with 3 to go.
Less than 3 miles on what has been a very elongated night here in Iowa due to severe thunderstorms.
Looked like Penske team was going to run away with a 1-2-3 tonight. Will Power made a mistake getting in the pits. Simon Pagano just lost the handle on the car. 2 laps to go.
And that 1-2-3 or potential 1-2-3 has turned into a 1-4-12. Not quite what the captain was looking for. But boy, Talk about turning frustration into glory and satisfaction. Less than a mile to go for Josef Newgarden. He has led 244 laps tonight in what has been a superb driving performance from the championship leader. He's already got 3 wins this year. He kicked it off at the season opener. He won in Detroit, he won in Texas, and he wins here in Iowa. The championship leader extends his points advantage. Scott Dixon grabs second, James Hinchcliffe third, but it's all about Josef Newgarden.
Hey man, great job in the pits, great job fellas.
Newsflash, Josef Newgarden's really good here in Iowa.
Yeah, he continues his dominance here.
Again, what a performance there. Again, all Iowa.
Some donuts for these great fans that have stuck this weather out to give them something to watch.
Good for that motor for next week.
Well, no.
But look at the fans. I don't know the number that have stuck around, but thank you to all of you, because it's 1:15 in the morning here, local time in Des Moines. And we finally got a race, and we've got a race winner. His name is Josef Newgarden. Nobody knows what this victory lane feeling is like better than Josef Newgarden in 2019. It's win number 4 on the season to respond and answer the challenge from the likes of Alexander Rossi and Simon Pagenaud with an emphatic victory. His second here at Iowa to add to his 2016 win. And as we said at the top of the show, many thought that win was one of the pieces of the puzzle that got him the ride with Penske and Kev. Now he's got a win at Iowa for the captain.
He's got 2 here, including a couple of runner-up finishes and another dominating run tonight. He wants to say hello to the crew and the team first for this as well. This is, by the way, the 3rd time he's led over 200 laps here at Iowa. This was worth what about the process that began about 8 hours ago? Worth the wait.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little dizzy, actually. This place... it can take it out of you. But yeah, this is great to be back here in Victory Lane. Let me tell you, Chevy brought it tonight. They had all the horsepower in the world, the reliability, good fuel mileage. They just came out with this C8 Corvette. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I really want to buy one. So thanks to Team Chevy for all their work. They do a great job. Hitachi having them on board. I think we've got 3 wins with Hitachi this year. So really pumped for those guys. They've been such great supporters of Team Penske. But this is a team effort. You saw all 3 cars were fast tonight, and that's what it takes. You got to have all 3 of us pushing each other. I was a little down yesterday. I felt like we had the pole car, and we didn't get it right. And today, we got it right. That's I was so focused last night to make sure that we got today right.
Early on, you were battling your teammates. Lap 48, the pass that turned out to be the winning pass, getting past Will Power.
Yeah, I mean, I knew we had to be patient at the start. We weren't in the position we wanted to. I really wanted to start from pole and just
dictate the pace from there. So I tried to bide my time, and once we got by Will, it was really just about managing tires, trying to make the most of the traffic. It's typical Iowa. Like, you got to get through traffic fast here, and whoever does that the best is normally the guy to beat.
And now a 29-point margin in the championship.
That's a little bit better. We got to keep going. It's a long way. It helps, but we got to keep it up. This is a long way to go. A lot of guys still in it. You feel the pressure that it's not easy every week to stay on top, and we've got to keep pushing each other to do that. That's what it's going to take to win the championship.
Well done. Win number 4 this season. By the way, that's the same number that Josef Newgarden won in his championship season 2 years ago. Robin?
We thought Scott Dixon's comeback at Elkhart Lake was something to talk about, but being a lap down in 16th place and finishing second, I don't know what to say.
Holy smokes. Second, I thought it would have been 22nd, but huge credit to the team. They definitely pulled one out there. We stayed long on that long run there before that last stop. Caught the yellow and it kind of put us in the prime position. A ton of people on used tires. We got new tires and we were able to march to the front. We couldn't quite get to Josef, but man, I can't say anything else about it. We just had a lot more grip. We were able to get there.
This looks like a sprint car restart. Are you a sprint car guy at heart?
I love dirt racing for sure, but you can't get much better than a short track here at Iowa with the high banks and the high speed. But PNC crew did a phenomenal job to pull that out. We were honestly going to be maybe a top 15, so stoked to get that, and it was a nice recovery.
All right, I think he's going to Vegas, Lee Diffie, or is it Dylan Welch next?
Yeah, Robin, I'll jump in here with our 3rd place finisher, and that's James Hinchcliffe. So heard you say on the radio, you worked on it all night long and salvaged a 3rd. How would you evaluate the night?
Yeah, I don't think salvage. I think earned it. We obviously started inside the top 5. Lost a little bit in that first stint, just trying to feel out the car, feel out the track, but the aero car just got better and better as the race went on. We made some really good changes in the pits. We didn't have quite as much tire degradation as we would have had if it was hot, and that's really where we were strong. So we didn't have quite the advantage at the end of the stint that we would have had it been a day race, or at least hotter than this. But still, had some really close battles out there. Great battles with Spencer and Santino early, and man, Scott just made a great call there at the end. A couple more laps, I think we'd have had him, and it's a shame Bourdais was in between us and Newgarden at the end. It would have been fun to try and battle with him a bit for the win there. But ultimately, be back on the podium here at Iowa is good. Can't believe it's our first one of the year, but proud of the guys and looking forward to Mid-Ohio now.
Yeah, great effort for sure for the 5 team, and season best 3rd for James Hinchcliffe.
He hadn't even had a top 5, so to get a podium is fantastic for Hinch. But there is Roger Penske, the captain, celebrating with the winning team, the number 2 team, the Hitachi Chevrolet of Josef Newgarden. We'll hear from more drivers when we come back.
Team Penske and Josef Newgarden celebrating in victory lane at Iowa Speedway. The Penske cars have been strong all weekend long, including the car of Will Power. Started in the front row, led the 2nd most laps, still in contention late in the race, and then the penalty for improper entry on the pit lane. What happened?
Yeah, man, I went a bit wide, then you get the marbles, and once you get the marbles on the tires, it was like, that was ridiculous. I had no chance. Very unfortunate. Was it for going over that line, or was it for going over the... I can't remember. Which line was it for going over? Because if it's for going over that line, that's ridiculous. But if it's for going back up on the track, absolutely should have a penalty.
And a rough finish for Will Power, who comes home 15th after having a chance at a podium. Now it is on to Mid-Ohio.
Will's still asking Kevin which one was it. He'll find out from race control as we revisit the results. And a Newgarden Dixon Hinchcliffe podium. No great surprise there, but there's some personal bests as you pick your way through the top 10.
Yeah, you got Spencer Piggott there, first top 5 of the season, and Zach Veach, previous best finish. He had 2 8th place finishes, so to get a 7th place. And Tony Kanaan talked about it at the beginning of the day.
Wanted a top 10. Marcus Ericsson, you got to give a shout out to him. Another good finish, but Santino Ferrucci, not the finish that I think he deserved. He was super exciting all night to watch, but comes home in 12th.
And Connor Daly, give a shout out. Smooth race, ran all but 1 lap. A 13th place finish for that race team, something to keep building on.
Sure is, and that caps an eventful day and evening here in Iowa. But the big story, especially for Josef Newgarden, he turns a 4-point lead into a 29-point lead. Pagenaud drops 20 points. He's now 58 back, and Scott Dixon inside that 100-point marker.
Scott Dixon recovered for a 2nd place finish, but lost ground. to Josef Newgarden, and Will Power kind of pretty much out of the picture now. That 100-point marker is about as far as you want to fall out.
Hey, PT, we've got to thank our little mate in the middle here. The
Yeah.
Dinger, AJ Dinger, well done. Super to have you on your first IndyCar call. Did you enjoy it?
It was awesome, guys. It was a special weekend to be calling this race with you guys.
It was lovely for us to have you here with us as well. Townsend Bell will be back as we turn our attention to Mid-Ohio. Next weekend, it's on NBC. It's Sunday, July 28 at 4 Eastern. Remember that, 4 Eastern on NBC. It's the Honda Indy 200 at Mid-Ohio. I'll be away doing track and field. The national championships back here in Des Moines, Iowa. Kevin Lee will have the call. And we say congrats to the points leader, Josef Newgarden. Another win in Iowa.
Watching Indy?
Oh my God, I've never gone so fast.
My heart is beating out of my chest.
The man with the target on his back.
Who can catch the fastest racer on earth?
Alex Palou is simply waxing the field right now.
We're just scratching the surface of this guy's talent.
Untouchable, undeniable, inevitable. Alex Palou.
Set amongst the cornfields of the heartland is the fastest short track on the planet, and the fans have turned out for a festival. Indy cars and musical stars are rocking Iowa Speedway for a double dose of concerts and wild racing. It's the Hy-Vee doubleheader weekend for the third year in a row, and this has very quickly become one of the favorite scenes on the yearly IndyCar schedule.
Gonna be a long race.
Use your tools, keep your head together. So we've got a couple of days.
It's great to have a doubleheader, but you just feel incomplete until you get through today.
You like that?
Come to the checkered flag. Nice work, everyone.
Now I'm happy. Great job, guys.
NBC Sports welcomes you to IndyCar Live, presented by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Last night, it was racing into the evening. Today, we're racing in the heat of the middle of the day. Welcome, folks. It is a warm and windy day here in Iowa. We're just east of Des Moines. Lee Diffie, along with NBC Sports IndyCar experts, James Hinchcliffe and Townsend Bell. And T-Bell, I just mentioned a few moments ago that this has very quickly become a favorite on the calendar. Why?
Well, this is always one of the fiercest races of the season. It's less than a mile. The speeds are crazy around here. In fact, this year, the Indy cars are faster than they've ever been. Track record set in qualifying, and then you throw in the fun factor. The last couple years with Hy-Vee, the entertainment through the roof. Post Malone performing after the race. Today, this place has it all in America's heartland.
And Hinch, this is race 10, or 11 I should say, of a 17 race season. We saw a little bit of desperation last night, and that mean because the points are fluctuating quite a bit, and they did last night.
It was a big change in the points last night, guys. A very, very rare mistake from championship leader Alex Palou. Saw him out of the race. He came in here with a 48-point gap over Will Power. Now look, it's only shrunk to a 37-point gap, but look, 46 points. There's now 4 drivers within that same gap. So yes, not too much of a loss to second, but so many more drivers now have entered the conversation. In a time of the championship when we said Palou isn't statistically as strong on these ovals as he is on the road street courses. He's got a great starting position today off pole. He needs to get a strong finish under his belt to keep that championship momentum going.
In last night's first 250 lapper here at Iowa Speedway, it was dominated by 2 drivers in particular. Colton Herter first off, but it was Scott McLaughlin of Team Penske that drove it home.
Green. Side, still there.
Pass on the outside. Spin in here, spin. Check up. Ah!
Did you have any contact? Not quite sure, to be honest.
Car 26, you have the field.
Clear out. Think that got him? Yes. Good job, boys. Okay. Stay right there. Stay up high if you can. Sorry, buddy.
Driver mistake. I just lost it out of 4.
What's going on? You okay then?
Oh yeah, I saved the car. I was sideways at 3 and 4.
Copy. Go. Green. Yellow. We're yellow.
What the took me out?
Oh my God, what am I doing? Bring her home, bud. There you go. That's an oval.
We've got another race tomorrow. We start from pole, so let's go again.
Lachlan has won on all 3 different types of tracks in IndyCar, but you don't get to properly celebrate like you wanted to last night. But this is right in your alley because that's the way you did it with doubleheaders and supercars most of the time.
Oh yeah, every race is a doubleheader, so it's a bit of my wheelhouse, so I don't mind it. So yeah, body feels good, feel pretty refreshed. It was difficult getting to sleep last night. Partly Eric Church went pretty late, but I was just buzzing. But the XPEL Chevy feels just as good today, and hopefully we can control from the front.
What might be different? What might be a new challenge?
I think the UV, the sun that's on the track right now, it's going to be super hot, and it's going to play a little bit of a difference to the balance of the cars, and I'm sure people are going to be complaining about tyres a little bit more today than what we saw. So just a matter of controlling our pace and making sure we're there or thereabouts at the end.
Scott McLaughlin is not only starting in the front today, Lee, he pulled out the fastest lap ever at Iowa Speedway, over 188 miles per hour in qualifying.
Yeah, pretty interesting that he now considers himself a real IndyCar driver now that he has won on an oval. That was a dominant performance last night from Scotty Mack. Need to remind you that you could win a Chevrolet Corvette. Yes, with thanks to Hy-Vee. If you scan the QR code on the right-hand side of that graphic right now, there were 3 up for grabs this year, and 2 have been given away. So there's only 1 left that could be for you. Again, thanks to Hy-Vee, and that beautiful Chevy Corvette could be yours. We're halfway through this Hy-Vee doubleheader weekend. Let's get the second half started when we come back.
It's the second half of the Hy-Vee IndyCar weekend, gathered for race number 2 at Iowa Speedway here today. This year at the Indianapolis 500, Catherine Legg was in the ELF Cosmetics car, ELF. Eyes, lips, face. There was a really cool drone show as well depicting the car and the driver, Catherine, and ELF's on-site presence. And there also were significant samples available to spectators. Really cool. And Catherine is back in an Indy car for the first time outside the Indianapolis 500 in a little more than a decade. Second half of the doubleheader for you with Dale Coyne Racing today. But first of all, what was the significance of having the first beauty brand as a part of the Indianapolis 500?
You know what? It meant everything. It meant so much to so many people, especially young girls, obviously, because I think most women can relate to some kind of makeup and skincare brands, right? And the amount of people who have come and said, I've switched everything to ELF now because they support you in racing is phenomenal. So hopefully we can take them to do some NASCAR races later on, and maybe some other things as well, and introduce them to all the different markets and all the different women race fans across North America, which means a lot to me personally, but I know it's really good for racing too.
Well, you were going well last night. You were running up in the top 12 or so most of the race, and now you get a second chance. How much better prepared are you for today?
Definitely better prepared. We had a couple of things, like a penalty that wasn't supposed to be ours and things like that kind of didn't help yesterday. I think it would have been the team's best finish today if things had gone according to plan. So I feel the weight of that on my shoulders today, and it's really hot and it's really physical. So I'm just going to try and keep out of trouble and do the exact same thing as we did yesterday. The car was great, like so good. We could run with anybody. If we're up front, we can run there. So I just have to figure out a way to get up there, because passing around here, as you know, Kevin, like it isn't a 2-lane track anymore. And so I early on thought, I'll try and go around Ed, and that didn't work out so well for me, and I lost a spot. So then I just kind of backed off and chilled out like most people have. So strategy is going to be key too. Hopefully we can get this ELF car to the front.
We'll see what the number 51 car can do with Catherine Legg. Let's welcome in Georgia Henneberry now.
Well, thank you, Kevin. I'm here by the king of corn country. That's Josef Newgarden, and he proved yesterday to be so strong on short ovals once again. 22nd to 3rd. He gave most of the credit to his team, and rightfully so. He gained 7 spots alone just on pit stops. And the thing today, he starts 8 spots better in that 14th position. So if all things goes to plan and he can do what he did yesterday, it should be a good day for Josef Newgarden. Dylan Welch with his teammate.
And Georgia, Will Power had a tough day yesterday. Started 4th, but a penalty and later contact on a restart relegated him to the back of the field in a tougher finish than what they wanted in 18th. He starts 22nd today, but the good news is Will was quite happy with his car yesterday. They rebounded to a top 10 position before that restart contact, and he saw teammate Josef Newgarden carve through the field. They know it can be done, so watch for the 12 car to maybe make some bold restart moves and be on the charge to the front. Iowa Speedway always lends itself to great racing. Saw that last night. The fans love it, teams love it, and the drivers love it too.
Iowa Speedway, oh man, that's such a fun race.
one of the most extreme but most fun tracks in the calendar.
It's the fastest short track in America.
Everything went really fast. I couldn't believe it.
Doubleheader, it's definitely a mental and physical challenge.
Iowa Speedway is just a fantastic short oval.
Come to the checker. You like that? And now I'm happy. Great job, guys.
You're constantly side by side with someone.
The racetrack's fun, the racing's awesome, you can see everything, and they have cool concerts.
Pretty motivated to go back and return to where we deserve to be, fighting for the wins.
There it is, baby. Checkered flag. Way to go, boys. Awesome weekend.
There's no other track that's like Iowa Speedway.
And we get to do it all again today, and just because you were good or if you were bad does not mean it's going to be the same way today. Totally different. In the hot sunshine, drivers are lined up on the grid, and we are not too far away. Before we can race, first it's time for opening ceremonies here at Iowa.
We're able, remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Iowa National Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Fellowship of Christian Athlete Sports, Chris Barr.
Join together in prayer. Thank you, Lord. We are so grateful to all those you have worked through to make this experience possible. We lift our prayers to former President Trump and attendees of the rally yesterday in Pennsylvania. We hold the injured and the family and the friends of the victims in our hearts, and we pray for peace and civility during these difficult times. Thank you for our passions for racing and music that connect us and draw us closer to you, Lord. Fill our heart tanks with the fuel that only you provide, and ignite in us a spark that fires a response to love greater. Help us to have courage in the face of fear like our heroes on the track. May we compete and race and live and love in a way that's worth the price that you paid for us to show us how much you love us. Thankful for the Hy-Vee family every day, meeting needs, sharing smiles, making a difference, simply changing lives and uniting communities. Lord, it is your plan, your will, your power, your love. This is your day that you have made. Let us be glad and rejoice in it. The victory is yours. The glory is yours. In the powerful name of Jesus we pray, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome national award-winning independent recording artist and former NBC's The Voice finalist, Michelle Brooks Thompson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' bright glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say,
show you how hot, I have my handy dandy heat gun right here on pit lane. If we take a swoop of this, it measures at 109.3 degrees, and that's right here on pit lane. I can't even imagine how hot it's going to be in these NTT Indy cars, but it's hot for everybody on pit lane, the crews, even the spotters right up there. I was told by David Hunt, one of the spotters, that their shoes were melting on the roof. That's just how hot it is here in Newton, Iowa. But nonetheless, we're set, we're ready to go. Kevin Lee.
In Georgia, it's not even noon local time, and there's so much more than racing. There are 4 headlining concerts, including one of the coolest things I've seen in person in a while. Eric Church performing last night, and before the race, he got to hang out with the Meyer Shank guys, part of their association with Sirius XM. You'll see them on Felix Rosenquist's car. David Malukas was there as well. And we've still got Post Malone coming up today at Iowa.
Iowa Speedway, such a fun race. It's probably the most fun race of the year.
The racetrack's fun, the racing's awesome, and they have cool concerts.
Green. Hitachi car's fast, so we're going to work hard as a team to be better than the rest, and I think we can do it. Outside, still there, clear. Hey, you like that? Like that.
I love Iowa. Obviously, it was a great day. Just got to elevate my game for race 2.
Clear up both. Outside, clear Scott. Outside, clear. Coming to the checkers. Nice work, everyone.
To be able to come back and do it again, I'm so proud of the team. It is a fantastic effort.
Makes you wonder what's going to go down today in part 2 of this Hy-Vee doubleheader weekend as NBC Sports welcomes you to Iowa Speedway. It's race 11 of the 17-race season for 2024 in the NTT INDYCAR Series. The Hy-Vee One Step 250 presented by Gatorade. It is an 87-degree day, and this is going to be some hard work for the 27 drivers contesting this 250-lap race. Let's get things closer to race start as we head down to the pits and kick things off with Georgia Hennebury. Georgia?
Lee, I know what's going to happen today. It's going to be hot and it's going to be intense, but a driver who had a huge rebound yesterday, that's Santino Ferrucci. He started 8th, fell all the way back down to 20th after 2 penalties and worked his way back to 6th, capturing his 7th top 10 of the season. The thing today, he starts all the way back in the 20th position, so it's nothing that the 14 team can't handle, but they're going to have their work cut out for them. Dylan Welch.
Georgia, Scott Dixon called last night's 4th place finish messy. There were some things out of their control, some things in their control, so tightening those up is job number 1 today. The last night strategist Mike Cole told me if you have a good car, you better win with it because today will be much different. He expects the intensity to ramp up quite a bit this afternoon, so minimizing any mistakes will be key with the track position that this 9 team currently has. Dixon starts 3rd, but Kevin, they are still looking for their first ever Iowa win.
Dylan, Alex Palou is looking for his first oval win and thought he might be in play for that last night, but a rare mistake. He says he's still not sure why the car went around, but he's ecstatic that he gets another chance. He doesn't have to wait 3 weeks or even a week. He gets to go back at it again today. The car is good. He starts on the front row, something he's not used to. It's been about 2 years since he's had a result like that, but Alex Palou is still very much in charge of the championship as we get set to go for the 2nd time in 2 days at Iowa Speedway, Lee.
I'm interested, Kevin, to see the difference in what today brings. In the heat of the day, with this 7/8 of a mile track being bathed in sunshine. Hinch, what do you think about this? These hot topics.
Absolutely. I mean, all about championship leader Alex Palou. We talk about how he has to get that result on an oval. He's good at bringing home the 5ths, the 8ths, but he really wants to get back up on the podium on an oval. Pressure. Was it pressure that led to that mistake? First in the pit stop, then on the racetrack, and of course, pit stops with passing at such a premium on the racetrack, Townsend. These crews, these men and women going over the wall, they made the difference yesterday in the pass for the lead. McLaughlin on Herta, and they're going to make a huge difference today.
Can I add another P to that, T-Bell? Penske. Only twice in the last 10 races has a team other than Team Penske won. Well, somebody going to beat the captain's drivers.
Since 2016, they've won something like 60% of all the oval races, so they're the odds-on favorite to do it again today. And when you think about McLaughlin, Newgarden, and Will Power here, it is going to be formidable for the competition to knock Penske off their perch, not only at Iowa, but just an oval race in general, as we take a look at Scotty Mack starting from pole, a new track record. Never before have we seen speeds this fast. It's the hybrid era on ovals for IndyCar, and McLaughlin getting it done
over 2 laps.
But I love that line that Dylan said from Mike Hull, which is, if you had a good car last night, you better have won with it. He did that. The reason is completely different conditions today. Track temps way up, wind, change direction, change severity. That's going to affect these cars quite a bit. So you've got to stay on top of the changes here today.
But yesterday in the race, effectively the whole field, all 27 drivers circulating at about the same lap time. That's why the premium is so high on starts and restarts. I think the desperation level is going to be higher today. Hotter temperatures, but the drivers also know from experience how much you have to get it done at the drop of the flag.
And you want to talk about desperation. 27 started, only 18 cars were finishing. This was a high attrition race, and it had a big effect on the points.
Do you remember that Hinch mentioned this in the pre-race show in IndyCar Live about Alex Palou's 48-point advantage now being trimmed to 37? But look how stacked up it is behind. This is going to be close, this is going to be frantic, and this doubleheader weekend is going to play a pivotal role in this 2024 NTT INDYCAR Series Championship. And the big story is, can Palou get his third, or could this guy on screen get his first? This man, Pato O'Ward, has the mojo and the momentum at the moment. He won last weekend in Mid-Ohio. He finished second last night. He has won here before. Don't discount the young Mexican. I told you it was a warm and windy day. That shows you as well, as it's time to go trackside for the command.
Fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome the governor of Iowa, Kim Reynolds.
Drivers, start your engines!
Starting up. Command has been given.
You want big energy, the governor just gave it to us. She's ready. She's excited to go for this second 250-lap race of the weekend. And let's show you how they're going to line up with the Hy-Vee starting grid. As it's been mentioned a couple of times already today, Scott McLaughlin broke the existing track record that was held by Helio Castro-Neves. Folks, it's less than a mile, and McLaughlin's second qualifying lap was 188 miles an hour. Extreme speed.
Well, let's talk to the guy who improved more positions yesterday than anybody in the field. We're talking about Josef Newgarden there in the red number 2. He's won here 5 times. Let's see if we can bring him up. Hey, Joe New, it's Townsend up in the NBC booth. You got me?
Yeah, I got you. You sound great.
You sound even better, my friend, as a 5-time winner. Yesterday, you finished 3rd. But how was your car? I mean, you blew everybody away. They said you couldn't pass here, but you had an answer for that.
Well, it's tough. We're all working hard right now. I think yesterday was, certainly all of that on display. Everybody was trying to make something happen. And, I think for us on the 2-car, most of it's just down to great team, great strategy, incredible in the pits. That's where we made up 80-90% of the position. So if we can be the same today, I think we're going to be in good shape. We just need to be 2 spots higher. So a cool head and get to the front with this demo car.
Well, you had an amazing start. You feel like you're going to go high again if it's on offer?
I think you just have to be prepared for anything. I mean, I'll go there if it's available, but, it's not always a given. So you just got to be ready for anything in this series, and you're just going to try and make what we can work to get to the front.
All right, brother. Have a great race. Thanks again.
Yeah, thanks. Enjoy the show.
We call him the king of corn country. There he is. Josef Newgarden. All right, time now for the Honda track preview. And let's hear the words of a 2-time winner, our very own James Hinchcliffe.
There's a reason that this is a favorite among drivers, guys. It is so fast and furious around this 7/8 of a mile oval. Sorry, you see the new paving that has happened in the corners there. That dark surface down in the bottom 2 lanes, the lighter, older pavement still on the top 2. 12 to 14 degree banking through these corners.
And the reason that pavement is so important is if you get pushed high mid-corner onto the old pavement to the high side, there is no grip up there, often just marbles or tire dust, and it's like driving on ice. We saw it yesterday.
Not far away from the start of this second leg of the doubleheader. Let's check in one more time with the folks on pit road. Kick it off, Dylan.
Well, Kyle Kirkland was not optimistic about their chances yesterday, but a solid drive from 19th to 7th has them in better spirits today. They passed most of those other cars, didn't just gain spots in the pits. Their car got better as the track gained grip, so he's a little bit cautious about how the heat might affect that today, but they made it happen in race 1, and will go for their 7th straight top 10 in race 2 today, Georgia.
Connor Daly will sub in for Jack Harvey in the Dale Coyne Racing number 18. And this is going to be a huge feat for Connor Daly. He just strapped into the car for the first time this morning during some install laps. He's never touched the hybrid system. He hasn't turned any laps. It's going to be a physical race. So well wishes to Jack Harvey and good luck to Connor Daly. Kevin.
Scott McLaughlin told me last night, now I'm an IndyCar driver because I won. And he said it's no coincidence that Simon Pagenaud helped him. He has been massive in his development.
Let's get ready to go. It is Scott McLaughlin and Alex Palou side by side on the front row. Palou made an uncharacteristic, unforced error yesterday, and he said it was my fault for pushing too hard. Is he going to clean up things today? Has he got something for McLaughlin? Let's get ready to go. The Hy-Vee One Step 250 is away here in Iowa, and Dixon looks on the inside of his teammate, then pulls back.
Side by side, a little bit behind the top 10, it looks like. We see some of the Meyer-Shank cars side-by-side teammates off at 2, all single file. Then we see the McLaren teammates side-by-side into 3.
Looks like the Meyer-Shank drivers are too wide. It's Josef Newgarden there in that red number 2 is stalking, looking for his opportunity. He'll go high once again into turn 1.
He just told you, T-Bell, you got to look at what's on offer. He saw something on offer and grabbed it.
Highline was on the menu, and he said, I'll take 2. Josef Newgarden using it. As I saw, was that a drop or 2 on the lens? Maybe some fluid coming off one of the cars in front. Either way, good progress early on for the number 2 of Josef Newgarden. Some defensive driving there from Catherine Legg in the pink and black machine.
Here goes Ericsson on that high line. He loves racing here and raced well yesterday as he goes past his old teammate, or does he, as Marcus Armstrong holds down that inside line.
The drivers
Still
know
there, corner.
that the track is pristine clean at the start of this race to the high side. It won't always stay that way, but 4 laps in, they're taking full advantage and keeping this thing 2, maybe 3 grooves wide.
The more it runs up on the high line now, the more it's going to stay there. As Connor Daly's already made a couple moves as well, up a few spots to 24th.
Here goes Santino Ferrucci on Rinus VeeKay. These guys were racing hard at the end of the race yesterday. VeeKay doesn't want to relinquish it.
Ferrucci not leaving much room to the inside, and the slightest bit of contact could send Ferrucci to the wall. On board here, the NTT data camera, Nolan Siegel looking out the back as there's more racing with, is that the 66? Of David Malukas with Roman Grosjean. Malukas between 2 Juncos Hollinger teammates, Grosjean and Canapino.
Linus Lundqvist on the inside. Thought about it, then thought twice. And these 3 drivers that are grouped here together, the 2 Juncos Hollinger cars and Malukas, were the 3 that collided yesterday on the opening lap and were out of the race.
Now Nolan Siegel, the rookie here, is giving us pictures from NTT right now. He's doing a great job trying to capitalize. Into 3, had to back out of it. It's all about timing the passes here at Iowa. Everything comes down to timing. You can catch a car at the wrong part of the corner and you get absolutely nothing out of it. This young driver had a really strong race yesterday though, T-Bell.
And this is the weekend where hybrid power has been introduced. So thanks to Firestone telemetry, we can take a look at the hybrid status right down here on the lower left-hand corner, and you notice it perfectly mirrors the hybrid status, the lifesaver for Nolan Siegel. It recharges off throttle, it regens, and then he's able to deploy on his request, pushing a button or pulling a trigger on the back of the wheel. It's driver preference for how that's set up, but the hybrid delivering 60 extra horsepower when it's deployed on the straightaway. It glows red, you see, when he's on the button.
Biggest movers of this race in the early stages, Romain Grosjean up 5. Newgarden up 4 and Santino Ferrucci up 4, but it is Scotty Mack, Scott McLaughlin in the XPEL Chevy that's leading the way, not quite by a full second, over Alex Palou, and then Scott Dixon, the 2 Chip Ganassi teammates, back to Colton Herter, who was headed for his potentially first win on an oval last night. He led a monster amount in the early going. He led some 86 laps before McLaughlin took over, but keep an eye on this Cambridge Honda Hinch. I think he's got something today.
He very well could. We saw great pace out of this car, even in that middle stint when the tires started to have a vibration, something and the balance maybe a bit off, wore the tire funny. He got a big vibration, forced him to pit a little bit early, and just got caught out in pit lane. The yellow coming out while he was there, got trapped a lap down, but a lot of pace early in the race for this car.
The vibration was so violent yesterday deep in the tire stint for Colton Herta, you could barely make out what he was saying on the radio. That's how violently his body was shaking. And then this diff, a massive save in turn 3. You were the first to see it.
It was the save of the night. It was a crash that didn't happen. How about that? He might rival Pato O'Ward for Mr. Quick Hands. We've seen it at the Indy road course. Now he's shown us at the Iowa Speedway how fast he can react and just sublime car control.
The team asked him what happened. He said, I got a little loose in turn 3. That's more than a little.
No kidding. I don't think I've ever seen an Indy car that sideways on an oval and still end up the right way around without a full 360. So mad credit to Colton for keeping that thing going straight. And he was trying to argue what position he was in when the yellow came out. He didn't even phase him.
We're a pretty greedy bunch, racing drivers.
Yes.
Just got away with perhaps the luckiest save of his career, and immediately he wants more for track position.
This is a much more fluid rhythm today as opposed to last night. Good racing rhythm early on here in the Heartland. You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Hy-Vee. This racing season, you can help Hy-Vee reach their goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com. Liberty Mutual Insurance, only pay for what you need. And by NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. Racing here in Iowa at Iowa Speedway. It is the fastest short track on the planet, as they like to say. And look at here, what we got going on here. Movement already as Colton Herta and Felix Rosenqvist are nice and close together, fighting over 4th spot. The Andretti Honda and the Meyer Shank Racing Honda.
These two guys running with a qualified 4th for Colton Herta, 5th for Felix Rosenqvist. It was a great lap, that second lap of qualifying for Rosie, and he has a pretty strong race car. To be running that close to the back of the 26 tells me that he's happy with the balance.
And those two teams, Meyer Shank and Andretti, effectively share setup information, so it's entirely possible that they're on the exact same setup, Georgia, as Rosenqvist continues to inch closer to the gearbox of Colton Herta.
And Townsend, Felix Rosenqvist, he started in 5th. He currently rides in that 5th position, but a strategist, Adam Ravizini, said he feels like both MSR cars are finally hitting their stride. And aside from David's accident yesterday, he said that Felix realistically has only had 3 races this season where something out of their control hasn't stunted a result. And the strategy today and yesterday to be aggressively smart.
Felix's best result here at Iowa Speedway was in this very race a year ago, the second part of the doubleheader, as he proudly displays the Outsiders radio. Eric Church on Sirius XM Honda, and Eric put on quite the performance last night.
Can we talk about the drops that are appearing on the camera?
Yeah.
We just had the camera cleared. We saw more drops now accumulate. Is that some sort of fluid maybe coming off of Colton Herta's car?
Might be coming out of the thirsty
Colton
3.
in front of you is having the same issue as yesterday, so let's keep the pressure on. Good drop of the fuel.
That's the other thing. These drivers driving to a fuel number. This race turned from a 4-stopper the last few years into just a 2-stopper. Such was the longevity of these Firestone tires. This race was always dictated, T-Bell, by who could make the Firestones last the longest without losing too much lap time. You'd often, if not always, pit before you ran out of fuel.
Think about what happened yesterday. A traditional 4-stop IndyCar race turned into a 2-stopper with the same race distance. That's how different the tires are. Kevin.
Let's talk about Scott McLaughlin, who felt like his car was even going to be better. Not great news for the field in the sunshine, but they were going a little bit loose later in the stint last night, and Kyle Moyer, his strategist, just told him, stay on top of your tools. That's why it got away from us. So what can he do? What is the game plan to try to make sure that the car doesn't go away?
Well, you've got to stay on the controls and you've got to anticipate. We talk about it all the time. Oval racing in IndyCar, if you're adjusting based on what you just feel and you're reacting to it, you usually fall behind the tire degradation. The key is to anticipate which way the balance is going to go before it goes there and get ahead with that controls. That's what The spotters, the strategists will remind the driver, anytime you hear stay ahead of your adjustments, that's what they mean. Don't let the front or back end of the race car get out of shape and then adjust around it. It's almost impossible as a rookie. That's the difference with a guy like McLaughlin. He's learned those techniques.
And Rosenquist getting really close to the back of Colin Hurd in the middle of the corner. Had a nice little run off of 2 there. But on one hand, you know, he's trying to take care of those Firestones. He's also trying to save as much fuel as he can. It's a bit of a balancing act for these drivers. And to your point, Townsend, that's why you often hear the spotters say things like, don't forget your tools. Just a gentle reminder to the drivers, hey, feel out what the balance is and try to stay ahead of where it's going to be.
And in his first year for Meyer-Shank Racing, it got off to a spectacular start for the Swedish driver. Felix was on pole, he was on the front row, he was on the second row, and Townsend, he strung together a string of top 10 results. But then in the middle portion of where we've been so far, it drifted away. He needs a top 10 and he needs it today.
Yeah, it looks like he's on for it. It's early, but I see calm, patient hands behind the wheel. He's not trying to force anything. He's just going to ride, study, and when he gets his opportunity, he'll be ready to pounce.
Nice and calm. Keeping it not cruisy because they are flying, but it's fairly steady at the moment, almost 40 laps in. We've been telling you about this all year long. You have a chance with thanks to Hy-Vee to drive away with a new Chevy Corvette. Grab your mobile device, scan that QR code that you see on your screen. There have been 3 up for grabs, however 2 have been given away already, so there's just 1 left and it could be yours with thanks to Hy-Vee. Scan that code and good luck. Welcome you back to the Hy-Vee One Step 250 presented by Gatorade here at Iowa Speedway. We're about 35-40 minutes east of downtown Des Moines, and this is Team Penske's Scott McLaughlin, who dominated last night. He's led every lap so far, which has been 48 of them. He leads the 2-time and reigning series champion Alex Palou. When will we start to see some pit stops? Well, with thanks to NTT. Let's have a look, boys. What's the predictor say?
Yeah, that 85 to 89. If you think about lap 85, an 85 lap stint, you multiply that times 2 for your second stint, that gets you to 170 and then 255 to home. So that makes it that 2-stopper we've talked about. Massive change from what Iowa historically is, which is a tire-determined pit stop. Today, a fuel-determined pit stop. So all these drivers right now know that every drop they can save of fuel on this stint is a shorter pit stop. It's less time for their fueler to plug in on pit lane. Pit stops are going to make the difference today, James.
But also what's important as we ride along with Will Power with the Verizon onboard is to remember the overcut can be quite powerful because there is almost no tire degradation. The tires aren't really falling off. You're not losing lap time. So the overcut is when you save enough fuel that you can go a lap or 2 longer than the competition, stay out on that hot track, and while you're coming up to speed from the car out of the pits, you can go ahead.
And the undercut, of course, really doesn't work well today because you need clear racetrack to make the undercut work. Clean air, you're not going to find it with all 27 cars evenly spread, as we see Will Power not using the hybrid right now. He has 97 now, 100% charge, but on that lower left-hand corner, if you see the lifesaver here, now he's on it a little bit right there.
But what I like about that's one of the cool things about this Firestone telemetry showing you the hybrid status, is we can see how he can actually use the hybrid system to help with the fuel save, because that little bit of energy coming out of the electric part of this power unit is getting that acceleration, getting a little bit of speed without obviously burning any fuel. So these hybrid units in a situation like this can actually help increase the fuel mileage.
We haven't had a caution yet, so we haven't had a chance to have a restart. Last night on one of the multiple restarts, this is what happened to Will Power and Pietro Fittipaldi. Look up ahead, Fittipaldi ahead, you ride with Power, and listen. Boom. That took Fittipaldi out of the race. Ed Carpenter smashed into the wall behind it, and it sent Power to the pits.
Will Power perfectly timed his throttle application to the green light, except for the fact there was a car right in front of him that didn't have things perfectly timed. That's how desperate drivers are to make a move on a restart. So hard to pass under green flag conditions today. Dylan.
Scott Dixon running in the 3rd spot. And we saw those fuel numbers, and that's kind of right on target with what the Dixon team thinks as well. Part of that is because Scott McLaughlin has backed the pace up. The 9 team thinks so he doesn't get into lap traffic. So that has kind of slowed everybody down, has allowed these cars behind McLaughlin to go into even more fuel save mode. That's what Dixon has done here. Car's a little bit neutral for him right now, but don't be surprised if they do the overcut. They were talking about that as kind of their game plan for last night. Wanted to do it on the first stop yesterday before a caution came out. So don't be surprised to see Dixon run long here. Fairly happy with the race car.
What a juxtaposition on last night. Last night was crazy town. Today's steady Eddie. It's rather formulaic so far.
Just wait. Just wait. All it takes is one caution and things are likely to go haywire. As we see the PNC nose cam here for Scott Dixon.
When we talk about saving fuel, we all know there's nobody better at it in IndyCar than this man right here, be it road courses, street courses, or ovals. So if this turns into a situation where fuel saving helps, overcuts the move, that could really play into Dixon's hand. But it's interesting, guys, to hear about McLaughlin trying to back up the pace so he doesn't catch that lap traffic.
And what I think that allows McLaughlin to do is to gas it up right before he stops and try to open up a gap to protect during the green flag stops. Let's talk about Pato Award. Kevin, what do you know?
Coming off a runner-up and running solid, looking for some opportunities today. So you see those hybrid lights that we see on his dash as a part of the aero screen. There's a story behind that. One of the interesting young engineers on the program in the back of the tent, Lindsay Falk is back there. She is a junior engineer, just graduated from Notre Dame. She was on the rowing team, by the way. And along with Kenny Krasnick, they're both hybrid support engineers, and they simply just kind of ran out of space on the dash for all of the data that they needed. So they came up with the idea of, well, let's just move something and use the space available on the bottom of the aero screen. Really, really cool stuff.
And in the foreground, Kate Gunlock, who has been on the engineering stand both at Chip Ganassi Racing and Arrow McLaren for many years. Some of the key people behind the scenes. You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Hy-Vee. This racing season, help Hy-Vee reach their goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com, and by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. And boy, what you need is to see some of the concerts that have been here and are coming. And if you haven't been, put this on your list to visit next year, because Hy-Vee has extended their deal with Iowa Speedway and with IndyCar to continue this Hy-Vee doubleheader weekend. Yesterday we saw award-nominated artists Luke Combs, and last night Aaron Church. Today it's Kelsey Ballerini and Post Malone.
And think about who we've seen the last couple years, like Tim McGraw and Blake Shelton. It's like they sit around every winter and say, who are the absolute biggest names in the world that we can bring to Newton, Iowa? And they do it. They never disappoint here. It's amazing.
Ed Sheeran last year to finish things off as we get our teeth into this 250-lap Hy-Vee One Step 250 presented by Gatorade. And it's steady as she goes. Not a whole lot of passing in this maybe last, say, 50 laps. Grosjean's made up the most positions with 5 over Newgarden and Ferrucci with 4. And then Kirkwood and Powell with 3. But get ready, pit stops are looming, and that's where the pressure. Remember the 3 Ps at the top of the show that James and Townsend told you about? Palou needed to rebound from last night. Pit stops, you've got to execute them, and the pressure, knowing that you can get so much ground, like Josef Newgarden said, on those all-important pit stops here.
And there's so much that goes into a green flag pit stop. We talk about the crew members on pit lane, the precision and the performance required to fit 4 wheels and tires and fill the car with split-second accuracy, but also for the drivers, entering and exiting on the apron on an oval is super tricky. It's bumpy, there's no banking to help you, and you can make a big mistake quite easily.
So let's take a look back at something that just happened to the number 5 of Pato Award. He's one-handing it down the front straightaway, cracks the visor, wipes some sweat off his brow, and then back down. That is at 180 plus miles an hour.
Couldn't do that in the old days. Let's take a look at Graham Rahal.
Listen to some radio.
How's the car?
Really good.
Cool.
Don't hear that very often.
No, you don't. But also, you're cruising around at the same pace as everyone else. You're not pushing 10 tenths. Everybody's car feels good when you're driving under the limit. it's when these guys start turning it up right before these pit stops, which is going to be coming pretty soon here. Lap 80, you just listen to Ray Hall's throttle application, this OneCure onboard giving us those sights and sounds, and it looks fine, but again, we're not pushing yet.
Not pushing yet. You can tell just how relaxed the grip is. The difference to where you're qualifying, and oftentimes you'll see that firm death grip on the wheel. It looks nice and calm for the hands of Graham Rahal. Georgia, Augie Canapino circulating right now. What can you tell us?
Well, you talk about the pictures on pit lane, but what about what they have to do back in the garages? Augustine Canapino yesterday, unfortunately, involved in that incident on the first lap, but the crew told me they were there until 2:45 in the morning, and then had a crew call again at 6 in the morning, and it was quite a drive to the hotel. So little sleep for that crew. Almost everything was broken on that car. They cracked the motor in several places, broke the bell housing. Every corner had damage, and the tubs seemed to be all right, but they did switch chassis just for precaution. So this team went to work yesterday, and they're back on pit lane in 13th right now.
Well, I want to give a shout out to the men and women of all of the teams in the NTT INDYCAR Series, because I was here with my two sons last night late watching Eric Church, and as we were enjoying that music, the team members were working flat out in the garage area here. It was lights, camera, action, Kev. Looked like a movie set until late into the evening last night.
It was cool. You can see why the grandstand was packed. There were so many people on the front stretch as well. Eric Church is an entertainer. All right, let's talk about some strategy and what the number 3 team for Scott McLaughlin is talking about.
Okay, we're on about a Larry 35 here. Vibration creeping a little bit, not bad. Yeah, copy. We see it. It's on all 4. This is a left rear, but that's probably because of the situation.
And there is a feeling that there will be in the daytime more tire degradation, so the end of these stints are going to be challenging. That's when the race is probably going to be decided. And I'm also hearing McLaughlin might even be able to get almost to a lap 100. Somewhere between 95 and 97, I've heard he and Alex Palou were talking about not making their first pit stop until then.
Well, just kind of going back to what T-Bell was saying, as we do see Connor Daly in the pits, subbing for the injured Jack Harvey, got put in a special session this morning to get a few laps. That's required by IndyCar. Oh,
air gun failure. Problem. They go to the backup gun on the right front.
No, he grabbed the same gun again, Townsend. They're obviously not happy with.
Oh, there it is. It wasn't tight. He threw it and then needed it back.
That muscle memory, as soon as he took his hands, or he took the gun off the wheel, threw it out of habit, didn't, before realizing that the nut wasn't fully tight, but very heads up from the outside front to make sure that they got the gun back, stopped the car, didn't send it. Connor Daly, big delay in pit lane. That's going to hurt.
I'm blown away by the difference in how this track's racing this year. If you think back to last year, we'd get to 50 laps and drivers would be on the radio begging to come in, desperate for new tires. Firestone has brought a tire that is lasting way longer than any of us expected. If Scotty Mack can go 100 laps, that's wild.
How about the story of McLaughlin? Remember at the beginning of the season, he and his teammate Josef Newgarden were disqualified for that push to pass infraction. Will Power was docked points. You know where this guy was leaving St. Pete when we got to Long Beach? Last. Dead last in the championship. Scotty Mack and the Thirsty Threes run second in points as we run. Race leader here in Iowa, and last night's winner, Scott McLaughlin, is the first of the front runners to pit. Here comes the XPEL Chevy. There were a couple further back that pitted earlier, but Kevy, he's coming your way.
So Scott McLaughlin gets to lap 94 complete. They're going a little bit loose later on in the stint, so they will try to make a slight adjustment to help that, as we've talked about, messing with his tools to try to stay in front of it, Georgia.
Felix Rosenquist among one of those who pitted as well. He asked about the balance of the car, and he said it felt really good right now. They put sticker blacks and filled it up with Shell fuel, and he was away. Dylan?
Scott Dixon is getting ready to come in. We talked about them trying to do the overcut. They went a lap longer. Dixon said the car was neutral, but he was maxed out on his tools there and looking to make an adjustment just to try to get Dixon a little bit better.
I'm intrigued to see the Palou pit stop, because there was a hiccup at Mid-Ohio and there was a hiccup last night in Alex exiting. This is Linus Lundqvist, his teammate pitting. Here they come. There's lots of takers now. Palou leads. He's trying to do the overcut, staying out longer, just like Pato O'Ward did, Kev.
Pato O'Ward goes a lap longer, so let's see if there's any advantage there. It's going to be these green flag pit stops that are likely going to decide things. It's so critical to not make any kind of a bobble around the bend. If you're up at the front, you can't even see the car. Still waiting to find Pato O'Ward. He's installed number 2. Alex Palou is going to come in the next lap. O'Ward is in. He gets 4 fresh Firestones, shell fuel, and we'll see where he comes out on track. Palou coming in next. O'Ward is released.
Palou impressive.
Whoa.
You see a spin.
It's Canapino.
They stay green. This is important. Palou now on pit lane. Track is still green. Palou is in.
Palou's he's got a lap almost on the entire field. Only Power on the lead lap because of that. If it went yellow now, he would get a free pit stop. How we're leaving it. There you go, guys. The yellow flag is out. Nice clean in for the 10. Nice clean out, Kev.
And he makes it to lap 100, so if there was any fuel saving, he's not going to have to mess with that at all for a little bit. A little bit slow in getting the fuel hose attached, but the issue has been getting it back in gear. Yesterday went straight to second. He said, my mistake, I pumped it twice. This time, no problem for Palou.
Well, he gets to the blend line under yellow. That'll determine the running order. The question is, where's Scotty Mack?
And Will Power was left out there. Will Power had not pitted by the time this yellow came out.
Yeah, but he's a lap up to the field, except Palou on timing and scoring right now.
So you got to stay with the lead with the pace car.
He's got to wait until the pits open. It takes a lap or two, so you hear that call to Will Power. You got to stay pace car speed, but you have to save fuel. This worked out in Palou's favor big time. Power going to have to pit under yellow. He's going to fall to the back. McLaughlin and Co will all get the wave around, but essentially it was a free pit stop for the 10.
On acceleration out of the pits, Canapino, unforced error.
We talk about how difficult it is on the apron on any oval, but especially here, it's bumpy and low grip as you see Marcus Ericsson's on board just going around the spun car of Canapino.
And we talk about how important these cycles are and the time and the pressure on the crews in pit lane. Such a big part of it is that in and out lap, using the decel lane, the XL lane, it's all part of it.
Went the longest time without a caution. We're in one now.
Back at Iowa, Will Power, the lone wolf on pit road, did not pit before that caution for Augustine Canapino came out. Routine service for Power, who has been kind of buried at the back of the field due to a poor qualifying effort. So we'll see how this all kind of cycles out for him.
Yeah, he hit the wall on his second lap of qualifying in the 2-lap qualifying format. The first lap dictated your starting position for last night's race. The second lap dictated where you'd start for today, and Will grazed the wall exiting turn 2, and that's what Dylan was referring to that left him down the back of the pack. Now he came in with a lap on the field. Talking of stops, have a look at this for the DHL Honda of Alex Palou on his way in. Whoa. This will be interesting to see from Alexander Rossi's on board.
Spotters are key in this situation. Rossi spotter will say one outside pitting, but I don't know if he saw that coming.
Yikes.
That was close. The spotters don't always know exactly when the competitors are coming in. Oftentimes they'll raise their hand on the roof, but there's no guarantee with as busy as things get that Rossi spotter would have been able to predict that. Watching the Mission Foods onboard right now of Alexander Rossi, that hybrid state of charge, fully powered, ready to deploy on the restart if he chooses, as they come up on the safety team. And now the lap down cars are getting the wave by, so the pace car is going to pick up Alex Palou, and Will Power will restart second.
So the two guys who did the overcut, it worked out. Staying out longer worked for them. The Hy-Vee One Step 250 presented by Gatorade went for 101 laps, caution free. Now we're going to see things mix up a little bit. It was due to a spin by this man here, Argentina's Augustine Canapino in the Juncos Hollinger Chevy. He was just on acceleration out of the pits and spun by himself and needed some rescuing to get going again. Alex Palou on the redemption trail. He made an unforced error last night as well on acceleration out of turn 4 down the main straight and spun. And he said, I blame myself. I didn't need to be pushing that hard. He, like Scott McLaughlin last night, is in search of his first oval victory. This guy here on screen, Will Power, it took years for him to feel comfortable on an oval. He hated racing on an oval, And then he did a total 180 and said, I actually enjoy out racing ovals more than I do road and street courses.
Well, he's really enjoying it today because by virtue of that yellow, listen, on a short oval track, the lap time 19 seconds, you want to pit under yellow. You don't want to have to pit under green. That's why you stay out for so long. Will Power hung out, stayed out. He's up 20 positions from his starting spot. Things are looking good. Dylan.
Real quick, some Scott Dixon radio. He wanted to go longer on that first one.
Yeah, we did it so early then. We could have done a couple more laps, right? We could not. Maybe one, Scott, but and by stopping, having to pit off turn 3, we didn't want to take that chance.
Dixon, as Dixon does, reading the race from inside the cockpit. Let's go racing.
Go, green,
Palou's going to see that green flag here at Iowa Speedway. Let's see how this works out with the first restart of the day.
Watch the yellow and white car of Scotty Mack. There are some lap cars between him and the leaders as McLaughlin looking to pass along with Colton Herta to the high side.
Here comes Dixon on his teammate. Couldn't quite get it done on Kiffin Simpson. Around the outside of Stingray Rob goes Scotty Mack.
Scott definitely taking advantage of the fact that the high line was swept during that yellow, but he's only got a couple good laps to use it as you get up to speed before it starts getting dirty. His teammate Josef Newgarden with the Estemo on board doing the same thing.
Oh, but Grosjean's coming back. Grosjean saw an opportunity to find clean air and stay low, and Newgarden squeezing that air from Grosjean as Ferrucci looks high.
Watch that black and red Sexton Properties machine. Ferrucci mixed it up last night. He's in the mix again. David Malukas just ahead and Catherine Legg.
With the way that sequence played out, as we see Legg side by side still, gonna have to give that position to Malukas heading into 3 as Ferrucci goes on the outside of Daly and tries to get Legg at the same time.
Here he comes. Nobody more exciting to watch yesterday on the restarts than Ferrucci, but boy, he left very little margin between his car and others as there's a slow 78 at Canapino.
Rinus VK trying to work his way through. Had his best result of the season last night. Drove brilliantly for a top 5.
Connor Daly making moves in the race here into turn 3 on Catherine Legg there. Again, only a handful of laps this morning. All these turns so far this weekend, but out front still all Palou and Power. And McLaughlin getting closer and closer to catching up to those top 2, getting around those lap cars. The timing of that yellow just trapped some lap down cars in between positions here up in the top 5. Very confusing how it all played out. But you see the pylon, how they're running position-wise, not exactly how they're running on track. Right now, only 17 cars on the lead lap as Lundgaard actually goes around Will Power trying to unlap himself. Now he's got one more car.
If he can get around Palou, who's up in front, Lundgaard will be back on the lead lap in the Hy-Vee car. He gets a little squirrely off turn 4. And speaking of squirrely, we saw Alex Palou get pretty sideways as Ferrucci slingshots his way around Felix Rosenquist.
That's how you get it done.
Single-handedly keeping the highlight in play is Santino Ferrucci.
If you leave it for a few laps, it gets too dirty. So neat cars running too wide as Christian Lundgaard is hungry to deliver for Hy-Vee at their home race.
There are hundreds and hundreds of Hy-Vee guests and partners and employees here wanting to see this car do well. Well, he's about to pass the leader of the race to unlap himself. Meanwhile, Grosjean and Newgarden, this battle between the 2 Chevrolet-powered drivers is not going away.
Oh,
and around the outside,
Well, Ferrucci's just done a Newgarden to Newgarden.
Wow. Contact here between Romain Grosjean and Josef Newgarden. That's the squeeze that we saw earlier in turns 3 and 4. And Joe New running Grosjean tight to quite tight.
Half car back, working. But inside. Still there.
You see that little wiggle on the steering wheel. And it was not all done there. That maybe lost him a bit of momentum, which opened the door for Ferrucci for this move off of 4.
This is not royal treatment for the king of corn country. They don't care. They're attacking the 6-time winner. Ferrucci usually on the outside. He goes the inside this time to get Grosjean. He went from the top 10 to get penalized and then a double penalty that dropped him a lap down to 22nd last night. He came back to finish 6th. And the driver from Dallas, Texas is on the move.
He's going to do it again right here. Looks high, then fakes low.
Outside.
Doesn't fake, he went low, stays low on Kirkwood.
Very close behind Graham Rahal mid-corner. That took some front end away from him. Now he's going to fire it into 3 side by side. These two working it. Ferrucci up 7 spots since the restart.
But Kirkwood has the draft as he comes off the corner. Graham Rahal's car helps break the air, and Kirkwood able to suck up. I think there was contact there. I think I saw smoke off the right rear of Ferrucci.
Kyle Kirkwood digging hard on the outside. He's got a brief moment of clear air there. Ferrucci gonna have to fall back in line. That was great driving. Now Kirkwood attacking Rahal.
Wow, look out. Inside. This is in the deep in the 10, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Oh yeah, Ben, nice job. Goodbye 2 to Graham.
Inside move, Ferrucci thought twice. Action has heated up here in Iowa. You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. Hy-Vee, this racing season you can help Hy-Vee reach their goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com and by OneCure.com. Join us as we race to cure cancer in our best friends and ourselves. It's an 87-degree day here just east of Des Moines, Iowa, here at Iowa Speedway, and this is Spain's Alex Palou leading the way, the 2-time and reigning series champion. He crashed out last night, and just don't see Alex Palou do that very often, so he's on the road to redemption here today. Meanwhile, a little further back in the pack, deeper in the top 10, Santino Ferrucci is on the attack.
Yeah, but look at Graham Rahal looking left and swerving left to close the door on Santino Ferrucci.
I think his eyes may have been more forward, trying to make a move on Kirkwood.
I don't know. That looked quite in reaction too. Look at Alex Palou here on the restart.
Big
3, 2, 1's going to roll into the throttle and get sideways. Lay some blackies coming out of turn 4. And it was that loose condition that got him in big trouble on his own yesterday. Lee, you mentioned that rare mistake from Palou put him in the wall.
It's so easy with the way these cars are set up, all asymmetrically, just to turn left. When you smash the throttle and you're not in a straight line, it's so easy to hook. We've seen a lot of drivers spin out in that sort of condition, and both the top two had a little wiggle. Christian Lundgaard's removed himself from this conversation by getting around the 10. He's unlapped himself, caught up to the tail end of the lead lap, and then just behind Will Power in that blue machine. That's Marcus Ericsson, third on in line, but he is 2 laps down. He's in 25th position after a wheel gun failure on that pit stop. Cost him plenty of time and 2 laps on the road. Unfortunate, because you can see the Delaware Life car very competitive.
Plenty of speed, hasn't it?
I mean, he's running up that high line, trying to work on Will Power.
I like that, getting clean air on the entry to the corner in turn 1 and then crossing over. And that's kind of the danger zone of dirty air, is when you start high and then you go into the wake behind the lead car, you can lose a lot of downforce and things can get squirrely. Right here, as he tries to cross back over, it can get loose. And Ericsson's had some big moments this weekend.
Keep the run going.
Including a big crash in practice.
Crash in practice, big saves in qualifying. A massive save last night in the race into turn 3, same place. But Georgia, what's happening with King of Corn Country here, Josef Newgarden?
James, I was just going to say, the King of Corn Country, Josef Newgarden, he rides at that 12th position. Let's hear what the team's telling him.
Power deploy. Ferrucci passed on the outside and the inside. They were making the outside groove work. Middle of 3, off of 4. Fuel lines up 2.
So they're relaying that message, but is anyone else brave enough to try to pass on the high side?
Well, we will see, because we're into the second half of this Hy-Vee One Step 250. 103 laps left to go. You're watching NBC's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Hy-Vee. This racing season, you can help Hy-Vee reach their goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com, and by Luther Automotive, driven to serve. and we're going to serve you up another 94 laps here at Iowa Speedway. Welcome back, Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, and this is the second leg of a doubleheader weekend, the Hy-Vee doubleheader weekend, and you've got the reigning series champion, Alex Palou, leading the way in his DHL Honda. What a way to make amends and make up for last night's crash. Last night was his 74th career start. It was only his 7th DNF. That shows you how good this guy is, and he's racked up so many wins, 2 championships, almost won the Indianapolis 500. This guy, it's almost like he was born to race an IndyCar. Never dreamt of that growing up in Barcelona, Spain, but he has found his natural home here.
Oh, he absolutely has. He took to the IndyCar Series incredibly quickly, coming in as a rookie, driving for Dale Coyne Racing. Chip Ganassi saw the potential, and this driver swooped him up, and he rewarded Chip and co for the faith they had in him with a championship his first year. Backed it up again in his 3rd year, comfortably leading the title race right now. If he were to win, he would leave here 53 points ahead of Will Power in the championship.
And right now, Alex Palou is doing exactly what McLaughlin did earlier when he led on the opening stint, only going fast enough to keep Will Power behind, but not so fast that he gets into the back of lap traffic, trying to leave that buffer of clean air and give himself the flexibility to maybe accelerate, open up a gap before the pit stop.
You talk about McLaughlin and what he did. Well, counting last night's race and the early portion of today, McLaughlin led 259 consecutive laps. That's more than a race.
Look, we talk about points. This guy right here, when he was leading and Palou was in 2nd, that was going to see him jump from 5th in points up to 2nd place when he was leading and Palou was 2nd. Right now, he's running 3rd. It's not like he fell out of the top 10,
right,
all the way back to 5th. It just shows you how important winning is in this championship.
Well, and you talk about winning, James. For Scott McLaughlin, he just had his first oval IndyCar win yesterday. He'd never raced on ovals before coming to the U.S. a few years ago after such a storied career, and winning makes you so hungry to do it again and to do it again immediately. So I know McLaughlin's thinking points, but I'll bet he's thinking win even more today. He would love nothing more than to back it up and go 2 for 2.
Last night, notched up career IndyCar win number 6 for the Team Penske pilot. He's chasing his teammate Will Power down. Let's climb aboard the Verizon Chevy.
You want to talk about smooth. Will Power, listen to how smooth he is on rolling into the throttle right here. That is like a violinist at world-class level in terms of his touch. It's such a great way to take care of the rear tires and not shock the tire on the throttle application. He is playing the instrument at a very high level today.
And the car looks like it's handling great. The hands very smooth. Just looks super in control right now, biding his time to this next round of pit stops.
You have got the top 5 in the championship in the top 6 positions in this race. The big guys, the big names fighting over this 2024 NTT INDYCAR Series are right here at the front here in Iowa.
So lap 168, the leaders now in range to make it on one more stop. It'll be a game of who blinks first, but they won't want to pit early. You're going to hang out as long as possible to protect in case a yellow comes out.
Stingray Robb 3rd in line there. He pit just 10 laps to go. Fresh rubber, full fuel. He wants to try to clear these two the same way that Lundgaard did, the same way that Ericsson did, and try to get one of those laps back. Talk about those pit stops powered by NTT. The pit stop prediction. Here are the windows, guys. We're seeing a 198 to 202 for Palou. Power pit a couple laps later, but a few of those laps were under caution. It only buys him 1 extra lap under green. So you see that earlier window for McLaughlin, who came in on the earlier side. So a couple different windows, couple different options, and a lap could make a difference here on an overcut situation, T-Bell.
And when we get to those pit stops, and guys are racing and blending, if they pit on different laps, that's when we might get back into more side-by-side moments and dip the racetrack much different than it was 70 laps ago when Ferrucci was making all those moves. Why? Because the spent rubber, the tire dust that comes off the tires starts to build on the high line, and it gets really ice skatey if you start to go 2 or even 3 wide in the closing stages.
We've been talking about racing during the heat of the day and the intense sunlight. Track is actually cooler by 2 degrees than what it was in the race last night. It was 121 degrees last night. It's 119 at the moment.
The ambient's about the same, but I can tell you from experience, guys, when you're sat in the race car and the sun is beating on the car, it makes a difference inside the cockpit. These drivers didn't have a week to recoup like you normally do. They had less than 24 hours.
So drivers in control at the front right now, plotting and thinking, teams getting anxious on pit lane. They know that they cannot make a mistake like what Alex Palou had on the first round of stops. I don't know if it was a mistake so much, it's just an issue. The fueler getting stuck as he goes to pull out right there. That's 1/1000, 2/1000 seconds. That could put Alex Palou from 1st to 8th very easily today.
Didn't affect him on that round of stops because he had a lap on the field at the time, but that kind of delay
in the yellow.
Yeah, exactly. And that kind of delay is exactly what cost him the win last week at Mid-Ohio.
A little further down the order, in the top 10, it must feel good for Graham Rahal to be running inside the top 10. His best result this year, 9th at the Indy Grand Prix. Graham runs in exactly that position right now.
Really like what Alex Palou is doing right here. Keeping a nice big gap in front of him. So he's in total control. Without a lap car up ahead, Palou can lean into the pace, use up his tires right before he pits, and try to create a little bit of a buffer to Will Power and Scott McLaughlin.
Can you imagine, fellas, in 2 races we get 2 first-time oval winners? McLaughlin last night, and if Palou continues on this current trajectory.
First-time oval pole sitter in Colton Herta yesterday. Yeah. First-time oval winner in McLaughlin, and yeah, it would be incredible to see another one here today.
And with the top 4, once again, we've been saying this for so many years, it'll be Penske versus Ganassi on pit lane to decide this thing.
And it's going to break that, if Palou can do this, it's going to break that Penske stranglehold on this race. There's only twice in the last 10 that a team outside of Team Penske has won. Aaron McLaren and Schmidt-Peterson. Who was that, Hench? Huh?
I don't know. I don't remember. Seems like a long time ago.
That's our man, the man. Well, Alex Palou is trying to get that first oval win, as we mentioned. And there's been a nice spread of tracks that have been conquered by the Spaniard. Barber Motorsports Park, that career first. The Detroit Street Race. He's won a couple of times at Road America. He's won at Mid-Ohio. Laguna Seca most recently. Portland, that's where he was on track for his first championship win. That was pivotal in his first championship win. And he's won twice at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course.
But it's been 15 years since his team owner, Chip Ganassi, won here at Iowa. Dario Franchitti and Dan Weldon got it done in 07 and 08. Excuse me, 08 and 09 for Weldon and Franchitti. So the big boss, Chip Ganassi, would love to get on the scoreboard in this decade.
All right, tell you what, Palou is starting to feel maybe a little more pressure from Will Power. Here is the Verizon Chevrolet. He's made up 20 positions from his starting spot. He did the overcut, stayed out longer, and benefited actually from that caution falling when it did. Had a lap lead on the field, was able to come in when the pits were finally open, and then come back out and slotted into second position.
Yeah, we've come back to Scott McLaughlin, who's quietly and patiently studying the top 2 drivers, and I'm sure thinking about his green flag in lap. If this thing stays green, how can he make up ground as he comes to pit lane?
Scott Dixon running 4th right now. He was 4th yesterday in what he called a bit of a messy race on track in the pits, a little bit of everything. But if he can leave here with 2 top 5s, that's some good points for the PNC Bank Machine. And that's what it's about right now for Scott Dixon. Never a track that he's won at, but 2 strong results if he can pull it off.
Well, something broke on the 60.
Oh, and issues with the number 60.
Broken right rear, it looks like, for Felix Rosenquist. You can see the team loading up the right rear. And it's almost like the push rod broke back there.
Hey, I've never seen someone be able to just push down on the rear of the car and see the left front tire pop up in the air like that. That doesn't seem like a quick fix.
Maybe the rocker broke.
That was a shame because Felix was having a really solid run in that Outsiders Sirius XM radio. The Eric Church machine. Here's the Hy-Vee Honda. Lundgaard got himself back on the lead lap and took off. He had good pace in this car today. He was just further back than where he wanted to be.
So a bit of a gamble here. They're going to make their final stop, try to find some clean air. But one thing's for sure, they're going to tell Christian Lundgaard, don't hold back. Give us everything you have for these last 61 laps to the end. Lundgaard trying to do it on pace and passing.
You never want to be in a position as a driver of having to claw back laps, but at the same time, it's a lot of fun knowing that you can just fight flat out from here on out.
Here's the man who led 86 laps last night, Gamebridge Honda driver Colton Herter. Today he started 4th. At the moment, he runs 5th. Been a pretty consistent day for the Californian. We'll see what he can do. And it's definitely a lot smoother than what last night went after he relinquished the lead. There were problems on track, problems in the pits. We'll see.
And we fall back to the arrow on board of Pato O'Ward, one of the hottest drivers in the series right now, coming off a great win at Mid-Ohio, beating the great Alex Palou there. O'Ward has won here at Iowa back in 2022. He runs in the top 10 right now, 6th in fact.
Mission Food on board's giving us shots of Alex Rossi running back here in 7th. Started 6th yesterday, started 7th, finished 8th. So it's been a quiet and consistent runs here for Rossi as he has to deal with traffic coming out on track right in front of him. Happy with the car, just not quite the out-and-out pace they need to be fighting at the front after a mishap in qualifying.
Right behind Alexander Rossi. Oh, Rosenquist is out. It's game over for Fro. And the Sirius XM Auto Nation Meyer Shank Honda.
Look, I know that he's disappointed to be out of this race, but a right rear failure that didn't result in a car in the wall, there's a silver lining here. That could have been a written off race car and a potentially injured driver. That's the sort of failure we saw out of Josef Newgarden a few years back while leading this race. Sent him into the wall pretty hard.
Take a look at Felix Rosenquist here. He gets a little bit of a wiggle right there, and I think that's probably right when the part broke or whatever let go at the back of the race car. Oh, you can hear it right there.
That's the floor.
That is scary.
Tire failure, tire failure.
Look at that thing, left front in the air. You have 3 tires on the fastest short oval in the world. That is scary. McLaughlin comes to pit lane. Kevin, he's coming to you.
Scott McLaughlin is the first of those running at the front to come in. So everyone wants to stay out as late as possible. Remember last night, Alex Palou was in the pit lane. I'm sorry, Colton Herta was in the pit lane when Palou crashed, and that took him off from an opportunity to win the race. So McLaughlin is in a little bit of jeopardy right now, hoping it stays green until everybody does their final stop.
But he got what he needed. 6 seconds was the stop. 6.0. That is awesome.
Georgia.
Well, Lee, now that my pack is working, we are back, and it was a damper failure for the Meyer Shank Racing number 60 of Felix Rosenquist. He has exited that vehicle, maybe with hopes to get back out there, but they look like they will be done for the day.
Yeah, time's running out, just 51 laps to go. This is David Malukas in the sister car for Meyer Shank Racing. He crashed out on lap 1 last night, doing a lot better today and building his time and experience in this car with his new team. Here's Marcus Ericsson in the Delaware Life Honda. Serviced and sent for the final time.
Nice quick sub-second stop there for Ericsson. We take a look back in the Delaware Life shots as he tries to merge back onto traffic. Now Rossi coming in.
Just look at him hustling it.
And that's such a key part of it, Dick, but there's a lot of marbles down there by this time of the day. It's easy to lose it. You see Colton Herta ahead of him in pit lane. The number 9 of Scott Dixon is set up, ready to go. Kev, it's all action on pit lane right now.
So we still haven't seen Palou yet. Power also was the last to stop, so we can go longer there. You see the Gamebridge Honda. Colton Herta is in, making his final stop, hoping again it stays green. That's what caught him last night. Dylan.
Scott Dixon is in as well. Pits from fourth, has been really happy with his race car all day long. No changes. Dixon's down and away.
And this is that kind of danger zone area as we see Pato O'Ward and the 5 come in. Anybody that's still on track has an advantage for sure if a yellow were to come out. And during all these blends, that is sometimes when it can happen as the leader's in.
Below at the top of your screen, race leader is in. Power has stayed out again.
When he comes in, we'll be watching the track to see if those that pitted early found any advantage.
Dylan.
See Kyle Kirkwood, he's been inside the top 10. Also happy with his race car. 4 tires and fuel. Here's Palou, Kevin.
And he's going to have the easy out because he's all the way at the end of pit lane. So let's keep an eye on this stop. Last time it was the fuel probe. A little bit stuck again there. Maybe it cost him half a second. Dylan.
Will Power in at the top of your screen. He ran long on this stint once again. This pit crew won the pit stop competition on Friday. Need another perfect stop here. Will Power down and away. 4 tires and fuel and a good stop.
Guys, 5.8 seconds for Will Power, 6.1 for Newgarden, 6.0 for Scott McLaughlin. Team Penske dominating. Where does Palou come out?
It's all about the blend on the apron right now. There's Will Power at speed on track. There is Palou. It's going to be to Power right now, but the momentum is with Palou.
Can you imagine if Power can pull off this most improbable win? Look at this. Here comes Alex Palou.
Protect the bottom. All clear.
Protect the bottom is the call, and Will does that.
Palou had a 6.3 second stop. Power's got to defend right here, and then he might have it. Up to speed now is the number 12 Verizon car. 0.3 of a second, the difference. Actually, half a second. 5.8 seconds was Will Power in the box, and Will Power overall with the in-lap. Time on pit lane, time in the box, almost a second was the advantage, powered by NTT. That's the difference.
That's the advantage right there. They're running around about a second, give or take, on the racetrack. That is what he gained through that cycle.
Can you believe if this comes to fruition? Power started 22nd and stayed out, played the long game on that first caution, did the overcut, got himself leapfrogged his way to second. And he has never won here at Iowa Speedway. The 2-time series champion has the Verizon Chevy at the front.
This has got shades of Simon Pagenaud winning from all the way back in 23rd position some years ago when he was teammates with Will Power. To pull off that kind of upset, especially when we've been talking about how hard it is to pass here in comparison to back then.
But this is a little different now, guys. The first 2 stints were riding, saving some fuel, running long. We have less than 40 laps to go, and now Will Power has a whole nother challenge. He needs to carve his way through lap traffic. He can't just hang out, or else Palou's going to attack.
39 laps to go. Hang on, this could be anybody's. Team Penske's veteran driver Will Power, 2-time series champion, Indy 500 winner, is leading this Hy-Vee One Step 250 presented by Gatorade. Do you remember at Road America just a short while ago? He ended nearly a 2-year drought. To see Will Power go winless for the first time in 16 years was just bizarre. And now he could win twice in a very short span of time.
And it's looking certainly very good for him. That said, there is still lap traffic in front. And as Townsend mentioned before the break, you can't just control that gap and ride around. You have to push. The cars behind you don't have to save fuel. They're going for it. That's Nolan Siegel in the orange and blue machine right in front. Siegel right now running at 16th, last car on the lead lap.
And at this point in the race, the view out the aero screen for Will Power is just as important as the view out his rear view mirror as he gauges how good is the balance for Alex Palou. How much is he struggling behind me? How much can I move my car just a few inches left to right on the racetrack to try to disturb the air for Palou, make his life more difficult, make him use up his tires? It's a game of balancing how hard to push, how much to defend, how much risk do I need to take. Speaking of risk, Will Power is a much more calm driver than he was 10 years ago, as he has to stretch his hand out after 2 days of consecutive racing at Iowa. Those are moves I've never seen before.
That's a whole nother tactic. I mean, I actually saw him doing it on the way out as well, but I couldn't figure out. I thought he was mad at something maybe, but now I understand what it was. But you got to remember, guys, these drivers are dehydrated. It's hotter than ever. You're reusing those same muscles over and over and over, essentially 1,000 times. Over the course of these 2 days.
His hand's going numb. That's what's going on.
Numb, it pinches nerves, all sorts of things can happen.
Is it something that drummers do?
I don't think that's a drumming, I don't think it's a drumming trick.
I think he actually picked that up from Flavor Flav a few weeks ago.
If you don't know what Townsend's referring to, Flavor Flav is the world's biggest Will Power fan, and vice versa. It's a mutual admiration society as Scott Dixon in the PNC Bank Honda surges on in fourth. He's trying to work on fellow Kiwi and fellow Scott McLaughlin, that is, for a podium position. The closing 22.5 laps.
And there you see the left-hand side of the screen, the dueling hybrid strategies. McLaughlin right now not opting to use any of the available power. Probably doesn't feel like he needs to right now. Just staying at 100% charge, whereas Scott Dixon is deploying hybrid coming off the corners.
We talked about it earlier. It's really all about timing. One of the reasons McLaughlin's maybe being a bit choosy as to when he uses it is if he gets too close to the car in front, that can actually create a balance upset. You left off the throttle, and then that gives Dixon behind him the opportunity to make a move. So you kind of have to be strategic on how and when you're deploying. Dixon seeming very comfortable right now in his wheel tracks.
Well, Will Power seems very comfortable to just stay where he is, because the lap time of Nolan Siegel, the last car in the lead lap, he just did a 19.2. That's just as fast as the top 3 cars just turned on the last lap. So the 16th place car right here with Nolan Siegel, plenty quick to keep the gap that Will Power needs.
Just to go back to the hybrid point that you guys were making a little earlier, I think hats off to IndyCar and everybody involved, because this is the first oval race with the new V6 hybrid unit. Only second race ever after however many thousands of miles in testing, and it was a long process. But to have, yes, there were some hiccups yesterday in qualifying. There was one hiccup at Mid-Ohio with Scott Dixon, but it's showing tremendous reliability. There was a brief network outage yesterday, but look, nothing new doesn't have teething problems, and I want to say so far so good.
Yeah, very impressive at Mid-Ohio with the way the system performed, especially knowing that IndyCar introduced this mid-season. There were some delays in getting it going, and they worked really hard to implement the system, but all systems go today as Palou continues to try to find a way to get closer. Got to be tough out there, James. I mean, hot conditions, 120-degree track temperature right now, almost 90 ambient. And you know that car is going to slide just the moment you get a little high offline. And Palou's a points driver. He made a mistake yesterday. It was a big one. He does not want to mess up today.
$15 laps to go here at Iowa Speedway. Will Power has not won on an oval since Pocono in 2019. That's kind of hard to fathom. And he is well in control, getting closer and closer, and he's never notched up a win here at Iowa Speedway either. Being chased down by a fellow two-time champ in Alex Palou. Can McLaughlin do anything about them? 2.5 seconds adrift. What about Dixon? He's right on McLaughlin. And Colton Herter is hovering in 5th. Will traffic play a part? Power's already racked up 38 laps, leading after again starting 22nd after a misstep in qualifying where he grazed the wall, and that put him down to a very unfamiliar qualifying spot. But some clever strategy, a little bit of luck has put this guy at the front.
Watch this Verizon onboard. We talked earlier about how smooth Will Power was with the throttle. I want you to listen down in turn 1. It's starting to get a little more aggro. He's starting to get after the loud pedal a little earlier, a little more aggressively right here.
Sounds like smooth sailing right now. Less than 10 laps to go for Power.
He'll be checking his mirror, checking how close Palou can get, as Palou just continues to struggle to find any opportunity to work clean air.
And you know Palou's going to be frustrated. So close to that win at Mid-Ohio. So close again here today. Not over yet, but this is a deja vu all over again for him, staring at the back of a car that he was in front of for a good chunk of this race. But in front of these leaders, guys, Nolan Siegel getting a little racy. That's David Malukas right in front of him. You see the long train of cars.
Oh, boy.
They're trying to get some moves done with a handful of laps to go.
McLaughlin has made up almost half a second, make it 0.6 of a second. Here comes McLaughlin. He's starting to catch Palou. And then Dixon is right there with him. That yellow and white XPEL Chevy, can it get there with these top two?
Very close this time.
Now Palou's getting there.
Less than 0.2 of a second between them now. That's as close as Palou's been. This battle up front is just taking air options away from Will Power.
Looks like the 66 of David Malukas, the pink and white car, starting to struggle a little bit on old tires. Nolan Siegel looking for a way around. So the pace is slowing for these lap cars.
And guys, 5 laps to go. Less than 5 miles of racing. Is it going to be Will Power's first win on an oval in nearly 5 years? Will it be Alex Palou's first win on an oval ever? Two-time champions going at it at the front.
And it's these micro decisions you're making on the fly that are going to make or break your day if you're Will Power.
4 to go.
How close do you get to Nolan Siegel? If you get a run, do you try to throw it in there, or are you just trying to maintain this gap, maintain this position, and almost try to drive Palou's car behind you?
The temptation as a driver, if you're Alex Palou, is to dip your left side tire down onto that white line and try to weight jack the car and find a little grip. But it has caused chaos for many drivers here at Iowa because the banking goes away somewhere there and there's the new pavement seam. And I think Palou is making high percentage decisions right now. He's thinking championship.
Yeah.
35 points to the good as Alex Palou runs second.
At one point in this race, McLaughlin was second in the points. He's now drifted out to 5th in the points. But with 6 races left on this schedule and plenty of ovals, Palou has still more opportunities to get that first oval win because it's going to be hard here with 1 more lap left to go for Will Power and Team Penske to continue the Penske dominance of Iowa Speedway. It may not be the king of corn country, his teammate Josef Newgarden or Scotty Mack, who won last night, but the 43-year-old Australian is about to get win number 43. Will Power victorious for the first time at Iowa Speedway. From 22nd on the grid, and Stingray Rob is upside down. Massive crash at the end of this race. Rossi, Ed Carpenter, and Kyle Kirkwood.
Heading into the back straight, all sorts of chaos. Thank goodness for the aero screen. You see.
I think so.
But I think Kyle Kirkwood's pinned in there. The left rear of Ed Carpenter is in a very awkward position on the air hose for Kyle Kirkwood. He's moving in the cockpit, but he needs to chill here and wait for the safety team to help.
From where he's sitting, I don't think he can see that tire is right above his head. He can't look up. AMR safety team quickly on the scene. It's so hot. As soon as you stop moving, it is so hot in those cars when there's no air. Kyle just desperate to get out, to get some clean air, some fresh air more than anything, but he is trapped in there. They're gonna need to get a crane to get that car off.
AMR safety team indicating they need help pushing, but there's so many safety team members tending to the inverted car of Stingray Rob as they'll take very good care to roll the car back over as gently as possible.
Oh, wow. Kyle Kirkwood out, Ed Carpenter out. Haven't seen Alexander Rossi yet, but that's a relief for Kirkwood, and so too Stingray Rob. Thank you to the AMR safety team doing their usual stellar work.
You can see Stingray Rob talking with the AMR safety team inside the cockpit. There's Alexander Rossi.
Man, for as calm as things finished at the front with the top 5 runners, something went horribly wrong at the back of the field.
Those two good friends, they're keeping these guys. Oh, let them out of the cars, guy. It's too hot. It's too hot to make drivers sit there. Luckily, all the drivers involved in the incident seem to be all right. Ed Carpenter assessing the damage to his car.
Second day in a row for Ed Carpenter that he ends the race with big damage. Had a crash in the closing laps yesterday.
How about that? Will Power breaks a tie with Michael Andretti. He is the 4th most successful driver in IndyCar history as far as the wins list is concerned. Well done. So he had to wait nearly 2 years to get a win. He's had 2 wins on this season. And there's his teammate Scotty Mack to share the podium.
Scotty Mack, the winner yesterday. 2 wins for Team Penske.
He says finally because he'd never won at Iowa Speedway. He has now, Kev.
And this is number 10 on an oval. As you've talked about, he now loves this style of racing. It took him a little while. To win number 42. Now he's passed Michael Andretti for number 43. But first of all, how did you go from where you started in the back to win this race?
Massive fuel save. Honestly, just sitting in the pack. Had a really good car, really fast car, so I just sat back and used that pace to save fuel. Just getting a massive number, and I knew once all those guys pulled in, I could go hard. And then we caught a yellow because that was sort of the thing we were hoping for, is to get one of those yellows, put us to the front, and then we were able to get better fuel behind Palou and then go a couple laps longer than him and jump him. So I've been trying to win this race for years. So over the moon, the guys did a great job. I felt really bad for him yesterday when I accidentally buttoned off on the pit speed limiter and ruined our day. But we're right in the game, and got to thank Verizon and Chevy for such tremendous support, and going to fight this hard to the end.
Only 35 points back in the championship now. It had been 5 years since you'd won an oval. Was that starting to weigh on your mind a little bit? Because I know how much you now love this style of racing.
It was, actually. I thought coming into the season, I'm going to win an oval this year. I want to win an oval, and I want to win multiple races, and we're still pushing and getting it done. Thanks, Ron. Thank you.
Mostly green. How are you physically with this long run in the heat today?
Yeah, it was good. It was fine physically. It was a bit heavy at the end there when we were pushing hard on tires, but yeah, it's all good.
Congratulations. Will Power has won at Iowa to Georgia.
Alex Palou comes home second. And Alex, I know you wanted one spot further, but after yesterday, you're finishing on the podium today. Can you consider today a successful day?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good weekend. I mean, yesterday was a terrible day for us. Just made too many mistakes, but rebounded today. Almost got the win. I mean, it was really tough to pass. I think nobody could pass. They got us on the pits because they had a little bit more fuel, same as what we did to the 3 cars. So, yeah, solid P2. Looking forward to Toronto next week. But yeah, it was overall a good weekend.
Solid day and a big rebound for Alex Palou.
Well done, really good. We said right from the start he was on the road to redemption for what happened yesterday. AMR safety team still working with Stingray Rob. You see the youngster from Idaho. He's kind of sitting on the edge of the aero screen. See him right in the middle there, and he's in the best hands with the AMR safety team. This is what happened. This is our first look at it. Wow.
Did Rossi run out of gas?
Oh,
my gosh.
Air time.
Wow.
For Stingray Rob, yeah, something clearly wrong with the 7 of Alex Rossi. Slow off a 2.
Then these are just cars that were reacting because Rossi would have been spinning across the track. And I'm sure Kyle Kirkwood and Ed Carpenter. Here's another angle.
I mean, yeah, Edge is losing it on his own. Same with Kyle Kirkwood, just getting on the brakes. When you see an Indy car in the air upright like that, you tend to react in ways that might not be normal for if you see a car spinning or something like that. So both of those guys just caught off guard, maybe getting on the brakes a little bit too hard and spinning themselves.
The 22-year-old Stingray Rob in very good hands, and we will update you when we hear something. But that was a wild end to this Hy-Vee One Step 250. Let's hear, we've heard from the top two on the podium. Let's hear from Scott McLaughlin. Kev?
Yeah, first and third, hadn't won in an oval, now 2 podiums, led almost 100 laps. Anything different that you can do in this race? Just circumstances that kept you from winning again.
Well, firstly, I just want to hope Stingray's okay. That was a hell of a crash and a bit scary. But yeah, we probably caught the yellow just at the wrong time there in that first run. But like you said, a first and a third, I'll take that. And best thing about it, I can have a beer now, enjoy the concert. So I'm excited. Got a lot of friends here, had a lot of people out here supporting the 33s, and yeah, just nice to get the championship back on track, and we're right in the game.
By the way, our cameras just caught Stingray giving a thumbs up as he is taken to get evaluated. So championship now, even a little more in it now after a really solid weekend?
Yeah, don't sleep on us. I said that many times, don't sleep on us. We'll keep coming. We've got ovals that we like coming up, and I feel good on Toronto too. So, you know, I just gonna keep driving the way I can, no mistakes, and execute the best I can, and hopefully, you know, it bodes well. But ultimately, you know, the two out front, Will and Alex, have been class of the field all year. It's a matter of just trying to catch them and capitalize when they make mistakes. Thanks.
Well, the boys mentioned points there. Let's have a look at the updated points, because that man there who drives the DHL Honda, Alex Palou, still leads. He came in with a 48-point advantage before the doubleheader. He leaves with a 35-point lead. Right now, we step aside for NBC News Special Report. Our coverage will continue over on CNBC. Race winner Will Power, victorious at Iowa Speedway for the first time with his young son Bo and wife Liz. It's a family affair here at a track that he's never won at, so big relief. And it was the most improbable victory when he started in 22nd position, but never count out this Indy 500 winner and 2-time series champ. He's like, yes, finally. I've been trying to win at this track for a long, long time. I don't have to wait anymore, and he can add his victory from Road America to this, his first oval victory in almost a 5-year period of time. And continues the Team Penske domination. The president of Team Penske, Tim Cindric, stepping in there to congratulate Will Power. He doesn't call the strategy for the 12 car, but of course, he oversees everything, and Will's being told, hey, we need you up on the podium. It's time to celebrate.
You got a trophy to collect there, fella.
Kelsey Ballerini and Post Malone coming up. Yeah, the concerts, 4 concerts each year. 4 different artists each and every year. Here comes the stage. They do it right here at Iowa Speedway. It is unreal.
I love the way this is built out. It's bespoke for this speedway, this situation. You see how the stage is just above the pit wall. It comes together like an erector set. Pretty cool. They do it about 10 minutes, get the whole thing set up, including the VIP zone, as we take a look back at the Pennzoil moment of the race. And it was the pit stops. Will Power getting out ahead of Alex Palou, Team Penske. All 3 of their drivers and teams crushing it, frankly, on pit lane today, and that was the difference for Will Power.
You hear him talk about how fuel saving was one of the tricks. This is just out of Scott Dixon's playbook, isn't it? How many races has he won by virtue of being great on fuel?
You save early, it gives you flexibility in terms of how you play the strategy, and in today's situation, when the yellow came out, still being out on track.
So, equal best result of the season for Will Power. best result of the year for Graham Rahal. Let's hear from him with Dylan.
That's right. It was a really solid weekend for the 15 crew. Graham was fast yesterday, just kind of got buried by track position, but good day for you guys here. How did you get the job done and ultimately come away with your best run of the year?
Yeah, well, yesterday was a bummer. Broken wheel. Of all the 8 spokes, only one was left holding on, and I'm thankful for that one because it would have been a huge accident without that. But the bad luck streak kind of kept hitting us. But today the boys just did a solid job. The car was very fast all weekend. Thought clearly we were the best of our team, and that showed today. And boys did a good job in the pits. We just, this is telling Oriole, we're just refining. We're learning a lot with this hybrid. We're learning a lot, I think, today on the fuel mixtures. I think others had a more aggressive fuel mixture in there, and they also probably. Things I think is to change the regeneration of the MGU, the power unit, help save fuel. So we're learning, and I think if we were to run back here tomorrow, it'd be better. And I also thought the track was finally starting to get there. Guys were using a lane and a half. It was starting to develop, and so I know it was a tough race, for everybody. But the reality was it was starting to come in like the old Iowa. So I'm excited to get back here next year and see some good racing.
Yeah, how was the challenge today of kind of feeling out that top group? But obviously when it's hotter like this, it inherently kind of just gets slicker. So what was that like?
It's hard to want to be the gutsy guy when you're in the top 7, 8 there. But Rossi got me on the high side on the restart. I was kind of choked up behind Pietro, who was a lap down, and that cost me. And he made a good run around the outside. So it was kind of there at the end. I was trying 1.5. I had some good runs on Kirkwood, good runs on Newgarden. But it's tough sledding. I mean, I think people got to understand from the test we did here, we're down 400+ pounds of downforce. That's a huge chunk that you're trying to learn, let alone a new tire. So, as I said, I thought today was a much better race. At least for us, there was a lot more action happening. And frankly, with maybe couple more holes of downforce, not all the way to max, but a couple more for next time around. I think it put on a heck of a good show.
Good day for Graham Rahal, finishes in the 8th spot. Georgia.
It was also a good day for Santino Ferrucci, and I must say, you definitely made it exciting. I feel like there were 4 or 5 laps there where you were passing people on the low side, the high side, and everything in between. How were you able to do that?
I like this track a lot. I truly believe in the high side and making it work. We had a really great race car. Bummed we couldn't get back inside the top 10, just obviously missing out. I had a lot of fun. Honestly, I went wheel to wheel with Kyle for maybe a good 3 laps, just, bumping off each other. It was probably the most fun I've had in a race car this year with this series, but it was awesome. So I hope everyone at the end of the race is obviously okay. And I can't thank Sexton Property Chevrolet and AJ Foy Racing for a great race car all weekend and some awesome results to get to the 10th in the championship.
Santino ends the day in 11th.
He gave us some of the highlights too, for sure, with those big moves. But let's go to the podium. Will Power, Alex Palou, Scott McLaughlin. All 3 guys in the top 5 in the championship, and you just got that feeling, Hinch, that these guys are going to duke it out all the way to the end.
I think it's going to be a great battle. We've seen how proficient and how strong these Penske cars have been on these short ovals, but you can never count out Ganassi. And look, we talk about how Palou hasn't won an oval yet, but he is always up there, podiums, top 5s, top 10s.
We welcome you back to Iowa Speedway, where the Hy-Vee One Step 250, presented by Gatorade, has been won by Team Penske's Will Power. The 2-time series champion and Indy 500 winner has never won at this track, and when you've been around for as long as Will, that kind of was a thorn in his side, but now he can smile and spray the champagne because Kevin Lee's finally got it done.
So Kyle Kirkwood was one of those involved in that very scary incident at the checkered flag. You have any idea what happened ahead of you?
I know Rossi was running out of fuel and stayed on line. He was going much, much slower. My spotter apprised me of the situation, but clearly it was a bit too late for Stingray there. So hopefully he's okay. Hopefully everyone that's gotten out is okay. Yeah, definitely a very, very scary wreck. Flipping multiple times up in the air. As soon as I saw that, they were actually slowing down so much because Rossi was already going slow and Stingray's in the air, and he's pretty much like a parachute when you're sitting perpendicular to the road with one of these cars. That I lifted out of the throttle, out of the corner, and then instantly spun myself. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. Sorry for the guys. We're having a good race there. But, you know, we were actually still on the last lap, so we actually didn't finish that bad. I'm actually surprised looking at this scene that we finished 16th. So, yeah. Sorry to the guys. Hopefully everyone's okay. Scary wreck. Glad everyone is semi-okay.
A lot of us are claustrophobic too. When you're trapped in the car and I'm sure it's boiling hot, what were those few moments like and how anxious is that?
I hate being stuck inside the car. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. When I was stuck at Indianapolis upside down, the first thing that you want is to get out of the car. And obviously the safety crew came over there, got to me within seconds, and they calmed me down and said, "You're good, we'll help you out, we're here for you." So that was very calming for me. But no, initial thought when you crash and there's a car on top of you or you're stuck, the last thing you want to do is be on fire, and that's initial instinct for a driver is just get out. But obviously these cars are so safe now to where we don't have to be too concerned, and obviously the AMR safety crew was there for us in case anything was wrong.
So glad you're okay. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
And you often hear us heap praise on the AMR safety team. You just heard it from one of the drivers there, Kyle Kirkwood, who was trapped inside his car for a brief moment, but okay. The Advanced Auto Parts checkered flag moment, none other than Will Power of Team Penske, victorious here in Iowa.
Awesome job, Jay, buddy. Awesome job. Great job bringing that Hy-Vee car to the win.
Guys, what did we just do?
Christian, first of many. Many more to come.
Oh my God, guys. Thank you.
And that's coming your way July 21st, heading north of the border to Hinch's hometown of Toronto, Ontario. At Exhibition Place, a really special spot for Christian Lundgaard of Rahal Letterman Lanigan. Good to go home, Hinch?
Always. Love that place. It's like Christmas in July for me. That's the track that made me fall in love with IndyCar. I've been to that race every one since 1988.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, listen, it was a wild finish. It was a great finish for Will Power. It was not the great finish for Ed Carpenter and Stingray Robb and Kyle Kirkwood and Alexander Rossi. Let's hear from Ed Carpenter.
Yeah, Ed Carpenter, one of those involved in the last lap incident. First, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just angry.
I know we're going to play a replay for you here in a second, but what did you feel? What happened from your perspective?
I mean, I knew Alex was off pace up ahead. My spotter had told me a couple laps before. And it looked like Stingray just misjudged the closing rate somehow, even though it was clear Alex was slow. And then I spun just trying to get down. Didn't think it was going to be that bad. I kind of slid into Alex, and then I think Kirkwood came from behind and hit me and like launched me right over the top of Alex. That was the hardest part of the crash. But yeah, just a shame, 2 days in a row, 2 accidents that, really I was just a victim of, but just hate it for the team. The amount of work they have to do last night to get ready for Toronto, see if there's enough hybrids to keep replacing to put in these things to keep that thing going. Just brutal. Hopefully we can get some results.
We're glad to see that you're okay. Dylan.
Pato O'Ward finishes in the 6th spot today, had a second last night, so kind of a quiet day for you, but how would you sum up today's run?
Yeah, no, first of all, I think Stingray did the thumbs up, so at least he's in conscious, but solid weekend for us in terms of points. Other than that, I mean, from the looks of it and just from the sounds of it, it was a snooze fest. Yeah, Palou and Power should go straight to Las Vegas with how lucky they got with that yellow. But yeah, on to Toronto.
How was the track evolving over the course of today and even compared to yesterday?
How what?
How was the track evolving and changing compared to yesterday and just from start to finish today?
It was quite similar balance-wise, I would say. I think yesterday you saw a lot more changes in the pit stop sequences when everybody was very packed up. But today everybody was within 0.8 of each other, within a second of each other, and then there really was not a lot going on, I would say. At least my race was extremely quiet.
All right, Pato finishes 6th today, and it was a 2nd yesterday. Good weekend for the 5-team, Georgia.
Yes, and 2 fourths in a row for Scott Dixon. I know yesterday you said there were some things that you wanted to change to bring into today. Do you feel like those things happened?
Yeah, we didn't have as many issues, so that was kind of nice. But yeah, we really, the only racy part would have been maybe the first stop, and obviously the 12 and the 10 got pretty lucky there, or did a good job of saving fuel. Were able to extend to catch that caution. That was a huge help, obviously, for the 12. But then they did a good job, obviously, on the last overcut there too on the 10. So yeah, we didn't never pass anybody. We didn't get past. We just kind of stayed 3rd and then got jumped by the 12 and ended up 4th. So pair of fourths is kind of what we had this weekend. Everybody on the PNC Bank number 9 did a hell of a job, but yeah, it's a shame. This track has been a lot of fun in the past, and multi-lanes. Hopefully we can figure something out for next year and try and get that second lane to come back in.
With those long green flag runs, how physical does that get?
Not much at all, really, because it's pretty smooth now, and okay, the conditions are pretty warm today, but everybody's running a cool suit. You're kind of in a big fuel save mode because once the leader catches the back of the pack, everybody kind of runs the same mid-19 time, and yeah, so it's actually not too bad.
Well, nonetheless, a pair of fours for Scott Dixon this weekend. Thanks, Scott.
And it keeps him in the championship hunt. The 6-time champ is just 57 points behind his teammate Alex Palou. Stage is being set for Kelsey Ballerini. She's up next, and center of the stage as far as the drivers. Will Power victorious here in Corn Country. Here are the unofficial results of the Hy-Vee One Step 250. Will Power with his best ever result here at this particular speedway. Alex Palou keeps himself in the championship lead with a 2nd, and McLaughlin comes away from this doubleheader hinch with a 1-3 result, 1st and 3rd.
Not a terrible way to wrap up the weekend. Looking down, Santino Ferrucci put on a lot of showing for us tonight. Great showing. A lot of action on the racetrack. Linus Lundqvist up there, highest finishing rookie.
And then a lot of drivers that wish they had a better day. Stingray Robb and Ed Carpenter with massive contact on the last lap. But let's take a look at the onboard for Alexander Rossi here. Out of fuel there, exiting turn 2, and looked like a spaceship taken off as Stingray Robb went up and over, and then more contact, adding insult to injury. Rossi just chewed up down the back straight.
Just running out of fuel, then getting hit by 3 different cars at different times in different ways.
And look, see the surround? That's the aero screen. Came in, introduced, what, say 4 years ago? And this has been unbelievable for IndyCar and keeping the drivers safe. One guy who wasn't expecting to race here this Sunday, but he did, unfortunately didn't get to the checkered flag. Connor Daly is with Georgia.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate circumstance retiring early from the race, but Connor, I have to know, just how big of a feat is it to jump in a car when you didn't even know you were going to be racing earlier this weekend?
Well, this must be the first time NBC's ever talked to the last place finisher, but I appreciate it. It was hard, honestly. But for me, I love the start. I hope that I get a clip from our camera, because I think we passed like 2 or 3 rows of cars by the end of the first lap, which is what Iowa's all about, right? We love that. But yeah, I mean, it's just tough. Like the hybrid, I was kind of figuring out where and when to use that, because you can definitely, it's not a huge boost here, but you can definitely utilize it in certain ways to kind of help defend and maybe attack. So it was a big learning experience, and honestly, I just hate it for these guys. Like, to have a failure of any kind, that's tough. It's just no one's fault. Like, this is a hard sport that we are playing, so things happen, and they deserve better because they had great cars. So like the cars were fun to drive. So it is what it is.
Thanks, Connor. Kevin.
We're back near the Infield Medical Care Center with the head of IndyCar Medical, Dr. Julia Visor. Give us an update, what you can tell us about Stingray Robb.
Stingray is doing well. He's awake, he's alert, he's in good condition. We're going to send him to the hospital for precautionary measures to get some advanced imaging. He's going to go by air just because of the location, but he's in good spirits, and he says hello to everyone.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. That's really important. And we did see that image of Stingray Robb being put into the back of the medical vehicle, and he gave the double thumbs up. So that was a promising sign. And even though there's still 2 concerts to come, guys, that was a very eventful weekend. That's what we've come to expect the last 3 years from the Hy-Vee doubleheader.
I think you kind of expect the unexpected here. That's always been the name of the game here in Iowa. And you look at how the points shake out after 11 rounds in a 17-race championship. Alex Palou, the gap is shrinking
But it's still a gap. And I think for Alex Palou, if I'm in his situation, a bit of relief to come out of Iowa, still holding the championship lead. We'll have to wait for his first oval win at some point down the road, but you got to think it's coming. And things are not done here yet at Iowa. Post-race concerts about to kick off with Kelsey Ballerini and Post Malone closing things out at 4:45 Eastern.
We need to say congrats to everybody here from Iowa Speedway, IndyCar, and Hy-Vee. You have all collaboratively done it again. What a weekend. It's so much fun. It's more than just a couple of races. It's a festival for sure.
I think about all the times I've flown over Iowa before we raced here, looked down and wondered what happens down there with all those cornfields. Well, Hy-Vee, thanks to them, they've showed us a great time and what's possible. If you can think it, you can do it.
Entertainment's still coming and bringing everybody close to the racing and close to the music. It has been a fun weekend, and thanks so much for watching it. The Hy-Vee One Step 250 won from 22nd position by Will Power in the Verizon Chevy. An incredible performance. And that's his first ever career win. And this is how the race ended after the checkered flag. A wild crash, but as we've heard, everybody is okay. Coming up next is the final round of the American Century Championship from Lake Tahoe, California. This is Lee Diffie saying thanks for watching IndyCar on NBC.
The IndyCar Series pulls into Iowa for 2 races in 2 days, where Alex Palou looks to continue his historic season.
Incredible!
Saturday and Sunday on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.